After 3 years of silence, a sudden leap to power transforms him from a nobody to a force of nature, unstoppable like a dragon breaking free from the depths. With no progress in cultivation and his wife seeking a divorce, fate intervenes when he awakens a powerful ability called the Record of Divine Maidens, allowing him to grow stronger alongside stunning beauties. As he harnesses the unparalleled Chaos Dragon body, his strength skyrockets, leaving others in despair as they realize his rapid ascension. When his ex-wife hears of his newfound power, she begs for reconciliation, but he coldly rejects her. In a world where strength reigns supreme, can he rise to unimaginable heights and claim his rightful place among the elite? With beauty and danger surrounding him, the path ahead is fraught with challenges and temptations. Qingguan, let us divorce. In the sacred realm of Lingxiao, atop Qingguan Peak, the gentle sound of flowing water resonated like the delicate chime of a bell. In a quaint, antique courtyard, a statuesque woman clad in a pale yellow gown stood gracefully, her demeanor serene as she gazed at the somber-faced man before her. Song Yingxia, is it merely because you have become a disciple of the peak master of Piaomiao sacred land that you wish to sever our bond? Qingguan questioned, his voice low and filled with restrained intensity. He was tall and elegant in his azure robe, with striking features and a composed air, yet his brow was furrowed in concern. Indeed, I shall henceforth devote myself to the path of cultivation, forsaking all worldly entanglements of love and hate. Thus, it is prudent to sever unnecessary ties to avoid hindering my future pursuits, Song Yingxia declared resolutely. How commendable to be so decisive. I have been a disciple of Ling Xiao's sacred land for 3 years, and I have never contemplated breaking our connection. Yet you, having just been accepted as a direct disciple of Piaomiao sacred land, are eager to end our relationship. Your swiftness in this disconnection is remarkable, Qingguan retorted, his fists clenched tightly as a cold laugh escaped his lips. For 3 years, he had diligently practiced at Ling Xiao's sacred land, despite the limitations of his innate talent which had hindered his progress. Though he faced ridicule from others, he persevered, knowing that only through strength could he protect those he cherished. Unquestionably, Song Yingxia was his unwavering motivation. Yet now, upon receiving attention from another sect, she sought to part ways with him. It was indeed true that a woman, once empowered, could become utterly ruthless. Song Yingxia shook her head. We are not the same. I am a rare genius, while you are an utterly talentless individual. Had it not been for your father's plea, you would have had no right to enter Ling Xiao's sacred land and be accepted as a direct disciple of the Qingguan Peak Master. Despite your 3 years of cultivation, you have yet to step into the first realm, rendering you a true failure. In contrast, I have achieved perfection in the first realm within merely 3 months. The disparity between us is indeed vast. I am a 1 in a million talent, possessing the unparalleled Wugo Xiantai, while you are a rare failure. After 3 years, you have not even broken through the first realm. You are worlds apart from me. How could such a waste be worthy of my company? From this day forth, I will ascend to the heavens, while you remain a mere mortal. A century from now, I shall stand above all, while you will be unable to even catch a glimpse of my shadow. Thus, Qingguan, we are no longer kindred spirits. Letting go is the best choice for both of us. Enough. You wish to divorce? I shall grant your wish, but Song Yingxia, I hope you do not come to regret this decision. Qingguan felt a surge of blood rise within him, nearly erupting from his mouth. His fists tightened, his eyes bloodshot, and a trace of ferocity darkened his expression as he looked at her. This woman, who once shared his bed, now deemed him worthless upon attaining power. Although her words bore truth, hearing them from Song Yingxia's lips was particularly jarring, slicing through his heart. Regret? Do you possess the right to make me regret? A look of disdain flickered in Song Yingxia's bright eyes as she tossed a divorce agreement before him, her name inscribed in blood at the bottom of the page. Gazing at the divorce agreement and that blood-stained name, Qingguan's heart ached. This woman, the only one he had cherished since his arrival in this world, had reduced his affection to a mere cold document. Indeed, years of devotion had been squandered. Taking a deep breath, Qingguan bit his finger, trembling as he inscribed his name. Song Yingxia accepted the divorce agreement, the paper igniting in her hand, turning to ash and ascending into the sky, proclaiming to the heavens their severed marital ties. Qingguan, heed my advice. You lack the talent for cultivation. Rather than waste time at Ling Xiao's sacred land, bringing shame upon yourself, it would be wiser to return to the mundane world, take a wife, and live a stable life. Leave, Qin Guan replied coldly. Then take care, Song Yingxia said, her graceful figure swaying as she departed with a light heart, her garments billowing behind her. Once she had left, Qin Guan sat despondently upon a stone bench. He had never anticipated that their relationship would reach this point. What is this absurdity? I have inexplicably traversed to this world, devoid of a system or any advantages, and now I find myself a talentless waste. Was my arrival merely to torment me? He struck the nearby stone table with a fist, frustration etched across his face. Indeed, he was a traveler from Earth, having transitioned here while tasked with overseeing his boss's newlywed wife during a business trip. After a night of relentless endeavors, he found himself in this unfamiliar realm. Initially, he had been elated, believing he could dominate the skies and become a formidable force. However, he soon discovered his lack of cultivation talent rendered him a failure. Gradually, he resigned himself to his fate and, under familial pressure, married Song Yingxia, thinking a stable life was acceptable. Yet, his father had somehow arranged for him to be accepted as a disciple by the master of Qinghuan Peak. In that moment, he felt the chance to change his destiny had finally arrived, for Ling Shao's sacred land was legendary. However, fate played another cruel trick on him. Even with various elixirs meant to refine his essence and enhance his talent, he remained a failure, unable to even enter the first realm after 3 years. His master, Shi Yifei, had concluded that he might be one of the fabled Zhu Ling GT, incapable of cultivation. Perhaps Song Yingxia is correct. I truly should not waste my time here. Embracing an ordinary life may indeed be the wisest path. Just then, an urgent voice pierced through the air, reaching Qin Guan's ears. It is the master who wishes to see me. Very well, I shall inform her of my intentions, so as not to continue being a source of embarrassment. Qin Guan hurriedly made his way toward the grand hall where his master awaited. As the master of Qinghuan Peak, Shi Yifei resided in the most splendid main hall situated at the pinnacle of the peak, flanked by numerous quaint courtyards that served as abodes for her disciples. Among her 3 disciples was Qin Guan, who adeptly approached the hall where his master often secluded herself. Disciple Qin Guan, paying respects to the master, he bowed deeply. Come in, a melodious voice resonated from within the hall, and the doors swung open. However, Qin Guan furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual urgency in his master's tone, something he had never encountered before. Just as he stepped inside, the doors slammed shut with a resounding thud, and a thick, pink mist surged forth from the depths of the hall, enveloping him instantly. In that fleeting moment, he felt the world spin around him, a burning heat coursing through his body, as the pink light harbored an enigmatic power that awakened primal desires within him. I have been poisoned and can no longer suppress it. I require your assistance in dual cultivation. At the brink of losing control, the voice of his master, Shi Yifei, echoed beside him, startling Qin Guan into awareness. He opened his eyes to find himself inexplicably lying on his master's bed. Beside him sat a delicate figure clad in sheer white silk, with skin as flawless as jade and a rosy hue, her beauty transcending the ordinary, resembling the fabled celestial maidens of lore, truly deserving of the title of the most exquisite beauty in the North Dipper star domain. She was none other than Shi Yifei, the master of Qinghuan Peak. Yet, her cheeks were flushed, and her gaze towards Qin Guan was filled with fervor and madness. Wisps of pink mist continuously emanated from her porcelain-like skin, intertwining within the hall. Master, Qin Guan exclaimed in shock. It is fortuitous that you have recently divorced. Even in dual cultivation with me, you shall feel no guilt, my disciple. I apologize. Before Qin Guan could protest, Shi Yifei leaned closer at that moment of contact. A thunderous roar reverberated in Qin Guan's mind, causing a cacophony that left his head buzzing. Chapter 2. Dual Cultivation with the Master, a rare occurrence in eternity. As a glimmer of light emerged from the darkness, an ancient dark golden tome materialized within his mind. What could this be? He directed his thoughts toward the book. Upon its cover was emblazoned a vividly lifelike black 5-clawed dragon, fierce and majestic, exuding an overwhelming presence as it gazed down upon the world. The dragon's scales were interwoven with enigmatic and unfathomable chaotic runes, surveying all beings beneath it. However, what captivated Qin Guan's attention were the dragon's eyes. With dual pupils swirling in chaos, he realized, astonishingly, that these were the legendary chaotic heavy eyes. Though Qin Guan possessed no cultivation, his 3-year stay in Lingxiao Holy Land had not been in vain. he had garnered some knowledge. As he fixated on the dragon's eyes, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, and an unexpected transformation occurred. The black dragon detached from the dark golden tome and surged toward Qin Guan, merging with his very being. Qin Guan abruptly opened his eyes, and in an instant, they transformed into chaotic heavy eyes, exuding dark chaotic energy that emanated from his gaze, intertwined with terrifying chaotic runes and radiating a formidable aura. Simultaneously, a majestic shadow of a chaotic black dragon coiled around him, embodying the might of a dragon. "Master, what has happened to me?" Qin Guan inquired. He sensed a change within his body, yet he could not articulate it. At that moment, Shi Yifei's eyes glowed with a pinkish hue, consumed by primal desire and madness, rendering her oblivious to Qin Guan's words. Qin Guan could only chuckle wryly, finding the day's events utterly absurd. First, a divorce, and now, being compelled into dual cultivation with his master, each occurrence defying his expectations. Suddenly, Qin Guan felt an overwhelming presence of pure white light dots filling the hall, swirling like ethereal sprites in the night. Is this spiritual energy? Qin Guan's heart raced. The foundation of cultivation lies within the perceptive realm, wherein the core principle is the awareness of spiritual energy, preparing one for subsequent training. Due to varying innate talents among cultivators, the time required to sense spiritual energy differs. Generally, a cultivator requires a few days to half a month to perceive its presence. Beyond that time frame indicates a lack of talent, while prodigies can sense it within mere hours. This is also one of the criteria many sects employ when selecting disciples. Qin Guan had previously been unable to perceive spiritual energy, thus hindering his entry into the path of cultivation. Of course, his admission into Lingxiao Holy Land was facilitated through backdoor means. Ha ha ha! I can finally sense spiritual energy. Qin Guan exclaimed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down his face. No one could comprehend his elation. For 3 years, he had endured disdain for his inability to sense spiritual energy, even leading to his wife's departure. Now, he could finally embark on his cultivation journey. Was it the influence of that dragon? His consciousness turned once more to the ancient dark golden tome. But the black dragon with chaotic heavy eyes had vanished, replaced by the flowing characters of records of the divine women of all realms. He opened the heavy tome, only to frown as he found the pages devoid of any content apart from the title. Records of the divine women of all realms? What purpose does this serve? Qin Guan pondered. Was it merely to illustrate beautiful women? That seemed rather peculiar. After a moment of contemplation yielded no results, he redirected his focus toward his master. However, she was now in a state of utter madness, her pupils radiating a frightening pink glow, making it impossible for him to even change his posture, let alone communicate. With no other choice, Qin Guan gritted his teeth and passively endured, ultimately deciding to practice his techniques. Despite his abysmal aptitude, Shi Yifei treated him no differently, instructing him in the same cultivation method as the other 2 disciples. Known as the Da Yuzhao Hua Jing, which was also her own practice. The ability to sense spiritual energy indicated that he had reached the foundational stage. The next step was to formally begin his cultivation. The first stage of cultivation is the body refinement stage, which is subdivided into 3 realms: golden blood, jade bones, and glass clarity. This stage requires one to refine their blood into a golden hue, purify their bones to the clarity of jade, and ensure that their internal organs are as transparent as glass. At that point, each drop of flesh and blood would contain immense energy, capable of shattering mountains with a mere gesture. Qin Guan immediately activated the Da Yuzhao Hua Jing, drawing the spiritual energy from the hall into his body to commence the purification of his blood. He could distinctly feel the energy particles entering his being, igniting a sensation of warmth within his blood and flesh, which began to tremble slightly as it underwent refinement. His eyes, now chaotic heavy eyes, emitted a chaotic light, while the shadow of the chaotic black dragon spiraled around him, releasing waves of dragon roars. His body felt like an endless abyss, continuously absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy, creating a massive vortex within the hall. If others were to witness such a scene, they would find it utterly unbelievable. An elementary body refinement cultivator absorbing spiritual energy at such a terrifying rate, comparable to those in the 3rd realm or even higher. The abundance of spiritual energy in this place was exceptional. In a typical environment, it would not be sufficient for him to absorb. Half an hour later, Shi Yifei donned her attire and stood by the bed, her cool demeanor gazing upon the immersed Qin Guan with a sigh. She had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. She initially believed she could suppress the effects of the dual cultivation. Damn that Tang Tian! How dare he poison me? I shall make him pay dearly. Shi Fei clenched her delicate fists. At this moment, she no longer emitted the pink mist, as the dual cultivation had temporarily quelled the effects of the love poison. Her expression toward Qin Guan was complex. She was uncertain how to face his father in the future, considering the close relationship they shared and his persistent pursuit of her. Yet, what had transpired with Qin Guan? Not only could he now cultivate, but the magnitude of his progress was far beyond her own experience during her initial body refinement training. Qin Guan found himself deeply immersed in his cultivation, entirely oblivious to the departure of his master until the evening hours, when he finally awakened. Upon noticing his master seated in the grand hall, he hastily donned his attire. Has the cultivation concluded? The cold voice of Shi Fei resonated, restoring the usual tranquility. Qin Guan nodded, standing there like a child who had erred, filled with unease. It is the fault of the master. It has nothing to do with you. This is our secret. I do not wish for a third party to be aware. Rest assured, master. I will keep my lips sealed. Qin Guan replied hurriedly, genuinely fearing that his master might silence him. Let us discuss you. How is it that you suddenly began to cultivate? Shi Fei shifted the topic. I am uncertain myself. It seems my body underwent a transformation during our close contact. Close contact? Shi Fei coughed slightly, a hint of color gracing her cheeks. Just then, Qin Guan's body trembled, and a shadowy black dragon of chaos materialized. This is the chaos sacred dragon body. Shi Fei's icy visage betrayed astonishment as she sprang to her feet. This was a legendary physique, capable of transforming into a chaos sacred dragon, with formidable physical prowess and unparalleled combat strength, instilling fear in all. As she grappled with her tumultuous thoughts, she noticed a change in Qin Guan's eyes, the chaotic energy intertwining, revealing a pair of dual pupils. The chaos dual pupils? Shi Fei gasped in disbelief. This was also an exceedingly rare physique, unseen in the present world, only mentioned in legends. The chaos sacred dragon body and the chaos dual pupils. How could these two legendary physiques manifest in a single individual? Shi Fei's beautiful eyes widened, filled with incredulity. The appearance of either physique alone would be sufficient to astonish the world, yet both had emerged in her disciple. This was truly hard to fathom. It seems that the dual cultivation has activated your physique. Yet you must have shared many moments with your wife before. Why did it not manifest then? Qin Guan responded, perhaps it was due to her lack of cultivation, but she is now my ex-wife. Shi Fei shook her head. To divorce such a prodigious talent as you, your ex-wife truly lacks insight. Thus, you must diligently cultivate and strike her face hard. I am quite eager to witness the moment she realizes that her once seemingly worthless ex-husband has surpassed her in cultivation and is now a prodigious talent. Just imagining it fills me with anticipation. Master, how does her immaculate pure body compare to my two physiques? Qin Guan inquired. Either of your physiques would utterly crush the immaculate pure body. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan's spirits soared. Song Yingxia, did you not look down upon me, this useless individual? From this day forth, I shall be the man you cannot aspire to reach. Given your extraordinary talent, I hope you can secure a place among the top 3 in the body refinement realm during the sequence competition in half a month. Each realm in Lingxiao Sacred Land has 10 sequence disciples, representing the strongest in that realm. I shall not disgrace your expectations. Qin Guan bowed in affirmation, retreating, feeling that staying any longer would be exceedingly awkward. As he reached the entrance of the grand hall, Shi Fei's voice called out, return here in 5 days. I still require your assistance. Qin Guan paused, responding, I shall obey. Chapter 3. Record of the Divine Maidens of All Realms, Jinshua Realm. Zhangyi upon returning to his courtyard, Qin Guan sat cross-legged on his bed and began to examine the ancient tome, the record of the Divine Maidens of All Realms, within his consciousness. He had previously noticed some changes to the tome upon concluding his meditation. When he opened the first page, a vivid illustration emerged, depicting Shi Fei adorned in sheer white silk. Her enchanting eyes glistening, seated beside a bed. The likeness was indistinguishable from Shi Fei herself. On the right side of the image floated a golden energy orb. As Qin Guan's thoughts focused on this orb, it suddenly disintegrated into countless streams of light that entered his body. Immediately, he felt an intense warmth radiating from his flesh and blood, akin to the sensations experienced during cultivation, and he sensed an exponential increase in his internal strength. After a brief moment, as the unusual sensation subsided, Qin Guan was astonished to discover that the blood coursing through his veins had transformed into a resplendent golden hue, each drop shimmering with divine brilliance, as if forged through countless trials. Was this golden blood? Qin Guan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had the absorption of that mysterious golden energy elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Jin Shui realm? What could possess such miraculous power? It was known that his two senior brothers and sisters had taken nearly 20 days to reach this level, while he had achieved a third of it in less than half a day. This was utterly astounding. He reopened the tome in his mind and found the illustration unchanged, but the golden energy orb had vanished. Could this be a manifestation of some mystical power derived from dual cultivation with his master? Initially, during the dual cultivation, there had been no depiction of his master in the record of the divine maidens, nor the mysterious golden orb. Everything had appeared only after the dual cultivation concluded. At that time, Qin Guan was solely focused on his practice and had overlooked the subtle changes in the tome. He resolved to scrutinize it closely during the next session of dual cultivation with his master in 5 days. Returning his thoughts to his physical form, Qin Guan clenched his fists, feeling as though he possessed a boundless ocean of power within him. Stepping outside the courtyard, he located a sturdy piece of blue stone measuring approximately 1 zhang on each side. Channeling his internal energy, he delivered a powerful punch, and with a resounding crash, the stone shattered into countless fragments. Was this the might of a cultivator? Even in the initial stage of the first realm, the strength he wielded was astonishingly formidable. No wonder many cultivators looked down upon ordinary mortals. With such a blow, an untrained individual would surely be reduced to mere pulp. Song Yingxia, you took 3 months to reach the completion of the first realm, while I have achieved a third of it in less than a day. I am eager to see whether our next encounter will find me gazing up at you, or you gazing up at me. Qin Guan's fists tightened. This woman he once loved deeply was now but a source of resentment. The following morning, as Qin Guan arose to prepare for his cultivation, a voice called from outside the courtyard. Is Qin Guan here? He opened the door to find a young man clad in a blue robe standing there, comparable in stature to Li Changge, with striking features and an air of exceptional handsomeness. However, the corner of his mouth was curled into a mocking smile. It was none other than Zhang Yi, a disciple from Zijou Peak. Have you come this early for a reason? Qin Guan inquired. Zhang Yi, whose full name was Zhang Yi, was a direct disciple of the master of Zijou Peak, holding a status equivalent to Qin Guan's own. Due to the jealousy of the Zijou Peak master towards Shi Yifei, the first beauty of the North Dipper Star domain, he had constantly targeted her, resulting in a rivalry between their disciples. Zhang Yi, in particular, looked down upon Qin Guan, whom he deemed an incapable mortal, often ridiculing him, leading to Qin Guan's sister bestowing upon him the nickname Zhang Yu, Octopus. I could have guessed your next question would be whether I have made any progress in my cultivation today, Qin Guan retorted. Well, I just came to inquire if you have made any advancements in your cultivation today. Zhang Yi said with a smirk. If that's all you came for, you may leave. Do not disturb my practice. With that, Qin Guan attempted to close the door. Hold on, Qin Guan. Since you were just a waste, unable to cultivate anything noteworthy, why not listen to some interesting news? Zhang Yi stepped into the courtyard uninvited, continuing, yesterday, several guests from the Piaomiao sacred land visited Zijou Peak, among them a woman named Song Yingxia. She possesses a beauty that could make fish sink and birds fall, enchanting all the brothers of Zijou Peak. However, it is unfortunate that she came to our Lingxiao sacred land to withdraw from her engagement. Such a stunning woman is already married, and rumor has it her husband is an incapable mortal. How could our Piaomiao sacred land possibly harbor such a waste? Wouldn't you agree, Qin Guan? Zhang Yi grinned, the disdain evident on his face. He clearly knew that Song Yingxiao's betrothed was Qin Guan himself, hence his early morning mockery. Qin Guan's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. This was salt rubbed into his wounds, a deliberate attempt to provoke him. Suddenly, he relaxed his fists and smiled. I have heard that you, Zhang Yi, have broken through to the second realm of body refinement. I feel an urge to spar with you today. How do you feel about that? What? Spar with me? Zhang Yi exclaimed, pointing at himself in disbelief. A mere mortal dared to challenge him? Are you afraid of getting hurt? Qin Guan chuckled. Impossible. How could a practitioner of the second realm fear a mere mortal? I am concerned that if I inadvertently injure you, your master and seniors will come looking for trouble. Zhang Yi scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. They are out on a mission and won't return for a few days. Rest assured, I won't inform them. Qin Guan replied with a smile. Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall demonstrate to you the vast chasm between mortals and cultivators. Zhang Yi proclaimed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, head held high in arrogance. Feel free to attack. If you manage to touch me even slightly, I will consider myself defeated. You won't strike? Ha ha ha, you haven't earned the right to make me strike. Zhang Yi laughed, reveling in his superiority. A smile crept upon Qin Guan's lips. It seemed he was underestimated. As the internal energies surged forth, the golden essence coursed through his body like a rushing river, and he unleashed a powerful punch towards Zhang Yi's chest. With a resounding thud, Zhang Yi's body was propelled backward like a shooting star, crashing into a distant pond and sending water splashing several feet into the air. Qin Guan observed his fist with a satisfied nod, affirming that indeed, the stronger the physique, the greater the combat prowess at the same realm. At that moment, Zhang Yi emerged from the pond, brushing off the turtle that had landed on his head, wiping away the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and casting a dark look at Qin Guan. Have you broken through to the refinement stage? He inquired. Senior brother, I have recently made some progress. I hope it meets your approval. Junior brother Zhang Yi, Qin Guan replied with a smile. Excellent. Now that you have become a cultivator, I can unleash my full strength. Zhang Yi declared solemnly. Did you not just say that any movement on your part would signify your defeat? Qin Guan retorted. Humph, that does not count. I was unaware of your breakthrough to the refinement stage and was caught off guard. Let us begin anew. With that, he immediately executed his martial technique. Charging at Qin Guan like a leopard, his hands crossing in a shadowy flurry akin to flowing clouds, swift as lightning, striking Qin Guan squarely in the chest. Chapter 4. Resentment in the Heart, Xiong Yuma. The half-year agreement. Zhang Yi's speed was astonishing as he unleashed his martial skills, leaving Qin Guan no time to react. He received a powerful strike to his chest, producing a sound akin to the collision of boulders. Huh, what does it matter if you have broken through to the refinement body stage? You are still far inferior to me. Zhang Yi scoffed. However, at that moment, Qin Guan let out a low shout, and his body trembled violently. Zhang Yi felt an irresistible force surging along his arm, instantly propelling him backward into the pond, splashing water for several yards. His clothing slightly soiled, he felt no pain. Qin Guan chuckled as he patted the wrinkles in his garment, unaffected by Zhang Yi's attack. Observing Zhang Yi floating in the pond, reluctant to come ashore, Qin Guan picked up a fishing rod and dangled the hook near Zhang Yi's mouth, intending to reel him in. Zhang Yi swatted the hook away, lying on his back at the pond's edge, blood trickling from his mouth, and lamented, You deceiver. You clearly possess the strength of the third stage of refinement body, yet insist on claiming a recent breakthrough. The force that had rebounded was undoubtedly from the third stage. Otherwise, it could not have shattered his arm. Yet, he could not comprehend how Qin Guan, once a rare talent deemed inferior even to an ordinary body, suddenly achieved such power after having no cultivation mere moments ago. Qin Guan smiled. If you are not dead, then get up quickly. Do not attempt to swindle me. Savoring Zhang Yi's expression, he felt a sense of satisfaction, relishing the opportunity to return the mockery he had often endured. Once Zhang Yi clambered out of the pond, Qin Guan continued, What were those people from the Piaomiao Sacred Ground doing at Zizhu Peak? My master is catching up with the peak master of Piaomiao Sacred Ground and, by chance, allowing disciples to spar. Zhang Yi replied, shaking off the water from his body. Are they still here? They left last night. That is truly unfortunate. Qin Guan's expression turned cold. Had they remained, he would have relished the chance to exchange blows with Song Yingxia, proving who the true genius was. Why have you suddenly become so strong? Zhang Yi inquired. The whispers of Qin Guan's inability to sense spiritual energy after 3 years had spread throughout the sacred ground's 81 peaks. How could such a person suddenly transform into someone formidable? Because I am a genius. Qin Guan exclaimed with a grin. 3 years without sensing spiritual energy. And you still call yourself a genius? Zhang Yi scoffed. Are you not aware that 3 years of silence can lead to an astonishing emergence, just as 3 years of dormancy can result in soaring to great heights? Very well, I am curious to see just how remarkable you can become and how high you can soar. But do not falter before you even take flight. Zhang Yi retorted with a cold laugh, turning to leave. Even if Qin Guan had reached the pinnacle of the refinement body stage, achieving it after 3 years was abysmally poor talent. The notion of soaring high was laughable. Once Zhang Yi departed, Qin Guan began his cultivation. At Qinghuan Peak, where the spiritual energy was dense, he commenced his practice, drawing in vast amounts of energy from the surroundings, enveloping the courtyard in a misty white fog of spiritual energy. As he sat cross-legged, a massive vortex formed around him, his body fervently absorbing the ambient spiritual energy to refine the bones in his right hand. The skeletal structure supports the body. Stronger bones can unleash even more terrifying power. Before long, a robust figure clad in black, resembling a bear, appeared in the courtyard before the main hall of Qinghuan Peak. Junior Xiong Yuma, greetings to the peak master of Qinghuan. The black-clad man clasped his fists. What brings you here? A cold voice emerged from within the hall, belonging to Shi Yifei. I have heard that senior brother Qin Guan has officially embarked on the path of cultivation, so I have come to challenge him, Xiong Yuma declared. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura surged from the hall, pressing down upon him and forcing him to his knees. Do you take my disciple's lack of strength lightly? Shi Yifei's voice was icy. I do not dare. I am willing to give senior brother Qin Guan 1 year. We shall compete after a year. Though kneeling, Xiong Yuma straightened his back and spoke resolutely. His motivation stemmed from a sense of injustice. Why could Shi Yifei accept a disciple like Qin Guan, who had no cultivation talent, while rejecting him, who had knelt at Qinghuan Peak for 3 days and nights? He possessed the great strength diamond body, a true cultivation genius. How could he be inferior to the so-called waste that was Qin Guan? Even after joining another peak, this incident remained a torment in his heart. He yearned for a chance to defeat the disciples of Qinghuan Peak to prove his worth. However, with only 3 disciples at Qinghuan Peak, the other 2 were too formidable. His gaze fell solely upon Qin Guan, who, alas, was a cultivational failure, unable to step into the refinement body stage after 3 years. To strike against an ordinary person was not his style. By chance, he encountered Zhang Yi within the sect and learned that Qin Guan had surprisingly reached the 3rd stage of the refinement body. Thus, he came to issue a challenge. Why wait a year? Half a year will suffice. Qin Guan emerged from the courtyard, clenching his fists as he regarded Xiong Yuma. The latter sought to defeat him, but Qin Guan equally desired to overcome his challenger. Xiong Yuma had once insulted his master, stating, "Your master's judgment and her appearance are at 2 extremes, utterly short-sighted. I shall ascend step by step to the pinnacle. I will not only surpass your senior brothers and sisters, but also her, and I will stand upon her to demonstrate how foolish her rejection was." His resentment towards Qin Guan, who had been favored by the master, lingered in Qin Guan's heart. When he heard Xiong Yuma's challenge, he immediately accepted, motivated by the anger and disdain he felt towards his opponent. In truth, this was but one reason. Another was the sect's criticism of his master's decision to accept him, a so-called waste. He aimed to utilize this contest to demonstrate to everyone that he was not a waste, that his master had not erred in her choice. Very well, as the esteemed Qin Guan has articulated, we shall determine our fates in 6 months' time. A cold smirk danced upon Xiong Yuma's lips. This is a choice you have made, so do not blame me. He was determined to vanquish Shi Yifei's disciple before the eyes of all, rendering her utterly humiliated. At that moment, the oppressive force that had weighed upon Xiong Yuma dissipated. However, before he could exhale a sigh of relief, an unseen power surged from the grand hall, and with a swift motion, his figure was sent hurtling from the plaza of Qinghuan Peak, plummeting from the towering heights. Terrified, Xiong Yuma felt his soul leave his body and immediately attempted to harness his spiritual energy to ascend, only to discover that his internal energy had been bound and could not flow. Ultimately, he crashed to the base of Qinghuan Peak with a resounding thud. Who could this be? The tremendous noise attracted the attention of passing disciples, who approached to find a vast pit, within which a figure was comically inverted, embedded at its center. Chapter 5. Senior Sister Jiang Luoli. Gifts from fellow disciples on Qinghuan Peak. The voice of Shi Yifei echoed within the main hall. Do you know what cultivation level he possesses? How dare you accept his challenge? Regardless of his cultivation level, I shall accept. Even if I suffer defeat, I will take a few bites out of him, Qin Guan declared, his fists clenched. The disparaging words directed at his master and the humiliation he endured could no longer be tolerated. Previously, he had been incapable of cultivating, but now that he had the ability, he was determined to avenge this grievance. He is a practitioner of the 3rd realm, the Minghai realm. You should be aware of the disparity between the body refinement realm and the Minghai realm. In half a year, you will progress, but so will he. It will be exceedingly difficult for you to defeat him, Shi Yifei cautioned. I understand, but my words are final. Qin Guan replied solemnly. Very well, you are indeed my disciple. If you can reach the body refinement realm in half a month's time, aside from the rewards from the sect, I shall present you with an additional gift. Thank you, master. Returning to his small courtyard, Qin Guan resumed his cultivation. If only I had some body refinement pills. Although his cultivation speed was already rapid, he believed he could accelerate it further, and the pills would greatly enhance his progress. Regrettably, there were regulations within Lingxiao Holy Land that stated disciples could only obtain the resources necessary for their cultivation through their own efforts. Masters were forbidden from gifting resources to their disciples. A greenhouse cannot nurture 1,000-year pine, nor can a courtyard produce 1,000-mile steed. Some overly indulgent masters provided their disciples with all necessary resources, resulting in disciples who, despite possessing formidable cultivation, lacked true combat prowess. Thus, within Lingxiao Holy Land, disciples seeking cultivation resources could only acquire them by completing sect tasks or engaging in various competitions. This was precisely why Shi Yifei did not provide Qin Guan with any resources. However, executing sect tasks could take anywhere from a few days to half a month or longer. Knowing that his master would require his assistance in a few days, Qin Guan abandoned the notion of going out to complete tasks. In the following 3 days, Qin Guan devoted the majority of his time to cultivation, and his efforts bore fruit. The bones of his right arm had transformed into a lustrous white akin to mutton fat jade, radiating a soft, ethereal glow. As he clenched his fists, he could distinctly feel that the strength contained within his right arm surpassed that of his left by several folds. Simultaneously, following a few days of anticipation, news of Qin Guan's agreement with Xiong Yuma had spread. Fearing that Qin Guan might retract his statement, Xiong Yuma had boisterously proclaimed their impending duel after leaving Qinghuan Peak, leading numerous disciples from the 81 peaks of the Holy Land to learn of this matter within just 3 days. However, most regarded it with amusement. Even if Qin Guan were to break through to the body refinement realm, the gap between him and Xiong Yuma was simply too vast to compare. On one particular day, a petite figure dressed in a light green long dress, with twin ponytails, appeared in the square of Qinghuan Peak. Junior brother? Have you missed your senior sister after such a long time? Upon landing, Jiang Luoli joyfully exclaimed as she approached Qin Guan's small courtyard, only to sense the powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from within. Her expression darkened. Who is in Junior Brother's courtyard? Her diminutive form transformed into a green flash, gracefully leaping through the air, and she soon materialized within Qin Guan's courtyard. Upon seeing her junior brother at the center of the spiritual energy vortex, Jiang Luoli's eyes widened in disbelief. Has Junior Brother begun to cultivate? Sensing her presence, Qin Guan opened his eyes. Senior sister, you have returned. He smiled as he rose. Jiang Luoli was not tall. On tiptoe, she just reached Qin Guan's chest. Despite her slender frame, she possessed alluring curves, and her round, rosy, cherubic face complemented her ponytails, rendering her exceedingly adorable. Junior brother, you can finally cultivate. Jiang Luoli exclaimed, her joy palpable. Qin Guan nodded. A few days ago, while master was imparting teachings to me, I gained enlightenment and suddenly broke through. That's wonderful. From now on, we can cultivate together and undertake tasks together. Jiang Luoli jubilantly leaped, her ponytails bouncing adorably. Then I shall rely on senior sister to continue looking after me. Qin Guan chuckled. Rest assured, with me around, no one dares to bully you. Jiang Luoli confidently patted Qin Guan's shoulder. Was your task outside successful, senior sister? Of course it was successful. I even brought you a gift. Jiang Luoli exclaimed, retrieving a spirit beast from her pet pouch. Instantly, a massive figure nearly 1,000 feet long hovered above the courtyard, casting a shadow and exuding an overwhelming presence. What is this? A dragon? Senior sister, where did you capture a dragon from? Qin Guan gazed in astonishment at the enormous creature that shimmered with a silvery sheen. This is not a dragon, it is merely a Jiao dragon. However, it is not far from transforming into a true dragon. Moreover, it possesses spatial powers, making it incredibly swift and elusive, quite difficult to handle. My senior brother and I expended considerable effort, ultimately employing a magical artifact to capture it. Initially, I intended for it to serve as your bodyguard due to your lack of cultivation, but I did not expect you to have already broken through to the body refinement realm. Nevertheless, this creature is powerful and can still protect you. Junior brother, just tell me if you like it. If not, I'll simply slay it and make soup. Qin Guan laughed. Of course I like the gift from senior sister. The fact that both senior brother and sister had to join forces to subdue it indicated that its strength was indeed formidable. Having such a powerful companion would undoubtedly save time in future sect tasks. Hey, you Jiao Dragon. Aren't you going to come down and acknowledge your master? Jiang Luoli shouted, hands on her hips. Acknowledge a master? Him? A mere fledgling in the body refinement realm? You might as well kill me. The silver Jiao Dragon glared disdainfully at Qin Guan, its silver-hued eyes reflecting its contempt. If it were to recognize a strong master, that would be acceptable. However, this individual was far too weak. If it were not for the 5 golden rings binding it, preventing it from channeling its internal spiritual energy, even a single breath from it could obliterate Qin Guan. Qin Guan recognized the golden rings as one of his senior brother's magical artifacts, the Lingguang's soul-locking ring. Once ensnared, an enemy would instantly lose their combat capability. It was an exceptionally powerful tool. What did you say? You dare to look down upon my junior brother's cultivation level? This young lady informs you that to be favored by my junior disciple is indeed a stroke of fortune for you. Should you fail to recognize this blessing, do you believe I would hesitate to extract your Jiaolong gene? Jiang Luoli's expression darkened as she spoke. Extract my Jiaolong gene? Do you possess the capability to do so? Humph, 2 despicable individuals. If not for your magical artifacts, could you possibly capture me? The silver Jiaolong snorted disdainfully, exuding an air of arrogance and defiance. However, Qin Guan suddenly interjected, stating, let us make a proposition. If you can withstand a single strike from me without descending to the ground, I shall grant you your freedom. Otherwise, you will obediently acknowledge me as your master. What say you? Is this statement genuine? The Jiaolong inquired, its eyes glimmering with interest as it gazed down at Qin Guan. Junior disciple. This Jiaolong is immensely powerful. Even when my master brother and I joined forces, we struggled to subdue it for quite some time, ultimately relying on our magical artifacts to secure victory. How could you, a mere practitioner of physical cultivation, hope to defeat it in a single blow? Rest assured, elder sister, I possess my own ingenious methods. Qin Guan replied with a smile. Very well, in any case. He cannot stir up much trouble atop Qin Guan Peak. Jiang Luoli nodded and promptly withdrew the spiritual light of the artifact, intrigued by the means her junior brother would employ to bring the Jiaolong to the ground with a single strike. After all, the opponent was never one to make empty boasts. Ha, I am finally free. With the suppression of the magical artifact lifted, the Jiaolong immediately began to move, its massive form swirling and tumbling through the air, releasing a raucous laughter. Its body appeared to be forged from silver, every scale shimmering with a radiant silver gleam, exuding an aura of unparalleled majesty. Come forth, young physical cultivator. I shall allow you the first move, and I am eager to witness how you intend to make me descend. A smile graced Qin Guan's lips as he suddenly leaped into the air. Chapter 6. Yunyao's Submission, Jiang Luoli. Little junior brother, you are so handsome. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, a 100-meter-long chaos black dragon materialized in midair. Its body was entirely obsidian, resembling steel forged in fire, exuding a dark sheen. Each scale was intricately inscribed with mysterious and ancient chaos runes, as if each scale contained an entire chaotic realm within. Its inky mane flowed from its neck to its tail, swaying like waves in the wind, emanating an infinite aura of chaos. This was the Chaos Sacred Dragon. In stark contrast to the bald body of the Jiaolong, there were evident differences between the two, from the dragon's whiskers to its horns and claws. Although its size was significantly smaller than that of the silver Jiaolong, the pure and terrifying majesty emanating from its form instantly caused the Jiaolong to emit a terrified cry, its massive body collapsing helplessly from the sky into the pond below. The true dragon exerted an absolute dominance over the Jiaolong in terms of life hierarchy, let alone Qin Guan, the sacred dragon. How about it? Will you acknowledge me as your master and become my steed? Are you still unconvinced? Qin Guan inquired, gazing down at the Jiaolong in the pond. Little junior brother can actually transform into a dragon? Jiang Luoli exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment, her mouth agape as if it could hold an egg. The Jiaolong roared in an attempt to soar into the sky, but under the overwhelming might of Qin Guan's Chaos Sacred Dragon, it lacked any strength to resist. For the dragon race, the suppression of life hierarchy was utterly terrifying, and a Jiaolong could never raise its head in the presence of a true dragon. I concede, I surrender, I am willing to submit. The Jiaolong managed to utter feebly. A smile spread across Jiang Luoli's face. Look at you. So arrogant just now. You dared to look down on my little junior brother, and now you are obedient, aren't you? Qin Guan floated in midair, flexing his dragon claws. This was his first transformation into the Chaos Sacred Dragon, and at that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, even surpassing his strength in human form. It seemed that the true might of the Chaos Sacred Dragon could only be unleashed in its dragon form. Observing the Jiaolong suppressed in the pond, Qin Guan retracted his sacred dragon form and descended to the ground. As the dragon's majesty dissipated, the Jiaolong regained its vigor. Junior brother, what kind of physique do you possess? You can actually transform into a dragon? Jiang Luoli asked curiously. My master said this is the Chaos Sacred Dragon Physique. Chaos Sacred Dragon Physique? I have never heard of it, but it must be an incredibly powerful constitution. No wonder you are my little junior brother, capable of awakening such a formidable physique. From now on, if anyone dares to say you are inferior to ordinary physiques, let me slap them, Jiang Luoli declared, raising her delicate fist. Hey, Jiaolong, why aren't you bringing your head over here for my little junior brother to inscribe a soul imprint? Why are you lacking in self-awareness? No need for that, if he truly submits. What does it matter whether there is an imprint or not? Qin Guan replied indifferently. The Jiaolong lifted its head, gazing at Qin Guan, feeling a stirring within. To inscribe a soul imprint meant that life and death rested in the hands of the inscriber, and Qin Guan's actions undoubtedly conveyed great respect. Following him might not be a bad choice. Moreover, he could transform into a dragon, making him half of the dragon race. Thus, recognizing him as master was not shameful. Therefore, the Jiaolong willingly declared, I accept my defeat. My name is Yun Yao, and I am willing to serve my master. Qin Guan nodded, a smile gracing his face. From now on, you shall remain at Qingluan Peak to cultivate. I will summon you when needed, but remember, the main hall is my master's residence. Do not enter without summons. Understood. Yun Yao nodded and soared to the courtyard outside, beginning its cultivation in the open space at the entrance. The cultivation environment at Qingluan Peak was far superior to its previous cave dwelling, an unexpected opportunity for it. Inside the courtyard, Jiang Luoli gave Qin Guan a thumbs up. As expected of my little junior brother, you managed to make this Jiaolong willingly submit to you. Although Big Brother captured it using a treasure, it had been quite defiant, cursing us for being despicable and shameless. Using treasures to win unfairly. I had planned to ask Master to intervene to make it submit, but I didn't expect you to achieve it yourself. You are truly impressive. Not at all. It was merely that my physique happened to restrain it. In terms of strength, a single breath from it could easily end my life. Qin Guan chuckled. Yet, my little junior brother possesses this capability, doesn't he? Who else could restrain it? Having such a powerful spirit beast as a mount is immensely beneficial. Sometimes, sect missions require traveling great distances, and if one's cultivation is lacking, the journey itself can consume a lot of time. With Yun Yao as a mount, you can save time and complete more tasks or use it for cultivation, allowing you to advance ahead of others. Qin Guan nodded in agreement. Sister, you are absolutely right. I had thought the same. By the way, has Big Brother not returned yet? He still has tasks to complete and will likely be delayed for a while. Capturing this Jiaolong took quite a bit of time. After chatting for a while, Jiang Luoli departed to submit her mission and exchange for cultivation resources. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Qin Guan gazed at the massive creature leisurely cultivating on the ground, a smile blooming on his face. Despite having once been a useless cultivator, his master, brother, and sister had always treated him well, never looking down on him for his inability to cultivate. Ironically, his betrothed, Song Yingxia, who had promised eternal vows, had already looked down on him after only a few months in the sacred land. Song Yingxia, the next time we meet, I will surely leave you in awe. Qin Guan clenched his fists. Before long, Jiang Luoli returned to Qingluan Peak, bringing with her a bottle of top-tier body refining pills. Qin Guan accepted them without hesitation, as he was in urgent need of resources to enhance his strength. Whether for the upcoming contest in 10 days or the decisive battle with Xiong Yuma in 6 months, he needed to bolster his abilities. Moreover, the contest would involve all disciples of the Lingxiao sacred land, including ordinary disciples, elders, peak masters, and even disciples of the sect leader. Consequently, each contest would see the emergence of many exceptionally strong talents, not to be underestimated. As a body-refining pill entered his stomach, Qin Guan immediately began to operate his cultivation technique to refine it, drawing upon the energy of the pill to strengthen the bones in his left hand. The exquisite body refinement pill brought back by Jiang Luoli is of the highest quality. Each pill is imbued with an immense and pure energy, devoid of any impurities, allowing for effortless absorption. Its efficacy surpasses that of absorbing spiritual energy by several folds. As twilight descended, Jiang Luoli joyfully approached Qin Guan, exclaiming, "Junior brother, I plan to visit my dear friend at Yunxia Peak. Would you care to join me?" Of course, after several days of relentless cultivation, it is time to take a breather. Qin Guan replied as he stepped out of the courtyard, calling out, "Come along, Yun Yao. Let us make our way to Yunxia Peak." As the two ascended atop Yun Yao, the magnificent silver dragon soared into the sky, flying towards Yunxia Peak under Qin Guan's guidance. Standing atop the dragon, Qin Guan, clad in flowing white garments, with his dark hair gently swaying, felt the breeze caress his handsome visage. Gazing down upon the vast sea of clouds, he experienced a surge of emotions. Though he had witnessed many cloud seas, today's spectacle appeared particularly magnificent. At that moment, Jiang Luoli looked up at Qin Guan, a smile gracing her lips. "Junior brother, you look so handsome." Qin Guan chuckled. "I'm glad you think so, senior sister. How sweet. One might mistakenly believe you are soulmates." Yun Yao scoffed, finding their banter quite cringeworthy. Chapter 7. Yunxia Peak, the prodigy Gu Yan, the prize above the sea of clouds. Yun Yao carried Qin Guan and another individual as they soared towards Yunxia Peak, occasionally spotting other cultivators weaving through the cloud sea. Before long, a majestic mountain radiating hues of dawn appeared before Qin Guan, resembling an island suspended amidst the clouds. With a resonant dragon's roar, Yun Yao executed a spatial leap, his enormous form instantly materializing above the square of Yunxia Peak. The atmosphere at Yunxia Peak was bustling, teeming with disciples, in stark contrast to Qinghuan Peak, which housed only 3 disciples. In the square before the main hall of Yunxia Peak, disciples were engaged in sparring, drawing a considerable crowd with their cheers ringing out continuously. The sudden arrival of Yun Yao naturally captured the attention of the onlooking disciples. What a magnificent dragon! Some disciples marveled at the silvery-scaled Yun Yao. Qin Guan and his companion leapt gracefully from the dragon's head and landed in the square. Luoli. Among the watching disciples, a striking young woman clad in a flowing crimson gown, her long black hair cascading down to her waist, stepped forward with a bright smile. Linger. Jiang Luoli greeted her warmly, stepping forward to clasp her hands tightly, as if they were sisters who had not seen each other in ages. "Luoli, what have you been busy with lately? It's been nearly half a year since you last came to find me. I visited Qinghuan Peak several times, yet you were not there. What else could I be doing? Aside from cultivating, I have been executing sect missions. I only just returned this morning, and here I am looking for you." "Greetings, senior sister Ling," Qin Guang said with a smile, cupping his fists in respect from behind Jiang Luoli. He had heard Jiang Luoli speak of their relationship, which dated back to before they joined the sacred land, when they lived in the same city and were inseparable friends. Their bond only deepened after joining the sacred land. "Junior brother Qin Guang has also arrived," Linger remarked, surveying him with bright eyes. "You've finally stepped into the body refinement realm. It hasn't been an easy journey. Yet, despite your limited cultivation, your audacity is commendable, daring to challenge Xiong Yuma after half a year. Are you not aware that he is a third realm cultivator?" Jiang Luoli interjected, puzzled. "What challenge against Xiong Yuma? Are you unaware, senior sister? I just returned today and am not informed of many matters." "Well, there have been rumors circulating that Qin Guang is to duel Xiong Yuma in 6 months," Linger informed. "Is that true, junior brother?" Jiang Luoli turned to Qin Guang. Qin Guang nodded. "Indeed, I personally agreed to it. However, senior sister need not worry. I will surely defeat him, and Master is aware of this as well." "Master knows as well? Then it should be fine. I believe you, junior brother, will certainly prevail," Jiang Luoli said, nodding with a smile. After all, junior brother's awakened physique is extraordinary, and his cultivation speed is remarkably swift, so crossing realms to battle is undoubtedly within his capabilities. Confidence is admirable, yet excessive confidence borders on arrogance. Cultivators must let their strength do the talking, not mere bravado. A voice laced with disdain resonated from the center of the square. Qin Guang turned to see a tall, imposing young man in purple standing with his arms crossed, a smirk gracing his lips as he looked down upon Qin Guang. This individual was none other than Gu Yan, one of the disciples who had just sparred. Qin Guang merely smiled and chose not to engage with him. It was futile to argue now, as the truth would reveal itself in 6 months. However, Zhang Luoli was not pleased and frowned. What? Do you look down upon my junior brother? Gu Yin laughed disdainfully. Breaking through the body refinement realm in 3 years is hardly impressive. Who are you? I do not recall seeing you before. Zhang Luoli replied, cracking her knuckles and regarding him with an amused smile, her protective instincts flaring at the audacity to belittle her junior brother in her presence. Merely a newcomer, I have been at Yunxia Peak for half a year, my cultivation at the peak of the third realm. While that may not be extraordinary, it far surpasses that of a certain individual who took 3 years to achieve the same. Even a genius like myself would not dare challenge a third realm cultivator, yet he, a mere 3-year breakthrough to the body refinement realm, dares to entertain such notions. Truly, he is oblivious, unfazed by Zhang Luoli's stance. Gu Yin remained confident, believing that he could not be bullied on his own turf. I believe we have no grievances, do we? Qingguang asked, maintaining his composure. None. I merely know of your reputation as a waste, and your audacity to overestimate yourself displeases me. Gu Yin replied without hesitation. Dare you call my junior brother a waste? I'll teach you a lesson. Zhang Luoli's expression turned cold as she prepared to strike, only to be stopped by Qingguang. He stepped forward to confront Gu Yin, standing merely a few meters apart. Achieving the third realm in 3 months. Does that make you a genius? Indeed, possessing the Zhuyang sacred body, I am a true genius even within the entirety of Lingxiao's sacred land. I see a fervor in your eyes. Do you wish to become my follower? I can assure you, you are not worthy. Gu Yin sneered. Follow you? You overestimate yourself. Since this esteemed senior brother acknowledges your genius, I humbly seek your guidance. Would that be acceptable? Qingguang replied, his demeanor calm. Guide you? Huh. A waste who took 3 years to break through the body refinement realm believes he deserves my guidance? You must be delusional. Gu Yin retorted. If you do not dare, then keep your mouth shut and do not disturb my mood. What did you say? Gu Yin's expression darkened, his gaze sharpening. Either engage in a spar with me, or be silent. I have little patience for empty rhetoric. Empty rhetoric? Fine. I had no intention of battling a waste like you, as even a victory would hold no merit. However, if you desire punishment, I shall oblige. Gu Yin's anger surged as he prepared to strike. Stop. At that moment, Qingguang intervened. What else do you want? Gu Yin trembled with rage, his face turning pale. I find this contest rather dull. Let us wager something of value. I happen to possess a bottle of exquisite body refinement elixir. If I lose, it shall be yours. What say you? Qingguang proposed with a smile. From a distance, Linger exclaimed in surprise, Luoli, does your junior brother truly believe he can defeat Gu Yin? In the awareness of the opponent possessing the formidable Zhuyang Xingti. Daring to propose a wager is either an act of audacity or folly. Zhang Luoli smiled. I have faith in my junior disciple. However, Linger remained speechless. Mere faith could not determine the outcome of a battle. Haha, I have encountered foolishness before, but never to such an extent as yours. Since you wish to willingly present this exquisite body refining pill to me, I shall not hold back. Gu Yin laughed heartily. Producing a bottle of supreme body refining pills. For disciples in the body refining realm, acquiring a bottle of such premium pills is no simple task. It requires the completion of numerous sect missions to exchange for one. Given his talent, with ample resources, he could have achieved the completion of the third realm of body refining in less than 3 months. However, due to his commitment to executing tasks for the sect to earn contribution points, he spent over 2 months. Otherwise, he would have already transcended into the second realm of Xianxiao. Thus, upon encountering Qingguang's supreme body refining pill, a cold smile crept upon his face. This represented a considerable sum of contribution points. After entrusting the wager to Zhang Luoli and Linger for safekeeping, Gu Yin eagerly sprang into action. His legs erupted with power, weaving multiple afterimages as his body surged forward like a predatory beast. Striking towards Qingguang's chest with a decisive palm, he aimed to vanquish this perceived weakling with unparalleled force. Otherwise, the news of his defeat would tarnish his reputation as a genius. Observing the swift approach of Gu Yin, Qingguang grinned, meeting the assault with a palm of his own. Chapter 8. Crushing the Genius Brother. 3 years in the east, 3 years in the west. In the blink of an eye, 2 hands collided with a resounding thud. Gu Yin felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm, sweeping over his entire body and causing him to tremble violently, involuntarily retreating. Witnessing Gu Yin being pushed back, the onlookers widened their eyes, voicing their incredulity. Gu Yin, a prodigy possessing the Zhuyang holy body and at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, should not have been so easily repelled, even by Qin Guan, who was also at the same level. As Qin Guan steadied himself, he casually tucked his left hand behind his back and flicked his right hand's index and middle fingers, chuckling. Genius, brother. Please continue. Ah, Qin Guan, you worthless fool. Gu Yan, stung by the provocation, felt a rush of heat to his face and unleashed another fierce assault. Mizong hand. He executed the martial technique, his hands dancing as illusions multiplied, as if countless hands were simultaneously striking at Qin Guan. Just a flashy display, utterly ineffective. Qin Guan responded with a straightforward and forceful approach, his target clear. He swung his fist toward Gu Yan's chest, unable to discern the reality of Gu Yan's myriad hands, but certain that his body was undeniably real. In that fleeting moment, both combatant strikes landed upon each other, producing a thunderous sound. However, Qin Guan remained steadfast, virtually unyielding, while Gu Yan stumbled backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Gu Yan had unleashed his martial technique, yet still found himself outmatched by Qin Guan. How could this be possible? Especially as Qin Guan maintained a nonchalant demeanor, seemingly exerting minimal effort. Not far away, Horlinger gasped in astonishment. She was well aware of Gu Yan's formidable strength, which made him an unrivaled opponent within the same realm. Otherwise, he would not possess such confidence. As Gu Yan lay on the ground, Qin Guan advanced, leaping into the air to deliver a kick toward him. Yet, enduring the excruciating pain, Gu Yan slammed his palms against the ground, propelling his upper body upward while swiftly pushing off with his feet, gliding backward just as Qin Guan's foot struck the ground. The protective barriers of the square prevented the ground from being blasted into a crater. Feng Lei Palm. At the moment Qin Guan's kick missed, Gu Yan halted his movement, using his feet as a pivot, leaning forward as he forcefully struck the ground, charging toward Qin Guan, his palms rapidly slapping together, generating a cacophony reminiscent of thunder and wind. Do you dare to come again? Qin Guan's gaze darkened. Yet he, as before, made no defensive maneuvers, intensifying the power in his fist as he hurled it forward. Bang! Once again, their strikes collided almost simultaneously. A crack echoed. The sound of Gu Yan's rib breaking resonated as he was sent flying backward, crashing into the ground, while Qin Guan merely swayed slightly, the disparity between them glaringly apparent. The onlookers stood transfixed, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. The Zhejiang holy body Gu Yan had been defeated by Qin Guan in a crushing manner. As Qin Guan approached Gu Yan, a voice suddenly rang out. Do not harm my junior brother. A figure, previously observing the battle, suddenly struck out with a palm toward Qin Guan, their hand radiating crimson spiritual energy, exuding a searing heat. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. Jiang Luoli gasped, eager to intervene. But the distance was too great for her to act in time. However, Qin Guan reacted swiftly, issuing a low shout as he summoned his internal power, delivering a punch that unleashed a sonic boom. Boom. As fist met palm, a tremendous noise erupted, and a powerful wave of spiritual energy swept through the vicinity, obliterating the assailant's hand and transforming it into a cloud of blood mist. Ah! Chun Hao screamed as he fell to the ground. The outcome far beyond his expectations. Yet, before he could steady himself, he felt a sharp pain in his neck as he was lifted off the ground by Jiang Luoli. Who is this despicable and shameless person? Surely, your Yunxia Peak does not cultivate such disciples? Jiang Luoli said, her voice cold and serious. Qin Guan glanced at the individual, noting their pale skin, round face, and unkempt beard, yet he did not recognize them. Luoli, show some mercy. This person is indeed one of our Yunxia Peak disciples. Horlinger interjected hastily. While the behavior was undeniably contemptible, they could not simply allow him to be killed. Moreover, Jiang Luoli would face repercussions from the sect for slaying a disciple. How could your Yunxia Peak produce such a morally bankrupt disciple? To ambush under the bright sun? If it weren't for my junior brother's formidable strength, who knows what consequences that palm strike could have had? Jiang Luoli's voice was laced with chill. It is our failure to properly discipline our disciple. This is our mistake. I, on behalf of Yunxia Peak, apologize to junior brother Qin Guan. Horlinger stated, her face stern. The emergence of such a disciple was indeed a source of embarrassment for her, as it was well known that Qin Guan would never harm Gu Yan's life at Yunxia Peak. Chun Hao's reckless actions brought shame upon them all. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she glanced between Chun Hao and Gu Yan, her lips twitching. Sister Linger, Mere verbal apologies will not suffice. That strike would have left me severely injured, if not dead, Qingguan declared. What do you propose, junior brother Qingguan? How about this? Considering your relationship with Sister Luoli, a bottle of exquisite Kaiqiao Dan, and we shall let this matter pass. Agreed, just one bottle of exquisite Kaiqiao Dan. Hualinga nodded. Kaiqiao Dan is a potent elixir valuable for those in the second realm of the immortal aperture stage, aiding practitioners in swiftly opening their immortal apertures. While precious, it was not of great significance to Yunxia Peak. Sister, it's fine now. Sister Linger has apologized to me. Please let him go, Qingguan urged. Jiang Luoli maintained her cold demeanor. Only because you sustained no injuries. Otherwise, I would not so easily spare his life. At that moment, Hualinger leaned in to whisper something in her ear, and Jiang Luoli's expression shifted. What? You two actually share a romantic bond? How revolting. With that, she hurled Chun Hao toward Gu Yin, forcefully wiping her hand, which had gripped his neck, against Hualinger's vibrant skirt. Ah, don't dirty my clothes. Hualinger swiftly evaded the attack. Get away. Gu Yin forcefully pushed Chun Hao aside, enduring excruciating pain as he rose. That is his unrequited affection. My sexual orientation is perfectly normal. You are being excessive, genius brother. The other party risked his life to save you. How can you be so heartless? Shouldn't you swiftly carry him back to the bedroom to tend to his injuries and deepen your bond? Qingguan jested. Qingguan, silence yourself. Gu Yin bellowed. But upon witnessing the disdainful gazes of the surrounding disciples, he let out a frantic, desperate scream and ultimately fled in a disheveled and frenzied manner. No, Gu Yin, junior brother. Chun Hao lay on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he watched Gu Yin depart. He had sacrificed so much for him. How could he be so callous as to abandon him? Meanwhile, Jiang Luoli and Hualinger approached after washing their hands with spiritual water. Hualinger handed Qingguan a top-grade body refining pill and a bottle of premium enlightenment pill. Observing the elixirs in his hands, Qingguan smiled, realizing that he could now cultivate rapidly for the foreseeable future. I never expected your strength to be so formidable. It truly astonishes me. Could it be that you were concealing your true abilities? Hualinger remarked. Before engaging in battle, she had viewed Qingguan as arrogant. But now he seemed shrouded in mystery. It is known that only exceptional disciples qualify to enter the 81 peaks of Lingshao Sacred Land, and only geniuses can become disciples of the peak masters. Chun Hao not only possessed the fire spirit body, but had also opened 5 celestial orifices in the second realm. Moreover, his palm had channeled spiritual power. It was remarkable that Qingguan could shatter such a hand with a single punch. My master's teachings have suddenly enlightened me. After 3 years in the East and 3 years in the West, having remained dormant for so long, it is time for me to shine. Chapter 9. The shock of the Yunxia Peak indeed. After today, no one on Yunxia Peak will dare to label you as a waste. Hualinger exclaimed joyfully. The defeat of the Jiuyang Sheng Ti by Gu Yin and Chun Hao, who possesses the Hualing Ti, showcases an extraordinary talent beyond measure. In that moment, the gazes of the surrounding disciples towards Qingguan shifted dramatically, transforming from disdain to awe. Subsequently, Jiang Luoli and Hualinger, 2 close friends who had not seen each other for half a year, strolled hand in hand around Yunxia Peak, with Qingguan and Yun Yao trailing a short distance behind. Accompanying women on leisurely outings truly is the most tedious endeavor. Yun Yao grumbled. Have you ever accompanied a woman? Qingguan inquired. Never. My ambition is to transform into a dragon. I shall not allow women to impede my cultivation speed. I merely find it exceedingly dull. Yun Yao retorted. Qingguan smiled in silence. By evening, the trio returned to Qingguan Peak. On the way back, atop the head of the Jiaolong, Jiang Luoli asked, Junior brother, how much strength did you employ against Gu Yin, the Jiuyang Sheng Ti today? I sense that you did not seem to exert your full power. Indeed, I did not. Perhaps only 1/5 of my strength. Qingguan contemplated. Jiang Luoli was astonished, gazing at Qingguan in disbelief. The Jiuyang Sheng Ti is an exceedingly powerful physique. Those who possess such a body are exceptionally rare in the same realm, capable of overwhelming most. It seems, junior brother, your chaotic Sheng Long Ti must be beyond imagination. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to possess such formidable physical strength. Jiang Luoli remarked. The master claims this is a legendary physique. A legendary physique? Hiss. After their departure from Yunxia Peak, the peak master summoned her direct disciples, including Hualinger and Gu Yin. What were your feelings regarding today's battle? The peak master inquired, gazing at Gu Yan. Clad in a simple long robe and wielding a silver whisk, she resembled a Taoist priestess. Disciple acknowledges my fault. I have brought shame upon you, master. Gu Yan knelt, lowering his head. Shame is of little consequence. Victories and defeats are commonplace among cultivators. Tell me, where did you err? The peak master asked. I should not have looked down upon everything merely because I possess a powerful physique. Correct. Recognizing this truth indicates that today's battle has benefited you. The universe teems with countless prodigies, and special physiques abound like the stars in the sky. If one becomes arrogant merely due to possessing a powerful physique, they may ultimately find their strength a double-edged sword. Just as you underestimated Qin Guan because of the Jiao Yang Sheng Ti, he defeated you with the cultivation of the second realm of body refining, and that is the consequence of your arrogance. The peak master asserted. What? Qin Guan is at the second realm of body refining? Hua Linger exclaimed in astonishment, while Gu Yan's pupils involuntarily contracted. He had assumed they were of the same realm, only to discover that his opponent was indeed a whole minor realm lower, delivering yet another blow to his already wounded pride. The peak master nodded. In the Yugu realm, he has only tempered his palms. The other bones remain unrefined. Hua Linger was shaken, finding it hard to believe. Master, what sort of physique does Qin Guan possess? How can his body be so formidable? He has not yet revealed the manifestations of his physique. It remains unclear. But it is undoubtedly a terrifying one. Therefore, do not confine yourself by your physique. If you embed the belief that it is everything in your heart, encountering those with stronger physiques may lead to trepidation before battle, which is detrimental for a cultivator. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Qin Guan resumed his cultivation. With the assistance of the superior body refining elixir, his cultivation speed accelerated significantly compared to his previous absorption of spiritual energy. Before long, an entire night passed, and Qin Guan finally completed the refinement of his right arm. It was not until the next morning that he washed up and rested, for today marked the 5th day of his agreement with his master, and he must maintain a good condition. As expected, around noon that day, the voice of Shi Yifei resonated in his ears. Upon entering the grand hall, he noticed that a pink mist began to emanate from her body once more, a result of the toxins within her. Qin Guan was curious about who had poisoned his master. The moment she saw Qin Guan, Shi Yifei's graceful form trembled involuntarily, her usually cold gaze now filled with a dreamy affection, embodying what it means to have enchanting eyes. Taking a deep breath, Qin Guan summoned his courage to approach Shi Yifei, who was seated on a cushion, and pulled her into his embrace. At that moment, Shi Yifei felt utterly soft and pliable. As she was drawn into his arms, she wrapped her hands around his neck, her sleeves slipping to reveal a pair of jade-like arms tinged with a rosy hue. Disciple, I beg of you. Shi Yifei exhaled softly, her breath fragrant. That tender voice, combined with the influence of the pink mist, ignited a heat within Qin Guan. I am willing to serve my master. He swept her fragile form into his arms and carried her towards the bed. While assisting his master in dispelling the poison, Qin Guan remained vigilant of the changes in the myriad goddess records within his mind. As their dual cultivation progressed, a golden light appeared beside the image of Shi Yifei on the first page, initially no larger than a needle tip and almost negligible. However, as time passed, the light grew larger, gradually forming a rippling golden energy sphere akin to a water orb. The longer their dual cultivation continued, the more of this mysterious energy was accumulated. Qin Guan narrowed his eyes. If that is the case, I must take this seriously. Soon, half an hour passed, and the pink mist surrounding Shi Yifei began to weaken significantly. Another half hour later, the pink mist completely vanished, and although her dreamy eyes had cleared, they still shimmered with a spring-like glimmer, while Qin Guan did not cease his efforts. Ultimately, after an hour, Qin Guan succumbed, for it is said that only exhausted oxen tire the fields, and cultivators grow increasingly resilient with the enhancement of their cultivation. Once Qin Guan concluded, Shi Yifei donned her clothes and departed from the bed. The next time shall be approximately a month later. Shi Yifei's voice echoed. That long? Qin Guan blurted out, realizing the impropriety of his words only after they had escaped his lips. However, Shi Yifei merely cast her a glance, refraining from placing any blame. The most arduous period had already passed, and the intervals of time would gradually lengthen. Yet, it would take nearly 10 attempts to completely eradicate this toxin. Rest assured, Master, this matter is entrusted to your disciple. I shall ensure that not a trace of this poison remains. Qin Guan declared, thumping his chest. Shi Fei's expression darkened. Get out. Understood. Qin Guan swiftly exited the grand hall. This youth's pace of cultivation is indeed astonishing. Having only embarked on the path of cultivation for 5 days, he has already begun to refine his bones. Is this the terrifying power bestowed by the dual legendary physiques? Even among geniuses, under abundant resources, it typically takes about a month to reach perfection in a minor realm. For ordinary cultivators, the time required is even longer. In contrast, Qin Guan's speed is almost unimaginable. Aside from the endowment of dual legendary physiques, Shi Fei could hardly conceive of any other explanation. Meanwhile, upon returning to his small courtyard, Qin Guan opened the Chronicles of the Divine Maidens. Chapter 10. The Perfection of the Body Refinement Realm. Yao Feng, senior brother, lend me some contribution points. The duration of this dual cultivation session was approximately twice as long as the previous one, and the golden energy sphere beside Shi Fei's portrait was also twice its original size. When Qin Guan concentrated his thoughts on the energy sphere, it instantly shattered into countless golden streams of light that surged into his body. In that fleeting moment, he felt a tingling warmth engulfing his entire skeleton, reminiscent of his usual training. As Qin Guan gazed inward, he observed the unrefined bones beginning to emit a hazy glow, enveloped by the enigmatic golden energy that emerged from the Shi Shin Lu as they underwent refinement. Roughly half an hour later, all the bones in his body had transformed into a lustrous, jade-like brilliance. The body refinement realm was perfected. Qin Guan clenched his fists, overwhelmed by the terrifying power coursing within him. The mysterious energy from the Shi Shin Lu was astonishingly formidable. It had refined the remaining bones in merely half an hour. This efficiency surpassed even that of the finest body refinement pills. Previously, with the aid of pills, he believed his cultivation speed was already unimaginable. Yet this mysterious energy obtained through dual cultivation was several magnitudes more potent than the effects of the pills. At that moment, he sensed a scorching aura emanating from his internal organs, tingling with sensations. Upon inward observation, his organs were enveloped in a golden glow, undergoing refinement. The energy gained from this dual cultivation was twice as abundant as before. Even after refining his bones, a substantial amount still remained, now actively refining his organs. The realms of Jin Shui Yugu Li Tsang correspond to the 3 minor stages of the body refinement realm, and at this moment, his body was undergoing the refinement of the 3rd stage. Approximately an hour later, the energy was completely exhausted. His internal organs shimmered like glass, radiating a blend of golden, azure, black, red, and yellow hues, corresponding to the 5 elemental attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Liu Li Tsang was perfected, and this was truly marvelous. Feeling the power within him, Qin Guan could not help but smile with joy. Song Yingsha, do you see this? The achievement you took 3 months to attain, I accomplished in merely 5 or 6 days. A genius? Huh. A genius is but a threshold for me. Qin Guan tightened his fists, recalling the humiliation he had suffered during the divorce. Ascending to the heavens while bending down to be mortal? Who truly ascends, and who remains mundane? Song Yingsha, we shall see. The following morning, Qin Guan boarded the Yun Yao towards Yao Feng, one of the 81 peaks of the sacred land. This was the place where the sect exchanged pills and where surplus pills could be converted into contribution points. Qin Guan still possessed several exceptional body refinement pills, which were only effective for those in the body refinement realm, and since he had reached perfection in that realm, these pills had lost their utility. He intended to exchange them for contribution points, which could later be used for other cultivation resources. Yao Feng was magnificent and awe-inspiring, with a massive black alchemical furnace suspended above the peak, the treasure of the Yao Feng master. It was said that this furnace was sentient. Simply tossing the corresponding herbs into it would result in automatic pill creation, a true marvel. Even from a distance, Qin Guan could smell a rich aroma of alchemy wafting from the furnace. Yao Feng was one of the most frequented peaks in the sacred land, attracting all alchemists and a steady stream of disciples coming to exchange pills daily. Upon arriving at the square, Qin Guan navigated effortlessly towards the palace for returning pills. He was not unfamiliar with this place, having visited it previously with Jiang Luoli and others, thus smoothly exchanging his pills for contribution points. After the previous consumption, he had a total of 8 body refinement pills left, which garnered him 800 contribution points, duly recorded in his disciple identity token for future use. 12 exceptional body refinement pills had only refined a single arm. Such consumption was indeed alarming. Even geniuses like his senior brothers and sisters would find a single bottle of these pills sufficient to refine their entire skeletal structure, with some left over. His formidable strength was built upon an immense accumulation of resources. The sheer quantity of resources required for the body refinement realm was staggering, and he could hardly fathom the resources necessary for future cultivation. If only he had a dual cultivation partner. The mysterious energy birthed from the Xinu Lu was incredibly useful, surpassing even the finest elixirs. However, finding a partner should occur naturally. One cannot simply pair with any woman for dual cultivation, as not everyone is worthy of becoming his companion. Shaking his head, he cast aside these chaotic thoughts. As Qin Guan exited the grand hall, he was suddenly grasped tightly by a hand on his shoulder from behind. Turning around, he frowned at the man gripping him. "Do you require something? You must be Qin Guan, senior brother?" The man inquired with a smile. He was a lean, tall individual, appearing to be in his 20s, with deep-set eyes and a high, curved nose reminiscent of an eagle's beak, evoking discomfort. "I am Wang Xiao," the man introduced himself. "Is there something you need?" "It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to borrow some contribution points from you, senior brother Qin Guan. After all, holding on to them serves no purpose for someone like you, who cannot cultivate, does it?" Wang Xiao chuckled. "What a nuisance, leave," Qin Guan retorted coldly. The man's demeanor did not suggest he was merely requesting points. It felt more like an attempt at coercion, especially with the grip on his shoulder. Had it been in the past, his shoulder would have suffered injury. Thus Qin Guan showed no kindness. Why must senior brother Qin Guan be so cold and distant? After all, contribution points are of no use to a waste like you who cannot cultivate. It would be better to hand them over to me for practical use, wouldn't it? Besides, you surely do not wish to experience again the feeling of being trampled by Xiong Yuma, do you? That would not only be humiliating for you, but would also tarnish the reputation of your esteemed master, known as the first beauty of the Northern Dipper. So I advise you to be sensible." Upon Wang Xiao's words, Qin Guan's shoulders suddenly jolted, forcefully shaking off the man's grip. "I will say this once more, leave," Qin Guan declared with a cold expression. No wonder he exudes such confidence. It turns out he has successfully broken through to the body refinement realm. Achieving this milestone in just 3 years is indeed no small feat, since senior brother Qin Guan is unwilling to relinquish his contribution points. "Allow me to experience your esteemed skills." With that, he unexpectedly struck his palm towards Qin Guan's chest. He felt no trepidation regarding the identity of his opponent as a disciple of the peak leader. Sparring among disciples is quite common. Watching the radiant white spiritual energy emanating from his opponent's palm, Qin Guan's expression darkened as he retaliated with a swift palm strike of his own. The two palms collided, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. Wang Xiao let out a pained cry as his body was sent hurtling into the grand hall behind him, crashing to the ground. "My arm." He clutched his right arm, astonished. His opponent had actually shattered his arm with a single strike? How could this happen to a cultivator who had opened 14 celestial orifices in the Xianqiujing? Just then, Qin Guan entered the hall, approached Wang Xiao, and, with a smile playing on his lips, said from his elevated position, "You are Wang Xiao, are you not? I would like to borrow some contribution points from you." Chapter 11. Yao Feng, Fu Ling, playing the role of a Dao partner? Moments later, Qin Guan exited the grand hall with a hearty laugh, leaving Wang Xiao seething in impotent rage. "My contribution points. My 3,122 contribution points." Qin Guan, Wang Xiao bellowed, his face contorted with fury. The contribution points he had painstakingly amassed over half a year had been entirely snatched away by his opponent, leaving him with none. He had originally hoped to exchange these points for Kaiqiao Dan to expedite his journey towards opening his celestial orifices. Laughter erupted from the surrounding disciples. "Haha, this is truly a case of stealing a chicken only to lose the rice." Attempting to rob someone else as contribution points, and ending up robbed himself is indeed a grand joke. Faced with the mockery of those around him, Wang Xiao felt too embarrassed to remain and fled from Yao Feng in a frenzy. "Qin Guan, one day I shall reclaim all my contribution points along with interest." After leaving the grand hall, Qin Guan skillfully made his way to a secluded area deep within Yao Feng, where spiritual herbs were cultivated. From a distance, he spotted a young woman in a light green dress tending to the medicinal plants in the field. She bent over, her slender fingers, as delicate as white jade, gently caressing the spiritual herbs before her. her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, resembling a young maiden in the fields. Fu Ling, it has been a long time. Upon seeing her turn to look, Qin Guan waved in greeting. Is it really you, junior brother Qin Guan? Indeed, it has been quite a while. What brings you to visit your senior sister today? Fu Ling looked up, revealing a charming face adorned with a subtle smile, small and exquisite. I happen to have some matters to attend to at Yaofeng, and thought I would drop by to see you. Qin Guan replied with a smile. Fu Ling was originally the foremost disciple of Qin Guanfeng, but later awakened a rare medicinal spirit body, a trait that marks one as a natural alchemist. To nurture her talent, Shi Yifei had sent her to Yaofeng. A year ago, she had gifted Qin Guan a priceless medicinal herb that could aid one in embarking on the path of cultivation. Although it ultimately proved ineffective, Qin Guan cherished her kind gesture in his heart. You are quite thoughtful, junior brother. Fu Ling remarked with a smile, observing Qin Guan. Stepping onto the path of cultivation has seemingly transformed you. You no longer bear that prior sense of melancholy and appear invigorated. How did you know that I have begun my cultivation? Qin Guan asked, surprised, for he had only formally started a few days prior. The recent sparring match between you and Xiong Yuma has been the talk of the town. Junior brother, you are quite reckless to have agreed to spar with him. He possesses the third tier of the Life Sea realm. Even though you have now officially begun your training, catching up to him in just 6 months is nearly impossible. Fu Ling cautioned. With a confident smile, Qin Guan replied, Do not worry, senior sister. I have my own ways to deal with him. Just come to observe when the time comes. When he initially agreed to spar with Xiong Yuma, he had indeed acted impulsively, driven by a desire for revenge for having been trampled underfoot. However, he now felt at ease. Very well. Since you are so confident, I shall refrain from saying more. I may not be able to assist you directly, but if you need any medicinal pills, I can certainly provide you with some. Qin Guan chuckled and said, To be frank, I do indeed require some top-grade Kaiqiao Dan. The second tier, the Xianxiao realm, necessitates the opening of 365 celestial orifices within the body. Each orifice can store a considerable amount of spiritual power, but they require the stimulation of spiritual energy to be opened, a process that is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. If I had medicinal pills to aid me, it would certainly ease the burden. Although he had received a single vial of top-grade Kaiqiao Dan from Yun Xiaofeng, it was hardly sufficient for his needs, particularly given the terrifying rate at which he consumed resources. One vial was merely an appetizer. Ah, so you came here seeking medicinal pills. I had thought you simply missed your senior sister. Fu Ling teased, a hint of playfulness in her eyes. How could that be? I genuinely missed you, senior sister. The medicinal pills were merely a secondary thought. Qin Guan laughed, explaining. I was just joking. Fu Ling said with a smile, handing Qin Guan 3 vials of top-grade Kaiqiao Dan. Having a senior sister who is an alchemist is truly wonderful. Qin Guan exclaimed. 3 vials of top-grade Kaiqiao Dan. I wonder how many contribution points are needed to exchange for these. It would take quite some time to earn them through tasks. Just as long as you understand, you must treat me well in the future, all right? Fu Ling replied with a gentle smile. Am I not good to you? You have not visited me in such a long time and dare to claim you treat me well? Qin Guan replied helplessly. I have only recently begun my training, and it was not easy for me to make my way to Yaofeng. How about this? As compensation, I will stay with you today. How does that sound? No, you need to focus on your preparations. Do not let yourself be defeated by Xiong Yuma. Fu Ling laughed. No worries, senior sister. These 3 vials of top-grade Kaiqiao Dan will sustain my training for a long time. While they were engaged in cheerful banter, a tall young man clad in a blue robe appeared at the edge of the medicinal field. Upon seeing Fu Ling smiling and conversing with someone, his brow furrowed. She had always treated him with indifference, yet here she was, displaying such warmth in front of another, which stirred a sense of discomfort within him. Nevertheless, Wei Feng approached with a smile, greeting. Hello, senior sister Fu Ling. Why have you come again? Did I not mention that I do not wish to see you lately? The smile on Fu Ling's face faded, and her expression turned icy upon seeing him. I am merely concerned about that matter regarding you, senior sister, and hope to alleviate your worries. Wei Feng grinned. There is no need. I have already found someone I admire. There is no need for you to worry, Wei Feng. Fu Ling replied flatly. Who? It cannot possibly be him. Can it? Wei Feng's expression darkened as he turned his gaze toward Qin Guan, his eyes sharpening with scrutiny. Whoever it is has nothing to do with you. Fu Ling retorted coldly. Young man, I advise you to be wise. Some matters are better left untouched, as you cannot bear the consequences. Wei Feng glared at Qin Guan in a low voice. Under the oppressive gaze, Qin Guan felt quite displeased and replied with a smile. And if I am? Wei Feng's piercing gaze intensified as he asked, Who are you? State your name. Qin Guan Feng, Qin Guan. Qin Guan replied. Qin Guan. Ha ha. I thought you were someone of importance. Turns out you are that useless Qin Guan. Senior sister Fu Ling, you actually allowed this waste to pose as your Dao partner? Are you jesting with me? Wei Feng scoffed disdainfully. Dao partner? Qin Guan was taken aback as he glanced at Fu Ling, initially believing that she sought assistance with some task. To his surprise, it turned out she intended to play the role of a Dao partner. Silence. Qin Guan has already entered the body refinement realm and officially embarked on the path of cultivation. Should you dare to label him a waste once more, beware of my wrath. Fu Ling's voice was frigid. Having ascended to the body refinement realm in a mere 3 years, should I then regard him as a genius? Wei Feng scoffed. Those who can join the Ling Shao sacred ground possess extraordinary talents. Most can sense spiritual energy and smoothly break through to the body refinement realm within half a month. Yet Qin Guan took 3 years to achieve this. How could he not be considered a waste? However, upon witnessing Fu Ling's icy demeanor, Wei Feng tactfully shifted the conversation. Senior sister Fu Ling, I hope you will ponder this carefully. Qin Guan, who has just entered the body refinement realm, is no match for Nangong Xiangtian. Only a genius like myself can contend with him. Taking Qin Guan along will only lead to humiliation. How to proceed is not for you to concern yourself with. Fu Ling replied sternly. Very well, should you reconsider your stance, do not hesitate to seek me out. With these parting words, Wei Feng departed. Senior sister, what is happening? Why is there a need for someone to play the role of a Dao partner? And who is that Nangong Xiangtian? Qin Guan inquired in confusion. Chapter 12, Devotion? Breaking through the Xianxiao realm, how dare you boast about impersonating my Dao companion when you know nothing? Fu Ling chuckled lightly. Don't mention pretending to be a Dao companion. Even if I were to truly take on the role of a senior sister, what would I have to fear? Qin Guan replied boldly. Be my Dao companion? You dream. Fu Ling's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained. Nan Gongxiang Tian is a direct disciple of a peak master from the Miao Miao sacred land. His status is on par with yours. Just a few days ago, our family received a letter stating that he intends to propose to our family, and the intended bride is me. Although my family is against it, the Nangong family is far more powerful than ours, and under their pressure, my family had no choice but to consent. However, they have secured me an opportunity to resolve this matter independently. If I am stronger than Nangong Xiangtian, I can take the initiative in this affair. But you know I am not adept at combat and could never be his match, so I need someone to impersonate my Dao companion to fight on my behalf. That is why Wei Feng has approached me multiple times. Upon hearing this, Qin Guan understood the intricacies of the situation. It seemed that Wei Feng, eager to play the role of Fu Ling's Dao companion, was likely one of her suitors, hoping to use this opportunity to draw closer to her. Do you still dare to claim you are my Dao companion? Fu Ling laughed. Why should I be afraid? It's just Nangong Xiangtian, and I will handle it for you. Qin Guan replied confidently. Junior brother, you, a mere refinement realm cultivator, dare to speak so boldly? If you were to break through to the Xianxiao realm, you would surely tear the heavens apart. Fu Ling smiled gracefully. Although she doubted Qin Guan could match Nangong Xiangtian, his attitude brought her comfort, proving her affection for him was not in vain. My confidence stems from my capabilities. Rest assured, I will take on the role of your Dao companion. Qin Guan declared with a smile. Fu Ling replied earnestly. Here's the deal. If you can break into the top 100 of the Xianxiao realm competition in a few days, I will consider allowing you to impersonate my Dao companion. Otherwise, I will seek assistance elsewhere. Top 100 in the Xianxiao realm? What if I break into the top 10? Qin Guan asked with a grin. Top 10? Fu Ling was taken aback. Did she underestimate the talents of the sacred land? Nevertheless, she smiled and said, Then I shall indeed allow you to be my Dao companion. And if I secure first place, does that mean you will truly devote yourself to me? Qin Guan teased. What? You little rascal, do you dare to suggest I should devote myself to you? Are you looking for a fight? However, if you truly achieve first place, I might consider it. Fu Ling's radiant smile came with a playful tone. Deal. I will hold you to that promise. Prepare yourself for devotion. Qin Guan chuckled. Fu Ling shook her head with a laugh. First place in the Xianxiao realm was utterly impossible. For the rest of the day, Qin Guan stayed at the Yao Peak, assisting Fu Ling in tending to the spiritual herbs in the fields. It was not until dusk that he returned to Qinghuan Peak. As he departed, Fu Ling informed him that he could seek her out for medicinal pills, as she was a skilled alchemist with plenty to offer. Qin Guan nodded in agreement. Who wouldn't he cherish having such a sister? Although the sect had regulations prohibiting masters from providing cultivation resources to their disciples, mutual gifting among disciples did not contravene any rules. Upon returning, he began preparing to break through to the Xianxiao realm. Although Shi Yifei had initially set his goal at the third rank of the refinement realm, she had underestimated Qin Guan's advantages. Thanks to their dual cultivation, his cultivation progressed remarkably, and within a few short days, he achieved perfection in the refinement realm, an astonishing rate of improvement. Thus, his new objective was no longer the refinement realm rankings, which posed no challenge to him, but rather the rankings of the Xianxiao realm, as they were fundamentally similar. Seated in the meditation room, Qin Guan began to comprehend the locations of the Xianxiao within his body. The first step in opening the Xianxiao. For someone with his extraordinary talents, this posed little challenge. Before long, several hours passed, and he sensed the position of the first Xianxiao. With the ingestion of a premium opening pill, a surge of power erupted within him, rushing towards his dantian and materializing into a swirling vortex of energy, marking the site of his initial Xianxiao. However, the energy from a single premium pill was insufficient to open his Xianxiao, a situation he had anticipated, as the consumption of resources had already manifested during his refinement realm cultivation. Subsequently, he consumed a second, a third, ultimately devouring 10 opening pills before successfully opening the Xianxiao. As a brilliant light flickered in his abdomen, a vast space of approximately 10,000 meters appeared within his Dantian Xianxiao, pristine and ethereal, resembling a celestial realm, while the surroundings remained chaotic and indistinct. Staring at his Xianxiao, Qin Guan marveled. My initial Xianxiao space is astonishingly vast. It surely rivals the complete Xianxiao of many cultivators. Once a Xianxiao is established, it requires continuous cultivation to reach fullness. The larger the Xianxiao, the greater the capacity for storing spiritual energy, thereby enhancing combat effectiveness. Yet, Qin Guan's nascent Xianxiao already exceeded the dimensions of many complete Xianxiao, a realization that brought him ease despite the considerable resource expenditure. A single bottle of premium opening pills would suffice for even the most talented cultivators to establish several Xianxiao. He then activated the Da Yu Zhao Hua Jing, fervently absorbing and refining the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The air crackled with energy as it surged around him, akin to ocean waves, drawn into Qin Guan's being and subsequently refined into his Xianxiao. This immense commotion caught the attention of Shi Yifei within the grand hall. Her bright eyes, akin to stars, gazed toward Qin Guan, and she was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "Xianxiao realm? How is this possible? He has broken through to the Xianxiao realm in just a few days?" Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Even with ample resources, it typically took talented individuals around 3 months to break into the Xianxiao realm. Yet Qin Guan had achieved this in mere days, far beyond Shi Yifei's comprehension. What she did not realize was that Qin Guan's rapid advancement was significantly owed to her guidance as his master. According to the conventional path of cultivation, even with the assistance of an exquisite body refining pill, given Qin Guan's insatiable demand for resources, coupled with the necessity of undertaking tasks for his sect, it would be utterly improbable for him to break through to the immortal aperture realm within 3 months. However, the extraordinary energy birthed from dual cultivation was remarkably immense, facilitating his rapid advancement. Possessing 2 unparalleled physiques, the amount of energy required for his breakthrough was expected to be colossal. Thus, one would assume that his cultivation speed would be rather sluggish. Yet, he achieved his breakthrough with astonishing swiftness. Despite her own exceptional cultivation and extensive knowledge, she could not fathom the underlying reasons for this phenomenon. As Qin Guan continued to absorb and refine spiritual energy within his immortal aperture, the previously empty space began to manifest with spiritual energy. Influenced by his 2 unique physiques, the energy within his immortal aperture was a pitch-black, chaotic essence. In a short while, the immortal aperture was completely filled with this dark, chaotic energy, and as he persisted in his cultivation, the immortal aperture expanded further under the pressure of the spiritual energy. For several consecutive days thereafter, Qin Guan remained in seclusion to cultivate, emerging only when the battle for the sequence commenced. Chapter 13. Does Shi Xiong of Qingluan Peak, the monument, Chen Chu little junior brother, have you broken through to the Xianxiao realm? In a few days, Qin Guan emerged from his seclusion and, upon learning of his participation in the competition for the Xian Xiao realm's rankings, Jiang Loli displayed a look of bewilderment. Qin Guan nodded. I just broke through a few days ago. How did you manage to achieve such a rapid breakthrough? Jiang Luoli exclaimed in astonishment. It had only been a matter of days since he advanced from the body refinement realm to the Xian Xiao realm. Perhaps it is due to the prolonged period of silence, leading to a sudden surge of strength, Qin Guan replied, knowing he could not disclose the truth about his dual cultivation sessions with his master. That may be so, but with your capabilities, little junior brother, you might still secure a commendable position, Jiang Luoli remarked with a smile. After all, he had previously faced Chen Hao, who possessed 5 Xian Xiao and was considered a genius with a fire spirit body, head-on during his time in the body refinement realm. Rankings are secondary. What truly matters is the opportunity to engage with those prodigies. A tall figure clad in a green robe, carrying a long sword on his back, approached them. When did the Da Shi Xiong return? Qin Guan inquired, gazing at the green-robed man. This individual was none other than Ming Jian, the Da Shi Xiong of Qinghuan Peak. His demeanor was stern, moving with an air of an unparalleled celestial sword, exuding a sharp aura. Yesterday, Ming Jian replied, regarding Qin Guan with a nod of approval. Xian Xiao realm, very commendable. You have not disappointed Master S' expectations over these past 3 years. He had heard from Jiang Loli upon his return and felt gratified as the elder brother. Thanks to the meticulous care from my senior brothers and sisters over these 3 years. Qin Guan expressed with gratitude. There is no need for such formality among brothers. Ming Jian's expression remained impassive, his emotions concealed. Qin Guan had grown accustomed to this demeanor, as he treated everyone and everything with the same countenance. You have come back specifically for the competition, haven't you? Qin Guan asked. Ming Jian nodded, primarily to spar with other geniuses of the same realm. Little junior brother, the competition for the Xian Xiao realm occurs but once a year, a gathering of exceptional talents. Winning or losing is secondary. Cherish the opportunity to battle those prodigies. I have heard from Loli that you possess an exceptionally rare and terrifying physique, so engage in combat with those geniuses. Only through battle can you unleash the full potential of your physique. Having just broken through to the Xian Xiao realm, Qin Guan did not expect to achieve remarkable results. He merely hoped to gain experience during the competition. I will, Qin Guan affirmed, and the 3 of them then departed Qinghuan Peak aboard the Jiao Long. Ming Jian gazed at the silver Jiao Long beneath them and remarked, perform well, should the opportunity arise. I shall procure some dragon blood to assist in your transformation. He had not anticipated that Qin Guan could command this powerful Jiao Long to serve willingly. Upon hearing this, Yin Yao immediately felt invigorated. Transforming into a dragon had long been his aspiration. Since I have acknowledged him as my master, I shall follow his commands even through fire and water. Ming Jian nodded, recognizing that with this Jiao Long by Qin Guan's side, future sect missions would require significantly less time. Before long, Ming Jian and Jiang Loli transformed into 2 streaks of light, soaring in different directions. Their realms differed, leading them to distinct destinations, while Qin Guan proceeded towards the martial arts arena designated for disciples of the Xian Xiao realm. Though he had reached the Xian Xiao realm and could now manipulate spiritual energy to fly, his speed paled in comparison to Yun Yao's. Moments later, a colossal floating island appeared before Qin Guan, shrouded in swirling clouds, with a heavenly ladder leading up to it. Disciples were seen climbing the ladder to reach the island. On the island was an enormous circular plaza, already bustling with numerous disciples upon Qin Guan's arrival. All present were of the Xian Xiao realm, making this the arena exclusively for their kind. Upon observing someone arriving on a dragon, many gazed upon Qin Guan with envy. To possess such a formidable mount in the Xian Xiao realm indicated an extraordinary background. Is that him? The waste from Qinghuan Peak, who could not cultivate. Some disciples recognized Qin Guan. What is he here for? To join the commotion? Perhaps to flaunt his mount and make us envious. I'll admit, I am indeed envious of his mount, but I do not envy him, the incapable waste. Many disciples cast disdainful glances at Qin Guan. As many of them struggled with their own progress, they often consoled themselves by comparing their journeys to Qin Guan's, thus making his reputation quite notorious. Yin Yao observed the contemptuous expressions of those disciples and smirked inwardly, thinking they would soon be proven wrong. Qin Guan, naturally, heard their words and saw their expressions, yet remained unperturbed, having learned not to concern himself with the opinions of the insignificant. The past 3 years, although devoid of cultivation, had significantly honed his temperament, rendering the mockery of these trivial individuals inconsequential. At this moment, his gaze fell upon a towering white monument standing at the center of the plaza, inscribed with a myriad of names, the names of the top 100 disciples in the Xianxiao realm. Each name was accompanied by their cultivation level, serving as a reference for challenges for any disciple of the Holy Land. Having one's name immortalized on this monument was the utmost honor, for it also signified substantial rewards. Without contention, rewards would be claimed by others, allowing them to progress faster. In cultivation, one must strive against the current or risk stagnation. Even with a calm disposition, no one could remain indifferent to such rewards, and Qingguan was no exception. He examined the cultivation levels of the names on the monument, noting that all possessed 365 xianxiao. However, some names were marked with a sword and spear icon, indicating ongoing challenges. Simultaneously, the monument projected a massive white light screen hovering above it, displaying the names of many disciples, the top 1,000. Among these 1,000, only the top 10 were designated as Xianzi, their names glowing in gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance that was hard to overlook. Is the 1,000th ranked disciple already at over 300 xianxiao? The competition is indeed fierce. Qingguan exclaimed in awe. Some names shimmered in a striking crimson hue, representing those who had successfully challenged opponents of higher ranks. As he prepared to summon his disciple token and engage in battle, a voice suddenly called out, "Qingguan, wait." Qingguan halted his movements and turned to the source of the voice. A tall young man clad in black approached with an imposing presence, his long hair standing upright, hands clasped behind his back, and his head held high, exuding an air of confidence as he strode towards Qingguan. Although Qingguan did not recognize the young man, he immediately identified the sinister-looking figure standing behind him. "Qianxiao, is there something you wish to discuss?" Qingguan inquired with an air of indifference. "Qingguan, why do you feign ignorance? Return my contribution points immediately, or you shall find it exceedingly difficult to leave this place unscathed." Qianxiao shouted, his finger pointed menacingly at Qingguan, taken aback by their unexpected encounter. "Oh, and what can you do about it?" Qingguan replied with a smirk. "Brother Qin, for my sake, please return my brother's contribution points. It is no easy feat for us to amass such points. If you return them, I shall consider this matter as if it never occurred." Chen Chu interjected, his tone icy. "Absolutely not, brother. He dared to seize my contribution points. He must repay them doubly." Chen Xiao retorted with a dark expression. "Silence." Chen Chu commanded sharply, causing Chen Xiao to shrink back, silenced by the rebuke. His efforts to accumulate contribution points were arduous, and thus, this was his justification for stealing mine? Qingguan scoffed coldly, turning his gaze to Chen Chu. "Moreover, who are you that I should accord you any respect?" Chapter 14. The unyielding Chen Chu. In the first battle of the sequence, Chen Chu's expression suddenly turned cold. "I do not wish to bully you, considering your connection to the Peak Master, but do not force my hand. At that point, returning your contribution points will be the least of your worries. Indeed, I should seize all of his contribution points." Chen Xiao chimed in. "If you wish to strike, feel free to try, but consider the consequences." Qingguan replied solemnly. "Consequences? Do you think your Peak Master and your senior brothers and sisters will come to your aid? You won't need them to deal with me. I merely suggest you contemplate whether your contribution points will be taken before you make a move." Qingguan chuckled. "Ha ha ha, take my contribution points? Just you? Very well, I did not wish to bully you, but this is your choice. Do not blame me. Since you have come here, you must possess the strength of the Xianxiao realm. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess." In an instant, Chen Chu's figure darted like a specter before Qingguan, his palm radiating pure white spiritual energy as he struck towards Qingguan's chest with fierce determination and unparalleled swiftness. My goodness, Chen Chu is truly making a move. Qingguan is at least a direct disciple. Does he not fear inflicting serious harm and incurring the wrath of the protective senior brothers and sisters from Qinghuan Peak? Someone gasped in astonishment. After all, Chen Chu was a disciple who had opened over 50 xianxiao. How could Qingguan possibly withstand him? Indeed, the next moment, Chen Chu's radiant palm struck Qingguan's chest with a resounding thud. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qingguan's body remained utterly unmoved, defying expectations of him being sent flying without any resistance. What? Chen Chu was taken aback, unable to believe that his strike had been thwarted. Though he had only used 70 to 80% of his strength, it should have been beyond Qingguan's capacity to withstand. At that moment, Qin Guan narrowed his eyes and seized Chen Chu's arm, lifting him effortlessly and swinging him through the air before slamming him down onto the ground. With a resounding crash, Chen Chu's body collided with the earth, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Before he could react, Qin Guan grasped his arm again and hurled him into the air, sending him crashing down once more. After several such exchanges, Qin Guan finally tossed him onto the ground and delivered a kick to Chen Chu's abdomen, propelling him away into the crowd. At that moment, all eyes were on Qin Guan, and everyone was dumbfounded. Was this truly the Qin Guan they had known as a waste? How could Chen Chu, who had opened over 50 xianxiao, possess no power to resist before him? As for Chen Xiao, he was already paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably, afraid to utter a sound lest Qin Guan set his sights on him. Weren't you the one who looked down on Qin Guan before? Called him a waste? Now, how does it feel to have your face slapped? Outside the island, Yun Yao chuckled at the stunned disciples. Qin Guan approached Chen Chu, who lay on the ground clutching his abdomen, and with an indifferent gaze, coldly stated, "Hand over your contribution points." Despite the fact that the blow had not severely harmed him, that final kick had dealt significant damage. "Dream on if you think you can have my contribution points." Chen Chu gritted his teeth. For them, the significance of contribution points was immense. It had taken him a considerable amount of time to accumulate them, and he could not possibly hand them over. Qin Guan grinned. "You have two options. Either surrender your contribution points or be rendered powerless. Choose wisely. I shall grant you 10 seconds to ponder." "Qin Guan, how dare you?" Chen Chu's eyes blazed with fury. "Do you believe I would hesitate? As long as I do not endanger your life, it is not against the sect's rules. And speaking counts as time." Qin Guan retorted with a smile. Chen Chu, filled with reluctance, let out a furious roar to the heavens. Ultimately, he had no choice but to painfully transfer over 5,000 contribution points from his identity token to Qin Guan. The importance of contribution points over cultivation was self-evident. Without strength, one should not intercede for others. Qin Guan coldly chuckled, relishing his victory as he turned to leave. Wait. Just as he took a few steps, Chen Chu's voice rang out once more. "What? Do you still have contribution points?" Qin Guan inquired, turning back. "I merely wish to know your cultivation level." 2 xianxiao. 2. Impossible. How could you only possess 2 xianxiao? How can someone with such strength have merely 1 xianxiao? Chen Chu shouted in disbelief. "I see. You are trying to undermine me. You must be saying this to belittle me. Your cultivation must exceed 50 xianxiao. Otherwise, you could not possess such power." Qin Guan offered no explanation and turned toward the towering stone monument standing in the center of the square. He gazed up at the massive light screen floating above the monument and directed his identity token towards the name of the disciple ranked 1000th. That individual had a cultivation of 318 xianxiao. Although Qin Guan was confident, he was uncertain about the strength of those on the leaderboard, so he prepared to test the waters first. As his identity token made contact with the name, he was enveloped in a brilliant white light, and his figure vanished from the square. In that fleeting moment, Shi Yifei from Qinghuan Peak, with eyes as luminous as stars, radiated a white halo as she gazed toward the stone monument space. To challenge someone on the leaderboard. His cultivation must far exceed mine. It is not merely 2 xianxiao. This fellow is pretending to be weak to rob me of my contribution points. How despicable! Chen Chu exclaimed in anger. At that moment, Qin Guan found himself in another space, reminiscent of an ancient city, yet in ruins, with crumbling walls and no intact structures. Only the remnants of war spread across the land, and a decaying atmosphere pervaded the air. Before Qin Guan, a translucent figure stood 100 meters away. This was his challenge target. Though it was merely a projection and not the actual entity, it possessed the same strength and combat experience as the original. Combat begins. As a voice echoed through the space, the phantom figure darted toward Qin Guan with lightning speed. What astonishing speed! They must have employed some form of movement technique. Qin Guan's eyes narrowed slightly, and under the flickering flames surrounding him, the shadow appeared almost ghostly. However, as soon as his opponent made a move, a surge of inky black, chaotic spiritual energy erupted from his right fist. At that moment, his adversary had already appeared before him, launching a punch aimed squarely at his face. Qin Guan raised his hand to counter, and their fists collided with a resounding impact. In that instant, two distinctly contrasting waves of spiritual energy shot skyward, transforming the entire battlefield into a stark dichotomy of black and white. Yet, It was not long before Qin Guan's spiritual energy was overwhelmed by his opponent's force. Despite the vastness of his celestial aperture and the suppressive nature of his chaotic spiritual energy against that of other cultivators, the disparity in the number of celestial apertures was insurmountable, placing them in entirely different realms. With a thunderous boom, his opponent's pristine white spiritual energy enveloped Qin Guan, seemingly sealing the outcome of their confrontation. However, in the next heartbeat, accompanied by a deafening explosion, the white energy surrounding Qin Guan erupted, scattering like fireworks into a myriad of brilliant white sparks. Even the shadow before him was sent flying by Qin Guan's powerful punch. At this moment, there was no trace of chaotic spiritual energy on his fist, only the sheer might of his physical strength. My confidence in coming here does not stem from my celestial aperture, but from my corporeal form. Qin Guan's voice echoed with a profound resonance. Chapter 15. Rising Rankings, Generous Rewards, and the astonishment of many in terms of spiritual power. He naturally could not compare to his opponent, as the disparity in the number of dual cultivation spirit apertures was too vast. There was no chance of triumph in a contest of spiritual strength, which is precisely why he had not learned any martial techniques. In this situation, the only option was to rely on sheer force to break all methods. After he repelled his adversary, the opponent charged at him once more. This time, he formed a hand seal, and in an instant, a beam of pure white light, condensed from spiritual energy, shot towards Qin Guan, evidently a martial technique. Break! Qin Guan exclaimed softly, swinging his fist to meet the attack. With a thunderous boom, the beam erupted upon impact with his punch. In the next moment, he unleashed a surge of power from his legs, propelling himself forward to initiate an assault on his opponent. Just as he moved, the figure across from him struck down with a palm, and as it descended, a massive white spiritual palm imprint rushed to suppress him. However, the only response was Qin Guan's simple yet forceful punch, which shattered the palm imprint into a cascade of spiritual light. Seeing that his martial technique could inflict no damage, the figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, circling around Qin Guan in search of an opportunity to strike. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning, and combined with his semi-transparent form, he became elusive and indistinct, making it nearly impossible for the naked eye to discern his movements. Any practitioner at the second level of the spirit aperture realm would find it utterly impossible to capture his figure. At last, the figure encircling Qin Guan suddenly launched an attack from behind. A fist imbued with spiritual energy aimed at his back. At that moment, Qin Guan summoned all his strength, delivering a punch that collided with his opponent's fist. The sheer power of his physical might sent the adversary flying. As the opponent was propelled backward, Qin Guan swiftly followed, raining down a flurry of punches upon him. In just a few strikes, he obliterated the semi-transparent form of his opponent. Victory! As he gazed at the dissipating shadow, a smile broke across Qin Guan's face. The opponent's speed was indeed remarkable, but such deceptive tactics held no sway over Qin Guan. At that moment, his eyes manifested a second pupil, intertwined with chaotic runes, allowing him to perceive his opponent's figure with clarity. Yet, despite his ability to see through the opponent's movements, the latter employed a martial technique of extraordinary speed, making it impossible for Qin Guan to give chase. He could only await the opportune moment to strike. As the enemy's figure shattered, a grand voice resonated throughout the space. Victor! Qin Guan. In an instant, a brilliant white beam of light descended from above, enveloping Qin Guan. At that moment, he felt all the energy expended during battle miraculously restored. Before him appeared 5 vials of top-grade Kaiqiao Dan, the reward for defeating his opponent. 5 vials of top-grade Kaiqiao Dan, quite satisfactory. Qin Guan nodded, pleased with this reward. After all, he had merely achieved the 1000th rank. For every 100 ranks he ascended, he would receive another reward, which would grow increasingly substantial. If he could rise from the 1000th position to the first, the rewards would be immensely gratifying, aligning perfectly with Qin Guan's aspirations. He required an abundance of resources for his breakthrough, and relying solely on Shiji Fulling would not suffice. He needed to seize every opportunity presented by the sect's various activities to accumulate resources and enhance his practical experience. At that moment, as the announcement echoed, the name of the individual ranked 1000th on the plaza suddenly transformed, displaying Qin Guan's name and cultivation level in glaring red. The color red signified a challenge against higher ranks, and thus, the instant Qin Guan's name appeared, it captured the attention of many. However, when the crowd beheld Qin Guan's cultivation level, they were left utterly astonished. Second level of the spirit aperture realm? How could that be? How could someone at the second level possibly ascend the rankings? Was the spirit of the stone tablet malfunctioning? There must be some mistake. Such a situation was inconceivable. Many disciples widened their eyes in disbelief, yet amidst the astonishment, some raised doubts. The sacred land had existed for ages, and such an occurrence had never been witnessed before. While battling against higher ranks was not uncommon, how could a practitioner at the second level defeat one with 318 apertures? The disparity in strength was insurmountable, leading many to believe it was an error of the stone tablet's spirit. Qin Guan. Which Qin Guan? Surely not the one from Qinghuan Feng? Absolutely impossible. It must be a case of the same name. After all, the Qin Guan from Qinghuan Feng was a waste who had failed to enter the body refinement stage for 3 years. He could not possibly possess a cultivation level of the second spirit aperture. As they scrutinized the cultivation level displayed alongside Qin Guan's name on the stone tablet's projection, everyone present expressed their skepticism. Some questioned whether this Qin Guan was indeed the one from Qinghuan Feng, while many others questioned how such a cultivation level could make it onto the leaderboard. Could he genuinely be at the second level of the spirit aperture? In the crowd, Chen Chu stared at the name on the projection, momentarily lost in thought. He had assumed his opponent merely exaggerated his own shortcomings to belittle him, but he never expected that he truly was only at the second level of the spirit aperture realm. At that moment, he felt deeply disheartened. How could he, with over 50 apertures, be defeated by a practitioner with merely 2? Brother, you need not be disheartened. He has bested even those with 318 apertures. What is there for you to be upset about? Chen Xiao remarked, his throat moving as he spoke. Chen Chu pondered for a moment before nodding. You make a valid point. He then smacked Chen Xiao on the back of the head, exclaiming angrily, You dare provoke someone like him? It's one thing to get beaten, but I've also lost over 5,000 contribution points because of you. Do you have any idea how long it took me to earn those points? I was wrong, brother. I never anticipated his strength would surge so dramatically. I thought I could easily handle him, Chen Xiao said, lowering his head. If you dare provoke him again, I'll break your legs. I won't, I swear. I won't ever dare again. Chen Xiao shook his head, realizing that the opponent's strength was so formidable that even 100 lifetimes of courage would not suffice. Within the space, Qin Guan did not exit but chose to continue challenging, setting his sights on the disciple ranked 900th. He had no intention of relinquishing the bountiful rewards for progress. Drawing upon the experience gained from his initial battle, Qin Guan now fought with effortless mastery, closing in immediately to engage his opponent in hand-to-hand combat. He deliberately forsook the use of spiritual energy, relying solely on the formidable power of his unadorned physical form to overwhelm his adversary. His dual innate constitutions, the chaotic heavy pupils and the chaotic holy dragon body, endowed him with a corporeal resilience that rendered him utterly unafraid of any rival. 99th place. 10 vials of peerless spirit-opening elixirs. 800th place. 15 vials. 200th place. 45 vials of peerless elixirs. 100th place. 50 vials of peerless elixirs in the vast plaza. Disciples stood stunned as Qin Guan's crimson name surged upward across the luminous ranking screen, leaping, climbing, and finally settling at the 100th position. A collective hush fell. Their minds reeled, their senses numbed. Something was profoundly amiss. Qin Guan was unquestionably anomalous. Surely someone had tampered with the stone tablet's spirit, skewing its judgment. Otherwise, such a result would be utterly inconceivable. A voice rang out, sharp with disbelief. That he had even appeared on the ranking list had already defied all logic, but now he had surged into the 100th position? That was among the most elite echelons. Yet he possessed only the cultivation foundation of a second celestial spirit-awakened realm cultivator. It was preposterous, beyond reason. So intense was the uproar among the disciples that even the supervising elder overseeing the arena was roused. Upon beholding a mere second spirit-awakened cultivator securing the 100th rank, the elder himself could not suppress a flicker of doubt. Had this disciple uncovered some latent flaw within the stone tablet's mechanism, some hidden loophole he had exploited to ascend? Chapter 16. The elder blocks the path. Shi Yifei issues a warning, testing strength. Those who managed to reach the top 100 all possess the complete cultivation of 365 Xianxiao realms. Yet Qin Guan's cultivation is exceedingly low. It was only after Qin Guan triumphantly defeated the 100th disciple that he finally departed from the stone tablet space. The moment his figure materialized in the square, all eyes in the vicinity turned to him. However, Qin Guan paid them no heed and turned to leave, intending to visit Tontian Peak in search of an appropriate movement technique. All 10 challengers he faced shared a common trait. They were remarkably swift. Even though he could clearly see them, he found himself unable to keep pace, thus resorting to passive defense and wasting precious time. Hence, he resolved to cultivate a movement technique that would enhance his own speed, enabling him to resolve encounters more swiftly. Just as he prepared to depart, an elderly man with gray hair and a beard obstructed his path. Adorned in a gray robe and bearing an elder's token at his waist, it was evident that he was a senior figure from the sacred land. "Elder, do you have something to discuss?" Qin Guan inquired, clasping his fists in respect. "What loophole have you uncovered in the spirit of the stone tablet?" Zhou Hong questioned in a grave tone. At these words, the surrounding disciples erupted in commotion. "So that's it. I thought it strange that a mere second-tier Xianxiao cultivator could achieve such a high rank. It turns out he has exploited a loophole in the stone tablet spirit." Many disciples displayed disdain, their faces twisting in disbelief. "So he relied on cheating, and his true strength is nothing but a facade. Why does this elder speak so?" Qin Guan furrowed his brow. "Humph. Aside from this reason, I cannot fathom how a second-tier Xianxiao cultivator could rank among the top 100. I advise you to disclose the secret. Considering you discovered the loophole, I may grant you a reward," Zhou Hong said sternly. "Could it not be that my strength is formidable?" Qin Guan retorted with a smile. "Nonsense. Among those who make the list, who is not a genius? Even if you are strong, could you possibly surpass so many prodigies?" Zhou Hong snorted dismissively. "Since the elder believes I am spouting nonsense, I encourage you to investigate the matter yourself. I have nothing further to say." With that, Qin Guan attempted to leave. "Impudence! Does this elder permit your departure?" Zhou Hong's expression darkened, and with an angry shout, he raised his hand to suppress Qin Guan. An overwhelming force enveloped Qin Guan, rendering the space around him rigid and rendering him immobile. Just as it seemed he would be crushed to the ground, an aura suddenly emerged, locking on his Zhou Hong, causing the elder to break into a cold sweat and feel a chill run down his spine, instantly releasing his hold on Qin Guan. "Do you consider the disciples of Qinghuan Peak to be easy prey?" Shi Yifei's icy voice resonated across the island. "And no, I dare not. I was unaware he was a disciple of your esteemed Peak. I beg for your forgiveness, Peak Master." Zhou Hong hastily apologized. "This incident has tarnished my disciple's reputation. You would do well to provide me with an explanation." Shi Yifei's voice rang out with authority. "Yes, should it be discovered that I have wronged Qin Guan, I will apologize to him." Even now, Zhou Hong remained convinced that Qin Guan had utilized some form of cheating to reach the 100th position. "Very well, I await your findings." Shi Yifei's voice remained frigid. "I too await your findings," Qin Guan replied, his expression composed as he regarded Zhou Hong, remaining in place to await the outcome. Zhou Hong immediately summoned a disciple of complete Xianxiao cultivation to challenge Qin Guan, reasoning that if he could rank 100, his strength must surely be considerable. What could be more convincing than strength itself? In that moment, a disciple suddenly pointed at the stone tablet and shouted, "Look! Someone has started a challenge against Qin Guan. It's Zhao Kuo, with a cultivation of 278 Xianxiao." Another disciple explained. In an instant, all eyes turned to the stone tablet, where a crossed sword and knife icon appeared next to Qin Guan's name, indicating he was indeed being challenged. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Hong also glanced at the screen, but just as he prepared to request the spirit of the stone tablet to project the battle scene, the challenge icon vanished, and almost simultaneously, a disciple was teleported out from the stone tablet space. However, the 100th rank Qin Guan was not replaced, leaving the onlookers puzzled. How did it go? Nearby disciples immediately inquired of Zhao Kuo, who, despite possessing over 200 Xianxiao, was not listed, yet his strength was considered above average. Zhao Kuo, with a bitter expression, shook his head. "I was defeated in a single punch." "What? You, with over 200 Xianxiao, were defeated in a single punch?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. "He didn't even use spiritual power. He defeated me solely with his physical strength. His body is terrifying," Zhao Kuo recounted, still shaken. "Fortunately, that was in the stone tablet space. Had it been in the real world, that punch would surely have killed me." Though their encounter was brief, it made him realize that Qin Guan indeed possessed the strength to rank among the top 100. Surely not. Even if his body is strong, how formidable could it really be? Other disciples questioned skeptically. Feel free to test it for yourselves, but be prepared to be defeated instantaneously. Zhao Kuo replied. Nearby, Zhou Hong's brows furrowed as he overheard their conversation. Could Qin Guan's strength truly be that formidable? No, it was impossible. Perhaps it was merely a result of the stone tablet space. Originally, he intended to select a disciple to challenge Qin Guan. But now he reconsidered. Qin Guan, would you dare to face the disciple I select? Zhou Hong inquired. What would prevent me? Qin Guan replied nonchalantly. Ah, you have courage, truly a disciple favored by the peak master of Qinghuan. Zhou Hong cleared a space in the crowd. A handsome young man in white approached Qin Guan and clasped his fists. Xiao Li, complete Xianxiao cultivation. Were it not for Elder Zhou Hong's summons, he would not have wished to engage in battle. Winning through sheer cultivation would hold little glory. Qin Guan, second tier Xianxiao please. Qin Guan gestured invitingly. Do take care. Xiao Li issued a reminder, and with his arms outstretched, he executed the martial technique Yunhebu. In an instant, his figure resembled a white crane unfurling its wings, soaring forth with remarkable agility, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he charged towards Qin Guan. Simultaneously, he unleashed the martial skill Xing Luo Shou, his palm radiating a luminous azure light that sparkled like stars. With a decisive strike, he launched an attack that was both straightforward and unyielding. Although Qin Guan had ascended to the 100th position on the leaderboard, surpassing him in rank, he remained supremely confident in his own abilities and felt no fear. Nevertheless, he approached the confrontation with no hint of leniency. Even a lion employs its full strength when pouncing upon a rabbit. To be bested by his opponent would be a source of disgrace. A direct assault? Qin Guan smiled, for he relished such confrontations. Those who engaged him head-on only served to amplify his resolve, as relying on evasive maneuvers often left him feeling constrained. Therefore, he summoned all his strength and retaliated with a powerful punch. Chapter 17. The Dragon Human Form and Martial Skills. News that intensifies Qin Guan's pressure. Zhou Hong narrowed his eyes, astonished. This Qin Guan not only chose to confront Xiao Li head-on, but seemed confident in his ability to withstand the incoming attack. Was he truly assured of his defenses? I am eager to witness the extent of your capabilities. At the moment Xiao Li advanced, an unexpected transformation occurred. A deep dragon roar resonated, and Qin Guan's appearance altered dramatically. Two chaotic dragon horns sprouted from his forehead, entwined with dark chaotic energy, while his fists became adorned with a myriad of chaotic dragon scales, exuding an aura of invincibility. In the following instant, the collision of their fists erupted in a thunderous roar. The starry spiritual light emanating from Xiao Li's palm was instantly shattered. The sound of a bone snapping echoed as his arm bore the brunt of the impact, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground several dozen meters away. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena, as all gazes turned toward the astonished Xiao Li, who had been so effortlessly dispatched. How could Xiao Li, ranked 108th in the Xianxiao realm, be defeated with a single punch? Chen Shu, observing the battle, felt a stir in his throat. It seemed that the opponent's entrance into the top 100 was indeed based on genuine strength, rather than exploiting any flaw in the stone tablet spirit. This realization dawned on others as well, particularly Zhou Hong, whose expression darkened, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Had he truly misjudged this individual? What kind of extraordinary constitution did he possess? Onlookers gazed at the dragon horns and scales adorning Qin Guan, puzzled. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon before, but it was evident that it must be a formidable constitution. Otherwise, achieving such prowess would be impossible. Certain powerful special constitutions indeed allowed for battles across realms, yet to transcend by dozens of Xianxiao ranks was already a terrifying feat. Qin Guan, however, had surpassed hundreds, illustrating just how formidable his constitution was. This transformation was a form Qin Guan had developed during the previous 10 battles, particularly when facing those of complete Xianxiao cultivation, which had imposed considerable pressure on him. Initially, he intended to utilize the chaotic Saint Dragon form, but upon reflection, he felt they were unworthy. Thus, he developed this form, which he termed the Dragon Human form. In this state, his strength was magnified beyond that of his human form, yet it still paled in comparison to the chaotic Saint Dragon form. Zhou Hong, Elder, do you still harbor any doubts? Qin Guan inquired. None remain. It was I who acted rashly earlier, and I sincerely apologize, Zhou Hong sighed. An elder nearly suppressed me, a direct disciple of Qinghuan Peak. And you think a mere apology will suffice? Qin Guan was unwilling to let the matter rest. Had it not been for his master's intervention, he would have been left in a dire predicament, the consequences of which were uncertain. I only acted for the sake of the sect, which is why I overstepped, Zhou Hong explained. Yet I should not be made to bear the consequences of your misjudgment. What will you do about it? The disciple wishes to exchange for your martial skills, but unfortunately, I am somewhat financially constrained. You. Zhou Hong's face turned ashen, realizing that the other was brazenly demanding compensation in contribution points. However, he recognized that failing to meet this demand would not bode well, especially given the backing of the Peak Master and his own culpability. Thus, he promptly compensated Qin Guan with 10,000 contribution points. Chen Chu in the crowd felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, finding this scene strangely familiar. Had he not experienced a similar fate at the hands of Qin Guan? Yet witnessing the elder being extorted for 10,000 contribution points brought him a sense of comfort. With the contribution points in hand, Qin Guan departed contentedly for Tongtian Peak. The sequence of contests would last for half a month, and today marked only the first day. There was no need to rush. Tongtian Peak served as the venue for exchanging various martial skills and divine abilities. Atop it stood a 12-story black divine tower, housing all the martial skills of Lingxiao Holy Land. Upon reaching the third floor of the tower, Qin Guan discovered that the martial skills stored within were all of the third rank, corresponding to the third realm of cultivation. This area was meant solely for disciples of the Minghai realm. Yet as a direct disciple of the Peak Master, he possessed the privilege to enter. It was his first time within the divine tower, and upon entering, he was instantly awestruck by the breathtaking scenery. He had imagined the martial skills would be arranged on shelves for disciples to peruse, but instead, he found himself immersed in a vast expanse akin to a boundless starry sky, where martial skills floated like countless stars. Please state your requirements, and the tower spirit will assist in selecting suitable martial skills for you. As he marveled at the grandeur surrounding him, a voice echoed in Qin Guan's ear. For body movement martial skills, I require the ability to unleash extreme speed instantaneously. As soon as Qin Guan's voice fell, hundreds of body movement martial skills that met his criteria materialized before him. Floating light, swift shadow allows for rapid movement that leaves phantoms to confuse opponents, with the second stage enabling instantaneous return to the phantom's location. Dragon's 9 turns permits a series of 9 consecutive strikes, each faster than the last. Wind and thunder light shadow steps moves as swiftly as lightning and thunder, with the naked eye only able to perceive fleeting shadows. The plethora of martial skill descriptions left Qin Guan dazzled. Each appeared remarkably powerful. After patiently reviewing all the skills, he finally settled on Shadow Instant Prison Kill. Shadow Instant Prison Kill requires a rapid consumption of a vast amount of spiritual power for unparalleled speed. Warning: not recommended for those lacking substantial spiritual energy. Upon seeing this martial skill, Qin Guan did not hesitate to choose it. At his current stage, he relied predominantly on his physical prowess, rendering spiritual energy unnecessary, and his expansive xianxiao could accommodate sufficient energy for combustion. Shadow Instant Prison Kill, priced at 20,000 contribution points. As he noted the price, Qin Guan's lips twitched. His contribution points were precisely 20,000, but with a determined resolve, he exchanged for the martial skill, knowing he could earn back the points later. Enhancing his strength was paramount. Just as he exited the divine tower and stepped into the outer square, a humble-looking disciple with a hearty appearance approached him with a smile. "Greeting, Qin Guan." "Who are you?" Qin Guan inquired, not recognizing the individual. "Zhao Zhua from Bumi Peak." The youth replied with a grin. "Bumi Peak." Qin Guan furrowed his brow, realizing that the other party and Xiong Yuma hailed from the same main peak. He never anticipated encountering you here. In the realm of Xianxiao, it seems you have indeed embarked upon the path of cultivation. Congratulations are in order. However, you ought not to have accepted my junior disciple's challenge. Zhao Zhua displayed a smile tinged with amusement. "Why? Are you afraid he might lose?" Qin Guan chuckled. "Ha ha ha, lose." Zhao Zhua shook his head, laughing softly. "Do you know what level of cultivation he has attained now? Wasn't he at the Minghai realm?" "He was indeed at the Minghai realm before, but he is no longer there. Allow me to share some unfortunate news with you. Just yesterday, he broke through to the 4th realm, Kaiyuan realm. You stand no chance of victory against him." This revelation startled Qin Guan. While the other party's progress was within his expectations, he had not anticipated that Xiong Yuma would achieve a breakthrough to Kaiyuan realm in such a short span of time. This truly took him by surprise. Chapter 18. The news spreads, shocking all directions. As the news circulated, many were astonished. What significance did Qin Guan's breakthrough to the Kaiyuan realm hold? There remained a considerable span of time until the half-year agreement, with Dongshan yet to rise. Who among them was not a hero? The universe remained uncertain, and we were all dark horses. A confident smile graced Qin Guan's face. Dongshan has yet to rise, and the universe remains undecided. Very well. I shall personally be there to cheer for you during the decisive battle. Zhao Zhu's eyes sparkled with delight as he regarded Qin Guan with admiration. Thank you very much. Qin Guan replied with a smile, turning to depart. As he watched Qin Guan's retreating figure, Zhao Zhu murmured. When he heard about Xiong Yuma's breakthrough to the Kaiyuan realm, his expression was one of surprise, not concern. Could it be that he possesses considerable confidence? In truth, Qin Guan felt immense pressure. Had Xiong Yuma merely reached the Minghai realm, he would have felt less burdened. However, the latter had advanced to the Kaiyuan realm. With 6 months remaining, as long as resources were abundant, his cultivation could also advance swiftly. Who could predict the outcome then? Upon returning to Qinghuan Peak, Qin Guan began to seclude himself to cultivate the martial technique, Inying Xuanyusha. Meanwhile, news of his entry into the top 100 with the cultivation of 2 Xianxiao realms began to sweep through like a tempest, as such an occurrence had never been seen in the sacred land's ancient history, naturally causing a stir. Is it he? The waste, Qin Guan, from Qinghuan Peak? Indeed, it was he, but who would dare to call him waste now? Defeating a perfected Xianxiao realm adversary with 2 Xianxiao realms was an achievement only a peerless genius, rarely seen in ages, could accomplish. Had he truly lain dormant for 3 years solely to rise today? Initially, the news spread among the cultivators of the Xianxiao realm, soon reaching the ears of those in higher realms, who greeted it with skepticism. As individuals who had traversed the same path, they understood the strength required to attain a position within the top 100, prompting them to personally check the stone tablet. Upon witnessing Qin Guan's cultivation displayed on the tablet, many were compelled to accept this reality. Yet, some echoed doubts akin to those raised by Zhou Hong previously, only to be quickly dismissed, as Zhou Hong had already assessed Qin Guan's strength. He indeed possessed formidable capabilities to secure a place among the top 100. Others, undeterred, entered challenges, only to be swiftly vanquished. However, after engaging in combat, some discerned that Qin Guan's gaze was extraordinary, leading many to speculate that he might possess 2 formidable physiques. His eyes bear a resemblance to the legendary Chaos Heavy Eyes. One disciple pondered. Such a physique was recorded in the sect's ancient texts, a mythical trait, rarely seen throughout the ages, yet immensely powerful. As the saying goes, chaos suppresses all, and heavy eyes create the world. In that moment, people began to grasp why Qin Guan could ascend to the 100th rank with merely 2 Xianxiao realms. No wonder he was so strong. It turned out he possessed 2 exceptional physiques, one of which was the exceedingly rare Chaos Heavy Eyes. What a waste! It became evident that Qin Guan was the true peerless prodigy. On the immortal peak, upon hearing this news, Xiong Yuma furrowed his brow. Initially, he had only managed to reach the 50th rank with his perfected Xianxiao realm, despite possessing the special physique of the great power diamond body. How could Qin Guan, with only 2 Xianxiao realms, have reached the 100th rank? This was truly perplexing. Chaos Heavy Eyes? Does he truly possess such an extraordinary physique? It was easy to predict that if they were to face each other at the same level, Qin Guan's strength would far surpass his own. Yet alas, we are not on equal footing. Even with heavy eyes, what does it matter? I have already taken a significant lead, and you shall forever gaze at my back. Xiong Yuma mused, a confident smile gracing his face. No matter how strong his opponent might be at the same level, he could never be his match. On the medicine peak, when Fu Ling learned that Qin Guan had indeed breached the top 100, she stood in stunned silence, unable to regain her composure for a long while. 100th rank? 2 Xianxiao realms? Chaos Heavy Eyes? Is this truly real? Her face displayed astonishment. Anyone hearing of such a legendary physique would be left in shock. The emergence of such a physique nearly signified invincibility. Yet, it was unfortunate that he had not yet entered the top 100. The distance to the top 10 remained a daunting challenge. However, the sequence contest would not conclude for a while yet. What if he were to claim first place? Would I truly have to pledge myself in return? Lost in thought, a faint blush crept across Fu Ling's cheeks, as pure and radiant as mutton-fat jade. Days later, on Qinghuan Peak, within the small courtyard, Qin Guan practiced Inying Xuanyusha, his figure suddenly appearing several meters away. Though he had merely grasped the fundamentals, he had nonetheless mastered this martial technique, achieving speeds far surpassing those he had relied upon through brute force. Qin Guan was filled with excitement, for this was the first martial technique he had mastered, holding extraordinary significance for him. However, he had only just begun. While his speed was impressive, limitations remained. To surpass these constraints, further practice was essential. Thus, for the next few days, Qin Guan diligently trained in this technique atop Qinghuan Peak. Simultaneously, he seized moments to enhance his cultivation level. Now, with ample Kaiqiao Dan in his possession, he merely required time for his cultivation to rise swiftly. Before long, 10 days had passed, and Qin Guan returned to the island housing the ranking monument. As he reappeared, all eyes converged upon him. But this time, no trace of disdain lingered. Instead, they were filled with reverence. Everyone understood that they were witnessing the rise of a peerless genius. Under their watchful gazes, he directed his spiritual power to control his identity token, propelling it toward the name of the disciple ranked 80th. The distinction between the top 100 and those ranked thereafter was significant. While each subsequent 100 earned rewards only once, ascending within the top 100 granted rewards for every 20 ranks gained, particularly within the top 10, where each rank increase yielded a reward. It was challenging for the Lingxiao sacred land to accumulate contribution points, but the sect hosted numerous events, victories in which could lead to various rewards, including contribution points, elixirs, martial techniques, scriptures, spiritual artifacts, and even rare treasures. Even if one had no immediate use for them, they could be exchanged for contribution points to procure desired items. As Qin Guan's figure vanished from sight, a wave of surprise rippled through the crowd. Is he about to commence another challenge? Could it be that the 100th rank is not his limit? In that moment, many fixated intently on the position of the 80th rank, eager to witness whether Qin Guan could once again create a miracle. Within the stone tablet's domain, at the very instant the battle commenced, the ethereal figure opposite surged towards Qin Guan with astonishing speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Guan transformed into his dragon form, his eyes revealing the chaotic dual pupils that allowed him to perceive his adversary with clarity. Simultaneously, the chaotic spiritual energy within his celestial aperture ignited fervently, and with a swift motion, he materialized before the phantom, unleashing a fist adorned with dragon scales upon his foe. The apparition, caught utterly off guard, was swiftly obliterated by Qin Guan's overwhelming strike. As Qin Guan's name ascended to the 80th position, the assembled cultivators in the square, who had been intently observing the scene, collectively gasped in astonishment. Initially, they had presumed that the 100th rank represented the limits of the opponent's capabilities. However, it was now evident that this was far from the truth. Moreover, the brevity of time it took for Qin Guan to challenge and subsequently usurp the ranking indicated that he had likely vanquished the disciple occupying the 80th position with near-overwhelming prowess, a terrifying realization that left all in attendance profoundly shaken. Chapter 19. Continuing the sprint, entering the top 10, sequenced disciples. However, people noticed a change in Qin Guan's cultivation. He had reached the Sanmei Xianxiao realm. Yet in the eyes of the crowd, there was not much difference between the Sanmei Xianxiao realm and the Ermiai Xianxiao realm. In the square, Gu Yin from Yunxiao Peak stared at Qin Guan, who was ranked 80th, frozen in place. How could his power have reached such heights? Gu Yin had just emerged from seclusion, intending to spar with the formidable figures on the leaderboard, only to witness Qin Guan stepping up to challenge the monument. With a dual constitution and the legendary Chaos Heavy Eye, could such a physique truly be that terrifying? He gazed vacantly at Qin Guan's name on the monument, recalling that he had just been easily crushed by the disciple ranked 1000th, proving himself completely outmatched. Their cultivation levels were not vastly different. Yet the latter had managed to claim the 80th position. This left Gu Yin in utter disbelief. Was this the prowess of a once-in-a-millennium genius? He sighed inwardly, reflecting on how he had previously looked down upon Qin Guan, even deeming his presence in this sacred ground an affront, only to realize now how foolish he had been. Within the monument space, Qin Guan nodded with satisfaction, remarking on the vastly improved experience compared to his previous battles. He had been unable to keep pace with others before, but having mastered the Shadow Instant Prison Kill, he had entirely compensated for his speed deficiency, making it far easier to defeat his opponents. Furthermore, the spirit of the monument rewarded him with a 4th-tier martial technique, the Killing Fist, a form of offensive martial art that primarily relied on the strength of the physical body, not requiring spiritual energy to activate, perfectly suited for Qingguan. The spirit of the monument was rather humane. Qingguan chuckled and continued his challenges. As a direct disciple of the Peak Master, he had never intended to remain low-key. At his current ranking, nearly everyone possessed formidable special physiques, yet before Qingguan, they were mere illusions. With fists adorned in chaos dragon scales, he plowed through adversaries, consistently elevating his ranking. At this moment, many powerful disciples arrived outside the monument, including those ranked among the top 10 sequence disciples. They frowned upon witnessing Qingguan's steadily rising rank. It appeared he was methodically challenging the ranks for rewards. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have jumped straight to the top. A striking young man with a silver crescent moon and a golden sun floating behind him spoke solemnly. The crescent moon and blazing sun rotated slowly, intertwining with the profound powers of yin and yang, emanating an aura of the universe's most primal essence. This was Chu Ming, the direct disciple of the Peak Master of Taishan Peak, possessing a yin-yang divine body, ranking 7th among the sequence disciples of the Xianxiao realm. The Chaos Heavy Eye? How intriguing. I never expected to encounter such a prodigy in this era. A modestly dressed young man with a long sword hanging at his waist smiled, his eyes brimming with battle intent as he gazed at Qingguan's name. His sword trembled, emitting a crisp sound, as if he too wished to engage in combat. This individual was named Yang Xian, also a direct disciple of a Peak Master. Chu Ming chuckled, stating that Qingguan was here for rewards and likely intended to challenge all the sequence disciples within the top 10, wondering if anyone among them could halt his advance. Observing the speed at which he defeated others, it seemed unlikely. Yang Xian pondered. They had all ascended step by step and understood the strength of those ranked in the top 100. Even they could not easily defeat those individuals. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qingguan finally initiated his challenge against the sequence disciples in the top 10. A total of 1,000 disciples were listed, but only the top 10 could be referred to as sequence disciples, representing the 10 strongest in the Xianxiao realm of the sacred ground, a testament to their exceptional prowess. I refuse to believe he can defeat a sequence disciple. Watching Qingguan challenge the 10th-ranked sequence disciple, Guyan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, filled with resentment. He too was a genius. Why was there such a vast chasm between them? Indeed, sequence disciples were not easily vanquished. He was merely a disciple of the Sanmei Xianxiao realm. How could he aspire to be among them? Many shared Guyan's sentiments, doubting Qingguan's ability to ascend to the ranks of sequence disciples, as those who achieved such status possessed unfathomable, extraordinary physiques and astonishing combat power. Inside the monument space, Qingguan regarded the figure before him, noting that compared to his previous challengers, this one appeared more solid, allowing him to clearly see her features, a privilege afforded only to the sequence disciples. She was a slender woman, with a mysterious symbol on her forehead radiating a silver divine light, resembling an enigmatic eye, emanating a peculiar aura. Was this the Tianyin Shui Zhaojian? Qingguan's eyes narrowed. He did not know her personally, but had heard of her name, rumored to possess a mysterious celestial eye and unparalleled strength. As the battle commenced, a terrifying silver divine light suddenly shot forth from Shui Zhaojian's celestial eye, transforming into a beam aimed directly at Qingguan's head, launching a lethal strike without any reservation. However, Qingguan was acutely aware of the terror these individuals embodied. He remained tense throughout, showing no signs of complacency. At the moment the silver divine light surged towards him, he frantically ignited the spiritual energy within his Xianxiao, swiftly shifting his body aside. Though his physical form was formidable, it was unnecessary to absorb the brunt of her attack head-on. Boom! The silver brilliance struck empty ground, creating a massive crater. Witnessing the sheer destructive power, Qingguan's heart shuddered. Truly, this was the strength of a sequence disciple. The next moment, he unleashed the shadow instant prison kill, appearing like a specter beside Shui Zhaojian. His fist, covered in dragon scales, struck toward her side. His speed was astonishing, akin to instantaneous movement within a certain range. Yet, at the very moment his fist was about to land, Shui Zhaojian's figure surprisingly shifted away. Possessing the celestial eye, she too had captured Qingguan's movement, but his rapid ignition of internal spiritual energy rendered her reaction a fraction too slow, resulting in Qingguan's fist launching her into the distance. Even so, Shui Zhaojian did not falter. After rolling on the ground, She immediately regained her footing and proactively launched an attack against Qin Guan. Indeed, Sequence disciples were formidable. Their strength surpassed that of others by a notable margin. Qin Guan continued to unleash the Shadow Instant Prison Kill, charging forward once more to collide with his opponent. As a result, Shui Zhaojian was once again sent flying. In terms of physical prowess, she could not compete with Qin Guan, having found herself at a disadvantage twice. Shui Zhaojian promptly altered her strategy, beginning to employ her magical techniques for long-range attacks against Qin Guan, yet all her efforts were effortlessly evaded. Ultimately, Qin Guan closed the distance with his martial skills, bringing the battle to an end. His speed had diminished. In the square, Chu Ming observed Qin Guan, who had finally usurped the rank previously held by Shui Zhaojian, and remarked with a smile, "What do you mean by that? Isn't a decrease in speed to be expected?" Yang Xian retorted, "If the opponent continues to dominate as before, wouldn't that render us, these Sequence disciples, no different from others? How could we still be deserving of the title of Sequence disciples?" Indeed, Chu Ming nodded in agreement. As time progressed, Qin Guan's ranking steadily ascended. When he reached the 5th position, all 10 Sequence disciples of the immortal Aperture Realm had gathered here. Their gazes fixed intently upon the stone tablet displaying the name that radiated a dazzling crimson light. Qin Guan. Is he the disciple of Shi Yifei from Qinghuan Peak? A slender girl in a white dress exclaimed in astonishment. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her skin as smooth as sheep-fat jade, resembling a masterpiece sculpted by celestial hands, flawless in every regard. Her delicate brows arched like willows, and her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, with a straight, elegant nose and lips that glimmered like precious gems. Her black hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her slender waist. Standing before the crowd, she resembled an ethereal fairy descending from the heavens. This individual was none other than Yukongzi, the top-ranked disciple of the immortal Aperture Realm. Though still young, she was renowned as the 3rd most beautiful woman in the Beidou Star Domain and the sole cherished jewel of the Holy Master of Lingxiao Sacred Land. Chapter 20. Yukongzi, first in the sequence, aspiring to cultivate together with my master, she had never encountered Qin Guan in person, yet she had heard of his illustrious name. Initially, she was perplexed as to how Shi Yifei could possibly accept an incapable individual as her disciple, but it now seemed that she had perhaps discerned Qin Guan's latent potential from the very beginning. It was unexpected that even Yukongzi had been stirred. Yang Xuan gazed at Yukongzi and smiled. The beauty rankings of the Northern Dipper Star Domain delineate the most exquisite maidens of the realm, with the top 10 listing 2 from Lingxiao Sacred Land. Shi Yifei, as the peak master, though renowned for her unparalleled beauty, held a status and strength that set her apart from the disciples, making her an object of unattainable admiration. However, Yukongzi was of the same generation as them, perhaps presenting an opportunity to win her affection. Thus, for many disciples, Yukongzi was the goddess of their dreams, with countless aspiring suitors, including many from other sacred lands. You are all moved. How could I remain indifferent? Moreover, I wish to witness the legendary chaos-heavy eyes for myself. Yukongzi's voice was cool and ethereal. At this moment, Qin Guan's ranking continued to ascend steadily, soon commencing a challenge against the first place. The 6 Paths Reincarnation Body, Yukongzi, the 3rd beauty of the Northern Dipper. Qin Guan observed the figure before him, whose back was adorned with an intertwining halo of 6 reincarnation lights, exuding divine brilliance, as if embodying a goddess who governs the 6 paths of reincarnation, elucidating the profound truths of this cycle. Yukongzi's position as the foremost in the immortal Aperture Realm was not merely due to her identity and status. She was genuinely formidable. In the next instant, the two figures clashed. Despite Yukongzi's slender frame, the strength contained within her petite body was extraordinarily terrifying. As their fists and palms collided, a resounding boom erupted, akin to thunder in a clear sky. However, even with the might of the 6 Paths Reincarnation Body, she was no match for Qin Guan's physical prowess. With their first clash, Yukongzi was sent reeling back. Bolstered by 2 extraordinary physiques, Qin Guan's body was indeed fearsome, especially with his chaos holy dragon form, which epitomized physical prowess and strength. At the moment Yukongzi was struck, the 6 reincarnation divine rings behind her suddenly burst forth with resplendent light, unleashing a beam of divine light from the 6 paths towards Qin Guan. In response to this assault, Qin Guan swiftly executed a series of martial techniques, evading while simultaneously launching an attack. Yet, as he approached to deliver a punch, Yukong's 6 reincarnation rings unexpectedly dispersed, positioning themselves at 6 points to form a domain. In an instant, Qin Guan felt his body ensnared, immobile. What manner of technique is this? Qin Guan was astonished, but at that moment, Yukongzi raised her jade hand, channeling her spiritual energy, and struck towards Qin Guan's chest. In a critical moment, Qin Guan let out a low roar, transforming into a 100-meter-long chaos holy dragon. With a thunderous roar, the mysterious force that bound him shattered, restoring his freedom. Just then, Yukongzi's palm struck against Qin Guan's dragon scales, yet it failed to inflict any harm. The chaos holy dragon form was his most potent state, enhancing his strength, defense, and speed to their utmost, allowing him to unleash his full power. Qin Guan fixed his gaze on Yukongzi, acknowledging, "No wonder you are the 6 paths reincarnation body. You are indeed incredibly powerful." He then unleashed a mighty claw towards Yukongzi, aiming to suppress her. In the square, as the crowd observed Qin Guan ascend to the first position on the steel, they remained silent, yet their hearts were stirred beyond measure. They had witnessed the rise of an unparalleled prodigy. Who could have anticipated that this individual, once derided as a waste, would now rise to become the first in the immortal aperture realms ranking? Guyan felt as though his strength had been drained, his legs trembling beneath him. Not only had Qin Guan achieved the status of a sequence son, but he had also claimed the title of the first sequence son, delivering a significant blow to Guyan's spirit. "Oh my goodness." Qin Shu slapped Qin Xiao on the back of his head, scolding, "Open your eyes and see whom you have provoked." "Brother, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Qin Xiao lowered his head, trembling all over. To think he had dared to rob the first sequence son was utterly absurd. Qin Guan emerged from the steel's space, now the center of attention. His arrival naturally attracted everyone's gaze, and he spotted Yukongzi and Xue Zhaojian standing before the steel. He had encountered them during the battle, yet he was surprised to find them gathered here. "Congratulations, Qin Guan Shixiao, on ascending to the first rank of the immortal aperture realm." Yukongzi spoke calmly, offering her congratulations without a hint of jealousy. "It was merely luck," Qin Guan replied with a serene smile. Yukongzi shook her head, her expression earnest. "Qin Guan Shixiao, you are being modest. Such an achievement is not born of sheer luck. To attain the first position, one must possess absolute strength." Qin Guan chuckled, neither confirming nor denying her words. Yukongzi inquired further, "But I am curious, why did you choose to remain silent for 3 years, willingly accepting the title of waste?" Qin Guan sighed, "It was not by choice. My body encountered issues. Were it not for my master's attentive care, I might have remained in that state indefinitely, before cultivating together with his master. Who could have imagined his golden finger required such a method to unlock? After all, he and Song Yingxia had attempted countless times in various postures before." At this moment, he noticed Yang Xuan among them, whose gaze was filled with fervent combativeness. "Qin Guan Shixiao, I wish to spar with you," Yang Xuan exclaimed, excitedly resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. "I have matters to attend to and must leave this place. If you wish to challenge me, seek me within the steel. There you will find my lingering shadow." It was not that Qin Guan sought to appear aloof, but rather he had received substantial rewards from the spirit of the steel and wished to digest them to rapidly elevate his strength. Moreover, his master had once mentioned that should he secure a place among the top 3 in the refining body realm, there would be a reward. Yet, he had achieved the first position in the immortal aperture realm sequence. He wondered what reward awaited him. Could it be a chance to cultivate together? The thought of his master's graceful form ignited a fire within him, and he could hardly contain his eagerness as he bid farewell to the gathering and departed. Amidst the throng, Fu Ling beheld the bashful expression gracing the face of the renowned Qin Guan, her gaze unwavering upon him. Upon hearing his challenge to the first sequence, she had hastened to his side. Now, witnessing his ascension to the pinnacle of the Xianxiao realm, she recalled her prior declaration. Should he secure the first position, she would willingly offer herself to him. A warmth surged to her cheeks at the thought. After Qin Guan departed, Yang Xian was the first to enter the stone tablet space to confront him, only to face defeat. Soon after, Xue Zhaojian, Chu Ming, and Yukongzi followed suit, each meeting the same fate. His physical prowess was truly formidable. Yukongzi exclaimed in astonishment. Besides possessing the chaos-heavy eyes, he could also transform into a dragon. Yet, her limited experience left her unable to comprehend the nature of such a physique. Chu Ming, with a sense of resignation, remarked, It seems our generation's leading figure has emerged. However, it is premature to draw conclusions. While a powerful physique may confer temporary dominance, it cannot guarantee perpetual supremacy. The path of cultivation is long and fraught with uncertainties. Physique has never been the sole determinant of future accomplishments. Although defeated, Yang Xian's resolve remained unshaken, his heart steadfast. You speak truthfully. A formidable physique merely indicates a higher starting point. Whether one can traverse further into the future remains uncertain. Throughout history, many have risen to greatness without relying on their physique. Yu Kongzi nodded in agreement. Upon returning to Qingguan Peak, Qin Guan entered the grand hall of his master. Remarkable. Your performance has far exceeded my expectations. Shi Yifei, seated cross-legged on a mat, regarded him with satisfaction. She had anticipated that, within half a month, he would secure a position among the top 3 in the Lianti realm, yet he had achieved the first in the Xianxiao realm. Underestimating the terrifying potential of the Chaos Heavy Eyes and the Chaos Sacred Dragon Body. Master, regarding the reward you previously mentioned, Qin Guan inquired boldly. What reward do you desire? Shi Yifei replied. I wish to cultivate together with you, Master. Chapter 21. The fragrance of the Master and the magical artifact. Upon hearing the other party's request, Shi Yifei was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson. Nevertheless, the authority of her status as a master compelled her to respond with a stern expression. Nonsense. Get out of the grand hall. Yes. Qin Guan left in dejection. Just as he reached the door, Shi Yifei's voice called out. Come back. Qin Guan halted, turning to face his master. At that moment, Shi Yifei had risen, casting a sharp glance at Qin Guan and commanding. Come with me to the inner chamber. Qin Guan was astonished. Did his master just consent? What are you gasping for? If you don't wish to come, you may leave. Shi Yifei's voice was cold. In previous encounters, she had forced Qin Guan into dual cultivation, but this time was different. It was a form of compensation for him. And given their prior experiences, why maintain such decorum? As they entered the inner room, Qin Guan, amidst Shi Yifei's exclamations, swept her into a princess carry and laid her gently on the bed, eagerly kissing her enticing cherry-like lips that sparkled like precious gems. Previously, Shi Yifei had only engaged in dual cultivation due to the overwhelming effects of love poison, most of which left her in a frenzied state, solely seeking to satiate her desires and alleviate that poison, leaving her devoid of true sensations. However, this time was different. She remained fully aware, feeling every caress against her skin, causing her exquisite form to tremble uncontrollably, involuntarily emitting soft sounds from her throat. After several hours, Qin Guan was unceremoniously ejected from the inner chamber, leaving Shi Yifei reclining amidst the disheveled bedding. Engaging in such activities proved to be even more exhausting than battling foes. Yet the sensation was undeniably pleasurable. Who could have imagined that the first beauty of Beidou would express such sentiments? If her admirers were to discover this, their hearts would surely shatter into pieces. Upon Qin Guan's return to the courtyard, he encountered Ming Jian and Jiang Luoli. Little junior brother, you are truly remarkable to have become the first in the Xianxiao realm sequence. It's utterly astonishing. Jiang Luoli exclaimed with unrestrained admiration. They had heard tales of Qin Guan's performance in the sequence competition and, upon initially learning of it, had been skeptical. Thus, they personally visited the stone tablet, only to discover that the rumors were indeed true, leaving them both in a state of shock. To achieve first place in the sequence with 3 Xianxiao realm artifacts is indeed impressive. Ming Jin nodded. Qin Guan, maintaining his humility, replied, It is merely due to possessing a robust physique. Were others to have my constitution, they might surpass my accomplishments. Junior brother, do not belittle yourself. A powerful physique is your foundation and advantage, something others can only envy. However, I heard from Loli that you can transform into a dragon, yet now I hear you possess the legendary constitution of the Chaos Heavy Eyes. What is the truth behind this? Ming Jin inquired, perplexed. To be honest with you, elder brother and sister, I indeed possess 2 types of constitutions. One is the Chaos Heavy Eyes, and the other is the Chaos Sacred Dragon Body. This latter can transform into a sacred dragon, and according to my master, it is also an exceptionally rare constitution throughout the ages. Qin Guan did not conceal the truth from his seniors, knowing that this would eventually become public knowledge. I see. No wonder your physical form is so formidable. Ming Jian nodded in understanding. With 2 extraordinary constitutions, it is only natural for him to possess such a robust body. At that moment, Jiang Luoli suddenly leaned closer to Qin Guan, sniffing curiously. Did you meet with the master? How do you know? Qin Guan was taken aback. You carry the fragrance of the master, Jiang Luoli stated. Luoli, refrain from speaking such nonsense. Ming Jian's expression darkened, as such remarks could tarnish the master's reputation. Jiang Luoli playfully stuck out her pink tongue and clapped her hands together, producing a series of soft sounds. Qin Guan confessed, I indeed met with the master. She promised that if I were to attain a position among the top 3 in the refining body realm sequence, I would receive a reward. What did the master grant you? Jiang Luoli's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Junior sister, you are quite nosy, Ming Jian remarked, exasperated. Why does she wish to know everything? Perhaps we could offer some advice to junior brother. Jiang Luoli giggled. The master imparted teachings to me and bestowed upon me a set of magical artifacts. Qin Guan's forehead glowed with chaotic brilliance as the magical artifacts materialized before the 3 of them. Initially, he had merely sought the reward of dual cultivation. The energy from the record of all divine maidens was a priceless treasure in his eyes. To his surprise, the master was generous, agreeing to his request for dual cultivation while also gifting him a set of magical artifacts. Is this a sword array? Ming Jian observed the artifacts before him. This is not a singular magical artifact, but a combination of 12 swords of varying attributes, arranged with a corresponding sword array diagram. There were the golden spirit, sword radiating golden light, the wood spirit, sword glimmering with emerald green, and the water spirit, sword resembling the deep blue ocean. The 12 swords represented the 12 attributes: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, yin, yang, time, and space. The sharpness of gold, the vitality of wood, the endurance of water, the heat of fire, the mysteries of time, the enigma of space. Each sword possessed unique abilities, arranged in a circular formation, each emanating potent sword energy. Above the 12 swords floated a circular diagram inscribed with sword path symbols, coordinating the swords into this formidable array. This sword array is quite suitable for you. Your physical prowess is exceptional, and your fists serve as your most formidable weapons. This sword array is controlled by the spirit, liberating your hands. Within the array, you will direct the swords, significantly enhancing your offensive capabilities. Ming Jian remarked, observing the sword array. I agree, it suits me perfectly. Qin Guan nodded, noting the high grade of the sword array, which would allow him to utilize it for an extended period. Little junior brother, the art of the sword array is profoundly intricate, far beyond your current understanding. Unfortunately, we have not tread this path and possess little knowledge of sword arrays. Thus we cannot assist you. You might consider visiting Tontian Peak to seek insights or suitable techniques regarding sword arrays, Jiang Luoli suggested. Qin Guan replied, that can wait for later. I need to visit Suiyue Peak. On Suiyue Peak stands a Suiyue Tower, which possesses the extraordinary effect of accelerating time, making it an invaluable sanctuary for cultivators. You intend to go to Suiyue Tower? While that place is indeed splendid, the consumption of contribution points there is quite terrifying. Even if you have acquired many contribution points from the spirit of the stone tablet, it may not last you long. Ming Jian cautioned. It does not require much time. I simply wish to attain more moments for cultivation, Qin Guan remarked. Are you concerned about the battle with Xiong Yumo? Jiang Luoli inquired. Qin Guan nodded. I have heard that he has already broken through to the 4th realm, which poses a certain level of pressure on me. Fear not. Before the competition, I shall deliver a thrashing to him, incapacitating him and diminishing his strength, Jiang Luoli declared, raising her delicate fist. That will not be necessary. I shall personally defeat him, Qin Guan replied with a smile. After parting ways with Ming Jian and Jiang Luoli, Qin Guan first took a bath and then proceeded to Suiyue Peak. Before long, a magnificent 9-story pavilion, entirely gilded, appeared before his eyes. Suiyue Tower is a rare sanctuary for cultivation within the sacred grounds, yet few disciples frequent it, as the contribution points required for entry are exceedingly daunting, with few disciples able to bear the cost. Chapter 22, Suiyue Tower, Yuguan Tian, 4 months of cultivation within the 1st level of Suiyue Tower. Time flows at a ratio of 1:10, which means that 1 day in the outside world equates to 10 days within. To cultivate for a single day requires 50,000 contribution points, as explained by the elder responsible for overseeing the tower. The 2nd level operates at a ratio of 1:20, where 1 day in the outside world equals 20 days inside, necessitating 100,000 contribution points for a day's cultivation. The third level operates at a ratio of 130, demanding 300,000 contribution points. Listening to the elder's introduction, Qin Guan could not help but be astonished. The sheer number of contribution points required here could be astronomical for the vast majority of disciples, who would need to undertake countless sect tasks just to accumulate such wealth. Even if they managed to gather enough points, they would likely be spent on elixirs rather than on such endeavors. However, Qin Guan had acquired a significant amount of contribution points from the spirit of the stone tablet, sufficient to sustain his cultivation within these walls for an extended period. After some contemplation, Qin Guan stated, "I shall cultivate for 5 days in the third level." The 5 days he referenced pertain to the outside world, translating to 5 months within Suiyue Tower. 50 days in the third level would require 150,000 contribution points. Do you truly possess such wealth as a disciple of the Xinxiao realm? Do not jest with me. The elder replied with a stern demeanor. 150,000 contribution points is an astronomical figure for any disciple at the Xinxiao stage, and even most elders would struggle to amass such resources. However, upon receiving Qin Guan's disciple identity token and reviewing it, the elder was taken aback. Goodness, your contribution points exceed 1 million, surpassing even my own holdings. How can a disciple of the Xinxiao realm have such a wealth of contribution points? The elder inquired in confusion. Naturally, I earned them. Surely, they were not gifted to me, Qin Guan replied with a smile. Very well, you may enter the third level. I shall notify you when your time is up. The elder, not delving further into the origins of Qin Guan's contribution points, allowed him entry after deducting the requisite amount. Upon entering the third level, Qin Guan found himself in a space glowing with golden light, infused with the rich essence of temporal laws. Standing amidst this environment, he felt no discernible difference from the outside world, and the spiritual energy here was exceptionally abundant, comparable to that found atop Qinghuan Peak. Without wasting a moment, Qin Guan promptly settled into a meditative posture to begin his cultivation. Though 5 months may seem lengthy, it felt rather pressing to him, as cultivation at the Xinxiao realm is notoriously time-consuming. Moreover, in the decisive battle looming months ahead, he aimed to crush the individual who had once trampled him underfoot. He retrieved several hundred bottles of exquisite Kaiqiao Dan, each valued at 10,000 contribution points. A truly precious resource only available in a sacred land. In lesser sects, even a single bottle would incite fierce competition among disciples. This explains why many disciples eagerly sought to join the sacred land, where items considered commonplace in such places would be deemed rare treasures elsewhere. Qin Guan first perfected the cultivation of his third Xinxiao before consuming a bottle of Kaiqiao Dan. As the medicinal properties took effect, his fourth Xinxiao was unlocked. His Xinxiao were inherently more challenging to cultivate than those of ordinary practitioners. Yet once opened, the initial space of his Xinxiao surpassed the perfected forms of many others. The sacrifices were significant, yet the rewards were even greater. As he opened his Xinxiao, he began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy into his Xinxiao. His cultivation method operated, refining the spiritual energy into chaotic spiritual power that filled his Xinxiao. When the chaotic spiritual power completely filled the Xinxiao, it began to expand under the pressure of the energy. For someone as resource-rich as Qin Guan, the process of opening his Xinxiao did not consume excessive time. However, the subsequent expansion of his Xinxiao was a task he had to accomplish on his own without the aid of elixirs. As time passed, the number of Xinxiao within him steadily increased. Even with ample resources, after a month, he had only opened 10 Xinxiao. Yet this speed was already unimaginable for many. It can only be said that cultivating at this stage is highly time-consuming. Qin Guan was quite pleased with this outcome. Although the number of Xinxiao he opened was not vast, the enhancement to his strength was substantial. At that moment, he extended his palm, unleashing a pitch-black, chaotic spiritual power, which was now vastly greater than the energy he wielded with his previous 3 Xinxiao. Such a vast reservoir of spiritual power, coupled with the suppressive effect of chaotic energy over other forms, meant that he could likely contend with Yukongzi and Xue Zhaojin purely through his spiritual prowess. With 4 months remaining, he resolved to continue his cultivation. Meanwhile, atop the supreme peak of the sacred land, Lingxiao Peak, a man clad in a dark robe, exuding an aura of authority, was observing the battle footage between Qin Guan and Yukongzi within the stone tablet space. This individual was none other than Yu Guantian, the master of Lingxiao sacred land. Father, what is Qin Guan's other constitution? How is he able to transform into a dragon? Asked Yukongzi, her elegant figure accentuated by a flowing white gown. If I am not mistaken, it should be the fabled Chaos Saint Dragon Body. Yu Guantian replied solemnly. Chaos Saint Dragon Body. What kind of constitution is that? Much like the legendary Chaos Heavy Eye, which can break through myriad laws, the Chaos Saint Dragon Body possesses the power to shatter countless methods. It represents the pinnacle of two terrifying realms. Yu Guantian elucidated. Does that mean he has no weaknesses and is invincible? Yu Kongzi asked, her brows furrowing, though internally she harbored hopes of besting Qin Guan. No, he has a significant weakness. What weakness? His cultivation is too low. No matter how powerful a constitution, it is meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Yu Guantian chuckled. Father, that statement is tantamount to saying nothing. Yu Kongzi replied, exasperated. Ha ha ha, with both of these constitutions, do not even think about defeating him at the same realm. Even at a higher realm, there remains the possibility of being bested by him. Yet, a constitution may only determine the starting point but cannot define the ultimate limit. Throughout history, there have been numerous individuals of mortal constitutions who have attained supreme power. Are you saying this to caution me against being discouraged by Qin Guan? Yu Kongzi inquired. How could that be? My daughter's 6 Paths reincarnation body is also an immensely powerful constitution. I simply did not expect that Qin Guan would transform from a wastrel into an unparalleled prodigy. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Yu Guantian lamented. Fortunately, such an unparalleled prodigy belongs to their Lingxiao Xingdi. Were Qin Guan a disciple of another sacred land, he would undoubtedly find himself tormented by sleepless nights. The emergence of such an extraordinary talent would almost guarantee an invincible existence upon maturation. Before long, 4 days had passed outside, while 4 months had elapsed within the confines of the Suyue Tower. Qin Guan successfully opened over 40 celestial apertures. Although he remained far from the elusive goal of 365 apertures, this advancement marked a significant enhancement to his strength. The opening of more than 40 apertures consumed over 40 vials of premium Kaikeo Dan, a quantity sufficient for others to establish 365 celestial apertures. Qin Guan was once again astonished by his terrifying consumption. His formidable power was built upon an alarming depletion of resources. He could scarcely fathom the time it would take to achieve the pinnacle of celestial aperture cultivation without the rewards from the Sequence Child contest. Subsequently, he continued his cultivation until approximately half a month remained, at which point he began to absorb the mysterious energy derived from the Shinu Lu, obtained through dual cultivation with his master. Chapter 23. 100 Celestial Apertures, Expressing Intentions? Previously, the time spent in dual cultivation with my master was considerable, and I absorbed a greater amount of energy. I wonder how many celestial apertures this will allow me to open. With a heart full of anticipation, I began to absorb the golden energy from the Zhu Shi Shin Nu Lu. However, as this energy entered my body, a startling scene unfolded before me. After opening a single celestial aperture, before I could refine the spiritual power to perfect it, the energy surged forth to impact the next aperture. This situation astonished me. The newly opened celestial aperture was merely initial and required substantial spiritual power to reach perfection. Otherwise, its spatial capacity would be significantly diminished. Yet, I soon realized that the celestial apertures opened by this energy from dual cultivation did not require spiritual power for completion. They were perfect celestial apertures. Although they were empty within, they matched the size of those I had opened myself, leaving me utterly astonished. Such mysterious energy. In my previous cultivation phase, I had already sensed the terrifying potency of this force, which was exponentially more efficient than the finest body-refining elixirs. Yet, at this moment, this power proved to have such miraculous effects on opening celestial apertures, leaving me astounded. Under my watchful gaze, the energy seemed almost sentient, relentlessly impacting the apertures, rapidly opening one after another. After a considerable time, when the energy was finally exhausted, I had opened over 50 celestial apertures. Once again, I was struck by the power of this mysterious energy. I had only engaged in dual cultivation with my master for a few hours, and the accumulated energy had enabled me to open such a multitude of apertures, surpassing the results of my months of diligent training. Indeed, dual cultivation is the swiftest method to enhance one's cultivation, surpassing all elixirs. I must interact more with my master in the future. In the final half-month, I refined the spiritual power, filling all 50 newly opened celestial apertures with energy. I also seized the last moments to cultivate the fourth-grade martial techniques, Sha Quan and Jianji, rewarded by the spirit of the stone tablet, as well as to study the sword formation bestowed by my master. The difficulty of mastering the sword formation was exceedingly high, far more challenging than wielding a long sword. It required the power of consciousness to control the formation diagram and spiritual power to activate it. Although I had yet to open my sea of consciousness, with the assistance of Shi Fei, I had already imprinted my soul upon the sword formation, allowing me to unleash a portion of its power. At this moment, 12 long swords hovered around me, radiating different glows, and above me floated a pristine formation diagram inscribed with sword patterns. As my internal spiritual power erupted, the 12 long swords emitted a resplendent brilliance, their formidable sword energy intertwining around me. The formation diagram suddenly expanded, enveloping an area of 100 meters. As the diagram grew, the 12 long swords soared into the distance, positioning themselves at the edges of the diagram, forming a colossal sword ring centered around me. Within the realm shrouded by the formation, powerful sword energies of varying attributes intertwined, making it difficult for even celestial aperture realm cultivators to withstand the onslaught of sword energy. My master had mentioned that this sword formation was of no low grade, yet my insufficient cultivation level prevented me from fully unleashing its power. While I was engrossed in studying the sword formation, an elder responsible for the Sui Yu Lu appeared before me, announcing that 5 months had elapsed. He gazed at me in surprise. In just 5 short months, my aura had grown significantly more robust than before. Elder, I spent 150,000 contribution points here. Can you not grant me an extra day? I asked with a smile. Oh, are you attempting to bargain with me? The elder chuckled. That is simply impossible. The Sui Yu Lu is a treasure of the sect, not my personal possession. I am bound to adhere to regulations. If it were my private belongings, I might consider granting you an extra day. Very well, I shall not press you further, and I will return in the future. I replied, I await your esteemed presence at any time. The elder responded with a smile. Once I departed, he marveled, to achieve the first sequence of the celestial aperture realm with just 3 apertures. This talent is rather terrifying. It seems our sacred land has birthed an extraordinary prodigy. Driven by curiosity, he sought information about me, resulting in a shocking revelation. Upon my return to Qing Wan Feng, I heard Shi Fei calling for me to come to the Great Hall. Did my master not say that the next dual cultivation would require a month? There should still be about 10 days remaining. Filled with doubt, I entered my master's grand hall, where Shi Fei appeared stable, showing no signs of the emotional toxin's eruption. Disciple pays respects to master, I said, cupping my fists and bowing. Regardless of our intimate moments, I still needed to observe the proper etiquette. A few days ago, the Holy Lord sent 10,000 contribution points for you. As you were absent, I accepted them on your behalf. Shi Fei's voice was cool, in stark contrast to her demeanor during the emotional toxin's outburst. At this moment, she resembled a celestial maiden, untouched by worldly affairs, akin to a pure white lotus, exquisite and untarnished, worthy of admiration but not to be trifled with. Why would the Holy Lord grant me contribution points? I inquired, puzzled, for 10,000 contribution points was no trivial sum. Talents receive special treatment wherever they are. It is the sect's investment in you, and they are also concerned you might be poached by other sacred lands. The news of my dual constitution would eventually spread, and other sacred lands would undoubtedly devise means to entice me away. Hence, the Holy Lord directly awarded me universal contribution points of the sacred land. The Holy Lord thinks too highly of me. With my master here, I will not leave. I declared. You have grown increasingly bold. Shi Fei replied, her expression stern. I meant no offense. For the past 3 years, my master has remained steadfast by my side, and out of gratitude, I could never leave. I explained. Is that so? I thought it was for other reasons. Shi Fei replied with a serene smile, the corners of her lips glistening like precious gems. There are other reasons as well. In truth, I, like many others, admire my master, hence I cannot possibly depart. I confessed candidly. Are you confessing your feelings to me? Regrettably, our relationship as master and disciple prevents us from being open about such matters. You must also be aware that suitors for me are as numerous as the stars, and if they learn of our private relationship, you may face their vengeance, which would bring you considerable trouble. Qing Guan remarked, there exists no relationship that cannot be conducted with utmost integrity. Let the whispers of gossip persist. When my disciple stands invincible across the realm, a venerable scholar will surely advocate on my behalf. Invincible across the realm? If such a day truly arrives, I shall proudly stand beside you. Shi Yifei replied with a smile. Very well, I shall remember your words today, master. Qin Guan exclaimed with fervor. Although the other party suggested that integrity was unattainable, it implied that in the absence of witnesses, they could indeed maintain their bond. For Qin Guan, this signified a substantial advancement in his relationship with his master, a most fortuitous development. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the grand hall, reporting to the master, "A guest has arrived, seeking an audience." "Who is it?" Shi Yifei inquired. "It is I," came the deep voice of a man. As this voice echoed, both Shi Yifei and Qin Guan were momentarily taken aback. It was a voice they both recognized well, especially Shi Yifei, whose face instantly displayed a complex expression. Chapter 24, Qin Fengqing. Did he snatch the woman beloved by my father? When the figure outside the grand hall stepped inside, Qin Guan gazed at him and spoke. "Father." The man, clad in a blue robe, exuded an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a literati. His features bore a striking resemblance to Qin Guan's. Sharp brows and starry eyes, rosy lips and white teeth, exceedingly handsome, yet his face carried an added weight of experience and maturity. "Oh, little Guan is here too," Qin Fengqing remarked, acknowledging Qin Guan with a nod. "It turns out you weren't here to see me." Qin Guan replied somewhat speechlessly. "Haha, of course, I came to see you, but first, I must greet your master." Qin Fengqing's gaze shifted to Shi Yifei. His eyes filled with tenderness as he said, "Yifei, it has been a long time. How have you been?" "I am well. Did you come to see me for something?" Shi Yifei's tone was cool and detached. "Not much, just missed you." Qin Fengqing told Qin Guan, "Son, you may step outside. I have matters to discuss privately with your master." However, Qin Guan did not leave. Instead, he stood steadfastly, his eyes fixed on his father. The way he addressed Shi Yifei and the look in his eyes were anything but ordinary. Could it be that his father harbored feelings for his master? "Qin Guan need not leave. He is not only your son, but also my disciple. There is nothing between us that necessitates his absence," Shi Yifei declared, keeping Qin Guan beside her. She and Qin Fengqing had known each other for many years and even shared mutual affections. Otherwise, she would not have allowed the untrained Qin Guan to remain on Qinghuan Peak for 3 years. Yet, the bond she shared with Qin Guan was now destined to remain distinct from her relationship with Qin Fengqing, leading her to directly refuse him. "Yifei, it has been such a long time since we last met, and I have so much to say. This brat's presence is a distraction," Qin Fengqing insisted. "Speak in front of Qin Guan. If it cannot be said, then it is better left unsaid." Shi Yifei's voice was cold, her eyes unruffled, reminiscent of their initial encounters. "Are you blaming me for leaving so abruptly years ago? I truly had my reasons," Qin Fengqing explained. "That is of no consequence. I have never held anything against you. After all, we were merely friends," Shi Yifei replied. Seeing the stranger-like gaze in her eyes, Qin Fengqing felt a pang of anguish. Why has it come to this? He had invested significant effort to win her favor, only to find it slipping away. Was it due to his prolonged absence? Surely not. She was not the type to easily fall for another. Observing his father's expression, Qin Guan became convinced that his father indeed had feelings for his master. From his father's words, it seemed their relationship had once been quite good. Could it be that he inadvertently stole away his father's beloved? This thought left Qin Guan bewildered. How could it be that his father might have such a connection with his master? "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. It has been a long time since you two have seen each other, and I am sure there is much to discuss. I must enter seclusion to cultivate, and shall not accompany you." Shi Yifei dismissed him. "Yifei, do you truly not cherish our past feelings?" Qin Fengqing's expression was sorrowful. He could not fathom what had transpired to cause such a drastic change in her demeanor. Surely, no scoundrel had spoken ill of him before her. That was unlikely. Shi Yifei was not one to easily trust others' words. "If it were not for our past, you would not even have the chance to see me." With that, Shi Yifei closed her eyes, silencing herself. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing had no choice but to leave, fully aware that lingering would only provoke her aversion. Upon exiting the grand hall, Qin Fengqing asked, "Son, during your years on Qinghuan Peak, have you noticed any other males becoming particularly close to your master or frequently visiting Qinghuan Peak?" "None at all. Everything is as usual." Qin Guan shook his head, unwilling to expose himself, knowing his father would likely become enraged. "Then this is indeed perplexing. Why is it so?" "Why?" Qin Fengqing pondered, utterly confounded. Father, I believe it is best not to waste time on my master. She is a woman beyond your reach. Qin Guan advised. What? Do you think my charm is lacking? The beauty rankings of the Beidou Star domain are filled with women who have succumbed to my allure, including your mother, who is also renowned for her beauty. She willingly bore you, just a hair's breadth away from winning your master over and making her your stepmother. Qin Fengqing sighed, lamenting that if he hadn't been called away, he might have won her heart. That only indicates a lack of fate between you two, so it is best to give up. Qin Guan's lips twitched. He desired his master to be his wife, not merely his stepmother. Give up? That is out of the question. She is the most beautiful woman in the Beidou Star domain. How could I possibly let her go? Something must have transpired to cause such a change in her attitude toward me. I will uncover the instigator behind this and ensure they pay the price. Rest assured, she will become your stepmother. Qin Fengqing declared, patting Qin Guan's shoulder. Qin Guan was speechless. He longed to reveal the truth, but feared his father's reaction if he discovered it was he who had taken away the woman he cherished. You have begun cultivating? Qin Fengqing suddenly inquired, sensing the immense spiritual energy within Qin Guan. Qin Guan nodded. I have reached the Xianxiao realm. Excellent. It appears my decision to send you to Qinghuan Peak was indeed wise. We believe that the sacred ground, with its rich heritage and profound depth, might provide a path for you to embark on your cultivation journey. But how did you manage to step onto the path of cultivation? Qin Fengqing questioned. Once, my master gave me an in-depth lecture, and suddenly, I gained enlightenment. Qin Guan replied. Is that so? It seems the sacred ground truly lives up to its name, with its profound foundation and myriad methods. Qin Fengqing stroked his chin. They had exhausted various heavenly materials and earthly treasures back then, yet none could affect Qin Guan. However, upon arriving at the sacred land, he successfully embarked on the path of cultivation. You must have just begun your journey into cultivation, right? How does father know? It's merely a guess. Otherwise, Song Yingxiao would not look down upon you and consider divorce. You are aware of this matter as well. Of course, I learned of it during my recent visit to the imperial dynasty. Your mother informed me, and now the entire dynasty is abuzz with the rumor of you, the crown prince, being jilted. Qin Fengqing let out a cold laugh. She initiated the divorce in the sacred land. How could the dynasty possibly know? Qin Guan furrowed his brow. It must have originated from the Song family. To be honest, this is my fault. I truly did not anticipate that girl would make such a choice after gaining power. Qin Fengqing shook his head helplessly. What does our divorce have to do with you? Qin Fengqing clarified. You should be aware of her possessing the pristine body, right? Such a physique cannot embark on the path of cultivation without the corresponding techniques. Coincidentally, I met a peak master in the Piaomiao sacred land who possesses a pristine body, so I brought Song Yingxiao there. I originally thought that once she grew stronger, she would protect you for a lifetime. I never expected her to make such a decision. It indeed exceeded my expectations. Had I known, I would not have taken her to the Piaomiao sacred land in the first place. Truly, she is an ungrateful wolf raised in the house. Chapter 25. The flirtatious Qin Fengqing forces Qin Guan to take action. Qin Guan had no inkling of the underlying circumstances, yet he nonchalantly shook his head, stating, if she wishes to part ways, then so be it. This will allow me to discern her true nature. Are you truly not heartbroken? I recall you were deeply in love with her. Qin Fengqing exclaimed in astonishment. That was in the past, ever since she made the decision to divorce me. My affections have faded, Qin Guan replied. Ha ha ha, splendid. This is the spirit of my son, Qin Fengqing. There are countless beauties in the world. Why cling to a single flower? I shall introduce you to a stunning beauty from the beauty rankings, one who surpasses Song Yingxiao by many folds. Qin Fengqing laughed heartily. That won't be necessary, Qin Guan chuckled. By the way, have you ever encountered the third-ranked beauty, Yikongzi? Qin Fengqing inquired in a hushed tone. I have. How so? She indeed lives up to her ranking. Father, what do you intend to do? Please do not act recklessly. Her father is the lord of the sacred land. If he discovers your intentions toward his daughter, I fear he may take drastic measures against you. Qin Guan hastily cautioned, aware that his father was a notorious flirt. As his mother often remarked, he falls for every beautiful woman he meets. Merely the lord? What is there to fear? Moreover, I have always endeavored to win the hearts of those women willingly. I do not resort to coercion, so why should I fear her father? Qin Fengqing scoffed, turning to leave. Suddenly, he halted, his expression turning grave. It has not been long since your divorce from Song Yingxiao. Your rapid advancement to the Xiancao realm within such a brief period speaks volumes about your extraordinary talent. Should the Xiandian appear and offer you an opportunity to enter for training, you must unequivocally decline. Xiandian? What is that? Qin Guan queried in confusion. You need not concern yourself with what it is. Simply refuse when the time comes. Qin Fengqin commanded with seriousness. I understand. Qin Guan nodded. Remember this matter well, do not be negligent. Also, make sure to visit your mother when you have the chance. She misses you dearly. With those final words, Qin Fengqin's figure vanished, arriving and departing as abruptly as he had. Why does my flirtatious father have such a penchant for beautiful women? Does he possess a golden finger akin to mine, allowing for rapid cultivation through dual cultivation? Qin Guan could only hope that his father would not stir up any trouble and provoke the lord of the sacred land. Returning to the courtyard, Jiang Luoli awaited him. Who was that person just now? He bears a striking resemblance to you. Is he a relative? She inquired curiously. My father. Qin Guan replied with a smile. What? He is your father? Jiang Luoli exclaimed in surprise, recalling that he had previously invited her to explore the world together. My father is quite the flirt. If he said anything to offend you, please do not take it to heart, Qin Guan clarified. Not at all. Your father is quite the gentleman, resembling an elegant nobleman. Jiang Luoli chuckled. Do not be deceived by his exterior. My mother often scolds him for being a womanizer. Keep your distance from him. Will you inherit your father's flirtatious traits? That seems unlikely. Qin Guan pondered. After Jiang Luoli departed, Qin Guan seated himself in the small courtyard to continue his cultivation. Although 5 months at the Suiyue Tower had significantly advanced his prowess, he still had a long way to go before reaching the goal of 365 xiancao. Therefore, he could not afford to be complacent. However, shortly after he resumed his training, several uninvited guests arrived at Qinghuan Peak, openly declaring their intent to challenge Qin Guan. If you wish to challenge me, then proceed to the sequence stone tablet. Qin Guan addressed the leading youth. I have previously challenged you in the stone tablet space, but failed. Hong Chen replied solemnly. Do you believe you still have the qualification to challenge me? Qin Guan laughed. I admit your physical form is indeed formidable, but today I do not wish to compete in physical prowess. I want to duel in spiritual power. If you can defeat me with your spiritual strength, then I will acknowledge you as the first of the sequence. Hong Chen asserted, his pride stung, convinced that Qin Guan's position was solely due to his physical might. What does your discontent amount to? Can it shake my standing? Qin Guan scoffed. Moreover, my physical strength is my advantage. Why would I relinquish it to compete in spiritual power? You are the first of the sequence in the Xiancao realm. You ought to earn our respect, or we shall remain here until you do. A disciple behind Hong Chen shouted, adopting an aggressive stance to pressure Qin Guan into action. Indeed, if you do not engage me in spiritual combat today, I shall not depart. Word of this will spread, and people will claim the first of the sequence fears combat. Such rumors would tarnish the reputation of Qinghuan Peak. Hong Chen declared, defiantly sitting down in the square. If he could defeat this first of the sequence in spiritual power, it would undoubtedly elevate his own reputation. In this worldly affair, nothing surpasses fame and fortune, and what Hong Chen sought was acclaim. With fame would come opportunity. Yet, the pressure from the crowd darkened Qin Guan's expression. Since you are so eager to challenge me, I shall oblige, but I shall not hold back. My master prefers tranquility and abhors disturbances. It would be best to swiftly dispatch these raucous individuals. Hong Chen's face lit up with delight as he approached. Ha! Now we see the spirit of the first of the sequence. Please, but let it be known that our duel will be in spiritual power, not physical might. For he knew that in terms of physical strength, he could not withstand a single punch from Qin Guan. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us commence. Qin Guan intoned with gravity. With a fierce shout, Hong Chen unleashed a torrent of crimson lightning surrounding him. Possessing a thunder battle body, his inner spiritual power was composed of thunderous energy, radiating a terrifying aura with immense destructive capability. Thunderfinger. Hong Chen thrust his finger forth. The red lightning's spiritual power coalescing into a colossal finger of thunder, bearing formidable lethality as it descended upon Qin Guan. Ha ha ha, Qin Guan, let us see how you will withstand this. Hong Chen laughed, envisioning the moment of Qin Guan's defeat. Merely a trivial skill. Qin Guan retorted coldly, his right hand forming a sword finger, suddenly thrusting forward. In that instant, his fingers seemed to transform into a sharp blade. A beam of black, chaotic, sword light shooting forth from his fingertip. This is the 4th grade martial skill, Jianji, that he cultivated in the Suiyue. It was a reward bestowed upon him by the spirit of the stone tablet during the Battle of the Shuliezi. With a mere flick of his fingertips, he could condense his inner spiritual energy into a formidable sword chi, possessing immense destructive power. As the sword chi swept through, Hong Chen's thunder giant finger was instantly shattered, dissipating into strands of lightning in the void. Yet, this was not the end. The chaotic sword chi pierced through like a bolt of lightning. With a soft thud, it penetrated Hong Chen's chest. Hong Chen looked down at the gaping hole in his chest, golden blood streaming forth, and then his body fell straight to the ground with a thud, stirring the hearts of the onlookers behind him. How could this be? How could his spiritual power be so overwhelming? Hong Chen not only possessed the thunder battle body, but also had 365 celestial orifices. How could the martial skill he executed be so effortlessly obliterated? Voices of disbelief erupted among the crowd. Could it be that Qin Guan only had 3 celestial orifices? How could his spiritual power be so formidable? This was utterly contrary to their expectations. You killed Hong Chen? Someone stammered, gazing at the motionless figure on the ground. He was still alive, though death was imminent. But this was entirely of his own making. Even if he were to perish, the sect could not hold me accountable. The moment he insisted on challenging me, he should have foreseen this outcome. Qin Guan's gaze swept over the crowd. So, who among you wishes to test my spiritual power? Chapter 26. A surge in cultivation. Departing tomorrow, observing the silent crowd, Qin Guan let out a cold laugh. Do you think you can ascend to power by stepping on me? Have you considered whether you possess the capability? 5 days ago, he would indeed have been no match for Hong Chen in a contest of spiritual strength. However, after 5 months of rigorous training in the Suiyue Tower, his abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation. Begone! Qin Guan's gaze turned icy as he uttered a low command, prompting the injured and defeated Hong Chen and his companions to flee from Qinghuan Peak, their earlier arrogance now replaced by utter humiliation. As news of Qin Guan's victory over Hong Chen spread like wildfire, many were left incredulous. It was widely known that Qin Guan's ascent to the pinnacle of the Xincao realm was attributed to his formidable physical prowess. Yet, now it was claimed that his spiritual power was equally capable of overwhelming Hong Chen, who was endowed with the Thunder War body. Was it possible that his previous reluctance to utilize spiritual power stemmed not from inferiority, but rather disdain? Some speculated. Regardless, the incident silenced any dissent among the disciples who previously doubted Qin Guan's abilities. In the days that followed, Qin Guan immersed himself in seclusion, focusing on expanding his Xincao and honing his martial skills. Delving into sword formations. Nearly 10 days later, he was summoned to the main hall by his master's voice, where Shi Yifei awaited him, emanating a soft pink mist from her being. Without a trace of hesitation, Qin Guan savored the sumptuous feast laid before him. Reclining on his bed, Qin Guan finally voiced his lingering question. Master, who is responsible for administering this poison to you? Hao Tian Sheng Di, Tang Tian. Shi Yifei's gaze darkened. Is he attempting to possess you? He shall never succeed in obtaining me. His true aim is to destroy me, to ensnare me in the mire of desire and drag me down into the mundane world. In a certain sense, he had succeeded, yet I harbor no regrets. Shi Yifei's eyes were fixed on Qin Guan's handsome visage as she spoke. Then I suppose I ought to thank him. Without his machinations, the bond between my master and I might have remained confined to that of teacher and disciple. Qin Guan chuckled. Although he had previously admired his master, he had never envisioned their relationship evolving to such depths. If not for the constraint of not being able to leave your side for too long, I would have sought retribution against him long ago. Shi Yifei murmured, while she did not regret surrendering herself to Qin Guan. The act of being poisoned was an entirely different matter. After a prolonged moment of intimacy, Qin Guan emerged from his master's quarters and immediately took a bath to rid himself of any lingering traces of her scent, wary of Jiang Luoli's keen sense of smell. Although he was unperturbed by gossip, he remained concerned about his master's reputation. As the most beautiful woman in the Beidou star domain, Shi Yifei was under constant scrutiny. And should their relationship be discovered, it would tarnish her honor and cast a shadow over her esteemed image. As Shi Yifei had articulated, their relationship must remain clandestine, at least for the time being. Seated on the meditation mat, Qin Guan began to absorb the energies from the Divine Maiden Chronicles, and this dual cultivation session lasted considerably longer, yielding an even greater reservoir of energy than before. After a significant duration, when Qin Guan had thoroughly exhausted the energies within the text, The number of his xiancao had escalated to over 170. Just a half more, and he would reach the pinnacle of the xiancao realm. Relying on medicinal pills would require an extended period, yet with a few more sessions of dual cultivation, he could expedite the process. However, he could not seek out his master for dual cultivation every day. Moderation was essential. So he resolved to gradually cultivate on his own. Several days later, Fu Ling arrived at Qinghuan Peak. She first paid her respects to Shi Fei, then met with Ming Jian and Jiang Luoli, before finally seeking out Qingguan. Congratulations, junior brother, for achieving the top rank in the xiancao realm, Fu Ling exclaimed, her bright eyes scrutinizing Qingguan, struggling to comprehend how he had triumphed over those prodigious disciples at the peak of the xiancao realm. Is senior sister here to fulfill a promise? Qingguan inquired with a smile. Fu Ling's cheeks flushed. I did mention a pledge of devotion, but I never specified it would be at this moment. It seems senior sister wishes to renege on her promise. Qingguan teased. I never claimed I would renege, but asking me to pledge myself to you now is simply beyond my emotional preparedness. Fu Ling had genuinely not anticipated that Qingguan would become the foremost disciple of the xiancao realm. It was merely a jest. Look at how flustered senior sister is. Do you think I am the type to impose? Qingguan laughed, inviting Fu Ling to sit at the stone table and pouring her a cup of spirit tea. You need not dwell on our previous wager. It was merely to motivate myself to strive for a higher rank. As for your return to the family to resolve matters, if you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I am always available. Am I the kind of person who lacks integrity? I merely need time to adjust my attitude towards you. Fu Ling shot Qingguan a sidelong glance, the sudden change in their dynamic leaving her somewhat disconcerted. Previously, she had regarded Qingguan merely as a younger brother in need of care. But now the relationship was suddenly poised to escalate to a romantic level, leaving her feeling flustered. Yet, now that the words had been spoken, there was no taking them back. This shift in mindset would require time. In fact, I came today to discuss matters regarding my family. I plan to return home tomorrow. I wonder if junior brother is free? I am free. Qingguan nodded. You must think carefully. Nangong Shantian is not weak. So do not falter when the moment arrives. Fu Ling cautioned with a smile. Do you think I am the kind to hesitate? Not at all, which is why I urge you to consider thoroughly. Do not force yourself into a situation that may cause you harm. That will not happen. I will handle it. Very well, then we shall meet tomorrow. Until tomorrow. After Fu Ling departed, Qingguan made his way to Dadao Peak, where various tasks were announced. Disciples must come here to accept tasks. Qingguan intended to assist senior sister with her family issues while also taking on a few surrounding tasks to earn contribution points. In the Holy Land, contribution points served as universal currency, necessary for exchanging almost all cultivation resources. The last time the spirit of the stone tablet had rewarded him with a substantial amount of contribution points. Yet his rigorous training in the Suiyue Tower had entirely depleted them, leaving him with only a mere 10,000 contribution points. Qingguan stood majestically atop Yunyao, soaring across the vast expanse of the cloud sea. Surrounding him, countless figures streaked by like flowing light. Some rode majestic steeds, others traversed the air with grace, and some soared on swords. It was truly a magnificent sight. Yunyao marveled, with such profound heritage. It is indeed difficult not to flourish. Although he had only recently arrived at the sacred land, he was already astounded by its depth. Any disciple here would be considered a genius in other realms. Such a powerful force, as long as it refrains from provoking those supreme beings, is nearly invulnerable to annihilation. It has been built and developed over countless years by the sages of old, Qingguan remarked. At that moment, a voice emerged from beside him. Esteemed junior brother, your steed is truly impressive. Might you consider parting with it for your senior brother? Chapter 27. Yu Qijuan, Dadao Peak. Accepting tasks absolutely not. Qingguan replied. Why must you be so miserly, junior brother? Since ancient times, a hero deserves a fine sword. I happen to be in need of a formidable steed, and I hope you will grant me this favor. The man summoned the spiritual energy within him, soaring through the air alongside Qingguan, his gaze fixed on the cloud dragon with excitement sparkling in his eyes. This was precisely the steed he desired, majestic and extraordinary. What is your need for a steed to do with me? Do I know you? Why should I fulfill your request? It's utterly laughable. Qingguan glanced at him. The man was clad in golden scaled armor, his face handsome and robust, yet his words were remarkably juvenile. Just because he needed something did not obligate Qingguan to comply. The audacity to speak as if they were old acquaintances. Previously, we were strangers, but now we are not. I am Yu Qijuan, a practitioner of the Fourth Realm, the son of the Peak Master of Xinghua Peak. I sincerely hope this junior brother will show me some courtesy and allow me to acquire this Cloud Dragon steed. I would be immensely grateful. Yu Qijuan wore a smile, increasingly pleased with the dragon. Not only could it serve as transportation, but it appeared close to transforming into a true dragon, showcasing immense potential that could make it his right-hand companion in the future. The dragon clan is powerful and should not be reduced to mere steeds, yet subduing a cloud dragon would still be a commendable feat. Even if it were to transform in the future, the dragon clan would have no grounds to object. There is no need for you to leverage your status as the son of the Peak Master against me. It is futile. Even the Peak Master himself would be ineffective. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As his words fell, the massive figure of the cloud dragon swayed and vanished in an instant. Yu Qijuan was taken aback, his expression darkening instantly. He had invoked his background, yet the other party showed him no respect. A mere practitioner of the Xianxiao realm dared to refuse him? Since he was given an inch and did not take a mile, he could not be blamed for resorting to force. Yu Qijuan had never failed to obtain what he desired. His spiritual energy surged, and he pursued, but he could not even catch a glimpse of the dragon. Such speed. Yu Qijuan's face lit up with excitement, the other party's swiftness only solidifying his determination to claim the Cloud Dragon. Upon reaching Dao Peak, one of the most bustling places in the sacred land, Qin Guan found himself amidst a throng of people, shoulder to shoulder. Atop Dao Peak, several grand black ancient halls were arranged in an orderly circle, with numerous disciples entering and exiting. Qin Guan stepped into one of the ancient halls, the designated area for disciples of the Third Realm, the Minghai Realm, to accept tasks. He felt that tasks from the Second Realm posed no challenge for him. Within the hall, he immediately noticed a colossal, pristine white screen suspended in midair, displaying a variety of tasks. There were tasks for gathering spiritual herbs, locating materials for refining tools, exploring certain secrets, and punishing evildoers. Each task was accompanied by a difficulty rating, classified as simple, relatively difficult, difficult, extremely difficult, or hellish. The higher the level, the greater the challenge and danger, but also the more contribution points one could earn, with effort and reward being directly proportional. A simple task from the Third Realm yielded 3,000 contribution points, a relatively difficult one 6,000, a difficult task 10,000, an extremely difficult task 30,000, and a hellish task 60,000. There was a significant disparity among them. Scanning the tasks, Qin Guan found only 2 extremely difficult tasks and 1 hellish task. The area where the Fu Ling family resided was known as Langzhou, and he only sought tasks nearby, as distant locations were inconvenient. In Langzhou, a group of powerful mountain bandits plagued the region, committing heinous acts and having once annihilated a city, slaughtering hundreds of thousands. The task objective: eliminate all bandits and destroy their stronghold. Near Luoyue City, a notorious flower thief had emerged, preying on thousands of young girls using a nefarious method. The task objective: eliminate the flower thief. As for the other hellish task, it involved venturing to the Blood Mountain of Langzhou to seek a herb known as Liuguang Jin Shui Chao. Gazing at the 3 tasks available near Langzhou, Qin Guan furrowed his brow. In the end, he steeled his resolve and decided to accept all 3 tasks. He was eager to discover just how challenging the extremely difficult and hellish tasks truly were. Just as he accepted the tasks, a figure adorned in splendid brocade, somewhat plump, approached. "Brother, could you possibly relinquish the task of finding the Liuguang Jin Shui Chao to me?" Zhao He had been contemplating this task for quite some time, unable to make a decision. After all, it was a hellish-level task, undeniably complex. Yet, when he saw it taken by another, he felt unwillingness surge within him, prompting him to speak up. "Isn't it true that a task can be accepted by multiple disciples? Whoever completes it first claims it, and I have other tasks. Perhaps you might finish before me." Qin Guan chuckled. When multiple disciples accept the same task, if one completes it first, those who have yet to finish will receive a notification on their identity tokens, relieving them from the obligation of executing the task. Zhao He nodded. "True. Haha, I can't believe I overlooked that. In that case, let us see who can complete the task faster." Only after Qin Guan departed did someone express curiosity. Who was that? A mere Xianxiao realm practitioner dares to accept tasks of the Third Realm's extremely difficult and hellish levels? Is he courting death? What? He is of the Xianxiao realm? Impossible. Zhao He displayed surprise. He had not noticed the other party's cultivation and instinctively assumed he was a perfected Ming High Realm practitioner. Indeed, he is of the Xianxiao realm. Humph! How dare he accept tasks meant for Ming High Realm disciples, especially those of extreme difficulty and hellish levels? Truly reckless. Such tasks were ones that even perfected Ming High Realm disciples would hesitate to undertake. Only exceptionally powerful talents had the qualifications to attempt them, especially hellish-level tasks, where even geniuses could meet their demise. How much more so for a mere Xianxiao realm disciple? Was he not simply seeking death? Yet another fool willing to risk his life for contribution points. Many disciples shook their heads, aware that each year, numerous disciples perished while undertaking tasks, many of whom failed to recognize their own limitations and recklessly accepted tasks beyond their capabilities, ultimately leading to their demise. What on earth does this fellow wish to achieve? Zhao He gazed at the entrance of the Grand Hall, reflecting on the tasks assigned to disciples at the Ming High Realm by those in the Xianxiao realm. He had witnessed both simple and moderately challenging tasks, yet this individual had audaciously accepted 2 exceedingly difficult tasks, and one of hellish caliber. Did he truly seek his own demise? Qingguan did not linger at the Dao Peak. After receiving his assignments, he departed. Unbeknownst to him, a figure was stationed at the entrance of the Grand Hall, blocking his exit. As dusk approached, Yu Qijuan bellowed in frustration. Damn it! How can he still be inside after accepting a task? I refuse to believe he intends to spend the night in the task hall. However, the following day arrived, and the person he awaited remained absent. Ultimately, unable to contain his impatience, Yu Qijuan ventured into the hall to search for him, yet found no trace of Qingguan. Damn it! How could he vanish without a trace? Could it be that he never even arrived at Dao Peak? How audacious of him to toy with me! If I ever catch sight of you again, I shall ensure you beg for mercy on your knees, and I will certainly claim your dragon. Initially, he had intended to lie in wait for Qingguan to forcibly demand the dragon, but after such a prolonged wait with nothing to show for it, Yu Qijuan found himself exasperated, humiliated by a mere disciple of the Xianxiao realm. Upon returning to Qingguan Peak, Qingguan sought out his master and senior brothers and sisters, informing them of his impending departure to alleviate their concerns over his prolonged absence. The next day, he arrived at Yao Peak, where he met with his senior sister Fu Ling, and together they departed from the Lingxiao sacred land. Chapter 28. Senior sister, please support me. The crisis of the Fu family through the teleportation array of the sacred land. The duo swiftly arrived at the largest city within Langzhou, shortly thereafter taking to the skies atop Yunyao, en route to the city of Luoyu, where Fu Ling resided. The star they inhabited was the principal star of the Beidou star domain, situated at the very heart of the celestial region. This vast star was boundless in its expanse, interwoven with the Menghuang mountain range and the Beidou River, segmenting the star into 4 distinct territories: Menghuang Domain, Beidou Domain, Tiansong Domain, and Xinghe Domain. The Lingxiao sacred land was nestled within one of these realms, the Menghuang Domain. Despite Menghuang Domain constituting merely a quarter of the entire star, its territory was more extensive than the collective realms of dozens of stars combined. The city of Luoyu, home to the Fu family, lay a great distance from the Lingxiao sacred land. Relying solely on flight would consume an inordinate amount of time, whereas utilizing the teleportation array could significantly expedite their journey. Your mount is remarkably swift. How did you manage to tame it? Fu Ling inquired curiously while seated upon the back of the dragon. It was captured by senior brother Ming Jian and senior sister Luo Li for my protection. Qingguan replied with a smile. I truly envy them for bestowing such a splendid gift upon you. While I can only offer you some inconsequential elixirs, Fu Ling said, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. As a practitioner of alchemy, she could concoct potions without a second thought, yet when it came to combat, she was woefully inadequate. Despite her considerable cultivation, her battle prowess was lacking. Otherwise, she would not have required Qingguan's assistance in facing Nangong Xiangtian. How could that be? The top-tier enlightenment pills you previously gifted me have been immensely beneficial, Qingguan exclaimed. Moreover, due to my robust physique, my demand for elixirs and cultivation resources is substantial. I will require your continued support in the future, senior sister. Though I may not be able to provide much, I can certainly offer you a few bottles of top-tier elixirs each month. Fu Ling replied with a smile. As an alchemist, she was tasked with fulfilling the sect's alchemical duties each month. However, should the success rate of her concoctions exceed the sect's prescribed standards, she could retain the surplus for herself. Additionally, By crafting elixirs for the sect, she would also accumulate contribution points, making the alchemists within the sect quite affluent. Senior sister, I no longer wish to strive. Please support me. Qin Guan remarked playfully. Support you? Fu Ling gasped, her lovely visage instantly flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, the resources I require are far too many for me to bear alone. If you were to support me, I would experience a significant alleviation of pressure. Qin Guan joked. You can always tell me if you need resources. I possess a considerable amount of contribution points. If you require assistance, I can transfer some of my points to you. Fu Ling offered. How many contribution points do you have? Several million, I believe. So many? Qin Guan's eyes widened in astonishment. Fu Ling truly was a wealthy individual. As alchemists, we find it relatively easy to earn contribution points. I rarely need to exchange them for martial skills or divine abilities, as I can concoct the elixirs I need for cultivation myself. Consequently, my contribution points accumulate over time without significant use. If you need them, I can transfer them to you right now. Not just yet. Let's discuss it further once we return to the sacred land. Qin Guan mused, finding several million contribution points to be quite excessive, making him reluctant to accept. Yun Yao shimmered with a silver radiance, weaving through the fabric of space with unparalleled speed, and soon they arrived at the city housing the Fu family. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of Luoyu City, the atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Fu Niansheng, it appears that your Fu family holds my Nangong family in contempt. We informed you well in advance of our intention to propose today, yet Miss Fu Ling has yet to make an appearance. Is this how you treat my Nangong family? A stern-faced man, the head of the Nangong family, Nangong Wu Hua, spoke darkly. Beside him stood a handsome young man clad in purple, Nangong Xiang Tian, whose countenance mirrored his father's displeasure. Recently, he had visited Lingshao's sacred land Zizhu Peak with his master and junior sister, Songying Xia, and had caught a fleeting glimpse of Fu Ling. In that moment, he was utterly captivated. Upon learning that she was not only the cherished daughter of the Fu family, but also a highly esteemed alchemist, he promptly urged his family to propose. You misunderstand, Lord Nangong. Our Fu family has never looked down upon your noble lineage. Miss Fu Ling has informed us that she will return in the next couple of days. However, we are uncertain of her exact arrival time. We had already communicated this to you. It was your insistence on proposing today that has led to this unfortunate misunderstanding. Now that Miss Fu Ling is absent, how can you place the blame upon us? That is utterly absurd. Fu Niansheng declared solemnly from his seat, his gray robe and grizzled beard lending him an air of authority, his eyes flashing with ire. Were that the case, it would indeed be a fault of my Nangong family. Nangong Wu was sneered quietly. I suspect it's not that your daughter is merely absent, but rather that you never intended to marry her off to my son. His gaze turned hostile as he fixed it upon Fu Niansheng. Fu Niansheng, you are provoking me. Observing his father's rising anger, Nangong Xiang Tian quickly interjected, Uncle Fu, I understand that Fu Ling is your treasured daughter, and you are understandably reluctant to part with her. However, she is a direct disciple of the Peak Master of Lingshao Sacred Land, and I too am a direct disciple of the Peak Master of Piaomiao Sacred Land. Our families are well matched. Why must you hinder this union? Moreover, I can assure you that I will treat Fu Ling with utmost devotion, ensuring she never faces any grievances. His words were resolute and sincere, yet Fu Niansheng could only respond with a derisive smile in his heart. Given the attitude of the Nangong family, it would be a wonder if Fu Ling were not to suffer in such a union. He understood all too well that Nangong Xiang Tian coveted Fu Ling's beauty, while Nangong Wu sought her alchemical prowess. Should she truly marry into their family, his daughter might become nothing more than a tool for their alchemical endeavors, tirelessly creating elixirs for them until her worth was exhausted and she was discarded. Do you Nangong family members truly fail to comprehend human language? We have stated time and again that Fu Ling is not at home. How can we consent to your proposal if she is absent? The eldest elder of the Fu family could no longer restrain his anger and shouted, Impudence! Nangong Wu furrowed his brow and issued a furious shout, raising his hand to unleash a streak of gray light that lashed out like a whip towards the elder of the Fu family, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing into the side wall of the grand hall, and landing on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Nangong Wu, you are truly going too far. Fu Niansheng exclaimed in outrage, unable to believe that their elder had been injured within the confines of their own home. What of it? Nangong Wu retorted coldly, showing you courtesy was merely a prelude to our marriage proposal. Denying us leaves us with no choice but to resort to a legitimate abduction. What will you do about it? If you had cooperated and willingly married Fuling to my Nangong family, it would have been settled. But now, you dare to refuse us? Surely, the Fu family does not truly believe it can contend with the Nangong family, do you? A group so lacking in self-awareness. His gaze shifted to Nangong Xiangtian. This Fu family is obstinately ungrateful. It seems we must initiate Plan B. At that moment, Nangong Xiangtian's expression turned icy. Since Fuling refuses to show herself, we shall compel her to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Wuwa lunged toward Fu Yinxing, confident that once they subdued the members of the Fu family, Fuling would have no choice but to surrender. Chapter 29. The shameless Nangong Xiangtian. In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. The strong do not need to reason with the weak. Their fists serve as logic, and their power establishes the rules. At this moment, the actions of the Fu family have incited great dissatisfaction within the Nangong family, exposing their inherent nature of survival of the fittest. They were unwilling to engage in further discourse with the Fu family and resorted to the most primitive means to forcefully suppress them. Ultimately, their goal was merely to ensure that Fu Ling becomes a bride of the Nangong family. Whether her consent was genuine or coerced mattered little to Nangong Wuma and his associates, as the Fu family lacked the strength to oppose them. Of course, should they encounter someone with greater power than their own, they would find themselves in a position of servitude. Song Leipalm. As the opponent attempted to seize him, Fu Yinxing roared in anger, unleashing the full force within him. He executed his martial skill, channeling his spiritual energy into a massive silver thunderous hand that descended upon Nangong Wuma. Trivial skills. Nangong Wuma scoffed, adjusting his hand. With 4 fingers clenched tightly, he allowed only his index finger to radiate a grayish spiritual light, thrusting it forcefully toward the incoming silver thunderous hand. With a resounding explosion, the thunderous hand was obliterated by his fingertip, unleashing a tempestuous wave of spiritual energy that caused the grand hall to collapse. Fu Yinxing was sent flying, landing on the ground and spitting blood. What power dares to strike at me? Are you worthy? Nangong Wuma approached Fu Yinxing, looking down at him with a cold sneer, demanding Fu Ling to come forth. I would rather die than allow my daughter to marry into your Nangong family, Fu Yinxing declared solemnly. Indeed, should you perish, your daughter might indeed evade our grasp, but if you remain alive, she shall undoubtedly become a member of the Nangong family. Moreover, with your entire Fu clan at stake, I believe she would not refuse. Nangong Wuma replied with a chilling smile. Despicable. Fu Yinxing's eyes widened with rage, realizing that the adversary was coercing Fu Ling through their family. This is not despicable. It is merely a method, one you could employ as well, were it not for your lack of strength. Nangong Wuma chuckled lightly, taking pride in his actions rather than feeling any shame. He reached out to seize Fu Yinxing, but the next moment, he furrowed his brow as the latter inexplicably vanished from the ground. I did not anticipate that you possessed such abilities. However, can you escape? Can your numerous clan members evade my grasp? He surveyed his surroundings with a cold smile. Just as he prepared to act against the other members of the Fu family, a dazzling silver light suddenly appeared above the Fu clan, causing Nangong Wuma to look up in surprise. Lo and behold, it was a dragon. At this moment, upon the dragoness back, Fu Ling was administering a healing pill to Fu Yinxing. Fortunately, his injuries were not life-threatening, and after consuming the pill, his pallid complexion visibly regained color. Father, what on earth has transpired? Fu Ling inquired. It is the Nangong family. They came today to propose marriage. Finding you absent, they turned their ire upon our clan. Fu Yinxing recounted the events succinctly. The Nangong family is despicable. Fu Ling retorted furiously. This was not a proposal, but an outright coercion. Fu Ling, you should not have returned at this time. By doing so, you have fallen right into the hands of the Nangong family. You absolutely cannot marry into the Nangong family. Otherwise, it will be a lifelong regret. Fu Yinxing sighed deeply. If I do not wish to marry, they are powerless to compel me. My only concern is for the safety of our family, which is why I hurried back. Thankfully, with senior brother Qin Guan's dragon as transport, I can only imagine the consequences had I not arrived in time. Fu Ling's expression turned icy. Her thoughts were innocent, only considering the potential repercussions for her family, completely unaware that the Nangong family had already taken action due to her delayed return. At this moment, Yun Yao descended into the plaza of the Fu family, and Nangong Xiangtian spotted Fu Ling upon the dragon's back. His expression brightened as he hastily approached. In a normal situation, one might feel embarrassed to confront Fu Ling under such circumstances, yet he exhibited no signs of guilt or shame, instead wearing a sycophantic smile. Fu Ling, as he called out her name, he was met with her frigid voice commanding, "Leave." Nangong Xiangtian's expression stiffened as he explained, "Fu Ling, you cannot blame me for this. We are a match made in heaven, yet your father disapproves of our union, which compelled me to act." "Humph. You are as shameless as your father. Have I ever expressed my disapproval? I stated that all decisions would be made after Fu Ling's return, yet in your words, it has become my refusal. Such lies you speak. It is evident that your earlier claims of devotion to Fu Ling were nothing but falsehoods." Fu Nianqing thundered. However, upon hearing Fu Nianqing's words, Nangong Xiangtian's face broke into a wide grin. "Fu Ling, did you hear that? Your father has already consented to our marriage." This declaration left many present in stunned silence. Is this fellow truly deranged, or has his shamelessness reached unimaginable levels? Qin Guan found it hard to believe. Any reasonable person would recognize the derogatory implication in Fu Nianqing's statement, yet to Nangong Xiangtian, it had transformed into approval of their union. Qin Guan suspected that the other's mind must have filtered out all unfavorable information. "What did you just say?" Nangong Xiangtian suddenly turned to Qin Guan, his eyes sharpening. "I said, are you out of your mind, to be so brazenly shameless?" Qin Guan stood proudly upon the dragon's back, attired in a beige robe, looking down at him. "Fu Ling, who is he?" Nangong Xiangtian asked in a low voice. "My companion. Is there a problem?" Fu Ling replied without hesitation. "Oh, so you have found yourself a temporary companion." Nangong Xiangtian sneered derisively. Fu Ling's gaze narrowed. How did he know that Qin Guan was her temporary companion? "You need not ponder. It was Wei Feng who informed me, saying you procured a useless partner who cannot cultivate to contend with me," Nangong Xiangtian stated. He cast a glance at Qin Guan. Although he was not, as Wei Feng had claimed, a mere waste incapable of cultivation, possessing some degree of skill, he was merely at the Xianxiao realm and did not regard him with any significance. "Is it him?" Fu Ling furrowed her brow. "Indeed, it is he. Fu Ling, I am aware that previous misunderstandings have led you to harbor considerable resentment towards me, but it appears our two clans had once pledged that matters concerning our younger generation would be resolved by our own hands. I believe your choice of a temporary Dao partner is intended to confront me, is it not? In light of this, I shall grant you the opportunity to demonstrate your abilities, allowing you to win my genuine respect, but do not dare to renege after the contest." Nangong Xiangtian laughed. "Do you truly believe a contest is warranted? Even if you were to triumph, do you think I would ever consider marrying someone like you? If in the past I merely felt indifference towards you, now I am filled with aversion. Under no circumstances will I marry you." Fu Ling spoke with a resolute tone. "Furthermore, there is something I must disclose to you." As she spoke, Fu Ling took the initiative to grasp Qin Guan's hand. "We are not merely feigning a temporary partnership. We are genuine Dao partners, so you might as well abandon that hope." Chapter 30. The battle against Nangong Xiangtian. Qin Guan was taken aback when his senior sister took the initiative to grasp his hand. He knew that Fu Ling was quite shy and had a delicate disposition, yet her expression at that moment was strikingly earnest. As he felt the warm touch of her palm, Qin Guan found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether her words were genuine or fabricated. Observing their intimate interaction, Nangong Xiangtian's countenance darkened like a pot bottom, yet he maintained his composure and declared, "Since our two clans have agreed to let the younger generation resolve matters, we must not go back on our word. Should you be defeated, you shall obediently marry me." Agreement? Do you still care about such so-called agreements? If you truly valued them, you would not have attacked my family. You have torn apart that agreement with your own hands." Fu Ling replied sharply, feeling disgusted at the mere sight of him, unwilling to afford Nangong Xiangtian any opportunity. However, standing nearby, Nangong Wu was sneered. "That is not for you to decide. If you do not adhere to the agreement, do not blame me for taking action against your clan." Humph. People as despicable and shameless as you would certainly not honor any victory, even if we were to win. Fu Niansheng retorted angrily. The level of treachery exhibited by the Nangong family exceeded his expectations. They were undoubtedly capable of such underhanded tactics. Nangong Xiangtian asserted, "If I lose, I will leave this place immediately, but I shall not lose." "Not lose? What gives you such confidence?" Qin Guan, standing atop the back of the Jiaolong, looked down upon him, his gaze akin to that of a deity observing mere ants, making Nangong Xiangtian feel deeply uncomfortable. The Lioli immortal body is my source of confidence. Since you are Fu Ling's Dao companion, step down and battle me. Only the victor is worthy of possessing Fu Ling. Nan Gongxiang Tian's fists clenched tightly as he regarded Qin Guan. Senior sister Fu Ling is a person with emotions. She has the right to choose and is not merely a trophy for anyone. However, you, as a person, irritate me to the point of wanting to eliminate you. Qin Guan descended from Yun Yao's back, striding toward Nan Gongxiang Tian. Eliminate me? With your mere Xianxiao realm cultivation? Do you possess such strength? Or are the disciples of Ling Xiao Holy Land merely a bunch of boastful individuals? How laughable that a mere Xianxiao realm dares to challenge me, a Ming-Hai realm cultivator. Nan Gongxiang Tian scoffed repeatedly, deeming Qin Guan overconfident, even among peers of the same realm. Aside from a few prodigies from the Piaomiao Holy Land, none could defeat him, especially as he currently held a significant advantage in cultivation level. Fu Ling, is your Dao companion truly of Xianxiao realm? On Yun Yao's back, Fu Niansheng inquired with uncertainty. Fu Ling nodded. Indeed, he is of Xianxiao realm. That's troublesome. Not only does Nan Gongxiang Tian possess a formidable physique, but he also surpasses you by an entire realm in cultivation. You could never be his match. Why didn't you seek a Dao companion with stronger cultivation? Fu Niansheng's face was filled with concern. Father, finding a Dao companion depends on fate, not merely on strength. Fu Ling replied, somewhat exasperated. Old man, do not underestimate my master due to his lower cultivation. Yun Yao interjected. I do not dare to underestimate him. He must possess exceptional qualities to be a disciple of the Holy Land. My only concern is that he might be defeated by Nan Gongxiang Tian, as this matter pertains to Fu Ling's happiness. The old man lamented. Just watch closely. The outcome will astonish you. Yin Yao chuckled. Others may be unaware of Qin Guan's true capabilities, but as his steed, he was fully cognizant. His master was an extraordinary genius seldom seen in millennia, and his strength could not be measured by ordinary standards. At that moment, Qin Guan began to ignite the spiritual energy within his Xianxiao, his speed accelerating dramatically as he appeared before Nan Gongxiang Tian in an instant, his palm enveloped in black, chaotic spiritual energy, striking toward the latter's head. Nan Gongxiang Tian was taken aback, stunned by Qin Guan's speed, which was no less than that of a Ming-Hai realm cultivator executing their techniques, perhaps even surpassing it. Yet he reacted swiftly. Unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy from within, a pristine white aura enveloping his palm as he swung to counter. In the face of absolute strength, all techniques are futile. The two palms collided, their spiritual energies clashing violently, sending a powerful wave of energy soaring into the sky, dividing the Fu Clan Plaza into black and white sections. The smooth surface of the bluestone tiles shattered instantly, the heavy slabs pulverized by the impact of the spiritual energies. Even the ground itself torn asunder with a ghastly fissure. Many disciples of the Fu clan staggered in the wake of the energy storm unleashed by the collision, struggling to maintain their footing. Nan Gongxiang Tian's face fell in astonishment. How could this mere Xianxiao realm cultivator withstand his strike? This was inconceivable. No, impossible. Nan Gongxiang Tian roared, unleashing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that surged toward Qin Guan. He prided himself as a genius and would not allow anyone to challenge him across realms. Yet, as he unleashed even greater spiritual energy, Qin Guan matched him with a more terrifying force. When Qin Guan summoned all his Xianxiao energy, the black chaotic energy surged forth like a dark ocean. Nan Gongxiang Tian's spiritual energy was immediately overwhelmed, the chaotic force crashing into him like a torrent, sending him flying backward, crashing into the ground, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could this happen? Nan Gongxiang Tian looked up at Qin Guan, his voice trembling in disbelief. How could someone of mere Xianxiao realm possess such strength? In the Ming-Hai realm, one must merge Xianxiao. Each additional Xianxiao increased the quality of spiritual energy. Although he had not merged many Xianxiao, the quality of his energy vastly exceeded that of an Xianxiao realm cultivator. Why then? Was he being crushed so effortlessly? Fu Niansheng, atop the Jiaolong, was equally astonished. He had thought that Qin Guan would be no match for even a single move from Nan Gongxiang Tian. This outcome had completely exceeded his expectations. The direct disciple of the peak master of Piaomiao Holy Land cannot possibly be down for the count like this. Qin Guan approached his opponent, though he had only opened over 170 Xianxiao. In terms of the vastness of spiritual energy, he had long surpassed any completed Xianxiao realm cultivator. In terms of energy quality, his chaotic spiritual energy could suppress any other, thus allowing him to easily overpower Nangong Xiangtian in their clash. At that moment, Nangong Wu was shouted furiously, "Nangong Xiangtian, get up! You are the pride of our Nangong family, a direct disciple of the Holy Land Peak Master. You wear glory. You should not be defeated by someone of inferior cultivation." "I have not been defeated." Nangong Xiangtian let out a thunderous shout as he abruptly rose to his feet. He gazed at Qin Guan and declared, "That was merely a preliminary display of my prowess. The true contest has only just begun." With a swift motion, he executed his martial technique, pointing towards Qin Guan. An immense surge of spiritual power coalesced into a colossal, pristine star, reminiscent of a sun, suspended above the square. In an instant, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped everyone in the plaza. Is this truly the realm of Minghai in the Holy Land? How terrifying it is. Many practitioners of Minghai from the Fu family felt a sense of dread. They perceived no semblance of comparability before their opponent. Should his martial technique be unleashed, they would face devastating casualties. Nangong Wu smiled with satisfaction and nodded, exclaiming, "This is the aura my son should possess." Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when his smile abruptly froze upon his face. Chapter 31. Nangong Xiangtian meets Master Zun. The Lord of the Piao Miao Sacred Land, a fierce black sword aura shot out from Qin Guan's fingertips, instantly piercing through the stars conjured by Nangong Xiangtian. With a resounding explosion, the pristine stars shattered, and the violent spiritual energy surged back, once again sending Nangong Xiangtian flying. Blood splattered from his mouth, and his expression turned to one of horror. Could it be that his martial skills were inferior to his opponent's? "It seems you are not the useless person Wei Feng described, but rather a peerless prodigy." Rising to his feet and wiping the blood from his lips, Nangong Xiangtian realized that a mere waste could not possess such combat prowess. "Indeed, many had once referred to me as a waste," Qin Guan retorted, igniting his spiritual energy and unleashing the martial technique Shadow Instant Kill. His figure suddenly appeared before Nangong Xiangtian, a fist enveloped in chaotic spiritual energy crashing forward. "I concede your strength is formidable, but daring to engage in close combat with me, you shall witness the true might of my Liuli immortal body. Before your defeat, allow me to inform you, so that you may accept your loss with an open heart. My physique allows me to dominate with my physical form. When perfected, it can render my body virtually indestructible." With a low growl, Nangong Xiangtian's body transformed, taking on a glimmering Liuli appearance that radiated light. At this moment, his confidence surged, and he stood motionless, allowing Qin Guan's fist to strike him, bolstered by the absolute assurance his physique provided. As Qin Guan's fist descended, crimson blood patterns intertwined across his knuckles, a manifestation of the fourth-tier, physical martial skill, Slaughter Fist. Yet, despite this spectacle, Nangong Xiangtian remained unfazed, even sporting a disdainful smile. He firmly believed that no matter the opponent's myriad abilities, they could never breach his Liuli immortal body. However, as Qin Guan's fist made contact, a thunderous sound erupted, causing Nangong Xiangtian's chest to cave in, golden blood gushing forth, his ribs fracturing, and the glow of his internal organs visible beneath the surface. In an instant, Nangong Xiangtian's form hurtled backward like a meteor. But Qin Guan, employing his martial technique, swiftly pursued him, fully aware of the principle that a moment of weakness could lead to one's demise. He unleashed his Slaughter Fist, blood-red patterns adorning both fists, and with a series of strikes, Nangong Xiangtian's chest was directly pierced. "My son." Nangong Wu's expression shifted dramatically as he unleashed a gray light from his palm, aiming a blow at Qin Guan. Nangong Xiangtian was the direct disciple of the Piao Miao Sacred Land's lord, his support within the sacred grounds, and the foundation of his audacity to oppress the Fu family. Thus he could not afford any missteps. Just as his palm struck toward Qin Guan, Fu Ling appeared beside him. Though not adept in battle, she summoned her spiritual energy to form a green barrier between Nangong Wu and Qin Guan. "A mere alchemist dares to obstruct me?" Nangong Wu bellowed, his palm crashing down with tremendous force, shattering Fu Ling's energy barrier, causing her to stagger back, blood seeping from her mouth. Yet, as an alchemist of the sacred land, he did not dare to inflict mortal harm, only aiming to injure her. His target remained Qin Guan. However, as his palm descended once more, a shimmering silver dragon claw collided with him. unleashing a surge of energy that forced him to retreat repeatedly. Let the younglings settle their affairs. What need is there for you, an old fool, to intervene? Yun Yao's eyes gleamed with silver light, the colossal dragon head lifting to gaze at Nan Gongwu. Fu Nian's heart trembled. Was this mount truly so powerful? Startled, he quickly dismounted. Nan Gongwu displayed a look of astonishment. He had assumed the creature was merely a mount, not realizing it harbored hidden strength. My son is the direct disciple of the Peak Lord. Should he meet with any ill fate, prepare to face the wrath of the Piao Miao sacred land. With the dragon's presence, Nan Gongwu could no longer strike at Qin Guan, resorting instead to threats. If the Piao Miao sacred land can swallow its pride for this genius to fight beyond his rank, then let him come to the Ling Shao sacred land. Yun Yao scoffed, utterly dismissing the threat. Meanwhile, as Qin Guan prepared to end the battle with a punch aimed at Nan Gongxiangtian's head, a blinding white light suddenly erupted from him, revealing an ethereal figure within. Another trick? Qin Guan's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he struck, but the white light remained unperturbed. The hazy figure within the white light glanced at the nearly defeated Nan Gongxiangtian, whose chest had been penetrated, with his internal organs vanished and suffering gravely. Yet, that ethereal figure simply raised a hand and sent forth a beam of white light into Nan Gongxiangtian's body. Miraculously, the vanished organs, bones, and flesh began to regenerate at a visible pace. Qin Guan retreated several steps, his expression grave as he regarded the ethereal figure. If he surmised correctly, this person must be Nan Gongxiangtian's master, the lord of the Piao Miao sacred land. A figure of immense strength befitting such a title. I pay my respects to the esteemed Peak Lord. Nan Gongwu hurriedly stepped forward to bow, confirming Qin Guan's suspicion that the ethereal figure was indeed Bai Qiyun, the Peak Lord of the Piao Miao sacred land. Bai Qiyun paid him no mind, her gaze fixed on her disciple. Under her watchful eyes, Nan Gongxiangtian's wounds rapidly healed. Disciple pays respects to master. Nan Gongwu bowed deeply. It seems your marital matters are not proceeding smoothly. What is it? Does the other party look down upon my disciple? Bai Qiyun's voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Reporting to master, the other party indeed does not value the disciple. I implore master to take a stand for him. Nan Gongxiangtian spoke softly, directing his gaze toward the bloodied Fu Ling. Bai Qiyun followed his glance, her voice icy. Truly, a disciple of the Ling Shao sacred land possesses lofty aspirations, even looking down upon my disciple. Pray tell, is my disciple so lacking that he fails to catch the eye of a young lady like you? Her tone dripped with discontent. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura erupted from her, enveloping all present in a chilling sensation, as if they were being scrutinized by an unfathomable, terrifying entity, rendering them cold and shivering in dread. Especially Qin Guan, at this moment, felt that any slight movement on his part could lead to his immediate demise under the gaze of the opponent. Fu Ling clasped his hands and remarked, I humbly greet you, esteemed Peak Master. I believe it would be prudent to inquire of your disciple what exactly transpired before you draw any conclusions regarding my actions. Facing Bai Qiyun's inquiry, Nan Gongxiangtian did not dare to conceal anything, bowing his head and recounting all that had occurred without reservation. After this matter concludes, you shall face a 3-year period of reflection at the sacred Feng Lei Valley. Should you come to recognize your mistakes within that time, I shall permit your departure. Otherwise, you shall remain there for eternity. Nay, master, I was in the wrong. I am acutely aware of my faults. I beseech you, please grant me mercy. Nan Gongxiangtian's complexion changed drastically, and with a thud, he knelt upon the ground. Chapter 32. A temporary decision. Feng Lei Valley serves as the place of punishment for disciples in the ethereal sacred land, filled with chaotic winds and thunder that assault those within at every moment. Entering this domain requires shedding one's skin at the very least, with many disciples perishing within its confines. Nan Gongxiangtian never anticipated that his master would impose such a severe punishment upon him. After all, he had merely employed certain means to coerce Fu Ling into marrying him. It was not an egregious transgression. Yet, in response to his pleas, Bai Qiyun remained unmoved, coldly stating, upon resolving family matters, return immediately to the sacred land for your punishment. With that, her hazy figure vanished from sight. However, before departing, she cast a penetrating glance at Qin Guan and inquired, would you be willing to join my sect? The individual who could inflict such grave injuries upon Nan Gongxiangtian at the realm of Xian Qiao possessed remarkable talent. Thank you for your kind offer, senior, but I already have a master, Qin Guan replied, clasping his fists in respect. What a pity. With that, Bai Qiuyun's figure completely disappeared. Although her disciple had suffered serious injuries, as the peak master of the sacred land, she found it beneath her to trouble a junior. As Bai Qiuyun departed, Nan Gongxiang Tian collapsed helplessly to the ground, his face ashen. The appearance of his master had not aided him. Instead, he was punished with confinement in Fenglei Valley. Qin Guan refrained from taking further action. It would be inappropriate to strike while the master had already intervened. You may leave now, Fu Niansheng remarked, eyeing Nan Gongwu. In the past, such words would have incited him to act. Yet the presence of the dragon made him feel wary. It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, my master would never have punished me. Nan Gongxiang Tian screamed in a fit of rage, his eyes bloodshot and his expression grotesque. 3 years of confinement would allow his peers to surpass him significantly. Fu Ling, this is all because of you. I will possess you. As long as you remain unmarried, you are mine. I ask you once more, do you wish to marry me? If you refuse, I will ensure you experience the pain of losing your loved ones. You may protect your family for a time, but you cannot shield them forever. Ha ha. Nan Gongxiang Tian's voice echoed with madness. His gaze towards Fu Ling frenzied, as if he had been provoked. Despicable. Fu Ling retorted, her expression darkening. Qin Guan narrowed his eyes, contemplating intervention. But the mark of his master remained upon Nan Gongxiang Tian, and should he strike, it was likely the master would reappear. Indeed, I am despicable. What can you do about it? Nan Gongxiang Tian laughed maniacally, relishing this confrontational approach. Then let us marry, severing his desires completely. Fu Niansheng declared solemnly. What? Fu Ling exclaimed in surprise, as the notion of marriage had not crossed her mind. I believe this partner of yours is quite suitable. There is no better day than today to wed and enter the bridal chamber. Let us see what he has to cling to then. Fu Niansheng coldly asserted. Fu Ling turned to Qin Guan, her face flushing crimson. Observing this scene, Fu Niansheng realized that his daughter's words about their genuine bond were not mere fabrications. You dare? You belong to me. Only I can marry you. If you dare to wed another, I will annihilate your family. Nan Gongxiang Tian bellowed. Try it if you dare, Yun Yao interjected, his icy gaze fixed upon him. Nan Gongxiang Tian's chest heaved violently, yet he felt powerless. Even his father had been no match for the dragon, let alone himself. I shall witness how you intend to destroy my family today. Fu Ling, do you wish to marry him? Fu Niansheng inquired. Fu Ling believed it prudent to take one step at a time. She had only just prepared herself mentally to become his partner, and now they were discussing marriage. Yet, perceiving Nan Gongxiang Tian's predatory gaze and wishing to eradicate his desires entirely to prevent future disturbances to her family, she nodded decisively. I trust this young brother has no objections? Fu Niansheng approached Qin Guan, seeking his approval. I have no objections. Though I believe marriage is not the only solution, directly eradicating the Nangong family would also be a commendable choice, Qin Guan replied. The Nangong family is easily destroyed, yet uprooting them entirely is another matter. If we eradicate the family but leave behind the most talented Nan Gongxiang Tian, he will inevitably seek revenge, and the situation may worsen. I understand that it may seem demanding to hastily arrange your marriage, but we find ourselves without a better solution. Perhaps marriage will sever his desires. Fu Niansheng suggested. If my junior brother is unwilling, there is no need to force it. Fu Ling said softly, her cheeks flushed. Since my sister has consented, why would I refuse? Qin Guan smiled. Thus, a hastily arranged wedding banquet was held at the Fu family. Outside the Fu family estate, as the sounds of drums and gongs echoed, Nan Gongxiang Tian's complexion shifted from green to purple, his emotions tumultuous. Finally, upon hearing the ceremonial vows and the sounds of the couple entering the bridal chamber, he could no longer restrain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. My son, why must you distress yourself over a woman? Nan Gongwu expressed his concern. Father, you do not understand. Fu Ling is not merely an alchemist. She possesses the Yao Ling Sheng Ti. And I have read in ancient texts that this constitution, once fully developed, is akin to an extraordinary immortal pill. If I can consume her in the future, it will undoubtedly assist me in attaining the Tao. Had it not been for this reason, he would not have resorted to such unscrupulous methods to obtain her. Compared to the immeasurable value of the Yao Ling Sheng Ti, her beauty was inconsequential, as the direct disciple of the peak master. Nan Gongxiang Tian was not lacking in women. Ah, I see. Nan Gongwu realized, understanding why his son, so focused on the Tao, suddenly desired marriage. It was because she could help him attain it. However, there is no need to rush. Her cultivation is currently quite weak, and it will take a long time for her constitution to mature. There will be future opportunities. Marrying her is not the only option, Nan Gongwu advised. If another marries her, I will merely feel as though my elixir has been sullied. Nan Gongxiang Tian stated solemnly. As long as one can attain the Great Way, what does it matter if things are clean or dirty? Deep within the Fu family estate, vibrant red lanterns adorned with auspicious characters hung, radiating an atmosphere of festivity. Despite the time constraints, the arrangements were far from lacking. After toasting, Qin Guan pushed open the door and stepped into the room, where he beheld his senior sister, Fu Ling, seated by the bed, her head covered in red. He had never anticipated that events would unfold to this extent. Resigned, Qin Guan sat beside her. Do not take it to heart, junior brother. Consider it merely as assisting your senior sister in a performance, Fu Ling said, her voice soft and calm, yet her hands clasped tightly together. Her body trembling slightly, revealing her evident anxiety. But what if I take it to heart? Qin Guan replied with a smile, lifting the red veil to reveal Fu Ling's exquisitely beautiful visage. Chapter 33. The first task delivered to the door before Fu Ling's return. She had never anticipated that events would unfold to this extent. Her sole intention was to have Qin Guan act as her Tao companion to appease Nangong Xiangtian. As for any notion of devotion or offering herself entirely, perhaps that would occur in the future, but certainly not now. Yet, inexplicably, they had become married and consummated their union. As she rose to lift the veil, gazing upon her senior sister's exquisite visage, Qin Guan could not help but smile as he playfully lifted her delicate chin, asking, "What is it? Does my senior sister wish to deny this reality?" Fu Ling's face flushed crimson, and she turned away, responding, "I merely feel this is all too hasty, lacking respect for my junior brother." She sensed that they were constrained by the peculiar circumstances, feeling that the Fu family had coerced Qin Guan, which left her with a twinge of unease. No one can compel me. It is only by my own will. Moreover, my senior sister had previously promised to be my Tao companion, to dedicate herself to me. Perhaps this is a predestined arrangement that has led us to this day of marriage. The crimson candlelight cast a warm glow, illuminating their faces as the celebratory atmosphere in the room became tinged with intimacy. Qin Guan gradually approached, while Fu Ling instinctively leaned back, ultimately finding herself reclining on the bed. As their disheveled garments fell to the floor, the candlelight shyly dimmed, as if it were closing its eyes. However, just as the candles extinguished, a figure cloaked in black silently appeared outside the bridal chamber. Hee, who would have thought I could encounter a disciple of the sacred ground, returning home to marry? How rare. Fu Ling, true to her name, was indeed a remarkable beauty. Despite having seen many women, he had never encountered one of her caliber, truly befitting a maiden emerging from the sacred ground. And now, witnessing this intimate moment, he relished the thrill of having a third party present. It was exhilarating. The man in black chuckled, licking his lips at the thought that such a beauty, if not shared in dual cultivation to seize her essence, would be a waste. His form began to dissolve, transforming into a shadow that slipped through the window into the room, a maneuver he had executed countless times before. Yet, as he entered, vibrant light exploded forth, and swords of varying colors materialized around him. Wait. The figure in black was startled to find that his presence had been detected. He looked around and saw 12 sharp swords, each emanating a distinct aura, hovering around him. Above him floated a formation diagram, illuminating the dark room in a kaleidoscope of colors. Yi Liuxiang, I was just pondering how to find you, and yet you have delivered yourself right to me. Qin Guan remarked coldly, observing the black-clad figure ensnared within the sword formation. The audacity to intrude on their wedding night could only belong to the notorious thief, Yi Liuxiang, known for preying on countless maidens. With a stern expression, Qin Guan wrapped Fu Ling tightly in the covers and approached Yi Liuxiang, determined to eliminate the threat that sought to ruin his happiness. I never expected your vigilance to be so sharp, to detect my presence. Yi Liuxiang thought, astonished. His shadowy technique had always gone undetected, yet here he was, recognized by someone of the sacred ground. Truly impressive. In reality, Qin Guan had known of his presence the moment he appeared outside the window. His chaotic heavy eye was not to be underestimated. Your ability to evade capture, committing your misdeeds, must be tied to your capability to become a shadow. Unfortunately for you, your fortunate days come to an end today, Qin Guan stated coldly. Ha ha ha. Do you really believe this trivial sword formation can ensnare me? In darkness, I am invincible. Yi Liuxiang shot back, revealing a handsome yet pale visage. What of the sacred ground disciples? Today, I shall seize the wife of a disciple from the sacred ground. Just the thought excites me. It would be a tale worth telling. With that, he transformed back into a shadow, surging toward the edge of the sword formation. However, as his form brushed against the circle of swords, the 12 blades and the formation above erupted with immense sword energy, enveloping the black figure. Ah! A piercing scream escaped Yi Liuxiang's lips as he writhed in agony, the pain overwhelming him. Soon, his form returned to that of Yi Liuxiang, but he was now battered and bleeding golden blood. This sword formation can actually seal space? Yi Liuxiang exclaimed in terror. When he transformed into a shadow, he could escape through even the smallest opening. Yet this formation created a self-contained space, entirely cut off from the outside world, leaving no escape. At that moment, he felt a sense of dread and silently regretted his decision. His original target was not Fu Ling, but another young lady from a prominent family. However, upon hearing that the jewel of the Fu family was marrying, he had come to seek some excitement, only to find himself in dire straits. Were you not just proclaiming that this modest sword formation could not confine you? I shall see how you escape. Qin Guan scoffed. Among his 12 swords was the ethereal sword, imbued with spatial power, capable of sealing dimensions. As he moved his fingers, 5 powerful sword energies coalesced within the formation. Kill! With his command, 4 sword energies pierced through Yi Liuxiang's limbs, causing him to wail in pain. Just as the 5th sword energy aimed for his head, Yi Liuxiang hurriedly pleaded, "Show mercy. I know of a great opportunity. Spare my life, and I shall offer it to you willingly." Not interested, Qin Guan replied coldly. Coming from the sacred ground, he could acquire any opportunity with sufficient merit. With a swift thrust, the sword energy pierced Yi Liuxiang's skull, extinguishing his life force entirely. Marvelous. A task accomplished with such ease. A smile graced Qin Guan's face, knowing this would yield 30,000 contribution points. He dispelled the sword formation, realizing that without its spatial confinement, eliminating Yi Liuxiang would have required considerable effort. This underscored the vital importance of powerful treasures to cultivators. After discarding Yi Liuxiang's corpse outside, Qin Guan swiftly slipped back into bed. The following morning, as Qin Guan awoke, Fu Ling was seated before the mirror, delicately tending to her silken tresses. He rose from his bed and embraced her fragile form from behind. "Sure, Jia, you smell divine," Qin Guan whispered softly in her ear. "You little rascal, you certainly caused quite a stir last night," Fu Ling replied. Her cheeks flushed at the recollection of the previous evening. "Did I? I was merely gentle, my dear husband," Qin Guan chuckled. Being her first experience, he refrained from overwhelming her. Wishing to ensure her comfort, he would reserve his fervor for when she had grown accustomed. After freshening up, the couple departed their bridal chamber to pay respects to their parents with a toast. However, upon stepping into the courtyard, they discovered a throng gathered around the lifeless body of Yi Liuxiang. Several members of the Fu family recognized the deceased. He had been notorious in the vicinity of Luoyue City, leaving many young maidens in his wake, and even the Fu family had suffered greatly due to his actions. Why had he suddenly met his demise here? Chapter 34, 200 Xianqiao, Journey to Wuwang Mountain Fulling. What has transpired? Fu Nianqing hastily inquired upon seeing his daughter emerge. Last night, he intruded into our room with ill intentions, but was slain by Qin Guan. Fulling replied, "Excellent, excellent." Fu Nianqing nodded excitedly, turning to Qin Guan. "Not only have you avenged the girls of our Fuli family whom he harmed, but you have also eliminated a great menace for the nearby cities." Qin Guan, "May I display his corpse in the streets?" The people, gripped by fear due to his actions, would surely rejoice at the sight of his lifeless form. There is no objection to that. However, I must take his head back to the sect for accountability, Qin Guan affirmed. Rest assured, his head shall not be desecrated. Fu Nianqing grew increasingly pleased with his son-in-law, who not only vanquished Nangong Xiangtian and protected their family, but also dispatched the lecherous Yi Liuxiang, thus resolving a tremendous threat for the vicinity. "Father, has Nangong Xiangtian departed?" Fulling asked. "He has left. He departed immediately after your wedding night, reportedly spitting blood in his fury." Fu Nianqing responded, "I hope my marriage will extinguish his lingering thoughts." Fulling remarked, not believing that the man was angered by any affection for her. In the following days, Qin Guan refrained from hastily undertaking tasks, choosing instead to remain at the Fully residence. As he was concerned that the Nangong family might resort to underhanded tactics, knowing that the Fully family lacked the strength to confront them. However, the Nangong family remained silent for several days, while Qin Guan's cultivation progressed remarkably through repeated dual cultivation sessions with Fulling. At this moment, Qin Guan sat cross-legged on a mat, absorbing energy from the Zhu Shishun Nu Lu. On the night of their marriage, Fulling's image had already materialized on the second page of the Zhu Shishun Nu Lu, adorned in her bridal red attire, precisely as she had appeared that evening. As Qin Guan absorbed the golden energy beside Fulling's portrait, his internal xianxiao continued to be opened. During this time, the mysterious energy generated from dual cultivation with his master surpassed that derived from dual cultivation with Fulling, indicating that not only the duration of dual cultivation, but also the cultivation level of the partner affected the volume of energy produced. Nonetheless, even so, his speed of cultivation was unparalleled by ordinary individuals. Within these few days, through 2 sessions of dual cultivation, he had opened over 20 additional xianxiao, bringing the total to 200, thus drawing closer to the perfection of the xianxiao realm. After absorbing the energy from the Zhu Shishun Nu Lu, Qin Guan sought out Fulling to inform her of his intent to undertake a mission. I have already said that I possess numerous contribution points. Why do you still wish to embark on such a perilous task, especially one at the level of the Sea of Life and Hell? Fulling expressed her concern. Although she had never ventured on a mission herself, she was aware that such tasks were extraordinarily dangerous, even for geniuses at the Sea of Life realm. Who could fall in the face of such challenges? Acquiring contribution points is secondary. My primary aim is to refine myself, Qin Guan asserted. Very well, since you are determined to go, I shall not obstruct you. Realizing she could not dissuade him, Fulling handed Qin Guan several healing elixirs for emergencies, and he then departed from the Fully family. The next day, Qin Guan arrived at the nearest city to Wuwang Mountain, only to find it transformed into a desolate ghost town. The dilapidated structures and the dried blood on the ground unequivocally indicated that fierce battles had erupted here. According to the intelligence within the mission, this was indeed the city that had been slaughtered by the bandits of Wuwang Mountain. Qin Guan did not rush to Wuwang Mountain, but instead sought information from the surrounding cities. Given that this was classified as an extremely difficult mission at the Sea of Life realm, the inherent dangers were evident. Thus, knowing both oneself and the adversary guarantees victory in every battle. The massacre of an entire city by the bandits of Wuwang Mountain was a grave matter, and news of them had spread among the nearby cities, allowing Qin Guan to easily gather extensive intelligence. It was said that 3 leaders resided atop Wuwang Mountain, accompanied by 13 formidable bodyguards, whose power was unmatched and whose identities remained shrouded in mystery. Almost no one knew their true nature. This was the information Qin Guan had gleaned. Beyond this, the populace remained largely uninformed, as that place had become nearly a one-way street for ordinary cultivators, and for many, Wuwang Mountain had become a taboo, fearful of attracting the attention of those bandits. Just as Qin Guan prepared to leave the city, he noticed a large group of cultivators marching resolutely toward Wuwang Mountain. This young hero must also be heading to eradicate those bandits, right? The leader, a dignified and simply dressed young man, inquired of Qin Guan. Passing through this area, I heard of the bandits' misdeeds and wished to confront them. Qin Guan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Most of them were at the Sea of Life realm. And gathering such a number in a small city was no small feat. Those inhumane bandits had slaughtered an entire city, claiming the lives of over 100,000, which was no different from beasts. Thus, I gathered over 100 righteous individuals from other cities, vowing to eradicate this group of bandits. The leader, Ming Yunpeng, clenched his fists, his voice imbued with righteous indignation. Qin Guan nodded. I see. Your actions are indeed commendable, should you succeed. It shall be a significant achievement, earning the gratitude of the cultivators in the surrounding cities, and those who perished at the hands of the bandits can finally rest in peace. Will this young hero not join us? Ming Yunpeng asked. Young Master Ming, do you not see that this lad is merely at the Xianxiao realm? His strength is too feeble. He would only hinder us should he accompany us, and in battle, no one would be able to safeguard him. A burly man wielding a pair of golden axes interjected. Peng Guang, do not speak such words. Merely the fact that this young hero dares to confront the bandits is worthy of admiration. How can you look down upon him? Ming Yunpeng admonished. Indeed, young Master Ming, I was wrong. The burly man hastily apologized, and from their brief exchange, it was evident that Ming Yunpeng held a high status in his eyes. "Hero, why not join us? We can look out for each other, and we have conducted thorough investigations on that group of bandits in the mountains, possessing information that exceeds what others know. Otherwise, if you venture in alone, your demise is inevitable." Ming Yunpeng invited. Qin Guan initially hesitated to accompany them, as his mission for the sect was not merely to contribute, but also to hone his skills. Moreover, this was a solitary task. Bringing along a group of aides seemed inappropriate. However, upon hearing that they had detailed intel on the bandits, Qin Guan nodded in agreement. Thus, the group set forth, a magnificent procession, toward Wuwangshan. Chapter 35. Strategy, the Elixir of Spirit and Essence. Assault on the bandit stronghold. Shall we truly charge directly in? A voice questioned, filled with uncertainty. Hundreds of us advancing without any cover seems rather reckless. What if the enemy is prepared? Fear not, for I have gathered ample intelligence. The 3 leaders of those mountain bandits are not present in the stronghold, and even the 13 guardians are only half in attendance. With our strength, we can easily overwhelm them. Ming Yunpeng replied with a smile. But our aim is to annihilate them completely. If their main force is absent, what significance does our endeavor hold? Another voice raised an objection. Excellent question. Ming Yunpeng chuckled, pausing to address the crowd behind him. I understand that many of you harbor such doubts, yet I assure you that this approach will actually minimize our losses. Once we decisively slay the bandits atop Wangyue Mountain, news of our assault will surely reach their 3 leaders. Imagine, their stronghold under siege. How could they remain indifferent? We shall merely lie in ambush, and when they return to the stronghold, we will capture them all in one fell swoop, thus allowing us to eradicate them at minimal cost. Are you all satisfied with my plan? Brilliant strategy. The crowd erupted in approval, many giving a thumbs up. Peng Guang expressed his admiration. I never expected young Master Ming to possess such comprehensive knowledge of those bandits. It is imperative to gather intelligence. I have convened everyone here. I cannot allow us to be unprepared. I must take responsibility for your lives, Ming Yunpeng asserted. Qin Guan, nodding from the back of the crowd, considered that this plan indeed sounded promising. However, he harbored a lingering question. Bandits typically engage in robbery. Why had these particular bandits resorted to slaughtering an entire city? As they continued their flight, they soon arrived at a location not far from Wangyue Mountain, an expanse of undulating mountains, at the center of which loomed a towering peak. Upon beholding the bandit-occupied Wangyue Mountain, many felt their legs weaken. While conflict is an inevitable part of a cultivator's journey, the brutal reputation of these bandits, who had once massacred an entire city, instilled fear in the hearts of many. Friends, we have arrived. Now is not the time for fear. Should we retreat now, we will be ridiculed. Ming Yunpeng spoke sternly to those wavering. Better to be mocked than to lose one's life. Someone remarked, gazing at Wangyue Mountain as if witnessing a fearsome beast, their complexion turning pale. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Peng Guang scoffed, shouldering his 2 golden axes disdainfully, eyeing the retreating cultivators with contempt. Look at young friend Qin Guan. He shows no fear despite being at the Xianxiao realm. You are all at the Minghai realm. Can you not muster more courage than a mere Xianxiao cultivator? Ming Yunpeng asked with a serious tone. That's merely ignorance of danger. Someone muttered. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the awareness of peril, while it is often the inexperienced who remain unafraid. I understand your concerns, yet we have no path of retreat. If the bandits could slaughter one city, they can easily destroy 2 or 3. Who has to say your own city 1 TB next? Can you still escape then? Ming Yunpeng continued, producing a green gourd. This gourd contains my specially prepared elixir of spirit and essence. While it may not match the potency of the elixir of fusion, it will still aid cultivators in accelerating the merging of their xianxiao. Moreover, as the saying goes, wine emboldens the timid. Those willing to join me in storming Wangyue Mountain shall partake of this elixir. If you choose not to, you may leave now, and I shall not hinder you. Upon hearing the mention of the elixir of spirit and essence, many cultivators' eyes brightened. The Minghai realm represents the process of merging xianxiao to form the Minghai. The significance of the elixir for cultivators at this stage is self-evident. Although such a substance held little appeal for Qin Guan, a disciple of the sacred land, it presented an extraordinary opportunity for those without backing. Even those who had initially contemplated retreating found themselves captivated by the green gourd in Ming Yunpeng's hand. Young Master Ming acts with great righteousness, offering such a treasure to eradicate the bandits of Wangyue Mountain. We are truly ashamed. Pang Guang remarked, feeling humbled. For the sake of those cultivators who fell at the hands of the bandits, and to restore peace to the surrounding cities, what is the sacrifice of some resources? Ming Yunpeng declared with unwavering resolve. Under the allure of the elixir of spirit and essence, those who had once considered retreating chose to stay, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. Ming Yunpeng distributed the elixir among the crowd, but when it came to Qin Guan, he faced unanimous opposition. Many felt his cultivation was too low to merit partaking in the elixir, believing that a Xianxiao realm cultivator would be more of a hindrance than a help. Qin Guan paid little mind, knowing he had no need for the elixir of spirit and essence, especially since it was merely a diluted version of the elixir of fusion. With Sister Fu Ling present, he regarded such a substance as inconsequential. Rest assured, my brother Qin Guan. Once we achieve a triumphant return, I shall procure a bottle of inferior opening elixir for you. Ming Yunpeng promised with a smile. Elixirs are categorized by quality: inferior, middle grade, superior, and premium, with higher quality containing greater energy and yielding more substantial effects. Hey, kid, your luck is astounding. Do you know how much an inferior opening elixir is worth in spirit stones? This is the kind of opportunity that countless cultivators yearn for. You truly have struck it rich. Pang Guang marveled. Thank you kindly. Qin Guan replied politely. From the outset of his cultivation, he had only used premium elixirs, never even glancing at inferior ones. As the cultivators drank the spirit elixir, they felt a surge of warmth within, dispelling their earlier fears. Some even broke through, advancing their cultivation, which significantly boosted the morale of the group. Ultimately, under the leadership of Ming Yunpeng, they charged into Wangyue Mountain with fervor. Who dares to wreak havoc upon my Wangyue Mountain? At the entrance of the stronghold, the mountain bandits swiftly noticed Qin Guan and his companions as they appeared. You, a band of mountain bandits, have ruthlessly slaughtered over 100,000 souls in a city. Your sins are profound, deserving of universal condemnation. Today marks the day of your demise. With a grand gesture, Ming Yunpeng signaled, and led by Pang Guang, hundreds surged towards the entrance of the stronghold's guards. The convergence of hundreds of skilled practitioners from the Minghai realm constituted an unparalleled force, rendering the guards at the stronghold's entrance utterly incapable of withstanding their onslaught. Within mere breaths, the gates, constructed from massive stones, were breached by the relentless assault. Qin Guan furrowed his brow, questioning the ease of it all. Is it truly this simple? With so many rushing towards the stronghold, had its defenders not noticed? Yet, just as the crowd stepped into the stronghold, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 36. The 10th Guardian of Wu Wang Mountain. Ming Yunpeng. The entrance to the mountain stronghold was easily breached, leaving Qin Guan feeling an unsettling sense of disbelief. However, this occurrence invigorated the spirits of the other cultivators, who seemed to envision the stronghold being reduced to rubble. Just as they stepped through the shattered entrance, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Except for Qin Guan and Ming Yunpeng, everyone else experienced a sudden dizziness, causing them to stagger and collapse to the ground. What is happening? Why do I feel so lightheaded? Pang Guang's expression shifted in horror as he fell to the ground. Seeing that everyone had fallen and no one remained standing, Ming Yunpeng smiled and reassured them. There is no need for alarm. Dizziness is quite normal. Young Master Ming, why is this happening? Pang Guang asked weakly. Because you have been poisoned. Ming Yunpeng explained nonchalantly. Poisoned? When did we get poisoned? Pang Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. From the moment you drank the Rong Qiao in Ling Jiu, you were poisoned. When you sensed the smell of blood, that was when the poison took effect. Ming Yunpeng chuckled. What? You poisoned us? Why? Someone exclaimed with wide eyes. Because I am one of the 13 guardians of Wu Wang Mountain. Ming Yunpeng replied with a grin. Impossible. You are the scion of the Ming family. How could you be a bandit of Wu Wang Mountain? A guardian? Pang Guang shouted in disbelief. The Ming family was a prestigious clan in the vicinity, known for their strength and high moral standing. It was precisely because of this that Ming Yunpeng could rally so many cultivators of the Minghai realm. Yet now, he claimed to be one of the 13 guardians of Wu Wang Mountain. In an instant, disbelief washed over the crowd. At that moment, a boisterous laugh echoed from Wu Wang Mountain. Truly worthy of the 10th brother. You have effortlessly brought so many cultivators to our stronghold, and all of them are of the Minghai realm. 10th brother, you have indeed accomplished a great feat. As the voice resonated, 6 figures appeared, leading a multitude of bandits. When they came into view, the crowd realized that the 6 were indeed the guardians of Wu Wang Mountain. Witnessing this, A chill ran through everyone. It was clear that this was all premeditated. Now we can no longer refer to him as 10th brother. Have you forgotten what the three heads of the family said earlier? If Yunpeng could complete this task, he would be made the fourth head of Wu Wang Mountain, said the seventh guardian, a tall and lean man with sharp eyes and a scar running down his right eye, flanked by the 8th to 13th guardians. Indeed, we should congratulate Yunpeng on his promotion to head. The other guardians chimed in, acknowledging that none of them could have brought so many Ming High Realm cultivators to Wu Wang Mountain. They could not help but admire Ming Yunpeng's ingenuity. Ming Yunpeng chuckled. It is premature to congratulate me. Everything depends on the decision of the three heads of the family. Why are you a guardian of Wu Wang Mountain? Peng Guang screamed in hysteria. The Ming family's esteemed status made him perceive it as a bastion of righteousness, and he could not accept that a distinguished scion of the Ming family was, in fact, a bandit. What of it? Once I became a guardian, I am free to do as I please. If I see a beautiful woman, I can simply seize her. If I encounter someone I dislike, I can eliminate them. My heart is unclouded, free from the hypocrisy that plagues the so-called righteous sects. Ming Yunpeng scoffed coldly. He was born into a so-called noble family, yet he witnessed an abundance of hypocrisy. The so-called righteous sects were merely bandits masquerading in human guise. Thus, he joined Wu Wang Mountain, where he could fully express himself. But at least they do not slaughter cities like you do. Qin Guan interjected calmly from the crowd. Oh, is there still one who has not collapsed? The seventh guardian inquired. Just a mere cultivator of the Xian Xiao realm, unworthy of partaking in my Rong Qiao In Ling Jiao. Ming Yunpeng sneered, turning to Qin Guan. You are correct. They do not engage in city slaughter. But have you considered that in battle, they can easily cause the destruction of countless cities? How is that any different from slaughtering a city? Equivocation. The devastation caused during battles is fundamentally different from your barbaric actions. Presumptuous. How dare a mere cultivator of the Xian Qiao realm speak to us in such a manner? Ming Yunpeng roared, raising his finger. A surge of spiritual energy shot forth from his fingertip, aimed at Qin Guan's head. However, Qin Guan merely raised his hand and waved it lightly. With a resounding crash, Ming Yunpeng's spiritual attack was effortlessly neutralized. Ming Yunpeng was taken aback, surprise flickering across his face. I did not realize you possessed some skill. Although it had merely been a casual strike, the fact that it was so easily deflected by a cultivator of the Xian Xiao realm surprised him. At this moment, someone glared at Ming Yunpeng with fury and demanded, Why? Why did you poison us? What benefit do you gain from this? Of course, I poisoned you to eliminate you. Do you think I invited you to Wu Wang Mountain as guests? Ming Yunpeng sneered. Do you know why we slaughter cities? Because we require their blood to unlock our opportunities. However, the vitality in that city was far too thin, so we had no choice but to turn our sights on you. TSK, I never expected my plan to go so smoothly. Being a scion of the Ming family is quite advantageous. You vile bandits, may you meet a wretched end. Peng Guang shouted in anger. Feeling completely powerless and devoid of any fighting spirit, reduced to mere prey on the chopping block, he could only vent his wrath with words. We do not know how we will die, but you shall die now. Ming Yunpeng's eyes narrowed, and he reached forcefully towards the direction where Qin Guan stood. As his palm released spiritual energy, a powerful suction force acted upon Qin Guan, lifting him off the ground and causing his body to uncontrollably soar towards Ming Yunpeng. I shall silence you now. Let us commence with your bloodletting. As he gazed upon the utterly defenseless Qin Guan, Ming Yunpeng's face contorted into a sinister and frigid smile. When Qin Guan drew near, he did not hesitate to strike with a palm aimed at his opponent's head. Yet, in that very instant he raised his hand, Qin Guan was swifter, unleashing a thunderous punch that struck Ming Yunpeng squarely in the chest. In an instant, flesh and blood exploded forth, bones shattered, and his chest caved in dramatically. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, Ming Yunpeng spat forth a mouthful of blood. In the next moment, his body was propelled backward, crashing into a distant structure, causing entire buildings to collapse into ruins. Chapter 37. Who are you really? The sudden turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned. No one anticipated that this seemingly insignificant cultivator, possessing only the cultivation of Xianxiao realm, could send Ming Yunpeng, a practitioner of the Minghai realm, flying with a single punch. The other 6 guardians were the first to react, and the 7th guardian, with a fierce glint in his eyes, immediately launched an attack. His fist radiated a crimson glow of spiritual energy as he swung it towards Qin Guan, who responded with an equally forceful punch. The collision of their fists erupted in a thunderous roar as the red spiritual energy of the seventh guardian's fist burst apart, revealing the hand encased within. In the next moment, his fist exploded into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. A cry of terror escaped the seventh guardian's lips as he staggered backward, each step causing the ground beneath to shatter. At that moment, the other 5 guardians simultaneously charged towards Qin Guan, their palms emanating spiritual energy as they unleashed various martial techniques, generating overwhelming power from all directions. With a cold shout, Qin Guan interwove blood-red patterns across his fists and unleashed the killing fist technique. His right fist, clenched tightly, struck the chest of the guardian directly in front of him. With a resounding thud, his fist pierced through like an indomitable weapon, and with a sudden jolt, the arm that had penetrated the guardian's chest caused his body to disintegrate into pieces. In an instant, blood and flesh flew, a gruesome sight to behold. Simultaneously, Qin Guan directed his left fist towards another guardian wielding a long knife adorned with black scales. The sound of metal clashing echoed as he shattered the guardian's blade with a single punch. Quick as lightning, Qin Guan grasped the broken edge of the knife and thrust it into the guardian's throat, executing his move with a brutality that left onlookers aghast. Just as he struck, the attacks from the other guardians landed upon him, comprising palm prints, fist lights, and flashes of blades and swords. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Qin Guan erupted with a surge of pitch-black, chaotic spiritual energy, burning fiercely like dark flames, blocking the assaults of the 4 guardians. How is this possible? The 4 guardians exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. They were all practitioners of the Minghai realm. How could their attacks be thwarted by someone from the Xianxiao realm? Who exactly was this individual? His strength was truly terrifying. Qin Guan regarded them with a grave tone, stating, "You are far inferior to Nangong Xiangtian." Though all were of the Minghai realm, and some even possessed higher cultivation than Nangong Xiangtian. In Qin Guan's eyes, their power paled in comparison to that of Nangong Xiangtian, who was a direct disciple of the Holy Land's peak master, possessing the indomitable Liuli body, truly a genius beyond the reach of these mediocre loose cultivators. Who are you really? One guardian inquired with a dark expression. The blade that had just been shattered was a second-grade treasure. This individual was certainly not an ordinary cultivator. You are not yet worthy to know my identity. And even if you did, it would be of no use. Your only fate is death. Knowing my information will not grant you a path to survival. Qin Guan's fingertip unleashed a chaotic sword chi that penetrated the guardian's brow, killing him instantly. Upon witnessing this, the other 3 guardians swiftly commanded the hundreds of mountain bandits behind them to attack Qin Guan while they themselves took flight down the mountain. The brief encounter had made it clear that these guardians were no match for Qin Guan, and they could only resort to a strategy of overwhelming numbers to stall him, while they sought to escape. Escape? How naive. Qin Guan scoffed as he summoned a sword array. Infusing spiritual energy into the formation, the array ascended into the sky, enlarging to resemble a vast firmament. Simultaneously, 12 long swords transformed into colossal blades, standing guard around Wuwang Mountain, their sharp energies enveloping the entire area. Just as the 3 guardians were about to flee the scene, they suddenly collided with an invisible wall, halting their progress. What on earth is this? The 9th guardian shouted in fright. How could an intangible barrier have appeared around Wuwang Mountain? It must be related to that formation. The 8th guardian observed, gazing at the enormous array that now covered Wuwang Mountain. Although he could not identify the object, it was clear that it had not materialized without reason. This was not an ordinary treasure. The background of that individual was likely extraordinary. The 8th guardian's expression turned grave. What kind of person had Ming Yunpeng brought? Their attempts to break through the invisible barrier were futile, which filled them with a sense of impending doom. Meanwhile, facing the onslaught of countless bandits, Qin Guan showed no mercy, controlling the sword array to unleash a boundless field of sword chi. Instantly, severed limbs and shattered organs scattered, heads rolled, and blood flowed freely as cries of agony filled the air. The surrounding area transformed into a blood-soaked hell, saturated with a pungent stench of carnage, leaving Peng Guang and the others trembling in fear. No one would have imagined that this seemingly harmless, low-level young man would strike with such ruthlessness, sparing no one among these mountain bandits, slaughtering those of the same Xianxiao realm as if they were mere animals. Qin Guan's gaze shifted to the summit of Wuwang Mountain. Despite the chaos he had instigated, The 3 leaders and the other 6 guardians had yet to appear. Could it be that they were truly absent? Furrowing his brow, he reached out with one hand, summoning Ming Yunpeng, who had been buried beneath the rubble, to float uncontrollably in the air. Where are your 3 leaders and the other guardians? Qin Guan inquired in a somber tone. Qin Guan, who are you really? Ming Yunpeng stammered, his voice trembling as he surveyed the bloodied scene and the mangled corpses around him. What? Are you, a butcher who has slaughtered countless souls in a city, afraid? Qin Guan retorted with a cold smile. Qin Guan, you have killed so many disciples of Wuwang Mountain. When the 3 leaders return, they will not let you escape. No matter where you go, they will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Ming Yunpeng shouted, his eyes wide with fury. Oh, is that so? Are they truly that brave? Then let them come to Lingxiao Holy Land. Those words left Ming Yunpeng frozen in place, trembling as he stuttered. You are a disciple of the Piamiao Holy Land? Pang Guang and the others felt a tempest of emotions surge within them. For them, the Holy Land was a legendary realm, supreme and rarely seen in the mundane world. However, this merely reflects their lack of depth, as they are seldom exposed to such matters in their daily lives. There is no need for fear. The disciples of the sacred land are, after all, human. As long as your 3 esteemed leaders possess the courage, I shall await them at the sacred land. However, I suspect they may not have that opportunity, for the task I have received from the sacred land is to eliminate all the bandits upon Wuwang Mountain. They have no chance of survival. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be wise to disclose their whereabouts. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to let you experience pain, for even if you remain silent, others will speak. Qin Guan smiled as he regarded Ming Yunpeng. They are at Shueshan. Shueshan? Qin Guan furrowed his brow. Is Shueshan not the very location of his hellish task? Chapter 38, The Mysterious Blood Mountain that seals spiritual power. What are they doing on Blood Mountain? Is it for the so-called opportunity you mentioned? Qin Guan inquired. Ming Yunpeng nodded. Ever since he learned that Qin Guan hails from the Holy Land, his previous arrogance had vanished entirely. Such a force was beyond his imagination. Now he understood why Qin Guan's power was so formidable. Those qualified to enter the Holy Land were undoubtedly unparalleled talents. Subsequently, Qin Guan manipulated the sword formation to unleash a massacre, annihilating all the mountain bandits on Wuwang Mountain, save for Ming Yunpeng, leaving not a single one alive. That day, blood flowed like rivers upon Wuwang Mountain. After exterminating the mountain bandits, Qin Guan seized Ming Yunpeng and soared towards the location of Blood Mountain. His mission remained incomplete as long as the bandits had not been entirely eradicated. Qin Guan, may I accompany you? I wish to contribute my humble efforts. Peng Guang said, feeling ashamed. He had promised to eradicate the bandits, but had not lifted a finger, instead relying on others for protection. We also wish to offer our assistance. Please, Qin Guan. The others hastily chimed in. After all, he was a disciple from the Holy Land, and should they perform admirably, being favored by him and becoming his follower would be an extraordinary fortune. What could I possibly do with you? Are you here to hinder me? Qin Guan retorted mercilessly. Did they even have the qualifications to follow him? As they watched Qin Guan depart, the crowd felt a profound sense of regret. Encountering a disciple from the Holy Land was a rare opportunity they might only experience once in their lives. Had I known he was a disciple of the Holy Land, I would not have behaved so poorly during our previous interaction over the Rongqiao in Lingjiao. Someone lamented, sensing that their earlier attitude had led to Qin Guan's current demeanor. Do you think a disciple of the Holy Land would care for the Rongqiao in Lingjiao? Peng Guang scoffed, shaking his head. Such items were indeed rare opportunities for them, yet a disciple of the Holy Land might hold them in disdain. At this moment, he felt like a mere jester. Not long after, Qin Guan arrived near Blood Mountain. The so-called Blood Mountain was not particularly majestic. It was merely a vast expanse of rugged mountains, yet the entire range appeared drenched in a blood-red hue, exuding an eerie aura. Even the flora that thrived here was stained in shades of crimson. Why is it like this here? Qin Guan inquired, perplexed, directing his question at Ming Yunpeng. I do not know. It has been this way for a long time, and no one knows the reason. Ming Yunpeng replied. Then what opportunity did your 3 leaders find here? A fragment of a bone. Not long ago, our 3 leaders discovered a strange bone here. When nourished with blood, scriptures and secret techniques would manifest upon it. Is this the reason for your city slaughter? Indeed. Perhaps you disciples of the Holy Land do not lack for martial arts techniques. But for us cultivators without any powerful backing, such an opportunity is invaluable. we would not hesitate to raise a city. Even if it meant slaughtering 10 cities, we would still covet the chance. Take me to meet your 3 leaders. Qin Guan commanded. Are you certain you wish to enter? Ming Yunpeng's lips curved into a peculiar smile. Of course. Ming Yunpeng chuckled, leading the way decisively. Yet, the moment Qin Guan stepped into the Blood Mountain-esque vicinity, he sensed something amiss. His spiritual power felt as though it had been sealed. Do you still wish to proceed? Ming Yunpeng asked with a smile. What is happening? Qin Guan frowned. This is the peculiar nature of Blood Mountain. Any cultivator who enters here cannot harness their spiritual power, relying solely on their physical body. Thus, I advise you to reconsider entering, lest you meet your demise. Ming Yunpeng acknowledged Qin Guan's strength, yet in this place, where spiritual power and treasures could not be utilized, his capabilities would undoubtedly diminish. Just lead the way. Qin Guan replied expressionlessly. What of the ceiling of spiritual power? Was not his most formidable asset his physical body? If you wish to die, I shall grant you your wish. Ming Yunpeng led the way deeper into the mountains. Roar. Shortly after their entrance into Blood Mountain, a thunderous roar echoed. Qin Guan looked up to see a massive, pitch-black giant ape, towering over 10 meters, suddenly appear atop a mountain peak. The fierce gaze of the giant ape fixated on Qin Guan and Ming Yunpeng, its roar sweeping towards them like a storm, uprooting sturdy trees and hurling boulders through the air with terrifying force. In the next moment, the giant ape propelled itself off the mountaintop, shattering the summit beneath its feet, and leaped through the air, its colossal fists descending towards Qin Guan like a millstone. A smile crept onto Ming Yunpeng's face as he prepared to flee at any moment. This giant ape had long resided in Blood Mountain, possessing an extraordinarily powerful physique, and he doubted Qin Guan, a mere Xian Qiao realm cultivator, could withstand a single blow. I detest impolite individuals. Qin Guan's gaze turned icy as he retaliated with a punch. With a resounding crash, the giant ape's muscular arm exploded, scattering flesh and blood in all directions. With a piece of gore splattering onto Ming Yunpeng's face, abruptly halting his smile. The giant ape, in agony, let out a mournful cry and turned to flee, realizing it had encountered a formidable opponent. This human, though seemingly small, was smaller than its arm, yet the strength displayed was astonishing. But Qin Guan's speed surpassed that of the giant ape. He exerted force in his legs, his figure becoming a blur. Though not as swift as the shadow instant kill, he closed the distance in a single breath, delivering a punch that shattered the giant ape's head, blood and brain matter erupting forth. In the next instant, the headless body of the giant ape crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. This is the fate that befalls those who dare to strike at me. Qin Guan's voice was frigid. At this moment, Ming Yunpeng wiped the splattered flesh from his face, his countenance darkening as the golden blood stained him, the stench of blood making him feel nauseous. He was grimly aware that Qin Guan's physical strength exceeded his wildest imagination. If Qin Guan's strength was so formidable, what if the 3 leaders were not his match? That would be disastrous, but surely it could not be, for the 3 leaders had all practiced body refining techniques. Their physiques were formidable, and they were nearly unbeatable. Even if Qin Guan was a disciple of the Holy Land, he could not possibly surpass them. The more he pondered, the more he felt assured that Qin Guan was doomed, prompting him to quicken his pace. Along the way, the two encountered numerous demonic beasts. These creatures, much like themselves, were unable to harness spiritual power. However, Qin Guan noted that the physical forms of these beasts were remarkably formidable. Was this strength the reason why the quest for the Liuguang Jingsuo was classified as a hellish endeavor? That seemed rather unlikely. Although the beasts possessed great physical prowess, they should not pose a significant threat to the prodigies of the Shengdi Minghai realm. Thus, categorizing this task as hellish appeared rather implausible. Just as he was lost in thought, a colossal shadow suddenly loomed in the distance, hurtling towards them. Qin Guan's eyes transformed into a dual-pupil gaze, revealing that a gigantic demonic beast was in pursuit of human cultivators. Chapter 39. The flowing golden blood herb and the golden feathered bird before him stood a magnificent dapeng, resplendent in golden plumage, its wings spanning a staggering 100 meters. It exuded an overwhelming aura, its feathers glistening in the sunlight like forged gold, resembling a small sun from a distance. At this moment, it was vigorously flapping its colossal wings, pursuing 3 human cultivators ahead. "Fellow Taoist, save us!" One of the figures in midair cried out to Qin Guan. "Are those 3 your acquaintances?" Qin Guan inquired, glancing at Ming Yunpeng. "Not at all," I do not recognize them. Ming Yunpeng replied. Then let us depart. Qin Guan was disinclined to meddle in the affairs of those unimportant individuals, especially with the formidable Dapeng looming behind. Thus, he promptly took Ming Yunpeng and began to leave. However, at that moment, a golden streak of light suddenly shot forth from one of the individuals, hurtling towards Qin Guan. With his chaotic heavy pupil, Qin Guan immediately recognized that the glowing object was the very flowing golden blood herb he had been seeking. It was a plant of pure gold, boasting 9 slender leaves resembling willow branches, each leaf cradling a fruit that radiated golden starlight, reminiscent of celestial bodies. Truly extraordinary. This revelation left Qin Guan momentarily stunned. He had intended to search for the flowing golden blood herb only after dealing with the bandits of Wuwang Mountain. Yet, here it was, serendipitously presented before him. How could one refuse a treasure delivered to their doorstep? Without hesitation, Qin Guan grasped the approaching flowing golden blood herb. In that instant, the enraged Dapeng emitted a furious screech, its sharp gaze locking onto Qin Guan. Quickly discard the herb in your hand. That is the flowing golden blood herb, a vital resource for the golden feathered bird. Each herb is guarded by a powerful golden feathered bird. If you take its resource, it will undoubtedly pursue you with relentless fury. Ming Yunpeng warned, his expression changing drastically. Should the golden feathered bird charge, Qin Guan's demise would be inevitable. As Ming Yunpeng's words fell, the golden feathered bird lunged towards Qin Guan, its massive claws gleaming ominously as they reached for him. We're saved. The 3 individuals being pursued by the golden feathered bird exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the beast. We may have escaped, but we have failed the task assigned by the young sect master. A young man in black lamented. They hailed from the Huoling sect, tasked by the young sect master to locate the flowing golden blood herb. Now that they had found it, they were compelled to relinquish it for the sake of their lives. Should the young sect master learn of their failure, they would surely face severe repercussions. We must devise another plan. For now, let us observe the unfolding events, remarked a round-faced youth. What is there to observe? Do you truly expect a mere Xianxiao realm cultivator to withstand the golden feathered bird? The black-clad youth, Yao Peng, frowned. Just then, the golden feathered bird's claws descended upon Qin Guan. He had initially considered fleeing, but soon realized that he could not match the speed of the colossal bird. Thus, as the claws approached, he resolved to meet them with a punch. With a sharp crack, his fist collided with the claws, sending Qin Guan hurtling backward, crashing into a distant mountain and creating a massive dent in the hard rock face. The golden feathered bird let out an enraged screech, its immense wings flapping violently as it charged towards Qin Guan, its claws aimed at the debris where Qin Guan lay. Quickly, we must leave. If the golden feathered bird kills that Xianxiao cultivator, it may come after us next, Yao Ping urged. A mere Xianxiao realm cultivator stood no chance against the golden feathered bird's assault. Just as the trio prepared to flee, their eyes widened in shock as a claw, covered in black scales, suddenly emerged from the rubble, seizing the golden feathered bird's talon. The unexpected turn of events startled the golden feathered bird, which immediately ascended into the sky, while Qin Guan, holding onto its claw, was also lifted into the air. What is that? Yao Peng exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Qin Guan. His hands had transformed into dragon claws, encased in black, chaotic dragon scales, and 2 chaotic dragon horns sprouted from his forehead. Could he be something other than human? Ming Yunpeng pondered, as Qin Guan's appearance now resembled a form of a beast. Seizing this opportunity while Qin Guan grappled with the golden feathered bird, he quietly fled towards the location of the 3 leaders. Come down here, Qin Guan bellowed, gripping the golden feathered bird's talon tightly. With a surge of strength in his right arm, the golden feathered bird felt an irresistible force emanating from its claw, causing its massive body to uncontrollably plummet toward the ground. Despite its frantic flapping of wings, it was in vain. With a thunderous crash, the golden feathered bird's colossal form smashed into the earth, shattering a mountain below and sending clouds of dust soaring into the air. Standing before it, Qin Guan placed a foot upon its bent beak, demanding, "What now? Do you still wish to seize my flowing golden blood herb?" The golden feathered bird hastily shook its head, displaying a look of fear. Yet, the moment Qin Guan withdrew his foot from its beak, its eyes sharpened, and it suddenly raised its head, opening its massive maw to swallow Qin Guan whole. Upon consuming Qin Guan, the golden feathered bird let out a triumphant cry to the heavens. Not far away, Yao Peng and his companions stood in stunned silence. their minds reeling from the spectacle of the golden feathered bird being bested by a mere Xianxiao realm cultivator, only to witness such a swift reversal. You are still too young. Yao Peng sighed, lamenting that one should eliminate the enemy when in a position of advantage, yet that young cultivator had inadvertently granted the beast an opportunity to regain the upper hand. At that moment, the golden feathered bird's gaze turned menacing as it recalled that these three despicable humans had stolen its flowing golden blood herb. This is bad run. Yao Peng was taken aback and immediately fled. However, just as the Jin Yunyao prepared to take flight in pursuit of them, a resounding explosion echoed as a burst of golden blood erupted from its back, creating a vast gaping wound through which its innards were visible. Qin Guan leaped forth from the midst of the chaos. The Jin Yunyao let out a wretched cry, its colossal form collapsing to the ground. With a chilling demeanor, Qin Guan approached the creature's neck, step by deliberate step, until he stood before its head. The moment the Jin Yunyao beheld the figure it had previously consumed, its pupils quivered in terror, for this time, genuine fear gripped it. You cowardly wretch! Why do you not cherish the chance at life that I have so graciously bestowed upon you? In the depths of its horrified gaze, Qin Guan's foot descended, and with a thunderous explosion, the Jin Yunyao's head was obliterated. Witnessing this scene, Yao Peng and his companions were momentarily stunned, but soon smiles spread across their faces. After all, the creature was but a human. Perhaps, out of consideration for their status as disciples of the Hualing Zone, it would willingly bestow upon them the Luguang Jin Shuechao. Chapter 40. This is my qualification. The scene where Qin Guan crushed the head of the golden feathered bird with a single step left Zhao Peng and his companions in a state of shock. They could hardly fathom that the physical strength of a cultivator at the Xianxiao realm could be so formidable. However, this also resolved a significant predicament for them, granting them the opportunity to obtain the Liuguang Jingsuio. Thus, after confirming the demise of the golden feathered bird, the three emerged. We are immensely grateful to this fellow Taoist for eliminating the nuisance posed by the golden feathered bird. Zhao Peng expressed his thanks with a cupped fist. Qin Guan, however, paid them no heed. These three individuals harbored malicious intent. They had merely tossed the Liuguang Jingsuio to him as a diversion. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he might have already perished at the hands of the golden feathered bird. His eyes glimmered with a piercing gaze as he turned his attention to the distance, where Ming Yunpeng had fled, every movement of the adversary under his vigilant watch. That place must be where their three leaders reside, he mused softly as he began to tread in that direction. Please, fellow Taoist, hold on. Zhao Peng hastily obstructed Qin Guan's path. What is it? Qin Guan's eyes turned icy, and a mere glance sent a chill through Zhao Peng's heart. Nevertheless, he suppressed his fear and spoke. To be frank, the Liuguang Jingsuio is of great importance to us. We hope that fellow Taoist can part with this item, and we would be eternally grateful. While I am still devoid of murderous intent towards you, I suggest you vacate my sight immediately. Qin Guan replied in a low, firm tone. At that moment, a man beside Zhao Peng pointed an accusing finger at Qin Guan, exclaiming, Do not presume that because you have slain the golden feathered bird, we would fear you. Let me make it clear, we are disciples of the Hualing sect, and the Liuguang Jingsuio is a treasure designated by our young sect master. You will hand it over today, one way or another, or you shall not leave the Blood Mountain. But scarcely had he finished speaking when Qin Guan's fist met his face with a resounding thud. The young man's head exploded under the impact, blood, shattered bone, and brain matter splattering onto Zhao Peng and the other companion, leaving them momentarily stunned. Threaten me? Do you possess the qualifications to do so? Qin Guan remarked coldly. At that instant, an enraged cry echoed from the depths of Blood Mountain, a terrifying aura sweeping forth. Qin Guan's expression shifted. The cry was undoubtedly that of the golden feathered bird, and he could sense the immense power radiating from it, far surpassing that of the one he had vanquished. It was a being he could not afford to provoke. In that moment, he understood why this task had been deemed a hellish challenge. However, now that he had acquired the Liuguang Jingsuio, there was no need to provoke further beasts. It was paramount to seek out the mountain bandits of Wuwang Mountain. He promptly turned to leave. After his departure, Zhao Peng and his companion did not linger, the chilling cry from within instilling a sense of dread in them. They dared not stay and were resolved to report the events that transpired here to their young sect master. Meanwhile, Ming Yunpeng arrived at a chasm where he found the four guardians stationed there. Old Ten, were you not on a mission? What brings you here? Has your plan succeeded? The first guardian inquired, eyeing Ming Yunpeng. Wuwang Mountain is in turmoil. Ming Yunpeng replied. What did you say? The four guardians' expressions hardened, a murderous aura emanating from them. Ming Yunpeng immediately recounted the events that had transpired at Wuwang Mountain. How could our Wuwang Mountain, with so many people, have been annihilated by the enemy? This is utterly unforgivable. The first guardian bellowed. The other three guardians equally incensed. The current scale of Wuwang Mountain was a product of their considerable efforts. The three leaders had a plan. Once they completely absorbed the secret techniques from the divine bone, Wuwang Mountain would have the foundation to transform into a sect, allowing them to operate openly. Yet, at this critical juncture, such a calamity had befallen them. The second guardian's countenance darkened. Old Ten, you mentioned that the one who slaughtered our Wuwang Mountain has also come to Blood Mountain. Where is he? Take us to him. I wish to personally rend him to pieces. The first guardian's voice was frigid, teeth clenched. His family was in Wuwang Mountain, and according to Ming Yunpeng, there were no survivors, meaning they too must have perished at the hands of someone named Qin Guan. The thought filled him with sorrow. He was indeed a bandit. But he too had feelings. This grudge shall not stand. I will not live as a man without avenging it. I know his whereabouts, but I believe it would be prudent to request the three leaders to intervene for greater assurance. Ming Yunpeng refrained from disclosing Qin Guan's identity, knowing that if they learned he hailed from the Holy Land, they would likely flee in terror, perhaps even abandon the mission entirely. The three leaders were currently engrossed in deciphering the secret techniques inscribed on the divine bone and were unable to extricate themselves. Moreover, all the guardians had taken turns studying the divine bone, each having gained considerable insights, their strengths having undergone a dramatic transformation sufficient to confront him. The second guardian expressed confidence. Indeed, a mere Xianxiao realm cultivator is hardly worthy of the three leaders' involvement. I refuse to believe that we four cannot handle him. The first guardian asserted coldly. Then let us proceed to seek him out. Ming Yunpeng nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure suddenly darted across the sky from afar, crashing down beside the group with tremendous force, creating a massive crater in the ground. In Blood Mountain, the use of spiritual power was restricted, and one could only rely on their physical prowess to unleash great strength for a long-distance charge. Who goes there? The guardians shouted in unison, staring at the figure that emerged from the crater. It is he. He is the one who slaughtered everyone in Wuwang Mountain. Ming Yunpeng exclaimed in disbelief. He had presumed the adversary would perish at the claws of the golden-feathered bird, yet he had not only survived, but had pursued them. It is you? The guardians glared furiously at Qin Guan. It appears you two are guardians, not the three leaders. Nonetheless, it matters not. You shall all perish. Qin Guan stated calmly. Such arrogance. A mere Xianxiao realm cultivator dares to speak so boldly. I, the first guardian, shall see what qualifies you to utter such words. The first guardian sneered. In the following instant, Qin Guan's legs erupted with formidable strength, his feet carving a deep pit into the ground. His body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, appearing before the first Tai Bao in the blink of an eye. With fingers splayed, he seized the opponent's face and forcefully slammed it against the stony ground. A thunderous crash resounded as the first Tai Bao's head made intimate contact with the earth, sending shards of the hard stone flying, while jagged cracks spread outwards. Releasing his grip on the adversary's face, Qin Guan delivered a punishing kick, eliciting a pained scream from the first Tai Bao as his body was propelled away, colliding with a distant mountain peak. This is my qualification. Does it meet your satisfaction? Qin Guan remarked, gazing at the first Tai Bao buried beneath the fallen debris in the distance. Presumptuous, roared the second Tai Bao, charging forward in fury, channeling his internal power to unleash a punch aimed at Qin Guan's head. None of them had anticipated such a sudden assault. The first Tai Bao was sent flying before they could react. Little Tai Bao, summon your leader. Qin Guan bellowed. His left hand clenched tightly as he struck forth like a dragon, colliding with the opponent. A sharp crack resonated as the second Tai Bao's wrist shattered instantaneously. Yet Qin Guan did not relent. He grasped the broken hand, and, with a sweeping kick that whistled through the air like a steel whip, struck the opponent between the waist and abdomen, sending the second Tai Bao soaring. At that moment, the third Tai Bao, as robust as a bear, attacked from behind Qin Guan, his palm radiating a golden light. He struck at Qin Guan's back with tremendous force, overwhelming him like a tidal wave and sending him hurtling away. Chapter 41. The three leaders of Wuwang Mountain. Do not mistake my silence for weakness. I am no mere sickly cat. The third Tai Bao scoffed coldly. Qin Guan was sent flying, crashing to the ground, a trickle of blood shimmering with a golden hue escaping from the corner of his mouth, a testament to the injury inflicted by his opponent's palm. Rising to his feet and wiping the blood away, he gazed at the golden aura emanating from the opponent's hand, his brow furrowing in astonishment. Qi and blood manifesting externally? It is only those with an extraordinarily formidable physique who can achieve such a feat. How can a practitioner in the Minghai realm possibly manifest their qi in blood? Kid, how do you find the power of my palm? The third Taibao inquired with pride, having derived this martial technique from a divine bone. Somewhat powerful, but not significantly so. Qin Guan replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, still stubborn, then receive another blow. The third Taibao struck again, but fortune had abandoned him this time. Previously, it was a surprise attack when Qin Guan was unprepared. Now, as the third Taibao unleashed his martial technique, Qin Guan simultaneously executed his own, the moment transforming as blood-red patterns enveloped his fist. In an instant, as their fists collided, the third Taibao felt an overwhelming force that was nearly insurmountable. The golden aura of his qi and blood shattered instantly, his hand exploding under the might of Qin Guan's punch, scattering golden blood and pristine bones around him. He was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into the distant, blood-red thicket. Qin Guan followed closely, his fists adorned with intertwining blood-red patterns, raining down blows upon his opponent. With a series of relentless strikes, the third Taibao was utterly obliterated, his body reduced to fragments and lifelessness. At this moment, the first and second Taibao had also risen, Qin Guan's earlier attacks having spared them. Upon witnessing the demise of the third Taibao, they could not help but gasp in disbelief. Among the 13 Taibao, the third Taibao was undoubtedly the strongest in physical prowess. With his death, they had no hope of standing against Qin Guan. However, Qin Guan had no intention of letting them escape. The 13 Taibao were core members of Wuwang Mountain. There was no reason to let them go. Consequently, he launched an immediate assault. Seeing Qin Guan approaching, Ming Yunpeng was filled with rage. He had intended to summon the three leaders for assistance, but they had believed they could eliminate Qin Guan on their own, resulting in their current predicament. Wait, if you spare me, I will lead you to the three leaders. Ming Yunpeng pleaded urgently. That is unnecessary. I have already spotted them. Qin Guan retorted coldly, seizing Ming Yunpeng by the neck and snapping it effortlessly, before swiftly dispatching the remaining three Taibao. He then leapt into the abyss nearby. His chaotic heavy pupils had already detected the three leaders and the other two remaining Taibao beneath the chasm, rendering any guide unnecessary. After a convoluted journey, Qin Guan finally arrived at his destination, a seemingly ordinary cave. Deep within, a vast blood lake lay quietly. The blood water appeared a rich golden hue, a mixture of ordinary mortals' blood and that of practitioners, while golden runes illuminated from the depths of the lake, manifesting into an enigmatic scripture. Beside the blood lake, 5 figures sat in a circle, 3 of whom were the 3 leaders of Wuwang Mountain, with the other 2 being the remaining Taibao. What extraordinary divine bone is this? The scriptures reflected seem to allow us to comprehend various martial techniques. The great leader exclaimed, marveling at the runes above the lake. Despite all studying the same scripture, each gleaned different insights. Even when arriving at similar martial techniques, the results varied, which was truly perplexing. However, one point remains clear. The quality of the martial techniques we comprehend is not particularly high. Either it is related to the blood we have collected, as the energy contained is too low, or it could be due to our limited understanding. The third leader, wearing a monocle, remarked, both are possible. I wonder how the 10th leader's mission is faring. If successful, perhaps we can delve deeper into these mysteries. The second leader, a stocky middle-aged man with a fierce countenance, added, should their scheme succeed, they could obtain more blood for the sacrifice of this divine bone, potentially unveiling more scriptures and secrets. Failure. A sudden voice echoed through the cave. Failure? How can that be? The second leader frowned, and in an instant, the cave fell silent. The 5 of them turned abruptly towards the entrance, where an unknown figure stood, intently gazing at the scriptures reflected above the blood lake. Who is that? The second leader bellowed, his countenance quivering with anger. What were the 4 Taibao doing? How could they allow someone to enter so boldly? The one who will end your lives. Qin Guan's gaze shifted from the scriptures, which were indeed extraordinary. Merely a glance had already sparked insights within him. So, the 4 Taibao outside have perished? I wonder what deep-seated grudge you hold against Wuwang Mountain that compels you to act so ruthlessly against us. The great leader inquired, his mind on high alert. Despite Qin Guan being merely at the Xianxiao realm, his presence in this cave suggested he might have powerful backing. I harbor no hatred. It is simply my desire to eliminate you, Qin Guan stated. At that moment, two Taibaos swiftly appeared before Qin Guan, one launching a punch while the other unleashed an open palm strike toward him. With a thunderous crack, Qin Guan struck like lightning, delivering two powerful punches to their chests. The resounding thuds echoed as they were sent flying into the blood lake, causing waves to crash. The three leaders abruptly stood, fixated on Qin Guan. How could this Xianxiao realm cultivator possess such formidable strength? I truly underestimated you. Boy, which faction do you hail from? Summon your elder to face us. The great leader spoke solemnly. You need not probe. I am here alone. Qin Guan replied. How dare you venture in here alone? Seeking death. The second in command, with a fiery temperament, charged forward with his corpulent frame, resembling a formidable beast in human form. With each step he took, the ground trembled beneath the force of his presence. Despite his hefty physique, he moved with surprising agility. As he approached, his palm, as large as a fan, opened wide, radiating a golden glow, and struck down toward Qin Guan's head. Is he unleashing his vital energy? Qin Guan furrowed his brow, recognizing this technique as akin to that of the third guardian. It seems you have already witnessed it. Indeed, this is the martial prowess derived from the physical body, comprehended by the third guardian, and proves remarkably effective within this blood mountain. The second-in-command's palm, resembling a fan, descended upon Qin Guan's crown. Chapter 42. Kaiyuan Realm, Battle against the three leaders. As the second leader, his prowess naturally surpassed that of the Taibao. Thus, when faced with the opponent's martial techniques, Qin Guan dared not exhibit any hint of carelessness. He promptly unleashed his lethal fists to counter the assault. The minuscule fist collided with the fan-like palm, producing a deep, resonant sound of impact. In the next instant, Qin Guan's figure was sent flying backward, crashing into the cavern's rocky wall, causing debris to tumble down. Such meager strength dares to threaten us? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? The second leader scoffed coldly. Rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qin Guan's expression darkened as he murmured, Fourth realm of Kaiyuan? Ming Yunpeng has deceived me. Earlier, on the way to Shueshan, Qin Guan had inquired about their three leaders' capabilities, to which the other had claimed they were all at the peak of the Minghai realm, yet now the Kaiyuan realm had emerged. Have you encountered Ming Yunpeng? The second leader inquired, his voice resonating. Indeed, I have met him. Were it not for him, I would not even know you were here. Qin Guan replied with a smirk. Could it be he has betrayed us at Wuwang Mountain? Damn it! The second leader roared in fury, as he had just hoped for the other to fulfill the mission and bring them more blood, only to discover the betrayal, a truly infuriating revelation. Where is Ming Yunpeng? Have him show himself. The one-eyed dragon, the third leader, intoned gravely. He has ventured far away. Should you wish to seek him, I can escort you. Qin Guan responded with a sardonic smile. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, I shall find him and tear him asunder. The second leader bellowed. However, the first leader, observing Qin Guan's demeanor, spoke coldly. Ming Yunpeng has likely met with your lethal hand, has he not? I am not so foolish as to be beyond redemption. Qin Guan retorted with a grin. What have you done to Wuwang Mountain? The first leader demanded angrily. What do you think? Wuwang Mountain holds no enmity against you. Why must you lay such poisonous hands upon us? Merely to prevent you from inflicting harm upon the cultivators of other cities. Qin Guan replied. Ah, I see. Which faction do you belong to? The first leader questioned. I am merely a passerby, unable to tolerate your misdeeds. So you cannot bear our actions, young man. I shall make you understand what it means to wish for death. The second leader glared, his voice booming with boundless fury as he executed his martial technique, fists aglow with golden vitality, striking towards Qin Guan's head. Having already discerned the opponent's strength, Qin Guan immediately transformed into his dragon form, his hands morphing into a pair of chaotic dragon claws covered in scales, blood-red patterns adorning them, as he unleashed his lethal fists in retaliation. Boom! The two fists, imbued with immense power, collided, creating a thunderous sound that echoed throughout the cave, reverberating incessantly. Thud, thud, thud. The second leader's corpulent form was pushed back by the force of Qin Guan's blow, and as he steadied himself, he could not restrain a mouthful of blood from spewing forth. Altogether, the first leader, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. This mere cultivator at the Xianxiao realm possessed such formidable physical prowess, capable of injuring a Kaiyuan realm cultivator? He dared not underestimate Qin Guan any further and charged alongside the third leader to besiege him. In an instant, the four figures were embroiled in a fierce battle. Their fists and palms collided, releasing an astonishing aura, the intangible force shaking the cavern, sending sand and stones flying. Even without the use of spiritual power, each punch and palm contained the might of thunder, an unstoppable force. However, after just a few exchanges, Qin Guan soon found himself at a disadvantage. The first leader's strength far surpassed that of the other two leaders, leaving Qin Guan unable to withstand the onslaught. Even in his dragon form, facing the opponent's attacks head-on caused Qin Guan's organs to ache. "You brat, I will see you dead." The first leader gritted his teeth, roaring in fury, his eyes narrowing like copper bells. Wuwang Mountain was his creation, and now it seemed to be on the verge of destruction. He unleashed boundless killing intent, pouring all his strength into a punch aimed at Qin Guan's chest, yet the latter deftly evaded it. The punch, imbued with golden vitality, struck the stone wall, shattering it open. "Let's see where you can hide." The first leader continued his assault. "Do you truly believe I fear you?" Qin Guan shouted in anger, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. His form transforming into a colossal chaotic dragon stretching 100 meters, blocking the cavern's expanse. What manner of beast is this? The three leaders were taken aback, having never before encountered such a creature. "No wonder your physical form is so powerful. You are of the demon clan." The first leader's eyes narrowed, recognizing that within the same realm, the physical prowess of a demon clan member significantly surpassed that of a human. Qin Guan offered no response. His cold gaze fixed upon the first leader as he declared, "Receive my claw." The pitch-black, chaotic dragon claws descended upon the first leader. "Fear you?" "Not in the least." The first leader roared defiantly, striking back with his fist, but in the instant of contact, his fist exploded into a mist of golden blood. At that moment, Qin Guan's dragon claws seized the opponent's arms, yanking with tremendous force, tearing the first leader's body asunder with a resounding rip. As golden blood rained down upon the cavern, the anguished scream of the opponent echoed throughout. Just as the first leader was torn in two by Qin Guan, the fists of the second and third leaders struck Qin Guan simultaneously, both employing their physical martial techniques, their fists radiant with golden vitality. Yet, their formidable assault merely caused Qin Guan's chaotic dragon form to tremble violently, leaving him unscathed. This scene sent chills down the spines of the two leaders. After the transformation, the opponent's defensive capabilities had evidently surged. Boom! Qin Guan's form abruptly shifted, the robust chaotic dragon body crashing into the two leaders like a celestial pillar, and with a single encounter, their bodies shattered. At this moment, his form resembled a powerful artifact, impervious and unbreakable. Such overwhelming might forced the first leader to plead for mercy, exclaiming, "Spare us, spare us. We do not know where we have offended you. We are willing to compensate." Even after being torn in half, he did not immediately perish, for the life force of a Kaiyuan realm cultivator was extraordinarily resilient. "You have not offended me in any way. It is simply my desire to eradicate you." Qin Guan's enormous dragon claws descended upon the leader with overwhelming force, instantly reducing him to a mere puddle of flesh. "Please wait. If you spare me, I shall reveal to you the secrets of the divine bones within the blood lake." The third elder implored hastily, his chest split open, bones shattered, revealing his luminous organs within. "You need not inform me. I shall discover it myself," Qin Guan proclaimed as his dragon claws advanced menacingly towards the two individuals. "Hold on," the second elder shouted urgently. "Even in death, I wish to understand. What grievance have we, the Wuwang Mountain, committed to provoke your relentless wrath upon us? Your slaughter of an entire city's inhabitants has drawn the attention of certain powerful entities." "Whose attention?" "The Holy Land." Chapter 43. Comprehending martial techniques, divine bones, and the Blood Mountain encounter. When the words Holy Land escaped Qin Guan's lips, the two leaders' eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you from the Holy Land?" The second leader's expression turned to one of fear. Was it not merely an inconspicuous small city? How could it have garnered the attention of the Holy Land? Is it time to close one's eyes now? A colossal dragon claw enveloped the two. The strength of the Kaiyuan realm cultivator was formidable, compelling me to transform into the chaotic holy dragon. A frown creased his brow as he recalled that Xiong Yumak also belonged to the Kaiyuan realm, causing Qin Guan to feel a surge of pressure. Moreover, Xiong Yumak possessed the formidable golden body, placing him on an entirely different level compared to these Kaiguan realm warriors lacking any unique physique. There is still time. After a few more rounds of dual cultivation, once I reach the Minghai realm, I shall be entirely unafraid of Xiong Yumak. After the demise of the three leaders, Qin Guan's gaze fell upon the scripture hovering above the blood lake, after which he sat cross-legged to begin his contemplation. Having merely glanced at it before, he sensed that he was on the verge of grasping something profound, indicating that it undoubtedly contained opportunities. Although as a disciple of the Holy Land, he lacked for nothing with contribution points, he would not dismiss any chance that arose. For several days thereafter, Qin Guan remained seated, immersed in the scripture, while the blood mountain was nearly turned upside down by an exceedingly terrifying golden feathered bird. This avian beast was seeking vengeance against the one who had slain its offspring, namely Qin Guan. Unfortunately, Qin Guan remained ensconced in the cave, lost in contemplation, allowing the enraged golden feathered bird to massacre all the humans training within the blood mountain. In a fleeting 5 days, Qin Guan finally opened his eyes beside the blood lake, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his gaze. The 6th rank martial technique, the Yinyang Bagua Palm. This was the martial skill he had comprehended from the scripture. I feared it would be a mere rudimentary technique, yet it turned out to be of the 6th rank. The 6th rank of martial skills is no trivial matter. Even within the Holy Land, it requires at least several 100,000 contribution points. Excellent, excellent. Qin Guan nodded in satisfaction, deeming it a delightful surprise. He then waved his hand, conjuring a gust of wind that lifted the blood water from the lake, revealing the divine bone submerged within, alongside the 2 Tai Bao he had previously cast into the blood lake. They had not perished, rather. They aimed to conceal their presence using the blood lake's power, intending to reveal themselves once Qin Guan departed, allowing them to seize the divine bone for themselves. This divine bone was exceptionally peculiar, immensely heavy, and could not be moved. Otherwise, they would have long since retrieved it to Wuwang Mountain instead of lingering within Blood Mountain. We were forced into this situation and had no choice but to slaughter the city's inhabitants. I beseech you to show mercy. One Tai Bao implored. However, Qin Guan could not afford to show leniency, and without hesitation, he struck, obliterating the 2. With this, he completed the 3 tasks he had undertaken. Divine bone. Why does it resemble a human leg bone? Qin Guan gazed upon a piece of bone at the bottom of the blood lake, its pristine whiteness akin to jade, unmistakably a segment of a thigh bone. Yet, mysterious patterns intertwined upon it, resembling runes or designs. Enigmatic and incomprehensible to Qin Guan. Could the blood sacrifice render the scripture manifest? A most intriguing divine bone. According to the earlier speculations of the 3 leaders, perhaps using the blood of a powerful being for sacrifice could reflect even more formidable scriptures, potentially granting higher-tier martial techniques. It seems this divine bone is indeed of great value. Approaching the divine bone, Qin Guan grasped the leg bone, white as sheep-fat jade, lifting it effortlessly. If the 3 leaders and several Tai Bao were to witness this, they would surely be astounded, for they had struggled together to move the divine bone, but had failed, while Qin Guan did so with ease. At the moment Qin Guan lifted the divine bone, a vision suddenly unfolded before him. The heavens split open, revealing a chasm akin to an abyss, from which a brilliant light emerged. Qin Guan squinted. Within that radiant glow was a segment of white bone and a small sapling aglow with myriad colors. The luminous mass fell from the chasm, landing upon a vast star, while a drop of blood from the bone plummeted to the ground, instantly staining a mountain range crimson. Is this the origin of Blood Mountain, created by a single drop of blood? Qin Guan's mind was shaken. The expanse of Blood Mountain was immense. Whose drop of blood could stain an entire mountain range red? And such a permanent alteration? It appears this bone is indeed extraordinary. Qin Guan stored the divine bone within his celestial abode, planning to conduct a blood sacrifice with the blood of a powerful being later to see if he could acquire even stronger martial techniques. If it proves useless, discarding it then would not be too late. Having completed these tasks, Qin Guan searched the cave for the mysterious small tree, which had appeared alongside the divine bone, clearly holding significant importance. Regrettably, he found no trace of it within the cave, and with no other option, he departed. Upon reaching the edge of the abyss, he sensed the absence of the golden feathered bird's presence. The aura it exuded was terrifying, a palpable indication of its unassailable might. Fortunately, it had already vacated the area. Qin Guan chose not to pursue the mysterious small tree further. It had likely been here for countless years and could have been claimed by others or departed on its own. Thus, he hastened away from Blood Mountain. However, just as he exited, he discovered others awaiting him outside, one of whom he recognized, Zhao Peng from the Huoling sect. "Young master, it is he, the one who stole your Liuguang Jinshui grass." Zhao Peng pointed an accusing finger at Qin Guan. A handsome youth clad in purple stepped forward, icy gaze fixed upon Qin Guan. "You are the one who stole my Liuguang Jinshui grass and killed one of my disciples from the Huoling sect? You claim it. Thus it must be," Qin Guan replied coolly. "Such audacity. You have slain one of my sect's disciples and stolen my treasure, yet you show no remorse. I see you seek death." Xiao Qixing exclaimed furiously, waving his right hand, prompting several elders from the Huoling sect to advance toward Qin Guan. Qin Guan regarded them. "What? Do you wish to make a move? I advise you to think carefully before acting, lest you regret it later." "Regret? What remorse could a mere cultivator at the Xianxiao realm possess? I shall grant you one final opportunity. Immediately present the Liuguang Jinji KO with both hands and take your own life as an act of contrition. Perhaps then, I might allow you to retain a complete corpse." Xiao Qixing spoke in a deep voice. "Self-immolation as an apology? You? Do you even deserve such a proposition?" Qin Guan sneered disdainfully at his opponent. "How dare you speak to me, the young master of Huoling Zone, with such insolence?" An elder of Huoling Zone, sporting a thick beard, bellowed in anger, swiftly appearing before Qin Guan, his palm radiating with azure spiritual light as he struck towards him. Qin Guan's expression turned icy. The arrogance of Huoling Zone surpassed even that of the disciples from the sacred grounds. Yet, in the face of a cultivator at the Kaiyuan realm, he dared not show any sign of complacency. Transforming once more into his dragon form, blood-red patterns emerged on his claws as he unleashed a devastating punch aimed directly at the elder's advancing hand. With a resounding crash, the azure spiritual energy exploded, shattering the elder's hand, scattering blood and bone in every direction. "Ah!" The elder cried out in shock, retreating repeatedly, utterly astonished that such a lowly cultivator at the Xianxiao realm could obliterate his hand. But at that moment, Qin Guan surged forward, his tightly clenched dragon fists ruthlessly striking ahead. "You audacious fool, how dare you!" Xiao Qixing shouted in fury. Yet in the next instant, the elder's body was shattered beneath Qin Guan's dragon fist. Yao Peng's eyes widened. That elder was a Kaiyuan realm cultivator, and yet he had been killed by a single punch? Was this person truly so formidable? "Young master, this individual possesses extraordinary strength," the other elders hastily warned. For one who could transcend two great realms to slay an opponent could not possibly be an ordinary cultivator. What of extraordinary strength? In this world, one must have backing to survive. I am the young master of Huoling Zone. Xiao Qixing seethed with rage. Chapter 44. Huoling Zone. Jin Yuniao in a display of formidable power, Qin Guan struck down an elder of Huoling Zone with a single punch, instilling fear among the onlookers. However, Xiao Qixing felt his pride wounded and was determined not to let the matter rest. "If you refuse to take your own life in atonement, then allow me, the young master of this sect, to send you to your demise." Enraged, Xiao Qixing launched himself into action, wielding his martial arts. A vast reservoir of spiritual energy coalesced into a sharp silver blade, enveloping his right arm, and he swung it fiercely towards Qin Guan. "Young master, no?" Several elders cried out in alarm. The opponent's strength was formidable, capable of slaying even an elder at the Kaiyuan realm, let alone a mere young master at the Minghai realm. Yet, Xiao Qixing, emboldened by his status, regarded Qin Guan with disdain, convinced that the latter would not dare to retaliate against a young master of his stature. However, in that fleeting moment of his attack, a pitch-black chaotic sword energy erupted from Qin Guan's fingertip, extending for several meters like a longsword, piercing through Xiao Qixing's brow. In an instant, Xiao Qixing froze, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Qin Guan. "I am the young master of Huoling Zone. Your status as young master bears no relevance to me. I have warned you. You ought to consider the consequences before you act. Not everyone fears your so-called authority." Qin Guan's sword energy dissipated, and Xiao Qixing's body crashed to the ground. "Young master." The two elders of Huoling Zone gasped in shock. They had not anticipated that the opponent would actually dare to take such lethal action against the young master. "Is the young master dead?" Yao Peng's complexion turned pale, his legs weakening as he collapsed to the ground. The turn of events had strayed far from his expectations. Now that the situation had escalated, should the sect leader investigate, his distorted portrayal of the events might be unveiled, leading him to be deemed one of the culprits responsible for the young master's death, a certain path to his demise. Young man, we care not for your identity or origins. But today you have slain our young master, and you must provide us with an explanation. The two elders stood defiantly before Qin Guan, their voices filled with indignation. With the young master's death, the sect leader's wrath needed to be appeased, or else the burden of accountability would fall upon them. An explanation? What kind of explanation do you seek? How about I send you to accompany your young master instead? Qin Guan replied coldly. These minor factions were even more arrogant and tyrannical than the Holy Lands. You dare? The faces of the two elders paled in shock. Do you think I would hesitate? Depart at once, or you shall share the same fate as your young master. Qin Guan declared icily. I shall witness how you intend to bring about a fate similar to my son. A furious voice erupted from the direction of the Blood Mountain. Qin Guan turned to see a colossal Jin Yunyao, radiating golden light, soaring towards them. Indeed, the very creature that exuded a terrifying aura from the depths of the Blood Mountain. Upon the creature's back stood a towering figure clad in black, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Qin Guan. Pay your respects to the sect leader. The members of Huoling Zong hurriedly bowed. I leave for but a moment, and you allow my son to come to such harm. This is how you protect him? The sect leader, Xiao Guangxing, berated the trembling elders. The two elders knelt, heads bowed, unable to speak. They had attempted to dissuade the young master, but he had refused to listen. What recourse did they have? They could not simply suppress him. You have done well, daring to slay my offspring. Xiao Guangxing fixed his fiery gaze upon Qin Guan. It was you? You are the one who has taken my child's life. I can sense the remnants of his blood upon you. The Jin Yunyao, under Xiao Guangxing's command, roared in fury at Qin Guan. He had sought out this individual to avenge his child, but had lost track of him. Little did he know he would find him here. The fury within the Jin Yunyao erupted violently. Qin Guan's brow furrowed. It was evident that such a powerful creature had been subdued as a steed. Xiao Guangxing's strength was extraordinary. You seek vengeance for your son? Yet I reiterate, you ought to contemplate the repercussions of your actions, lest you meet the same fate as your child. Qin Guan spoke firmly. Preposterous. A mere Xianxiao realm dares to threaten this sect leader? For killing my son, I shall demand your life in return. Xiao Guangxing bellowed from atop the Jin Yunyao, striking down towards Qin Guan with a single palm. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping an area spanning thousands of meters, leaving Qin Guan no opportunity for escape. Since you court death, I shall oblige. Qin Guan's eyes narrowed, and in the next instant, Yun Yao's immense form materialized from the void, its silver-scaled dragon claw reaching towards Xiao Guangxing's descending hand. With a thunderous crash, the spiritual energy unleashed by Xiao Guangxing was shattered by Yun Yao's claw, leaving him aghast. There was another formidable presence beside his adversary, one he had failed to perceive, indicating that this individual was indeed stronger than himself. As he was taken aback and considered retreating, Yun Yao's silver-glowing claw seized both his and Jin Yunyao's heads. I was wrong. Xiao Guangxing hastily pleaded for mercy. Wrong? What fault lies in avenging your son? Qin Guan loomed over him from atop Yun Yao. I should not have sought vengeance. Xiao Guangxing struggled violently, yet he could not escape the grip of the dragon claw. As a father, witnessing his child's murder, was it not natural to seek retribution? Yet now he claimed he should not have done so. What use is there for a heartless and ungrateful person like you to remain? Qin Guan's voice boomed with indignation. Xiao Guangxing cursed internally. His life was now in their grasp. What else could he say? Your error lies not in seeking vengeance for your son, but in failing to recognize that despite his misdeeds, as a father, it is your duty to guide him. A mere young master of an unremarkable sect should not be allowed such arrogance, appending right and wrong. Even I, the direct disciple of the peak master of the Holy Land, have not encountered such insolence. The mention of the Holy Land's direct disciple sent chills down the spines of all present. Yao Peng, who had collapsed on the ground, was rendered unconscious by fear. He could hardly fathom that the individual he had carelessly provoked was a direct disciple of the peak master of the Holy Land. Such a figure was beyond his reckoning. At one point, they had even dared to threaten him, relying on their status as disciples of Huoling Zong to demand the Liuguang Jin Xuechao. Xiao Guangxing trembled all over. He had indeed encountered a formidable adversary. It was no wonder that the opponent possessed such a powerful Jiaolong guard. I was mistaken. I should not have indulged my son's arrogant behavior. At this moment, Xiao Guangxing was genuinely fearful. He was well aware of Xiao Qixing's character. Yet he believed that a mere child could not cause significant trouble. As the clan leader, he felt entirely capable of safeguarding his son. Little did he anticipate that today he would provoke a disciple of the sacred land. It was far too late to comprehend this now. With a flick of his hand, Qin Guan summoned the Yunyao Longzhao, crushing the heads of Xiao Guangxing and the golden feather bird. Just then, a brilliant radiance suddenly erupted from the severed neck of the golden feather bird, a hue that instantly caught Qin Guan's attention. This dazzling light bore a striking resemblance to the brilliance he had witnessed earlier when he touched the divine bone. Chapter 45. Unexpected Discovery. Song Yingxia's confusion. Qin Guan immediately ordered Yunyao to dissect the abdomen of the Jin Yunyao, and indeed, within its belly, they discovered a small tree radiating resplendent rays of light. The tree stood approximately 3 feet tall, its trunk coiling like a dragon, with bark resembling scales, interwoven with mysterious patterns that exuded an ancient and weathered aura. On its branches, 9 leaves of varying colors hung in disarray, each enveloped in a hazy celestial glow, resembling a fragment of a starry river from a distance. This was the very same enigmatic tree that had fallen from the void alongside the divine bone. It was astonishing that such a thing resided within the belly of the Jin Yunyao, which must have consumed it as a spiritual herb. This revelation indeed surprised Qin Guan, who had almost abandoned the pursuit of this item, only to find a twist of fate here. However, he could not identify the nature of this spiritual plant. It bore no aura of medicinal properties and was certainly not a spiritual herb. Yet, its descent alongside the divine bone into the Beidou Star region indicated that it was extraordinary. He must bring it back for his master to examine. As he prepared to leave, he struck a palm towards the unconscious Zhao Peng, deeming this twisted creature deserving of death. With Yun Yao as his guide, Qin Guan swiftly returned to the Fu family, only to find the others wearing expressions of deep concern. Upon inquiring about the situation, he learned that Nangong Wuwa, unwilling to endure the humiliation suffered at the Fu family, had begun to seize their resources upon learning of Qin Guan's departure, having already taken control of several spirit mine enterprises. The Fu family had sent individuals to confront the Nangong family, but due to the vast difference in strength, they had suffered considerable losses. Nangong family, I had originally intended to eliminate this scourge before our departure, yet they have come to us. Qin Guan scoffed. What will you do? Fu Ling asked. Since they seek death, let's grant them their wish. Qin Guan replied. But Nangong Xiangtian is still alive. Fu Ling expressed her concerns. And what of it? Now I am confident I can kill him, and in 3 years, I will have even greater assurance. Qin Guan declared solemnly. He then instructed Yun Yao to lead the members of the Fu family to the city where the Nangong family resided to resolve this matter. Nangong Wuwa had not anticipated that Qin Guan had not yet departed, nor did he foresee that they would dare to carry out a clan extermination against the Nangong family. After all, his son Nangong Xiangtian was merely punished to enter the Feng Lei Valley, not dead, and would return in 3 years. Are you not afraid of the brutal revenge my son will unleash upon the Fu family then? Nangong Wuwa roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot as Yun Yao kept him pinned beneath his foot. At that moment, members of the Nangong family were being slaughtered, a scene he had long yearned to inflict upon the Fu family, now tragically unfolding upon themselves. Revenge? In 3 years, my master can extinguish him with a snap of his fingers. Yun Yao scoffed, suddenly tightening his grip, causing the bones of Nangong Wuwa to crack under the pressure. I was wrong, spare my life. Nangong Wuwa screamed in agony. Spare you? I already showed you mercy back at the Fu family, yet you did not cherish it. Without a hint of mercy, Yun Yao crushed Nangong Wuwa's body, and under his leadership, they swept through, annihilating the entire Nangong family, plundering their resources, and seizing all their enterprises. Meanwhile, in another city not far from the settlement of Luoyue City, the Wei family learned of the annihilation of the Nangong family at the first opportunity. I cannot believe Qin Guan truly dared to do this. When Wei Feng received the news, he was instantly shaken. Nangong Xiangtian was, after all, a direct disciple of the peak master of the Piaomiao sacred land, on par with Qin Guan. How could he blatantly eradicate the opposing family? The Fu family truly seemed unafraid of Nangong Xiangtian's revenge. The head of the Wei family remarked solemnly. He has confidence. What you do not know is that Qin Guan attained the first rank in the immortal aperture realm within the Ling Shao sacred land, with 3 immortal apertures. This clearly indicates his talent surpasses that of the other prodigies within the sacred land. It is said that he possesses a legendary and terrifying physique. Wei Feng explained. But you previously claimed this person was a waste. Who can say? He was indeed a well-known waste within the sacred land before, but it seems he encountered some fortuitous opportunity and soared to greatness. From now on, let the family be more cautious and avoid conflict with the Fu family as much as possible. Wei Feng lamented, regretting that if he had known Qin Guan's power was so formidable, he would never have disclosed Qin Guan's whereabouts to Nangong Xiangtian. He shook his head in resignation, saying, "It seems that hoping to receive elixirs from Fu Ling without compensation in the future will be impossible. In the past, relying on the acquaintances of both families, he could occasionally procure some elixirs from Fu Ling, but now it appeared that such hopes were futile. After eliminating the threat to the Fu family, Qin Guan returned to the Ling Shao sacred land with Fu Ling. Just as they returned to the Ling Shao sacred land, on a towering peak of the Piaomiao sacred land, Song Yingxia stood beside Bai Qiyun, saying, "Master, why must you punish senior brother Xiangtian? Is it merely because he lost to a cultivator of lesser cultivation? Is that the reason he provided you?" Bai Qiyun furrowed her brows. "Indeed." Song Yingxia nodded. "It seems he lacks any awareness of his own faults. Initially, I had only intended to punish him to contemplate in the Feng Lei Valley for 3 years, but now it appears that 3 years is too brief. Let it be extended to 5. Bai Qiyun's tone was icy, realizing for the first time that her disciple's character was so deplorable. "Why, master?" Song Yingxia was perplexed, as she regarded her senior brother as gentle, understanding, and a prodigy of the sect. He threatened another family for the sake of marrying someone, and as a disciple of the sacred land, a direct disciple of the peak master, his conduct is utterly reprehensible and warrants punishment. Bai Qiyun huffed softly. "What? Senior brother would do such a thing?" Song Yingxiao exclaimed in astonishment, her mouth agape, finding this revelation completely at odds with her perception of him. "As my disciple, it is essential to possess not only strength but also integrity. Otherwise, if such a person were to grow, they would only bring calamity upon the world." Bai Qiyun advised Song Yingxia. "Yes, I shall heed your teachings, master." Song Yingxiao affirmed with a nod. "I recall you once mentioned having a husband in the Ling Shao sacred land, correct?" Bai Qiyun inquired. "Indeed. However, his innate talent is exceedingly lacking. After years of cultivation, he has yet to step into the realms of qi induction and body refinement. He only gained entry into the Holy Land through connections, and moreover, his disciple has already divorced him," remarked Song Yingxia. "I see. Master, why do you suddenly inquire about this matter?" Song Yingxia questioned. "Recently, there have been rumors that a peerless prodigy has emerged within the Lingshao Holy Land, possessing the legendary physique known as the Chaos Heavy Eye. With the cultivation of 3 immortal apertures, he has triumphed over numerous talented individuals, ascending to the rank of the foremost disciple within the immortal aperture realm of Lingshao Holy Land. Even Yikongzi, who possesses the 6 Paths reincarnation body, was defeated at his hands." "Chaos Heavy Eye?" Song Yingxia gasped. Although her time in the Holy Land has not been extensive, the term chaos often signifies an ancient and formidable physique. Once it manifests, it typically heralds a prodigy capable of dominating an entire era. Who could possibly possess such a physique? Song Yingxia blurted out. "It seems to be someone named Qin Guan." Chapter 46. Song Yingxia's concerns. The unfortunate Zhao He. When the name Qin Guan escaped from Bai Qiyun's lips, Song Yingxia's delicate body trembled violently, her mind reverberating with a sudden buzz, and she displayed a look of astonishment. "What is it?" Bai Qiyun inquired, noticing the other's unusual reaction. Nothing at all." Song Yingxia hastily shook her head. "If you are acquainted with this Qin Guan, we should find a way to bring him to our Piao Miao Holy Land," Bai Qiyun suggested. As the news spread, the 4 great holy lands of the Mang Huang domain would endeavor to win him over, and Piao Miao Holy Land was no exception. "To be honest, my ex-husband is named Qin Guan, but not long ago, when you visited Ling Shao Holy Land Zizhu Peak, he still had not entered the body refinement stage. The Qin Guan you mentioned, however, has already attained the 3 realms of the immortal aperture stage. Hence I believe it is impossible that they are the same person. Even if he possesses the legendary physique, it would be inconceivable for him to break through to the immortal aperture stage in such a short time," she explained. Bai Qiyun nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. It must simply be a case of sharing the same name. Our Holy Land intends to collaborate with 2 other Holy Lands to challenge Ling Shao Holy Land to determine whether this Qin Guan truly possesses the chaotic heavy pupil. Will you be joining us?" Bai Qiyun asked. I plan to enter seclusion for cultivation, so I will not attend. Song Yingxiao replied. Very well, cultivate diligently then. Those who will participate are all disciples at the Life C stage. Even if you attended, you would only be a spectator at the Immortal Aperture stage, Bai Qiyin remarked. Did you not say that this Qin Guan only possesses 3 realms of the Immortal Aperture stage? Why send disciples at the Life C stage? That would undermine the dignity of our holy land, wouldn't it? Song Yingxiao questioned. No one at the Immortal Aperture stage can rival him. Even the perfected 6 paths of reincarnation body was defeated by him. Do you truly believe any special physique could contend with him? Sending Life C disciples indicates the seriousness with which we regard the chaotic heavy pupil. After Bai Qiyin departed, Song Yingxiao clenched her fists, her heart brimming with a vague fear, worried that the person in question might indeed be the Qin Guan she knew. If it were true, then her choice back then would be nothing short of a farce. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is merely an absolute spirit body incapable of cultivation and cannot possess a legendary physique like the chaotic heavy pupil. Song Yingxiao resolutely shook her head, repeatedly denying that the Qin Guan spoken of by her master was the same as her ex-husband. Qin Guan returned Fu Ling to the Medicine Peak and lingered in her boudoir for several hours, engaged in activities befitting a married couple. Reclining in bed, he held Fu Ling closely, his hands playfully roaming. Take out your identity token. I shall grant you some contribution points. Fu Ling said, her complexion flushed. Let's keep it with you for now. I will retrieve it when I need it. Qin Guan replied. Presently, he had no need to exchange for anything. He lacked nothing in terms of techniques, martial skills, medicinal pills, or magical artifacts. Actually, there is something I do not quite understand, Fu Ling murmured. What is it? Now that we are married and have consummated our union, why do you still call me senior sister? She inquired. I find it adds a touch of romance. If you dislike it, I can call you wife or my lady instead. He jested. No, please continue to call me senior sister. I am more accustomed to it. She responded. Very well, my lady. Ah, do not call me that. It is utterly mortifying. Yes, my lady. Upon leaving the Medicine Peak, Qin Guan first arrived at the Great Dao Peak to submit the 3 tasks he had previously accepted. Is that him? He actually returned unscathed? In the Life C stage task hall, several disciples regarded Qin Guan with astonishment as he came to submit his tasks. This disciple at the Immortal Aperture stage had drawn considerable attention when he undertook the extremely difficult and hell-level tasks, with many Life C disciples deeming it a fool's errand. Yet now, he had returned without incident. You completed the task of finding the Lu Guang Jin Shui Chao? A slightly plump disciple clad in bright yellow brocade exclaimed, recognizing him as Zhao He, who had previously asked Qin Guan for the task when he accepted the hell-level assignment. I am grateful to this senior brother for passing the task to my junior. Qin Guan bowed respectfully, understanding that if Zhao He had completed it early, he would have lost the opportunity. I feel ashamed. I ventured to the Blood Mountain, but alas, I failed. Zhao He lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Why? Qin Guan inquired, perplexed, as he had assumed Zhao He had not attempted it. While seeking the Lu Guang Jin Shui Chao in Blood Mountain, I encountered an attack from a golden feathered bird. Had it not been for the life-saving measures my master left for me at a critical moment, I might have perished. Zhao He recounted, still trembling at the memory. That golden feathered bird was truly terrifying. Merely the aura it emitted filled me with dread. After a brief confrontation, I was utterly no match for it. Qin Guan chuckled. I should have guessed which golden feathered bird you encountered. It must have been the one subdued by the sect leader of the Fire Spirit sect. Only that bird possesses such strength. I am curious. How did you manage to seize the Lu Guang Jin Shui Chao from such a formidable opponent? Zhao He asked, intrigued. Qin Guan recounted his experiences in Blood Mountain, though he omitted certain details. You are remarkably fortunate to have brushed past that golden feathered bird, while I was unable to obtain anything even after charging into its lair. Zhao He remarked, enviously eyeing Qin Guan. Truly, it is better to arrive early than to arrive well. Indeed. Luck was on my side. Qin Guan replied with a smile. His fortune during this mission had been exceptional, with both Yi Lu Xiang and Lu Guang Jin Shui Chao presenting themselves, greatly saving him time. Otherwise, he might still be unable to return. After submitting his tasks, Qin Guan successfully acquired 120,000 contribution points, which elicited envy from other Life C disciples, igniting a desire among many to undertake several extremely difficult and hell-level missions. Before taking on a task, perhaps one should first assess whether they possess the ability to return alive. cautioned those disciples who had not been blinded by the allure of contribution points. Qin Guan nodded in agreement. The completion of his 2 tasks had relied heavily on luck. Had he truly confronted Yi Lu Xiang and that golden-feathered bird head-on, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to succeed. Upon receiving the reminder, many disciples became enlightened, recognizing that while contribution points are valuable, one must also safeguard their life. Qin Guan did not linger at Dadao Peak. After acquiring his contribution points, he returned to Qinghuan Peak. Upon arriving, he noticed that his master and several others were engrossed in their secluded cultivation. Qin Guan then commenced the absorption of the energy derived from the dual cultivation with Fu Ling as recorded in the Zhu Shishun Nu Lu. Previously, upon returning from Blood Mountain to the Fu family, the two had engaged in dual cultivation several times, elevating his cultivation level to over 240 immortal apertures. After assimilating the energy gained from this recent dual cultivation, his cultivation soared to 260 immortal apertures. He was merely 100 apertures shy of achieving the consummation of the immortal aperture realm. With the energy from the Zhu Shishun Nu Lu now depleted, Qin Guan did not remain idle. Seizing the moment of tranquility, he continued to utilize the exquisite Kaiqiao Dan to open more immortal apertures within his body. Although the speed of using the elixir was not comparable to the mysterious energy from the Zhu Shishun Nu Lu, it was still significantly faster than ordinary cultivation methods. A few days later, as Qin Guan was immersed in his training, he heard his master's voice calling him. He made his way to the grand hall, where he beheld his master, adorned in a pristine white gown, seated on a white lotus cushion, suspended in midair, radiating a pure light akin to a celestial maiden. Disciple pays respects to master. Qin Guan bowed respectfully. Has Fu Ling's trouble been resolved? Asked Shi Fei. Indeed. Chapter 47. The Astonishment of Shi Fei. Allow me to assist you. The dilemma concerning Fu Ling has been resolved, but your troubles have just begun. Shi Fei remarked with a furrowed brow. My troubles? What troubles could I possibly have? Qin Guan inquired, perplexed. The 4 esteemed families of the Menghuang domain are preparing to host a contest among their disciples, and the venue has been set at our Lingxiao sacred land. Shi Fei announced, gazing intently at Qin Guan. What does this have to do with me? Qin Guan questioned. Though they claim it is a contest, the truth is that it is aimed squarely at you and your chaotic heavy eyes. At me? Qin Guan echoed, bewildered. They are eager to see if you truly possess the chaotic heavy eyes, and to discern whether their legendary powers are as formidable as rumored. If it is all true, they will spare no effort to recruit you. If they fail, they may even seek to eliminate you. Shi Fei explained. Once the chaotic heavy eyes reach maturity, they are destined to be an invincible force, with a significant chance of becoming a king, an emperor, or even a sovereign. Who would allow another faction to nurture such a superlative powerhouse? Although the 4 sacred lands coexist harmoniously, maintaining a mutual non-interference, that equilibrium will undoubtedly be disrupted if one party gains an overwhelming advantage. What should I do? Qin Guan asked. Naturally, you must accept the challenge. You have the entire Lingxiao sacred land backing you. Why fear the other sacred lands? Of course, if you choose not to engage, no one can compel you. Shi Fei replied. As a sacred land, there is no need to conceal a genius. The sacred land possesses sufficient strength to protect its own. Qin Guan nodded, stating, since my master advocates for the challenge, I shall rise to it. The sacred lord has declared that if you can secure the top position in this contest among the sacred lands, the sacred land shall bestow upon you a treasure. Shi Fei added with a smile. What treasure? Qin Guan asked with curiosity. You will know once you claim the top position. I assure you it will be of immense benefit to you. Since my master has said so, I shall not bring shame upon your name. Observing Qin Guan's confidence, Shi Fei cautioned, I must remind you that the top position spoken of by the sacred lord refers to the crown of the Minghai realm, not that of the Xianxiao realm. I also speak of the crown of the Minghai realm. For me, the crown of the Xianxiao realm presents no challenge at all. Qin Guan chuckled. The leaders of the Xianxiao realm from other sacred lands are at most on par with the Yu Kongzi level. I was able to defeat them even while I possessed 3 Xianxiao. Now, my cultivation has undergone a tremendous transformation. How could I still find it challenging to contend with the Xianxiao realm? While you possess 2 extraordinary physiques, do not underestimate the talents of the sacred lands, especially since you are currently only over 270 Xianxiao? How could your cultivation have progressed so rapidly? Upon realizing the extent of Qin Guan's cultivation, Shi Yifei's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It has only been a little over a month since Qin Guan broke through to the Xianxiao realm. How could he have surpassed 270 Xianxiao? Although Qin Guan had acquired numerous exceptional Kai Qiao pills and contribution points during the competition for the Xianxiao realm ranking, it would be impossible to advance this swiftly even if he consumed the pills like candy. You must tell me honestly, what method have you employed to achieve such rapid progress? Even Shi Yifei, with her extensive experience, had never encountered a cultivator with such alarming speed. She had sensed something unusual during Qin Guan's breakthrough to the Xianxiao realm, but at that time, she had not taken it seriously. Now, however, she was compelled to pay attention. She was concerned that her disciple might have strayed onto a misguided path. After some contemplation, Qin Guan decided to reveal the existence of the Zhu Shi Shinu Lu to his master. He did not wish for her to continually fret over his accelerated cultivation. Upon hearing about the capabilities of the Zhu Shi Shinu Lu, Shi Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there truly such a miraculous treasure in the world? Though difficult to believe, it indeed exists. Qin Guan affirmed. Could you present the Zhu Shi Shinu Lu for me to see? Shi Yifei inquired. It resides within my consciousness. I am unable to retrieve it. Then, Shi Yifei placed her fingertip upon Qin Guan's brow, employing her formidable spiritual power to probe his consciousness, but to her dismay, she found nothing. How peculiar, Shi Yifei mused. Qin Guan could not possibly deceive her, yet her cultivation could not detect the Zhu Shi Shinu Lu, leaving only one possibility. The object possesses a spirit and automatically shields itself from external perception. She then scrutinized the mysterious energy birth from the Zhu Shi Shinu Lu that had opened Qin Guan's Xianxiao. The path of cultivation is long. If one does not establish a solid foundation from the outset, it may affect future growth. She worried that the rapid pace of opening Xianxiao with such mysterious energy could adversely impact Qin Guan's future. However, after a thorough examination, she found no hidden dangers. All of Qin Guan's Xianxiao were remarkably perfect, which eased Shi Yifei's concerns. It appears that the path of dual cultivation could serve as a shortcut to your ascendance as a strong figure. Nevertheless, as you mentioned, the Zhu Shi Shinu Lu may only be beneficial at lower realms. Once your cultivation ascends, it may lose its efficacy when practicing the laws of cultivation or the Great Tao. Shi Yifei concluded. In lower realms, the focus is on how to store more energy within the body, while in higher realms, one must cultivate the laws and the Great Tao. If the Zhu Shi Shinu Lu can only generate energy, it may prove futile in the future. We shall address future matters when the time comes. For now, if this opportunity can help me recover the 3 years of time I have lost, I will be profoundly grateful. Qin Guan responded with a smile. Indeed, Shi Yifei gazed at Qin Guan, lightly biting her lip, and said, since dual cultivation can aid your swift progression, allow me to lend you my assistance. Qin Guan was taken aback, then overjoyed, exclaiming, thank you, master. With that, he stepped forward, grasping his master's long, jade-like hand. In an instant, an enchanting fragrance emanated from her, causing Qin Guan to emit a beast-like gasp, and he eagerly embraced her, rushing into the inner chamber. Upon realizing the benefits of dual cultivation for Qin Guan, Shi Yifei maintained her resolve for an extended period, and the two engaged in their endeavors throughout the night. The following morning, Qin Guan sat cross-legged upon Shi Yifei's white lotus to cultivate. This lotus was a rare treasure of heaven and earth, greatly beneficial to cultivators. As Qin Guan sat upon it, he felt an overwhelming lightness, as if merging with the cosmos. Every movement and breath resonated harmoniously with the universe, and his thoughts flowed freely, his mind sharper than ever before. Shi Yifei stood quietly aside, watching as Qin Guan drew the ethereal energy from the Zhu Shi Shinu Lu into his body. She could clearly sense his Xianxiao, celestial cavities, unfolding one after another within him, each newly awakened cavity flawless in its formation. What an enigmatic, ineffable force this was. Under its surging influence, Qin Guan's Xianxiao count swiftly swelled, from 270 to over 340 in but a fleeting span. The energy gained from a single dual cultivation session with his master had unlocked more than 70 new Xianxiao. Indeed, the higher the cultivation level of his partner, the more profoundly Qin Guan's own realm advanced. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, such astonishing speed would seem utterly unbelievable. How could one's cultivation progress so swiftly? Shi Yifei murmured in quiet awe. In so short a time, 70 Xianxiao awakened? Qin Guan smiled gently. All thanks to my master. Stepping down from the white lotus, he drew near, his arms encircling her slender willow-like waist. Gazing upon her exquisitely flawless visage, so serene, so radiant, he leaned in, his lips meeting hers, those rose-pink lips, luminous as polished gemstones. Since confessing his deepest affections, he had grown ever bolder, ever more tender. Chapter 48. The understanding master, you mischievous rascal. Did you not have enough affection last night? Sure, Ife broke free in feigned anger, glaring at Qin Guan. Not enough, never enough. Qin Guan chuckled as he grasped the delicate, boneless hands of his master. Humph, with the opportunity of possessing the Zhu Shi Shun Nu Lu, you must be surrounded by women. Be honest with me, how many beautiful ladies have you gathered in that book? Sure, Ife inquired, tugging at Qin Guan's ear like a strict wife at home. Not many, just two. Qin Guan quickly replied. He had no intention of hiding this matter, fearing it might lead to unpleasantness later on. And who is the other? Sure, Ife asked curiously. Did a mere outburst from her prompt him to confess? Other men would likely conceal such matters, much like Qin Fengqing, who had initially denied it until he could no longer keep it hidden. And even then, his confession was not entirely complete. Fu Ling, your senior sister Fu Ling? Sure, Ife exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. That was also her disciple. Well, you went out for just a while, and Fu Ling has already fallen for you. Speak. What means did you employ to deceive the innocent Fu Ling into your bed? Sure, Ife lightly scolded. I did not deceive her. Before the competition for the Su Lai Zi, I made a bet with senior sister Fu Ling. If I could achieve first place, she would offer herself to me. Later, some incidents occurred within her family, and we ended up together in a rather muddled way. Qin Guan recounted the events at the Fu family. Are you married? Then I suppose I can only be a concubine? Sure, Ifei's expression turned serious. There is no distinction between wife and concubine. When the time is right, I will give you a grand wedding. Qin Guan assured her. Humph, a man's words are but deceitful ghosts. Sure, Ife turned away in anger. At that moment, she bore little resemblance to a peak master, appearing more like a slighted wife. Qin Guan hurriedly embraced her from behind and whispered in her ear, I swear, there is not a shred of falsehood in my words. If I do not. Sure, Ife raised her hand and covered Qin Guan's mouth. You can share everything with me without reservation. I can already feel your intentions. However, if you take other women in the future, you must tell me first. Sure, Ife declared. You do not mind, master? What use is minding? Could I possibly force you to cast Fu Ling aside? Even if you disagreed, I would not do such a thing. An outstanding man is always surrounded by women. To be together is merely fate. Just a few months ago, did we ever think our relationship would develop to this extent? It is all the arrangement of destiny. Moreover, with the Zhu Shi Shun Nu Lu in your possession, it is destined that you cannot belong solely to me. As long as you hold a place for me in your heart, I will be content. There is no rigid marital system in this world, as long as one is strong enough. Having multiple partners will not draw criticism from others. Seeing such an understanding master, Qin Guan tightened his embrace. Sure, Ife also relished being held close by him, akin to a docile kitten enjoying their exclusive time together. After a while, she softly spoke. Although the existence of the Zhu Shi Shun Nu Lu allows for rapid enhancement of your cultivation through dual cultivation without hidden dangers, it is unwise to partake too frequently. After each breakthrough, one must fully comprehend the power of that realm. Otherwise, over time, it may affect your combat strength, leading to mere appearances without corresponding power. You possess an unparalleled dual constitution. If you cannot fully develop the strength of each realm, it would be a tremendous waste. Sure, Ife cautioned. Understood. Qin Guan nodded, subsequently retrieving the divine bone and the mysterious little tree obtained from the Blood Mountain. Regrettably, after thorough investigation, Sure, Ife could not discern the nature of the little tree. However, the divine bone caused her to display a grave expression. The patterns intertwined on this divine bone are Dao patterns. Judging from the Dao patterns on the bones, this person's strength in life surpassed that of your master. However, I cannot discern the exact realm. Sure, Ife examined the bone closely, shaking her head. These Dao patterns are exceedingly profound. Even I cannot comprehend the true meaning of the great Dao contained within them. When I first touched this bone, I saw it arrive from beyond the heavens along with this mysterious little tree. Is it possible that other powerful beings exist beyond the heavens? Qin Guan pondered aloud. Of course, there are countless star domains in the universe. Our Beidou star domain is merely one among billions. Moreover, according to the rankings of star domain strengths, Our Beidou star domain only ranks 17th among the myriad star domains. Qin Guan's expression turned astonished. He was aware that their star was the main star of the Beidou star domain, but was unaware that there were other star domains beyond it, let alone the vast number of star domains in the universe. He resolved that if the opportunity arose, he would certainly venture to explore other star domains. Master, how should I handle this divine bone and this mysterious ancient tree? Qin Guan inquired. Though this divine bone is mysterious, it poses no danger. Moreover, as you mentioned, it can reflect scriptures through the immersion in blood, so it is best to keep it for now. Perhaps in the future, obtaining the blood of a powerful being will allow it to reflect some formidable scripture, which would be an opportunity. As for that ancient tree, while I do not recognize it, I can sense its exceptionally robust origin, which is extraordinary. It may be a long-extinct ancient species. For now, find a spot to plant it. If it bears fruit in the future, it may prove beneficial to you. With the master's guidance, Qin Guan collected the divine bone into his celestial pocket and planted the mysterious ancient tree in his courtyard. After planting the ancient tree in the small courtyard, Qin Guan began to refine spiritual energy to fill his celestial pocket. Now possessing over 300 celestial pockets, he was nearing the pinnacle of the celestial pocket realm. However, as Shi Fei advised, he understood that after each breakthrough, he must fully master the power of that realm, so he was not in haste. While refining the spiritual energy, he also continuously comprehended the 6th grade martial technique, the Yin-Yang Bagua Palm, gleaned from the scriptures. Though I had previously attained a preliminary understanding, I have only just begun to scratch the surface. To reach a state of effortless mastery and transcendence requires continuous cultivation. A few days later, Qin Guan was practicing Yin-Yang Bagua Zhang in his small courtyard. As he extended his palm, the Yin-Yang Bagua, formed from the essence of chaotic spiritual energy, materialized in his hand. He struck towards the pond, and the Yin-Yang Bagua flew forth, subduing the waters. With a resounding crash, the water erupted violently, sending splashes soaring dozens of feet into the air. Qin Guan nodded in satisfaction. After a period of diligent practice, he had become increasingly adept at wielding this martial technique. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from beyond the courtyard. Is Brother Qin Guan present? There are visitors. Qin Guan stepped out of the courtyard and beheld 2 figures standing at the entrance. Their path obstructed by the imposing stature of Yun Yao. One was a disciple tasked with guarding the entrance of the sacred grounds, while the other was a middle-aged man clad in a blue long robe, with a resolute countenance. Elder Tsang Zhongling of Hehuan sect has come to pay his respects to young friend Qin Guan. Chapter 49 The Invitation from Hehuan Sect. Hehuan Sect? Qin Guan furrowed his brow, as he had never heard of this sect and had no prior connection to it. You may not know me, but you should be familiar with Yi Liuxiang, said Tsang Zhongling. I indeed know him. I killed him. What is your connection to him? Qin Guan's brow knitted tighter. To be frank, Yi Liuxiang is a traitor of our Hehuan sect. He has been pursued for a long time for stealing our incomplete dual cultivation techniques. Unfortunately, he possesses an exceedingly strange shadowy skill that allows him to escape each time, resulting in countless heinous acts and the suffering of many innocent young women over the years, Tsang Zhongling lamented. Young friend, your ability to eliminate him has relieved our Hehuan sect of a significant threat, and we are exceedingly grateful. Is it true that he hails from your Hehuan sect? If so, you bear some responsibility for the atrocities he committed. Qin Guan spoke solemnly. You are correct. We do share some culpability in this matter, and we will take responsibility, Tsang Zhongling replied. Then what brings you to me? Your actions have rid our Hehuan sect of a great calamity and have greatly aided us. To repay this kindness, I have been sent by our sect master to extend an invitation for you to participate in the Long Huang trial 6 months from now. Long Huang trial? What is that? Qin Guan inquired, puzzled. It is a trial exclusively for the disciples of our Hehuan sect. Should you pass the ultimate assessment, you will be granted a powerful inheritance. While it may not rival the legacies of the sacred lands, it should still be of use to you. Under ordinary circumstances, we do not invite disciples from other sects, but you have eliminated the scourge of Yi Liuxiang. Thus we are extending this special invitation. Tsang Zhongling's demeanor was earnest, yet Qin Guan held little interest in the inheritance of Hehuan sect. With so many legacies in the sacred lands, how could one compare to such a minor sect? However, just as he was about to decline, the voice of Shi Fei suddenly echoed in his ear. Accept his invitation. Thus, Qin Guan promptly changed his tune, saying, Since your esteemed sect extends such a warm invitation, How could I possibly refuse? Seeing Qin Guan acquiesce, Song Zhongling broke into a smile, relieved that he was not rejected. After all, the individual before him was the foremost disciple of the sacred land, a paragon among the extraordinary. And Song Zhongling had feared that Qin Guan might look down upon the inheritance of their small sect. After handing Qin Guan the invitation, Song Zhongling departed, as a small sect no longer had the privilege to linger in such a grand place. Once outside the sacred land, Song Zhongling cast a lingering glance back at the awe-inspiring sect, feeling a deep sense of yearning. Though his time there was brief, he felt on the verge of a breakthrough amidst the overwhelming spiritual energy. Truly, it is a sacred land. Even the spiritual energy in the outer sect exceeds that of the most concentrated areas in our Hehuan sect. Song Zhongling could not help but express his admiration. If only our Hehuan sect could reach such heights one day. On another note, Qin Guan arrived at the main hall of his master and was perplexed as to why his master had urged him to agree to participate in the so-called trial of Hehuan sect. This Hehuan sect, in ancient times known as Tian Diyin Yang Hehuan sect, was said to be a formidable sect that stood atop the northern Dipper Star region. However, for reasons unknown, it had since declined. Nonetheless, the inheritance of this sect should not be underestimated, as it was rumored to possess the world's most elite dual cultivation techniques. With your possession of the Zhuxi Shinu Lu, your path to dual cultivation is fated. Obtaining the top-tier dual cultivation techniques from Hehuan sect may prove beneficial for you. Shi Fei remarked. Qin Guan countered, the lecturer I dispatched during a previous mission was a disciple of Hehuan sect, practicing the method of yin and yang. Yet, during the dual cultivation process, he harmed the lives of thousands of young women. I fear that the dual cultivation techniques of Hehuan sect may not be legitimate. Upon learning of Yi Liuxiang's association with Hehuan sect, his disposition toward the sect had soured. The emergence of one evil cultivator among our disciples does not necessarily reflect the integrity of our entire sect. Can you guarantee that all disciples of the sacred land are virtuous? Moreover, that individual mentioned that he practiced an incomplete dual cultivation method, which resulted in the harm he caused. This indicates that a complete dual cultivation method would not lead to the loss of life. Otherwise, the sect would not have become a top sect in the northern Dipper Star region during ancient times. In fact, the orthodox dual cultivation method is one of mutual complementarity, benefiting both parties, rather than merely extracting yin to supplement yang. Furthermore, should their dual cultivation method truly be nefarious, one could easily choose to abandon it. After Shi Fei's thorough explanation, Qin Guan nodded in understanding. If he could acquire the orthodox dual cultivation techniques, it would certainly assist him in aiding his master and Fu Ling in their future practices. Upon exiting the hall and reaching the courtyard, Qin Guan spotted a towering figure clad in golden divine armor, encircling Yun Yao with evident excitement and admiration in his eyes, constantly praising her. Your dragon is truly blind. I am the son of the peak master of Xing Luo Peak, and my status far surpasses that of Qin Guan, a mere disciple of the peak master. You should follow me for a life of luxury. What could you possibly object to? Yu Qijuan stood before Yun Yao, arms akimbo, speaking sternly. Since he had failed to intercept Qin Guan during a night watch at Dadao Peak, he had been tirelessly seeking information about him. Unaware of the other's name, he only knew that his steed was a silver dragon, which led him to invest considerable effort until he discovered that the individual was actually a direct disciple of the peak master of Qinghuan Peak. Thus, he hurriedly arrived, only to find the dragon he had been longing to see. Only the strong deserve my allegiance, and you are hardly worthy. You cannot command me to be your steed. Yun Yao lay on the ground, cultivating, casting a fleeting glance at Yu Qijuan before closing her eyes again, her disdain evident, which ignited Yu Qijuan's fury. Strong? Humph, am I not strong? Is Qin Guan truly that formidable? If you can submit to him, why not to me? My cultivation is undoubtedly superior. Moreover, what he can offer you, I can provide in equal measure, Yu Qijuan said, his face darkening as he scoffed. You? Heh, you are hardly comparable to even a single finger of his. What does it matter that you possess greater cultivation at present? It is merely a matter of time before he surpasses you, and in the future, you will not even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Yun Yao could scarcely be bothered to open his eyes, yet his words ignited a fierce anger within Yu Qijun. I will not even be able to see his shadow? Ha ha ha. I concede that I do not possess his terrifying physical constitution, but one's future is not solely determined by such innate talent. Yu Qijun spoke in a deep voice. That is merely the self-deception of the weak. Open the ancient texts and observe for yourself. Throughout history, those who have ascended to the pinnacle of power all possessed formidable physical gifts. Conversely, how many have reached such heights with an ordinary physique? Yun Yao's words struck a nerve with Yu Qi-jun, for his own constitution was indeed lacking. As the saying goes, the less one has, the more one values what they lack. Silence. I did not come here to hear your preachings. I came to make you submit. I shall grant you one final opportunity. Yield to me and become my steed. Otherwise, do not blame me for resorting to more forceful measures. Chapter 50 The Unexpected Visitor. Yu Qi-jun. Upon concluding his statement, Yu Qi-jun summoned a golden ancient pagoda standing a foot tall, his gaze turning fierce. Will you submit willingly, or shall I, as a mere junior, impose my will upon you and brand you as my servant? The artifact is impressive, yet it is wielded by a fool. Yun Yao sneered. What did you say? A mere mount dares to insult me so? It seems you are in dire need of discipline. I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson today. Yu Qi-jun immediately manipulated the golden pagoda to suppress Yun Yao. With a surge of spiritual energy infused into the pagoda, it expanded dramatically, radiating brilliant light as it descended like a golden mountain upon Yun Yao. However, Yun Yao's colossal dragon tail suddenly whipped around, shimmering with silver light and flowing with the laws of space, striking the descending pagoda and sending it hurtling away. I have already stated that the one wielding the artifact is a fool. Yun Yao taunted mercilessly. Cursed dragon, once I subdue you, you shall learn what it means to follow the rules. Yu Qi-jun once again commanded the pagoda to descend, yet the ancient structure, initially thrown aside by Yun Yao, landed firmly on the ground without budging. Yu Qi-jun turned sharply to regard his artifact, only to discover a figure clad in green standing atop the pagoda. With hands clasped behind his back, the tall figure resembled a sword, exerting pressure upon the pagoda, rendering it beyond his control. It is Yu Qingguan. Upon recognizing the familiar silhouette, Yu Qi-jun's teeth ground together in anger, recalling how this individual had previously toyed with him, forcing him to wait outside the task hall at the Dao Peak for an entire night. I have already declared that my dragon shall not be given to anyone. Are you still not convinced? Is your father not the peak master? If you truly desire the dragon as your mount, have him capture one for you. Why must you covet mine? Qingguan's expression darkened. I simply have a fondness for this dragon. Is that a problem? No problem, but your actions towards it certainly are. What of it? What can you do to me? Yu Qi-jun arrogantly gazed at Qingguan, confident in his status as the peak master's son, believing that Qingguan, a mere disciple, would not dare to act against him. Yet, in the next instant, Qingguan's figure appeared above Yu Qi-jun, his chaotic spiritual energy erupting forth like a descending deity, as he brought his foot down with immense force. You are utterly audacious. Yu Qi-jun looked up at the colossal footprint descending from the heavens, roaring in outrage. Such an assault was an affront to his dignity. He immediately swung his hand upwards to counter. He held nothing back in this strike, unleashing the full strength of his Kaiyuan realm capabilities. With each breakthrough in this realm, both physical and spiritual prowess are magnified. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from Yu Qi-jun, transforming into a magnificent golden light as his palm collided with the sky, clashing against Qingguan's chaotic energy. In that instant, a thunderous roar echoed across Qingguan Peak, shaking the heavens and earth, as the immense spiritual forces swept around, dividing the realm into stark contrasts of black and gold, a sight to behold. Yu Qi-jun's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could an individual at the Xianxiao realm possibly withstand his Kaiyuan realm? How is this possible? He exclaimed in shock. One must understand that there exists a vast divide between the Xianxiao and Kaiyuan realms. The Xianxiao realm integrates into the Minghai realm, where the quality of spiritual energy undergoes a qualitative transformation, greatly enhancing the power of spiritual attacks, not to mention that the Kaiyuan realm also improves spiritual quality. Yet, even with this knowledge, he could not dominate a Xianxiao realm practitioner in terms of spiritual energy. This left Yu Qi-jun astounded. Do you now comprehend the magnitude of the disparity between your innate qualities and those of Qingguan? Yun Yao inquired with a smile. Be silent. What of my lack of formidable innate gifts? In the face of absolute power, such qualities are mere trifles. Yu Qi-jun bellowed, shifting his hands to unleash his most powerful martial technique, the Minghu Tianluo seal. Golden spiritual energy coalesced into a lifelike, gigantic tiger, its jaws agape as it lunged towards Qingguan. He could not fathom that a mere Xianxiao realm could possess such terrifying strength. At that very moment, Qin Guan executed the Yin-Yang Bagua palm, extending his hand as chaotic energy formed a dark Yin-Yang Bagua diagram. As he struck downwards, the diagram expanded, descending like a celestial map to impose its will. Boom! The tiger collided with the celestial diagram, unleashing an energy storm akin to a vast ocean, intertwining black and gold spiritual energy that engulfed the surroundings, shrouding the summit of Qinghuan Peak in explosive energy. Had it not been for the protective formations surrounding every blade of grass and tree on Qinghuan Peak, the overwhelming energy would have obliterated the entire mountaintop. Moments later, as the luminous chaos of the explosion dissipated, two figures emerged unscathed. Gazing at the figure hovering in midair, Yu Qijuan's pupils widened in disbelief. Despite utilizing his martial technique, he had failed to overcome his opponent. Is this the terror of the chaotic heavy pupil? I refuse to believe it. Yu Qijuan's expression twisted in rage as he shouted, propelling himself skyward like a streak of light. If spiritual energy could not subdue him, then he would crush him with sheer physical might. He could not believe that Qin Guan's physique could possibly compare to that of a Kaiyuan realm practitioner. Little did he know that Qin Guan shared the same sentiment. In comparison to spiritual energy attacks, his body was the ultimate weapon. And at the moment Yu Qijuan made his move, Qin Guan unleashed his killing fist in response. Boom! The two figures, akin to shooting stars, collided in the air, accompanied by a thunderous sound that reverberated through the sky. Yu Qijuan felt Qin Guan's fist pierce through his chest, golden blood spraying into the air as his form plummeted to the ground, rendered unconscious. Observing the incapacitated Yu Qijuan, Qin Guan refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Understanding the implications of harming the Peak Master's son, he hoisted the unconscious figure and cast him down from Qinghua Peak. Before long, Yu Qijuan was discovered and rescued at Qinghua Peak. As the disciples of Qinghua Peak witnessed their junior brother gravely injured, their fury erupted. Who dares to be so audacious as to inflict such harm upon our junior brother? Do they not recognize his esteemed identity? The junior brother was found at the foot of Qinghua Peak, and it was evident that the perpetrator was someone from Qinghua Peak, though it remained uncertain whether it was Ming Jian or Jiang Luoli. Regardless of their identities, how dare they inflict such grievous injuries upon our junior disciple? Do they think there is no one to defend Qinghua Peak? The senior brother, Shi Jun, declared in a solemn tone. Senior brother, with our master in seclusion, you hold the authority over Qinghua Peak. Whatever you command, we shall obey without hesitation. The other disciples responded. First and foremost, we must attend to our junior disciple's wounds. Nothing is more pressing than his safety. Shi Jun remained composed, not allowing anger to cloud his judgment. The disciples promptly administered healing elixirs to Yu Qijuan. On Qinghua Peak, since defeating Yu Qijuan, Qin Guan had not rushed into further cultivation. After a night of dual cultivation with his master, he had successfully opened over 70 celestial orifices in one go. Although there were no hidden dangers, it was prudent to fully master this newfound power before advancing further. The words of his master were undoubtedly beneficial for his growth. Thus, Qin Guan familiarized himself with his own strength while also delving into the comprehension of the 6th grade martial technique, Yin-Yang Bagua Palm. Meanwhile, he awaited the arrival of the disciples from Qinghua Peak, as he surmised that they would not easily relent. However, instead of the disciples, he encountered an unexpected visitor, the third beauty of the Northern Dipper, the daughter of the Holy Lord, Yu Kongzi. Chapter 51. Luan Zhao Tian, Ji Dao Shenbei. Upon gazing at the young maiden who appeared before him, Qin Guan exhibited an expression of bewilderment, for he had no prior acquaintance with her. I am here at my father's behest to escort you to a certain place, Yu Kongzi declared, her features as exquisite as a painting, her voice melodious and clear. Adorned in a fitted light blue gown, she accentuated the graceful curves of her upper body. Sacred Lord? To where are you taking me? Qin Guan inquired, puzzled. You shall discover once we arrive. Yu Kongzi replied with a mysterious smile. Qin Guan nodded, and without hesitation, followed her departure. How can you harbor no doubts at all? Are you not afraid of some conspiracy? Yu Kongzi expressed her astonishment. Conspiracy? Qin Guan chuckled, shaking his head. If it were someone else, I might have my suspicions. But if I were to doubt even the Sacred Lord, I would no longer remain in the sacred land. A gentle smile graced Yu Kongzi's lips, but upon sensing Qin Guan's cultivation level, she gasped in surprise. 340 celestial apertures? How is this possible? It has only been a short time since you opened over 300 celestial apertures. How did you advance so swiftly? Even she had taken over a year to perfect her celestial aperture realm. Yet, Qin Guan had achieved such mastery in merely 2 months, an unprecedented feat. It is merely a matter of chance. Let us not keep the sacred lord waiting. Qin Guan replied with a smile. Soon, under Yu Kongzi's guidance, Qin Guan arrived at the heart of the sacred land, a restricted zone where disciples were typically forbidden to venture, piquing his curiosity as to the purpose of their visit. The area was rich in spiritual energy, coalescing into an ocean of vitality, with divine light cascading from the heavens, vibrant colors intertwining, golden lotuses carpeting the ground, and myriad extraordinary phenomena manifesting. This was the spectacle wrought by the overwhelming essence of the great Tao, a place that could truly be deemed a sanctuary for cultivation. Upon reaching their destination, Qin Guan's eyes fell upon a black stone tablet. Is this the sequence tablet? Qin Guan inquired, perplexed as to why he had been brought here. This is not the sequence tablet. It is the Ji Daoshan Bei. A voice resonated from an ancient bronze hall nearby. Following the sound, Qin Guan beheld 2 figures emerging. One was Yu Guan Tian, the sacred lord of the Ling Xiao sacred land. Yet to Qin Guan's astonishment, the esteemed sacred lord stood behind the other figure, almost as though he held them in reverence. Curiously, Qin Guan observed the other individual, a young man clad in a gray long robe, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his sleek black hair cascading down his back. With each step he took, a purple lotus, imbued with an aura of profundity, blossomed beneath his feet, an ethereal sight indeed. In a mere glance, Qin Guan sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from him. Particularly striking were his eyes, imbued with wisdom and the weight of experience. This individual was undoubtedly exceptional, Qin Guan mused inwardly. As the figure approached him, a smile graced his lips. I never anticipated that both the Chaos Heavy Pupil and the Chaos Sacred Dragon Body would manifest in a single individual. Truly remarkable. May I inquire your name? Qin Guan respectfully asked. I am Luan Zhao Tian, a disciple of the Ling Xiao sacred land. The gray-clad young man replied with a smile. Disciple? Qin Guan frowned. If he were merely a disciple, how could he stand in a position of greater prominence than the sacred lord? However, as the other did not wish to elaborate, he refrained from further inquiry and turned to the sacred lord. Sacred lord, may I ask why you summoned me? Yu Guan Tian did not respond directly, but posed a question in return. Do you know the purpose of the Ji Daoshan Bei? I am unaware. Qin Guan replied. The Ji Daoshan Bei is a rare treasure birthed by the heavens, containing the essence of the world. It bears the imprints of the most formidable beings from every realm throughout the ages, encapsulating their peak combat prowess during their lifetimes. You possess an unparalleled dual constitution, a rarity throughout the ages, making you virtually unmatched at your current level. Thus, I wish for you to enter the God Tablet and engage in combat with the most formidable beings of the universe throughout history, allowing your potential to be fully realized. At the same time, it shall impart upon you the wisdom that there are those beyond the heavens and individuals beyond individuals, lest you become arrogant due to your invincibility within the sacred land. Bear in mind, our Monghuang domain alone boasts 4 sacred lands, not to mention the entirety of the Beidou star domain. Beyond that lies an infinite expanse of stars, with heroes emerging like a flood. The vastness is immeasurable. Your dominance within the sacred land does not equate to invincibility throughout the Beidou star domain or beyond, nor does it guarantee supremacy through the endless ages. Yu Guan Tian continued, your talent is unparalleled throughout the ages. Since you have appeared in our Ling Xiao sacred land, we shall invest our utmost resources in your cultivation, which is why you are granted entry into the Ji Daoshan Bei. Among the younger generation of the sacred land, you are the sole individual qualified for this opportunity. Even Yu Kongzi, who possesses the 6 paths of reincarnation body, gained entry to the Ji Daoshan Bei only through my influence as her father, to witness the most exceptional talents of the ages. Therefore, Qin Guan, are you willing to enter and spar with those extraordinary figures? Upon hearing of such a treasure residing within the sacred land, Qin Guan was astonished, yet primarily exhilarated. In the sacred land, he indeed found no rival at his level. Even his battles were with disciples surpassing his realm. Now, learning that he could engage with the most formidable beings throughout the ages, he felt his blood surging with anticipation. Sacred Lord, I am eager to battle them, Qin Guan declared, clenching his fists in excitement. Excellent. Yu Guan Tian nodded, gesturing towards the Ji Daoshan Bay. A black vortex materialized upon the surface of the stone tablet. You may enter. Each realm contains 9 imprints, and you may challenge them at your discretion. Yu Guantian instructed. Understood. Qin Guan affirmed, stepping resolutely into the Ji Daoshan Bay. This young man possesses a formidable inner strength. I anticipated he would feel trepidation upon hearing of the most formidable beings of the ages, yet he appears exhilarated. Yu Guantian remarked with a smile. Naturally, if he were to feel fear, it would be unworthy of his extraordinary dual constitution. Luan Zhaotian replied with a grin. Throughout the ages, many have possessed dual constitutions, yet only Qin Guan embodies 2 such formidable natures. Old ancestor, how great do you believe his chances of success to be? Yu Guantian inquired. Since the establishment of our Lingxiao sacred land, the extreme Tao divine monument has existed, enduring for several 100,000 years. Qin Guan is the only individual to have been personally acknowledged by the extreme Tao divine monument to enter its realm in all these millennia. Thus, regardless of whether he succeeds or fails, he undoubtedly possesses the qualifications to challenge the most formidable figures of antiquity, unlike us, who lack even the eligibility to contest. Luan Zhaotian remarked with a chuckle. There is no need for the ancestor to belittle himself. Perhaps in the past, you lacked this qualification, but now, should you choose to act, those legendary figures within the divine monument would likely find you a worthy opponent. However, Luan Zhaotian shook his head and replied, do not underestimate the imprints within the divine monument. Their abilities are extraordinary. Even I may not stand as their equal. Beside them, Yu Kongzi expressed his astonishment. Are you suggesting that even Qin Guan's chances of victory are quite slim? This cannot be. He previously defeated me, who had attained perfection in the immortal aperture realm, with merely 3 immortal apertures. Now, he has reached over 340 immortal apertures, mere moments away from perfection. His strength must have surged dramatically. How could he possibly be unable to prevail against the imprints within the divine monument? If this is indeed the case, Yu Kongzi can hardly fathom the terrifying extent of those imprints. Chapter 52. Entering the extreme Tao divine monument. The most powerful figures of all ages, Long Huang. This is precisely the reason I hesitate to let you enter. The Tao heart is exceedingly fragile, remarked Yu Guantian. In the past, the extreme Tao divine monument was accessible to the disciples of the sacred land. However, many arrogant and self-proclaimed geniuses shattered their Tao hearts upon entering, resulting in disappointing performances from disciples who should have achieved great heights. Consequently, the extreme Tao divine monument was subsequently closed to outsiders. I do not fear defeat. I merely wish to comprehend the true strength of those who are deemed the most formidable in the Xianxiao realm throughout the ages. Yu Kongzi's expression was solemn. She had prepared herself mentally for loss, yearning only to battle those individuals and discern the extent of her disparity with them. At that moment, images materialized upon the divine monument, revealing Qin Guanshi amidst a profound and boundless starry expanse. He looked up to see 9 figures standing high in the sky. They resembled gods and demons, radiating resplendent divine light, akin to eternal stars that defy the night. Even from a distance, Qin Guanshi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from them. Is this what constitutes the most powerful figures of all ages? Qin Guanshi gazed at the silhouettes, his fighting spirit ignited. At that instant, 9 golden pathways unfolded before the figures, extending towards Qin Guanshi as if inviting him to engage in battle with them. Observing the 9 figures, he noted the mix of genders and races, but his attention was drawn to one particular being. A colossal golden dragon adorned with magnificent wings, several hundred meters in length, emanating a golden brilliance as if forged from gold, exuding an aura of terrifying oppression. What manner of race is this? Qin Guanshi pondered, recognizing the dragon's physique yet adorned with wings akin to a phoenix. It is you. Qin Guanshi stepped onto the golden pathway leading to the enigmatic being, sensing a profound connection to true dragons, and considering his own possession of the chaos sacred dragon body, believed that engaging in combat with this entity might allow him to acquire some dragon combat techniques. The moment he set foot on the golden pathway, an immense pressure emanated from the golden dragon at the end of the path, attempting to suppress him from ascending. This pressure might render an ordinary perfected practitioner of the Xianxiao realm immobile, yet to Qin Guanshi, it was a mere trifle. He strode forward with determination, ascending step by step. Outside the extreme Tao divine monument, Yu Kongzi and others observed his choice. It is that Long Huang. Luan Zhaotian remarked with a smile. Long Huang. Who is that? A predecessor from eons ago, a prodigy born from the union of the dragon and phoenix races, possessing the strengths of both lineages and immensely powerful. Luan Zhaotian elucidated. Yu Kongzi felt a stir within her heart, recognizing that these two races are among the most elite in the demon clans, with pure-blood dragons and phoenixes nearly rivaling the finest physiques among humanity. The potential of the Long Huang, birthed from the union of these two races, is indeed extraordinary. As Qin Guanshi reached the apex, he found himself atop a vast white jade plaza. Opposite him, the colossal golden Long Huang circled, its cold, emotionless gaze fixed upon Qin Guanshi. As Qin Guanshi steadied himself, the Long Huang's immense form surged forward in a flash of golden light, its enormous claws descending with oppressive force. In that very moment, Qin Guanshi also sprang into action. He propelled himself into the air, unleashing chaos spiritual power from his palm, striking back with a fierce punch. In the next instant, the two figures collided, generating a thunderous explosion that swept across the plaza, particularly at the point of impact where two contrasting spiritual powers formed hemispherical shields that engulfed the heavens. Break for me, Qin Guanshi shouted, his xian qiao vibrating with energy. He was unafraid of competing in spiritual power within the same realm. The surging spiritual energy surged forth, instantly sending the Long Huang's massive form flying backward. The chaos spiritual power proved formidable, suppressing the Long Huang's own energy. Luan Zhaotian outside the monument could not help but express admiration. However, this strike did not inflict a crippling blow upon the Long Huang, as its massive body quickly regained stability and charged once more. 5 Dragons Annihilation. A deep voice erupted from the Long Huang's mouth, its gargantuan claws descending again, coalescing tremendous spiritual power into 5 golden true dragons, their roars resonating as they spiraled downward with inexorable might. Yin-Yang Bagua Palm. Qin Guanshi struck forth, manifesting the Yin-Yang Bagua diagram from his palm, transforming it into a celestial map that soared skyward. With a resounding boom, the two powerful techniques collided midair, erupting into chaos as thunder roared and fierce winds surged, the immense spiritual energy engulfing the plaza. In the next moment, the Yin-Yang Bagua celestial diagram pierced through the 5 Dragons Annihilation, striking the Long Huang from behind, sending it hurtling away from the explosion's impact. The violent energy left numerous wounds across its body. Even the dragon scales, seemingly forged from gold, bore gaping scars from the explosive force. Qin Guanshi observed the injured Long Huang with narrowed eyes, while this attack appeared to have inflicted considerable harm. The injuries were not fatal and would not significantly alter the battle's dynamics. Yet he discerned from this encounter that the Long Huang's physical form was formidable. Otherwise, the injuries caused by the Yin-Yang Bagua palm would have been far more severe. At that moment, golden flames flickered across the Long Huang's body, instantaneously healing the wounds caused by the explosive energy. Such a capability? Qin Guanshi was astonished. Considering that the Xian Xiao realm's life forms were not particularly advanced, it seemed improbable for one to possess such formidable regenerative abilities. Regardless of the abilities you possess, I shall shatter them with a single punch. Qin Guanshi executed the Shadow Instant Prison Kill, instantly appearing before the Long Huang, blood-red patterns emerging upon his fist as he unleashed a lethal strike aimed at the creature's head. Boom! In an instant, golden scales flew as blood splattered. The massive golden head trembled violently, struck down by Qin Guanshi's force. Without mercy, Qin Guanshi continued his onslaught, blood-red patterns intertwining upon his fists, raining down blows like a torrential storm, the sound of thunderous impacts echoing as deep fissures appeared upon the colossal dragon head. As Qin Guan's fist seemed poised to shatter his opponent's skull, the injured dragon phoenix ignited with golden flames once more, rapidly healing the wound in its wake. Realizing that he could not inflict a fatal blow, Qin Guan immediately transformed into his dragon form, his hands morphing into claws as he unleashed a devastating punch, launching another assault. Yet, at the very moment he assumed this formidable shape, the dragon phoenix seized the opportunity, its massive wings flaring dramatically as its colossal body vanished in a flash, evading Qin Guan's strike entirely. Outside the extreme Dao Divine Steel, the expressions of the 3 observers were filled with astonishment, particularly Lin Zhaotian, who, after witnessing the spectacle firsthand, found his understanding of Qin Guan's physique profoundly altered. Although Qin Guan had not yet reached the pinnacle of the immortal aperture realm, both his spiritual power and physical form surpassed that of the perfected dragon phoenix. This was indeed a forbidden being, a fusion of true dragon and phoenix lineage. What a remarkable feat! Had it not been for the healing properties of the phoenix fire engulfing the dragon phoenix, it is quite possible that Qin Guan could have obliterated its skull. His might exceeds all my expectations. Luan Zhaotian murmured. Does the ancestor still believe Qin Guan's chances of victory are slim? Yu Kongzi inquired with a smile. Patience, my friend. The dragon phoenix has yet to unveil its ultimate technique. Until the dust settles, it is premature to draw conclusions. Chapter 53. Adverse Conditions. The mysterious physique treasure technique. What does it matter if he employs his ultimate techniques? For cultivators of the Xianxiao realm, regardless of the prowess of his martial skills, the power we can wield remains constrained. Moreover, I can sense that the 5-dragon extinction technique just executed by Long Huang is undoubtedly superior to Qin Guan's Yinyang Bahua Palm, yet he ultimately finds himself at a disadvantage, remarked Yu Kongzi. Hee. Just continue watching and you will understand, Luan Zhaotian chuckled. If it were merely at this level, Long Huang would not have ascended to become the most formidable prodigy of the Xianxiao realm in countless ages. On the Shinto Monument Square, Long Huang deftly evaded Qin Guan's attack, his massive form hovering in midair, fixated on his adversary. At this moment, he seemed to grasp that in a contest of physical strength, he could not possibly rival this human. Suddenly, a stream of golden flames erupted from his mouth, transforming into a colossal phoenix that charged towards Qin Guan. The golden flames radiated an intense heat, warping the very fabric of space around them. This was the Nirvana divine fire possessed by the Phoenix clan. Not only did it wield formidable lethality, but it also bore healing properties. Long Huang's rapid recovery from prior injuries was attributable to this extraordinary flame. Upon witnessing this, Qin Guan immediately executed his sword finger technique, unleashing a jet of black, chaotic sword light from his fingertips to cleave through the golden flames. However, just as the sword finger neared the phoenix forged from the Nirvana flames, the black, chaotic sword energy was instantaneously melted away. This revelation left Qin Guan astonished. The potency of the opponent's flames was indeed terrifying, capable of incinerating even martial techniques entirely. As he beheld the fiery divine phoenix advancing towards him, Qin Guan swiftly employed the shadow instant prison killing technique to evade the assault. With a swift motion, he sidestepped the incoming assault. In the next moment, the blazing divine phoenix erupted in an explosion where he had just stood, billowing waves of scorching heat. Yet at that instant, Qin Guan once again executed his movement technique, suddenly appearing beside Long Huang, and with his blood-patterned dragon fist, he struck forcefully against Long Huang's massive body. Accompanied by a thunderous impact, dragon scales shattered and flesh splattered, as a gaping wound was inflicted upon Long Huang's abdomen. A heart-wrenching cry escaped Long Huang's lips, but in the next heartbeat, Qin Guan transformed his fist into a blade and delivered a fierce downward strike. With a resounding crack, Long Huang's colossal form was cleaved in two. Golden blood aflame poured from the sky, cascading upon Qin Guan like a torrential downpour. In that moment, he was drenched in dragon blood. As Qin Guan reached out to catch the burning dragon blood, his brow furrowed. Wasn't this a mark? How could blood still flow from it? Observing the severed dragon body, Qin Guan prepared to obliterate his opponent completely, but suddenly, he felt his body freeze in place, immobile. This sensation, it reminded Qin Guan of his previous battle with Yu Kongzi, when a mysterious technique had immobilized him. Now, that feeling returned. At that moment, he noticed that the wound on the severed dragon's body ignited with golden flames once more, and the injury began to heal at a visible rate. Such formidable regenerative power left Qin Guan astounded. He questioned whether he would have survived such grievous wounds without the aid of medicinal elixirs. Truly the most powerful prodigy of the ages. Qin Guan couldn't help but exclaim, yet his gaze shifted around him. Just as he prepared to strike down his opponent, a mysterious force suddenly enveloped him, binding his body and rendering him immobile. Concurrently, a golden dragon and a phoenix enveloped him, spiraling around Long Huang. They formed a vast domain centered on him. Yet the immobility was merely one aspect of this domain's capabilities. More terrifying was the fact that Qin Guan sensed his own strength was severely suppressed. Originally possessing 340 xianxiao, he could now only unleash half of his power, his strength halved. What sort of martial technique is this? Qin Guan pondered in horror. Though he had been immobilized in his confrontation with Yukongzi, his power had not been curtailed. At this moment, Long Huang's injuries had healed completely. His cold, golden eyes bore into Qin Guan, and with a tremendous flap of his enormous phoenix wings, he appeared instantaneously before Qin Guan. His golden claws clenched into a fist, crashing down towards Qin Guan's head. His speed was astonishing, leaving Qin Guan, who had not activated his heavy pupils, unable to discern his approach. Instinctively sensing danger from the suddenly appearing claw, Qin Guan transformed into a chaotic sacred dragon, stretching hundreds of meters long. In that instant, the golden dragon fist struck his dragon head with a resounding thud, akin to mountains splitting, reverberating through the air. Qin Guan was sent flying backward for several hundred meters. He rose to his feet, shaking his slightly dazed head. Although the power of that punch was formidable, it did not injure him. However, at that moment, Long Huang launched another assault, delivering another punch to Qin Guan's dragon head, sending him crashing to the white jade square below. Once again, he stood, only to be met by another merciless punch from his opponent. Anger surged within Qin Guan. Since beginning his cultivation, he had never been so passive. Just as Long Huang's third punch approached, his eyes transformed into chaotic heavy pupils, chaotic energy radiating from his gaze like a descending demon. In that moment, he perceived the opponent's movements with crystal clarity. Qin Guan immediately swung his dragon fist, executing the killing fist to counter. However, at the moment their fists connected, he was once again sent flying hundreds of meters away. My power has diminished as well. Qin Guan gazed at the domain surrounding Long Huang, his expression filled with astonishment. Not only was his spiritual energy attack weakened, but even his physical strength had been diminished, leaving him utterly incredulous. What kind of martial technique is this? How could it possess such bizarre abilities? Qin Guan's brow furrowed, deep in thought, unable to comprehend. This ability surpassed his understanding of martial techniques. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he muttered to himself, could it be the physique treasure technique? Special physiques possess their own unique physique treasure techniques, endowed with extraordinary capabilities. However, the awakening of the Tiji Bao Shu is not bound by a fixed method. Some individuals require seclusion and meditation to attain enlightenment, while others may naturally awaken their Tiji Bao Shu as their cultivation progresses. There are even those who might experience this awakening in the face of life and death crises. The methods of awakening vary greatly. Therefore, despite being aware of the existence of the Tiji Bao Shu, Qin Guan did not overly concern himself with it, believing it is best to let things unfold naturally. If the timing is not right, no amount of time spent in contemplation will yield any results. At this moment, the opponent's bizarre techniques bore little resemblance to conventional martial skills, prompting Qin Guan to associate them with the Tiji Bao Shu. During the previous encounter with Yukongzi at the Shuya Bay, when the opponent immobilized him, it was likely that the ability employed was also derived from the Tiji Bao Shu. Otherwise, how could a being of the Xianxiao realm possess such power? Yet, despite this understanding, finding a way to unravel the opponent's enigmatic Tiji Bao Shu left Qin Guan in a challenging predicament. Chapter 54. The battle of utmost effort. The domain formed by the opposing physique treasure was exceedingly terrifying. Within it, every assault was significantly weakened, rendering Qin Guan a mere passive target, unable to inflict any damage upon his adversary. However, without stepping into the domain, he could not hope to overcome his opponent. Outside the Jidaoshan Bay, Luan Zhaotian observed the scene and chuckled. Now you comprehend why I remarked that Qin Guan's chances of victory are rather slim, do you not? To imprison the enemy and diminish their attacks is indeed a formidable physique treasure. Yu Kongzi couldn't help but express her admiration. She herself possessed a physique treasure, albeit in its nascent stage during the competition for the Su Lai Zi. Only recently had it reached its full potential. Otherwise, the outcome of the first Su Lai Zi might still be uncertain. Not only did it diminish the enemy's offensive capabilities, but within the domain, it also augmented one's own strength. After all, what else could account for Long Huang's status as one of the strongest beings since ancient times? Luan Zhaotian laughed, well aware of the capabilities of the opponent's physique treasure from his own encounters within the Jidaoshan Bay. Inside the Jidaoshan Bay, Long Huang unleashed his physique treasure, manifesting the domain and charging forward. Qin Guan, refusing to evade any longer, surged towards his opponent. As they drew near, the golden light erupted from Long Huang's dragon claws, and he executed the 5 dragons' annihilation, summoning 5 golden true dragons that bore down upon Qin Guan. Long Huang possessed numerous offensive abilities, but this particular technique was his strongest, thus he saw no need to employ others. Qin Guan, meanwhile, resorted to his killing fist, the most potent weapon at his disposal. Although its power would be diminished, it remained superior to spiritual attacks. The two forces collided. The 5 swirling true dragons struck Qin Guan, sending him hurtling backward, crashing onto the white jade plaza below with a resounding thud. Once more, Qin Guan stood unscathed. Indeed, while his opponent could weaken his power, they could not diminish his defenses. Nonetheless, the overwhelming force, bolstered by the domain, caused a faint ache within him. Observing Long Huang soaring towards him again, he hesitated not and charged forth, refusing to believe that the opponent's physique treasure could be maintained indefinitely. Then, an embarrassing scene unfolded. Qin Guan found himself grasped by Long Huang's dragon tail, swung like a whip, and repeatedly slammed into the ground with a series of thuds. Could it be that his Dao heart will shatter? Yu Kongzi voiced her concern. Yu Guantian's expression mirrored her anxiety. After all, this was an extraordinarily rare genius. Should his Dao heart collapse, the loss for their Ling Shao Holy Land would be immense. If this can shatter his Dao heart, it would imply he is unworthy of such unparalleled physiques, and his future achievements would be limited. Luan Zhaotian intoned solemnly. What was Long Huang? One of the mightiest beings since time immemorial. To be defeated by him was no disgrace. When he had entered the Ji Daoshan Bay, he had also been thoroughly bested by those formidable beings, yet his Dao heart remained steadfast. Qin Guan emitted a low growl. Though his physical defenses were formidable, preventing any harm from befalling him, the indignity of being so thoroughly dominated ignited a furious roar from within. In that moment, he unleashed an unprecedented surge of power. The divine light of his internal organs radiated brilliantly, his bones resonated audibly, and his blood boiled with fervor. Each chaotic symbol upon his dragon scales glimmered with intensity. The dual pupils in his eyes manifested, intertwining chaotic symbols as a terrifying light of chaos emerged from his gaze, illuminating an ancient world of chaos. With a powerful shake, he broke free from Long Huang's grasp. His massive frame pivoted, and with dragon claws infused with chaotic spiritual energy, he lunged at Long Huang. A sharp sound echoed as his claws left 5 ghastly gashes across Long Huang's dragon head, but simultaneously, he was sent hurtling away by a powerful punch from Long Huang. Witnessing that his attack could indeed affect his opponent within the domain, Qin Guan's excitement surged. He laughed heartily and charged forward with renewed vigor, determined to unleash a relentless assault. Possessing 2 unparalleled physiques, his defensive capabilities were extraordinary, leading him to focus solely on offense. In an instant, the 2 figures clashed fiercely. Qin Guan was repeatedly sent flying, yet each time, he managed to inflict damage upon Long Huang. Alas, Long Huang wielded the Nirvana Divine Fire, enabling him to heal continuously, while Qin Guan lacked any means of recuperation. The cumulative toll of their exchanges left Qin Guan coughing up blood. Overall, he remained at a disadvantage. Prolonged engagement would inevitably lead to his defeat. Yet, rather than fear, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. Never before had he faced such a formidable adversary, and the thrill only intensified his resolve, his blood igniting as if set ablaze, the chaotic symbols on his dragon scales shining ever brighter. Boom. Once more, Qin Guan was sent sprawling onto the white jade plaza, a radiant golden blood erupting from his mouth, staining the ground crimson. Clenching his dragon claws tightly, he roared skyward, charging into battle once more, refusing to believe that the domain could endure indefinitely. In the next moment, their colossal dragon claws collided, producing a thunderous sound. Yet, to the astonishment of all, instead of being sent flying again, it was Long Huang's claw that shattered, dispersing into a cloud of blood mist. Had the physique treasure dissipated? A smile crept across Qin Guan's face. What of the physique treasure? It could not last forever. However, when he glanced around, he was taken aback. The domain remained intact, with true dragons and divine phoenixes circling above, and Qin Guan still found himself within the confines of his opponent's realm. What was happening? Clenching his dragon claws tightly, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He felt as though his internal power had doubled, returning to its normal state, no longer influenced by the domain. The sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries erupted from Long Huang's mouth. His claws restored to their former glory by the power of the Nirvana Divine Fire. His enormous body shifted, the domain enveloping him as he charged once more at Qin Guan. In response, Qin Guan unleashed the Shadow Instant Prison Kill, hurtling towards his opponent. Their attacks converged upon each other's heads. With a resounding boom, Long Huang's head was instantly obliterated, his body sent flying, while Qin Guan stood firm, not retreating an inch. The power of his flesh had returned. Qin Guan clenched his fists in exhilaration. As his opponent was sent flying, the realm centered around them detached from Qin Guan, freeing him from its oppressive influence. He suddenly felt a terrifying power erupting from within him, akin to a volcano in full eruption. Its intensity doubled compared to his usual state. Why was this happening? Just moments ago, he had suspected a flaw in his opponent's realm, but it now appeared that the source of this phenomenon lay within him, as his own strength surged unexpectedly. He focused his mind, turning inward to examine his being, and discovered an intricate tapestry of chaotic runes manifesting among his internal organs, bones, and flesh. Each rune radiated an enigmatic aura, unlike anything he had encountered before. At this moment, he was almost certain that the surge of power within him was intrinsically linked to these mysterious runes that had suddenly appeared. Moreover, he observed a chaos sacred dragon, as thick as an arm, materializing above his dragon head, coiling and exuding the same profound essence as the runes within him. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the study of these runes, the dragon phoenix charged at him once more. Chapter 55. The physique treasure art of the chaotic sacred dragon body. As the domain enveloped Qin Guan, his strength was once again diminished. However, he instinctively summoned the runes within his body. In an instant, the chaotic sacred dragon above his head transformed into two, intertwining to form a circular ring that slowly revolved. At that moment, Qin Guan felt a surge of power within him, amplifying his strength several-fold. This revelation startled him, and he immediately swung his fist towards the approaching Long Huang. With a thunderous impact, the immense form of Long Huang was instantly reduced to a cloud of crimson mist beneath his blow, and this time, the opponent did not recover. Yet, after delivering that punch, Qin Guan was abruptly seized by excruciating pain. Every aspect of his being, organs, bones, flesh, felt as if they were being torn apart. My body cannot withstand this power. Qin Guan spoke solemnly. He could distinctly sense that the force he had just unleashed was 4 times greater than usual. Such a sudden explosion of power was overwhelming for his physical form, leading to that tearing sensation. If he continued to exert this power, his body might very well shatter. Nevertheless, there was no time for contemplation. He promptly seated himself on the ground to ponder the mysterious runes within. This was an opportunity that belonged solely to him, and such chances could vanish in the blink of an eye. If not grasped firmly, they could be lost forever. As he began to comprehend these runes, Qin Guan instantly realized that these enigmatic chaotic runes were not merely random symbols, but rather the physique treasure art of his own chaotic sacred dragon body. This was a unique divine ability belonging to him alone. Outside the extreme path divine steel, Luan Zhaotian and the others noticed that Qin Guan had gained something from the battle and was very likely to have comprehended his own physique treasure art. Initially, they aimed to temper him using the most formidable figures from ancient times, yet they had not anticipated that Qin Guan would discover his own physique treasure art here. It seemed that these individuals would be of no use against him. Luan Zhaotian shook his head helplessly. Even the Long Huang, while utilizing its physique treasure art, could not overpower Qin Guan. Now that he too had grasped a treasure art unique to him, the ancient titans were even less likely to be his adversaries. His physique was still terrifyingly powerful. Even without a physique treasure art, he could contend with these ancient paragons. Yuguan Tian exclaimed. Under normal circumstances, no other individual would stand a chance against Long Huang in such a scenario. Yet Qin Guan managed to withstand countless attacks purely through the might of his robust physique. I am quite curious about the treasure art he has awakened, Yu Kongzi remarked. It is true that even individuals with the same physique can comprehend vastly different treasure arts, but generally speaking, the stronger the physique, the more potent the treasure art one can grasp. His physique treasure art must be formidable. The only uncertainty lies in whether it pertains to the chaotic heavy eye or the chaotic sacred dragon body. Yuguan Tian said solemnly. The chaotic sacred dragon body epitomizes the pinnacle of power, shattering myriad laws with sheer strength, while the chaotic heavy eye represents a singular law that can transcend myriad paths. These two physiques symbolize the utmost extremes of distinct domains. The punch he had just delivered to Long Huang was pure physical might, belonging to the realm of strength. Therefore, It must be the physique treasure art of the chaotic sacred dragon body. Luan Zhaotian analyzed. Qin Guan secluded himself within the extreme path divine steel for several days, only ceasing his meditation once he could wield the physique treasure art with ease. At this moment, he sat cross-legged on the white jade square, and with a thought, the profound chaotic runes manifested, conjuring a chaotic sacred dragon behind him. The runes were fundamental. The chaotic sacred dragon was merely an external manifestation. However, he was still in the preliminary stage of the physique treasure art. To fully unleash its potential, he needed to delve deeper into the understanding of those runes. I did not expect my physique treasure art to awaken in such circumstances. Qin Guan clenched his fist, his expression brimming with excitement. His physique treasure art was not as intricate as Long Huang's. Lacking abilities to weaken others or enhance himself, it simply augmented his physical strength. Yet he could amplify his power by several multiples. This meant that when a chaotic sacred dragon materialized behind him, his physical strength would double. With 2 dragons, it would quadruple. With 3, it would increase 9-fold. As for the maximum amplification, Qin Guan was yet unaware. He had merely begun to grasp this treasure art and did not know its limits. However, as it stood, for times his physical strength was already his threshold. To achieve 9-fold strength, he needed to further enhance his cultivation and strengthen his body. Otherwise, it might risk shattering. Nevertheless, this was already sufficient to contend with these ancient paragons of the same realm. Qin Guan rose, casting his gaze upon the 8 figures nearby. In an instant, 8 golden pathways radiated beneath his feet. Yet, he made no other choice. He simply clenched his fist towards the void, roaring, "I shall face 8 of you." His declaration left Luan Zhaotian utterly astonished. Even he would not dare to challenge all 8 at once, for their physique treasure arts were exceedingly peculiar. Truly, a newborn calf fears not the tiger. Luan Zhaotian chuckled. That may not necessarily be the case. After all, he possesses 2 extraordinary physiques. Even before awakening his physique treasure art, he could stand undefeated. How much more so now? Yu Kongzi, having witnessed Qin Guan's battle, held great confidence in him. If you were aware of their physique treasure arts, you would not speak so boldly. Luan Zhaotian chuckled lightly. As Qin Guan's words fell, 8 figures simultaneously surrounded him, trapping him at the center. In the next moment, they all launched their attacks toward him. One of the tall, straight figures in a green robe pointed his sword with his right hand and thrust it at Qin Guan, unleashing a cataclysmic black sword aura that pierced directly for Qin Guan's head. Qin Guan retaliated with a punch, shattering it, and utilizing his movement technique, he instantly appeared before the opponent, his fist enveloped in chaotic spiritual energy, blood-red patterns intertwining, and he struck towards the opponent's abdomen. However, a strange occurrence unfolded. Although his fist clearly connected with the opponent's abdomen, the figure in the green robe remained unscathed. While Qin Guan himself received a punch to his own abdomen, the overwhelming force propelling him forcefully backward. What is happening? Qin Guan was taken aback. Why did his attack against the opponent rebound upon himself? Could this be yet another manifestation of an enigmatic physique or a mystical treasure? How intriguing indeed. A smile of excitement involuntarily crept across his face. Invincible sword domain. The man in the azure robe uttered these words in a low voice. And in an instant, a vast sword domain materialized beside Qin Guan. Countless sharp swords stood upright on the ground, extending outward, with terrifying sword energy intertwining, as though he had stepped into a realm of swords. Standing amidst this chaos, Qin Guan felt the chilling sword energies relentlessly slicing through his body, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Yet, this was not the end. A surge of black mist swept in, and another individual unleashed their own physique treasure. Life Burial Realm. Chapter 56. One force breaks all laws. As if sensing the force behind Qin Guan's punch, the adversaries immediately unleashed their full capabilities, activating all their extraordinary physique arts in an instant. When the Life Burial Realm manifested, Qin Guan felt his life force being stripped away, and the peculiar nature of the various physique arts was striking. Although they did not weaken his strength as the Dragon Phoenix physique did. Those who could become the mightiest figures throughout the ages obviously possessed no weak physique arts. No matter how many paths of magic they wielded, I shall break them with a single punch. Qin Guan roared, channeling his physique arts, as 2 chaos sacred dragons emerged behind him, unleashing quadrupled power. His body trembled violently, and in that moment, both the invincible sword domain and the Life Burial Realm shattered into oblivion. he swung his fist, striking the sword-wielding man in a green robe, and with a thunderous boom, a single punch obliterated the man, transforming him into a mist of blood. Following this, he directed another punch at the coldly proud woman in a black skirt who attacked from behind. The reversal of stars. Rather than evade, the woman opted to confront Qin Guan's assault head-on. Her reversal of stars could return all damage inflicted upon her back to her opponent. Thus, the power from Qin Guan's earlier attack against the green-robed man was redirected onto him. However, this time the black-skirted woman miscalculated. Her opponent's strength was too terrifying for her to deflect, and instead, she was struck by Qin Guan's fist, exploding her body. Transformed into a harbinger of death, Qin Guan burned his internal spiritual energy, executing his movement technique as he weaved through the crowd. With each punch he delivered, another figure was vanquished, exhibiting unparalleled ferocity. As long as his strength was not diminished, even without employing his physique arts, no one at his level could withstand his dual fists, let alone when enhanced by quadrupled power, delivering one punch at a time. Moments later, only two figures remained on the battlefield. Observing them closely, Qin Guan furrowed his brow. One bore the physique art of Thunder Prison, capable of transforming into lightning within his domain, a bizarre manifestation that left Qin Guan at a loss. The other could manipulate the surrounding space, preventing Qin Guan from approaching and redirecting his martial techniques elsewhere with spatial power. Such a forward-thinking physique art was far beyond what Qin Guan's current realm could contend with. If only I could shatter space, dealing with him would pose no issue. But at present, I find myself utterly powerless. Qin Guan lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Despite possessing quadrupled physical strength, it was utterly impossible for someone at the Xianxiao realm to fracture space, rendering him helpless against his opponents. Just then, a searing pain coursed through his body, causing Qin Guan to gasp sharply. He raised his hand to inspect his arm, discovering fine streaks of blood, reminiscent of fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. Witnessing this, Qin Guan dared not utilize his physique arts any longer. However, at the very moment he ceased their application, two figures suddenly appeared before him, launching an assault. One wielded a massive black axe forged from condensed lightning, while the other combined spatial power, conjuring a colossal handprint that descended upon him from behind. Clearly, they understood the need to evade his might, striking decisively as his physique arts dissipated. Yet, as their attacks descended, Qin Guan abruptly looked up, moving with the swiftness of thunder, and shot upwards, seizing both their faces with his hands. The two chaos sacred dragons materialized behind him, and with a resounding crash, he crushed their skulls while his palms bore down with overwhelming power, reducing their bodies to mere puddles of flesh. However, their attacks also landed upon Qin Guan, forcing him to stagger backwards, golden blood seeping from his wounds. This was not a consequence of their strikes, but rather the backlash from his body unable to withstand the power of his physique arts. As he triumphed over the nine figures, a surge of energy descended from the divine steel, swiftly healing all his injuries. Upon exiting the divine steel, Qin Guan was met with the astonished gazes of Luan Zhaodian and the others. Just moments ago, aside from Yang Gongzi, both Luan Zhaodian and Yu Guanxin had doubted Qin Guan's ability to prevail against 8 adversaries. Yet, he had decisively vanquished those most formidable figures of all time. Today, I have truly witnessed what it means to break all laws with sheer force. Luan Zhaodian marveled. He had encountered many unparalleled geniuses with extraordinary physical strength, all proclaiming the same mantra. Yet after witnessing Qin Guan, he realized this was the true essence of breaking all laws with one force. What need is there for martial skills or esoteric physique arts when my physical prowess can overwhelm all? You flatter me. It is merely that I find myself unable to conquer them with martial skills. Qin Guan chuckled wryly. Methods possess no inherent quality, as long as one can defeat their opponent. Luan Zhaodian replied with a grin. The more he observed Qin Guan, the more impressed he became. Had it not been for Qin Guan's existing mentorship, he would have desired to take him as a disciple. However, that girl, Shi Fei, was equally formidable, deserving of the title of Qin Guan's master. Yu Guanxin also bore a smile, recognizing that their Lingxiao sacred land had indeed produced an extraordinary prodigy. Especially as Qin Guan emerged in this era on the brink of the path to immortality, the future may very well see him ascend to that path. After Qin Guan concluded his battle with those ancient paragons, Yang Gongzi entered the extreme path divine steel. Yet, this time, The challenge transformed from 9 figures to 10, with Qin Guan's silhouette prominently among them, even ranking above the rest. She believed she lacked the terrifying strength of Qin Guan and dared not face multiple opponents, ultimately choosing the green-robed man who possessed the invincible sword domain. Yang Gongzi's 6 Paths Reincarnation Physique art could create a domain of reincarnation, a powerful and peculiar realm where those ensnared would be eroded by the forces of reincarnation, ultimately obliterated. Regrettably, despite this, she succumbed to the sword of the green-robed man. The opponent found themselves within the realm of the invincible sword domain, where the might of their swordsmanship surged, shattering the 6 Paths of Reincarnation domain crafted by Yu Kongzi. Although the 6 Paths reincarnation body is formidable, it pales in comparison to the legendary Zhang Tian sword body of the adversary. Luan Zhao Tian remarked, "The Zhang Tian sword body is a mythical constitution, on par with the chaotic sacred dragon body of Qin Guan. Thus, a significant disparity exists between them." Yu Kongzi emerged, somewhat disheartened, yet her resolve remained unscathed, ensuring that her path of cultivation would not be adversely affected in the slightest. In the early stages of cultivation, one's constitution largely determines a cultivator's strength. However, the journey of cultivation is long and fraught with uncertainties. Should opportunities arise for acquiring or comprehending potent martial techniques and divine abilities, surpassing others in the future is not beyond the realm of possibility. What you witness are merely the 9 most powerful beings in the immortal aperture realm throughout the ages. As their cultivation progresses, some among them will inevitably be eliminated, no longer holding the title of the strongest, to be supplanted by others. This serves as the finest testament that a temporary defeat does not signify ultimate failure. Likewise, a fleeting strength does not guarantee perpetual dominance. The road of cultivation is lengthy and unpredictable, with countless variables. The future holds unknown opportunities for all, hence no one should grow complacent. Luan Zhaotian addressed the two, offering comfort to Yu Kongzi while also advising Qin Guan. Both Qin Guan and Yu Kongzi nodded in agreement. The vastness of the world holds myriad wonders. While a powerful constitution and innate talent can dictate many outcomes, they do not govern all. Just as the two prepared to depart, Luan Zhaotian suddenly turned to Qin Guan and said, "Your talent is exceptional. As long as you progress steadily, achieving the highest accolades is undoubtedly within your grasp. However, remember this, steer clear of the immortal palace." Chapter 57. The concerns of Xiong Yuma. Qin Guan's pupils constricted once more. Another mention of the Xiandian? His father had previously warned him to be cautious of the Xiandian, advising him to firmly refuse if approached to enter for cultivation. Now, the eminent Luan Zhaotian echoed the same sentiment. What exactly is the Xiandian? Qin Guan inquired with curiosity. It is an exceedingly secretive force that invites exceptional talents from around the world for cultivation. Luan Zhaotian explained. However, this force possesses an eerie quality, shrouded in foreboding. Thus, if the Xiandian extends an invitation for you to enter, you must categorically refuse. The reasons for this are too intricate for you to grasp at this stage. In due time, when you are qualified to engage with such matters, the truth will be revealed to you. Qin Guan nodded, refraining from further inquiries. The congruence of warnings from both his father and Luan Zhaotian indicated that the Xiandian indeed harbored troubling implications. Before departing, Yu Guantian informed Qin Guan that he could return here at each realm to spar with the most formidable figures of the ages. After bidding farewell to several individuals, Qin Guan returned to Qinghuan Peak. Upon his return, he resumed his comprehension of his unique physical treasure technique, having only scratched the surface thus far. Mastery of this technique necessitated delving deeper into the enigmatic, chaotic runes within him. The day he fully deciphered those runes would herald the culmination of his physical treasure technique. During his study of the treasure technique, he also made time for cultivation. He possessed an abundance of Kaiqiao pills, making the opening of celestial orifices a manageable endeavor. Meanwhile, on the immortal peak, Xiong Yuma furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Qin Guan possessed the strength to defeat Yu Qijuan. This revelation was profoundly shocking to him. After some time, the news of Qin Guan's victory over Yu Qijuan had spread, reaching Xiong Yuma's ears. In a bid to ensure his own unambiguous triumph over Qin Guan, he had previously borrowed numerous contribution points from his brothers and sisters to train within the Sui Web building for several days. This had enabled him to swiftly break through to the Kaiyuan realm. Yet now, Qin Guan had also attained such formidable strength, causing Xiong Yuma to feel increasingly anxious. The legendary physique of the chaotic heavy eye. How could he awaken such a terrifying constitution, and to cultivate at such a rapid pace? In just 2 months, Qin Guan's prowess had soared to this alarming level. Although Xiong Yuma possessed the great strength diamond body, significantly surpassing Yu Qijuan, there remained half the time until their duel, leaving uncertainty regarding how much further Qin Guan's cultivation might advance by then. The very thought of potentially being defeated by Qin Guan in front of a multitude stirred a tempest of anxiety within Xiong Yuma. After all, he had instigated this duel. Losing would be utterly humiliating. To swiftly enhance his strength, he felt compelled to enter the Suiwei building, yet the contribution points required were exorbitant. Reflecting on this, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had already borrowed a substantial amount from his seniors. Further borrowing might render repayment impossible. However, with no grand competitions akin to the sequenced Children's contest on the horizon, Qin Guan would not have the opportunity to acquire a significant number of contribution points, hindering his access to the Suiwei building for cultivation. Thus, it was likely that his rate of growth would normalize over the coming months, leaving the outcome of their duel uncertain. Xiong Yuma clenched his fists, his concerns palpable, yet he could not believe that Qin Guan could continue to make such rapid advancements without entering the Suiwei building. After several days of closed-door cultivation, Qin Guan's understanding of the physical treasure technique deepened further. Subsequently, he made his way to Yaofeng, having missed his senior sister dearly during their time apart. However, upon arriving at the medicinal garden where Fu Ling tended, he spotted a dapper young man clad in white, holding a bouquet of flowers and waiting expectantly. Curiosity piqued, Qin Guan approached and inquired, "What brings you here, senior brother?" "What I do is of no concern to you," the young man replied dismissively, casting a glance at Qin Guan. Qin Guan merely smiled, noticing the luminescent flowers in the young man's grasp, a rare spiritual herb, likely intended for Fu Ling. It seemed clear that this individual was preparing to confess his feelings. How dare he profess his love for my wife? Qin Guan scoffed internally. He promptly called out, "Sister Fu Ling, your junior has come seeking medicine." "Silence, you fool. Sister Fu Ling is currently refining pills. If you disturb her, you shall bear the consequences," Zhou Tong warned, his expression darkening. This fellow truly lacked perception. Did he not see that he was already waiting here? Did he truly believe he could summon her with a mere request for medicine? Just as Zhou Tong scoffed inwardly, a gentle voice emanated from within the courtyard. "You may enter." Qin Guan nodded at Zhou Tong with a smile. "Please wait here, senior brother. I shall step inside." With that, he pushed open the door and entered. Zhou Tong was left in a state of bewilderment. He had been standing here with flowers for an extended period, and yet Fu Ling had offered no acknowledgement. How was it that this newcomer could simply request medicine and gain entry? "Sister Fu Ling, have you finished refining your pills? I wish to see you," Zhou Tong inquired hastily. "Sister Fu Ling, please do not reject me so decisively. Permit me to continue my affection for you. I have vowed to wait until you reciprocate my feelings," Zhou Tong professed earnestly, but silence greeted him from within the courtyard. Despondent, Zhou Tong turned to leave, but suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. Typically, when someone sought medicine, they would wait outside, not daring to enter. Why had this individual crossed the threshold so boldly? I shall uncover your true identity," Zhou Tong resolved, remaining outside the courtyard, determined to ascertain the relationship between the newcomer and Fu Ling. Yet he refrained from trespassing, knowing the rules of Yaofeng were strict. Otherwise, he risked being blacklisted, which would complicate future requests. Inside the courtyard, Qin Guan tenderly wiped the forehead of Fu Ling, who appeared pale and was sweating profusely. "Why must you push yourself so hard?" Qin Guan expressed his concern. "It is nothing serious. A few days of rest will suffice," Fu Ling reassured him. Fu Ling chuckled. "I am not skilled in combat. My expertise lies in alchemy. Thus it is only natural that I dedicate myself to this craft." She had just crafted a high-tier elixir, expending a considerable amount of her vitality and spirit. She presented a pill radiating a golden aura and exuding a fragrant aroma to Qin Guan. "This is the Wu Dao Dan, the elixir I have just refined. It is immensely beneficial for cultivators in their comprehension of the Dao, akin to a catalyst that enhances the efficacy of understanding divine techniques." This particular elixir was crafted specifically for Qin Guan, and the various materials required for its creation had cost her hundreds of thousands of contribution points. If this finished elixir were to be reclaimed by the Holy Land, it would be valued at no less than several million contribution points. Chapter 58. The Angry Zhou Tong. The disciples of Xing Luo Peak must explain Qin Guan was well aware of the value of the Wu Dao Dan. Feeling the warmth of the pill in his hand, he tenderly cupped Fu Ling's face and said earnestly, "You mustn't push yourself so hard in the future, do you understand? Seeing you like this pains my heart." Fu Ling smiled and nodded, resembling a gentle little cat nestled in Qin Guan's embrace, her face radiating a blissful smile. For the following 2 days, Qin Guan remained by her side, caring for her until she fully recovered. However, upon stepping out of the courtyard, he unexpectedly saw a figure standing outside the gate, their expression dark and brooding. "Oh, this senior brother hasn't left yet?" Qin Guan inquired. "You spent 2 entire nights in Fu Ling's courtyard." Zhou Tong's forehead throbbed with veins, his body trembling with rage. His fists clenched so tightly that the spirit flower in his hand was crushed to dust. 2 nights. Who knows what could have transpired? Zhou Tong could hardly suppress the thoughts racing through his mind. The mere idea of his goddess lying in another man's embrace filled him with an overwhelming desire to roar at the heavens. "It seems my duration here is none of your concern," Qin Guan replied calmly. "Listen, boy, what did you do in there?" Zhou Tong demanded fiercely. "Of course, I did what needed to be done," Qin Guan answered with a smile. "Did you have any close contact with Fu Ling?" Zhou Tong glared, his teeth gritted. "Fu Ling was exhausted from alchemy, so I naturally took care of her." Qin Guan chuckled. "All right, boy, which hand touched Fu Ling? Extend it so I can sever it. If you do, I shall overlook your close contact with her. Otherwise, you shall not leave Yaofeng in peace today." Zhou Tong's voice turned cold. Qin Guan smirked. "What are you exactly? Fu Ling is not related to you. How I touch her is none of your business. Your concern is a bit excessive." Fu Ling was not even his Dao partner, so Zhou Tong's agitation seemed unwarranted. "She may not be related to me, but she is the goddess of my heart. I will not allow any man to have intimate relations with her. You spent 2 days and nights alone with her. Do you think this has nothing to do with me?" Zhou Tong's expression darkened ominously. Qin Guan laughed. "I fail to understand your reasoning. Fu Ling is merely your goddess, not your possession. Who she chooses to have close relations with is beyond your purview. My goddess is untouchable by anyone but me. Boy, extend the hand that touched Fu Ling. Do not force my hand, or I shall sever all your limbs." Zhou Tong's gaze narrowed, his voice cold and sharp, an overpowering aura emanating from him. Seeing that Qin Guan remained unyielding, Zhou Tong's face darkened as he struck out towards him. A mere Xianxiao realm was hardly worth his concern. Qin Guan furrowed his brow. Sensing the other's formidable energy, he realized Zhou Tong's strength surpassed the Ming Yuan realm. Yet, he merely stood there with a smile, as if inviting his own demise. On Yaofeng, fighting is prohibited. Just as Zhou Tong's palm was poised to strike, a powerful voice resonated through the air. In the next instant, a silver lightning bolt descended from the heavens, striking Zhou Tong with such force that he was flung away, crashing into the distance. With a smile on his lips, Qin Guan approached, observing Zhou Tong sprawled on the ground. Battered and bloodied, his body cracked and bleeding profusely. Qin Guan stepped on his chest, looking down with a grin. "How does it feel? Weren't you strong just a moment ago? Come, let us engage in another 300 rounds." Qin Guan had no intention of showing any dignity to someone who so readily threatened to sever his limbs. "Have the courage to kill me," Zhou Tong screamed, his eyes aflame with rage. In his fury, he had forgotten the rule against violence on Yaofeng. "If this were outside the Holy Land, I would grant you your wish, but here, I shall not allow your foolishness to draw the punishment of the Holy Land upon me." Qin Guan sneered. "Outside the Holy Land, you would already be dead." Zhou Tong's face was twisted with fury. "Who can say?" Qin Guan chuckled, looking down. "Do not disturb Fu Ling again. She is beyond your reach." Zhou Tong was taken aback, wondering if Fu Ling possessed some powerful background. Upon returning to Qingluan Peak, Qin Guan was greeted by the sight of dozens of disciples sprawled across the square, injured and groaning in pain. Meanwhile, Ming Jian and Jiang Luoli stood nearby, watching coldly. "Sister, what happened here?" Qin Guan asked, perplexed. "These people came to our Qingluan Peak demanding an explanation, claiming we injured their junior brother. It's utterly baffling." Jiang Luoli frowned. "Who is their junior brother?" Qin Guan inquired. "His name is Yu Qi Jun." "Ah, that was me," Qin Guan replied. "What?" Jiang Luoli exclaimed in astonishment, having thought these individuals were deliberately seeking trouble. "But that fellow attempted to forcibly take Yin Yao, so I gave him a good beating. Then there's no issue." Ming Jin stated. "You're talking nonsense. You're only in the Xianxiao realm. How could you possibly injure our junior brother from the Kaiyuan realm?" It must have been Ming Jian using his strength to bully our junior brother. Besides, our junior brother is usually humble and kind. How could he possibly steal from you? Moreover, what do you possess that he would want to take? Shi Jun bellowed. After all this, you haven't even grasped the reason behind it? Return and clarify the matter before coming back. If Yu Qi Jun dares not admit that I injured him, I wouldn't mind giving him another beating, Qing Guan said with a smile. Seeing his demeanor, which bore no resemblance to a liar, Shi Jun felt a jolt of realization. Could it be that this person truly injured their junior brother? Was that why, when they inquired about who had harmed him, he had been too embarrassed to confess he had been beaten by someone 2 realms lower? Oh, he actually managed to defeat a Kai Yuan realm practitioner? Our junior brother possesses such formidable strength? Zhang Luo Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Between the Xianxiao realm and the Kai Yuan realm lies the Minghai realm, requiring the fusion of 365 Xianxiao. With each successful fusion, one's strength increases correspondingly. However, Qing Guan possesses the ability to traverse this vast chasm and defeat those of the Kaiyuan realm, which serves to illustrate the formidable nature of his combat prowess. His unparalleled dual constitution renders any conventional measure of strength utterly inadequate, as Ming Jian remarked. Well done, little junior brother, Jiang Luoli exclaimed, raising her thumb in admiration. She then turned her gaze towards the fallen Shi Jun and his companions, stating, the situation has now been clarified. It was indeed our Qingluan Peak disciples who struck against your Xinghua Peak members. Should you find this unacceptable, I would not hesitate to engage you once more. Chapter 59. The completion of the Xianxiao realm. Shi Jun's expression darkened. There was no room for defiance now. Setting aside the possibility that they might have erred, even if they were mistaken, they were powerless against the pair of Ming Jian. They had thought that their numbers would suppress their opponents, but they had underestimated the prowess of Ming Jian. Ultimately, Shi Jun could only retreat with the disciples of Xing Luo Peak, his spirit deflated. Since the conclusion of the sequence battle, Ming Jian had been in seclusion, and it had been some time since the three had seen each other. After the departure of the disciples from Xing Luo Peak, Qing Guan, along with his companions, gathered to reminisce about his experiences outside the sacred land, as it was his first venture on a mission. Shueshan, that place is indeed eerie. I have visited it once before and later conducted an investigation. The origins of Shueshan are shrouded in mystery, its appearance lost in the annals of time, known to be from an era long past. Moreover, regardless of one's cultivation level, even a figure as powerful as the sovereign of the sacred land would find their spiritual power sealed upon entering. Only physical strength could be wielded. This bizarre phenomenon had drawn numerous cultivators in search of its secrets, yet none had ever made a significant discovery. Upon hearing Qing Guan speak of Shueshan, Ming Jian shared his own findings regarding the place, which astonished Qing Guan. The fact that even the spiritual power of a sovereign could be sealed was indeed remarkable. One must understand that the strength of a sovereign is beyond imagination. At that moment, Qing Guan's curiosity about the divine bone he had acquired intensified, based on the visions he had witnessed. The formation of Shueshan was due to a drop of blood from the divine bone, staining the entire mountain range. The influence of a single drop of blood could suppress the spiritual energy of a sovereign-level powerhouse. He could hardly fathom the strength of the true form of that divine bone. It seemed prudent to acquire potent blood to nourish the divine bone. Perhaps it would yield unexpected results. As Qing Guan pondered, his junior brother informed him that they had emerged from seclusion to pay their respects to the master, who mentioned that a competition among the 4 sacred lands would soon take place, ostensibly for his sake. Zhang Luoli inquired, perplexed. Qing Guan nodded. The master has already informed me. It is likely to occur in the next few days. Humph. Those sacred lands merely wish to witness my junior brother's talent firsthand. Should it prove to be a facade, they will not hesitate to ridicule him mercilessly. Conversely, if it is indeed the legendary physique, they will undoubtedly exert every effort to recruit him. If that fails, one cannot rule out the possibility of underhanded tactics. Ming Jian scoffed. Had I known this, I would have refrained from allowing my junior brother to participate in the sequence battle, thereby exposing his talents and placing him in peril. Jiang Luoli frowned. Being targeted by the sacred lands is far from auspicious, especially considering Qing Guan's current low cultivation level. It is even more perilous. The exposure of talent is merely a matter of time. There is no need for concern. What of the sacred lands? Are we of Lingshao sacred land inferior to them? Ming Jian retorted nonchalantly. Yet, while a direct assault may be easily evaded, one must be wary of hidden threats. Jiang Luoli expressed her apprehensions. What my senior brother says is true. What of the sacred lands? I too have the backing of a sacred land. I harbor no fear, Qin Guan declared with a smile, his visage betraying no hint of trepidation. Do not be complacent. When you venture outside the sacred land for missions, exercise great caution. They may not act overtly, but one cannot predict what underhanded schemes they may devise. Jiang Luoli cautioned. Qin Guan nodded. Rest assured, senior sister. I will be vigilant. After their brief gathering, Ming Jian and Jiang Luoli departed to undertake missions and earn contribution points. Disciples of the sacred land either entered seclusion or set forth on missions to hone their skills, while Qin Guan continued his cultivation. After several days, his cultivation successfully reached the completion of the Xianxiao realm. At this moment, 360 Xianxiao were distributed throughout his body, each representing a vast space filled with dark, chaotic spiritual energy. The second realm was finally perfected. Qin Guan sighed with emotion. Merely achieving this realm consumed over 2 months of time. This was a result of his multiple dual cultivations. Had he relied solely on conventional training, with his unparalleled physique, even with ample resources, it would have taken years to reach such a pinnacle. As he prepared to merge with the Xianxiao, he received a transmission from Shi Yifei, informing him that disciples from the other 3 sacred lands had arrived at Ling Shao sacred land. Qin Guan paid it little heed, having never regarded these individuals with any significance. Before long, a dozen figures, led by an elder from Ling Shao sacred land, arrived at Qinghuan Peak, where Shi Yifei awaited their reception. The 3 major sacred lands, Piao Miao sacred land, Hao Tian sacred land, and Wu Ji sacred land, were represented by their peak masters. And as the master of Qinghuan Peak, Shi Yifei could not afford to appear aloof. It has been many years. You have grown even more beautiful, Sister Fairy. Lin Daochen, the peak master of Piao Miao sacred land, remarked with a smile. You are still fond of jesting, Lin Daoyu. Shi Yifei responded with polite words, her face devoid of expression. I assure you, this is no jest. After so many years, you have gained an air of maturity. Lin Daochen chuckled. Are you implying that I have aged? Shi Yifei retorted. No, that is not my meaning. Lin Daochen hastily waved his hands. As cultivators ascend in cultivation, their lifespans also extend. Although Shi Yifei's cultivation is high, among her peers, she is still considered quite youthful. Throughout history, few have achieved such accomplishments at her age, let alone be deemed old. The 4 peak masters exchanged pleasantries, while the men from the sacred lands standing behind them gazed at Shi Yifei with wide eyes, captivated by her beauty. Before their arrival, they had heard that the peak master of Qinghuan Peak was the most beautiful woman in the North Dipper. However, they had dismissed it, believing that as sacred land prodigies, they had seen all manners of beauty. Yet, upon seeing her in person, they felt that the so-called beauties they had previously encountered paled in comparison to this North Dipper beauty, akin to fireflies before the moon, utterly insignificant. Even several female disciples displayed expressions of infatuation. Before meeting Shi Yifei, they could hardly believe that such a flawlessly perfect woman existed. This must be the fabled Zong Tong, mused Ing Ziqian, the peak master of Hao Tian sacred land, as he gazed at Qingguan standing behind Shi Yifei. Indeed, this is truly an inferior disciple. Shi Yifei nodded with a smile. The junior Qingguan pays his respects to several peak masters. Qingguan said with a cupped fist. It appears there is nothing particularly remarkable about him. Ing Ziqian scrutinized Qingguan. After all, he is merely a physical entity. He is not endowed with extraordinary powers, so what could be special about him? Just like the remarkable talents standing behind the senior. Their presence here suggests they possess exceptional qualities, yet they too appear rather ordinary. Qingguan chuckled. Chapter 60, 1 against 9? I shall fulfill you what a sharp-tongued young man you are. Yet, how can you possibly be compared to them? After all, you possess the chaotic heavy eye, a peerless prodigy, rare across countless ages. Ing Ziqian chuckled, saying, to demonstrate our regard for your chaotic heavy eye, we have brought disciples who are all a significant realm above you. It may appear somewhat unfair, but you are, after all, the chaotic heavy eye, a rarity that, upon emergence, is deemed invincible. We cannot afford to underestimate you. Of course, if you lack the confidence to defeat them, we could allow disciples of the same realm as you to challenge you. However, that would be somewhat disrespectful to the chaotic heavy eye. Alternatively, one might consider that this has been nothing but a farce from the beginning. And there is truly no such thing as the chaotic heavy eye. Merely a jest played by your Lingxiao sacred land upon the other 3 sacred lands? This is what they most desire to see. Without any extraordinary constitution, all would be at peace, and everything would return to normal. Indeed, they harbored doubts about Qin Guan's chaotic heavy eye. As the legendary constitution may have appeared only a handful of times throughout history, how could it manifest in the Lingxiao sacred land? Moreover, according to their investigations, this Qin Guan was previously an abnormal spirit body, unable to embark on the path of cultivation for 3 long years. How could such a person possibly possess the chaotic heavy eye? Thus, they came to probe the truth behind it all. Qin Guan smiled, noting that the other party had already retreated all their escape routes. However, their method of provocation seemed rather unrefined. No need for that. I have recently broken through to the perfect immortal aperture realm, and your talented individuals are just perfect for me to hone my skills. Qin Guan observed the 3 disciples behind them, all of whom exuded powerful auras, having reached the perfect life sea realm, a whole realm above him. Hone your skills? The expressions of several disciples from the Haotian sacred land darkened, feeling insulted that they were being regarded as mere practice dummies. After all, they were the most outstanding geniuses within the sacred land, rare prodigies in any locale. Then allow me to test the prowess of this heavy eye. A disciple clad in purple stepped forward with a serious demeanor. There is no need for such formality. The 3 of you can come at me together. Qin Guan addressed the 3 disciples of the Haotian sacred land. What did you say? The trio displayed astonishment. Not only were they a realm above him, but even at the same realm, no one dared to face them simultaneously. Since this young friend has suggested it, then you 3 shall spar with him. After all, he is the chaotic heavy eye, whose strength must not be underestimated. You must give it your all and not harbor any thoughts of belittling him. Ing Ziqian maintained a composed expression. Since the other party looked down upon the disciples of the Haotian sacred land, they must ensure the other party regretted it. Understood. The 3 disciples of the Haotian sacred land, led by the purple-clad youth Yuan Shiji, nodded. However, just as they were about to make their move, the talented Yi Xiang from the Wujil sacred land crossed his arms and chuckled. What a boastful tone. So what if one possesses the heavy eye? Does it mean one can conquer the world? Who among us here lacks a formidable constitution? Even with the heavy eye, one may not be able to defeat us, especially not 3 at once. Who were they? They were geniuses, and geniuses would not tolerate insult. Although Qin Guan was currently targeting only the disciples of the Haotian sacred land, they perceived it as an affront to them as well, for their turn would come soon. Indeed, since he holds the heavy eye in such high regard and dismisses us, why not let him defeat all 9 of us at once? Wouldn't that prove his strength even further? Chen Ran, a disciple from the Miao Miao sacred land, also wore a cold smile. Qin Guan looked at them and declared, Since you all harbor such thoughts, I shall fulfill your desires. Come forth, all of you. I, Qin Guan, fear no one. Upon uttering these words, everyone was taken aback. Do not act impulsively. These individuals are the strongest geniuses of the life sea realm from the sacred lands. Their strength must not be underestimated. While 1 or 2 might be manageable, facing 9 at once is beyond even your capabilities. Shi Fei hastily cautioned. Were they of the same realm, she might not have worried, but these individuals were all at the perfect life sea realm, a full realm above Qin Guan, and they were the most gifted within that realm. It was indeed improbable for one to face 9. Rest assured, master, I have my methods. Qin Guan replied with a smile. You truly dare. The expressions of the 3 sacred land geniuses darkened ominously. Didn't you say you wanted to join forces to challenge me? Why are you displeased when I fulfill your request? Qin Guan inquired. Little friend, you may be overstepping your bounds. Lin Daochen frowned, unable to overlook the situation. To challenge 9 with 1, did he truly believe the geniuses they brought were mere ordinary cultivators? I am merely fulfilling their wishes. Qin Guan replied calmly. Goddess, what do you think? Lin Daochen turned to Shi Fei, seeking her opinion. Let him be. Allow him to witness the strength of the other sacred land geniuses. It would be beneficial for his growth. Shi Fei responded. Since Qin Guan claimed to have a strategy, it should not be a falsehood, yet she was curious about what his plan entailed. Then as you wish. Lin Daochen ceased his objections. As the 9 strongest individuals from the life sea realm of the 3 sacred lands appeared before Qin Guan, the atmosphere in the square grew tense. If you regret it now, it is not too late. Li Xiang from the Haotian sacred land stated, towering and robust, though still youthful, with a rugged appearance. The muscles on his arms strained against his clothing, exuding an aura of terrifying strength as his dark eyes bore down on Qin Guan. Needless to say, let us begin. Qin Guan gestured invitingly. Do not blame me for being merciless. Today, I shall show you the terror of my wild battle body. Yi Xiong growled, radiating an ancient and profound aura as a grayish light erupted from him. He charged forth like an ancient beast, and in the next instant, his legs erupted with spiritual power, employing his movement technique to soar into the air, swinging a massive fist toward Qin Guan's head, striking with unrelenting ferocity. Ying Ziqian nodded in satisfaction. The Menghuang Zhan Ti is an exceptionally formidable physique, particularly his physical form, which is truly terrifying. Although the other 8 individuals lagged slightly behind Yi Xiong, they simultaneously surged forward to attack Qin Guan. Were they intending to contest physical strength with me? Qin Guan chuckled. If one were to engage in a contest of physical prowess, it would be best to challenge oneself. Thus, he resolved to see whose physique was superior. He clenched his fist tightly and charged forward with a punch. Yi Xiong's fist descended like a meteor, and with a resounding crash, their fists collided. In that instant, a sound akin to thunder reverberated across the square. The next moment, a sharp crack echoed as a bone shattered, and Yi Xiong's arm was instantly broken. Chapter 61. A fierce strike, astonishing all, a terrifying force, overwhelming to the point of being insurmountable, surged through Yi Xiong's arm, resulting in an abrupt fracture. With a cry of disbelief, he was propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Gazing at his dislocated arm, a look of incredulity spread across his face as he bellowed, "Impossible! This cannot be happening." He, a practitioner of the Menghuang battle body, renowned for its physical prowess and unmatched in his realm, could not fathom how he failed to withstand a single blow from his opponent. Ying Ziqian's smile instantly froze, equally astonished that Yi Xiong, with his Menghuang battle body, could not even endure one punch. Could it be that the opponent truly possessed the legendary Chaos Heavy Eyes? Such terrifying combat strength was unfathomable otherwise. The other peak masters of the Holy Land also exhibited expressions of surprise. They were well aware of the Menghuang battle body's might, yet its effortless defeat left them astounded. Chun Ran and his companions, rushing forward, were equally shaken by the scene before them. His physical strength is formidable. Do not engage him in a contest of strength, Chun Ran quickly cautioned. Even without his warning, the others dared not act as recklessly as Yi Xiong had. In an instant, the group altered their strategy, maintaining a safe distance from Qin Guan, wary of close-quarters combat. Nine Heavens Thunderstrike! Chun Ran shouted, and a towering war god apparition, clad in armor and wielding a long spear, materialized behind him. This divine figure, formed of purple lightning, radiated an imposing aura, embodying Chun Ran's innate Nine Heavens Thunder body, a constitution brimming with destructive power. As Chun Ran channeled his spiritual energy, forming hand seals to unleash his martial technique, a bolt of terrifying purple lightning cascaded from the heavens towards Qin Guan. Simultaneously, the other 7 launched their most potent assaults from all directions, determined to defeat Qin Guan in an instant, leaving him no chance to recover. The peak masters nodded. Under such circumstances, they discerned no opportunity for Qin Guan to triumph. Shuri Fei furrowed her brow, pondering how Qin Guan would respond to such a barrage. As the purple lightning descended and the onslaught approached, Qin Guan ignited his spiritual energy, executing the shadow instant kill technique, swiftly propelling himself forward. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed as the purple lightning struck where he had just stood, creating ripples across the plaza. Had it not been for the protective barrier, this blow would have wrought significant destruction. Chun Ran, startled that his attack had missed, realized the opponent's speed was remarkable. Suddenly, he perceived a flicker before Qin Guan's figure appeared directly before him. Terror gripped Chun Ran as he felt the ground beneath him crackle with lightning, forcing him to retreat hastily. Simultaneously, he shifted his hand seals, summoning 9 purple dragon apparitions formed from lightning, which roared and surged towards Qin Guan, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Yet, facing this terrifying strike, Qin Guan did not evade. Instead, a slowly rotating Chaos Sacred Dragon materialized behind him, channeling the powers of his Chaos Sacred Dragon body. He felt that a mere amplification would suffice. In an instant, a surge of formidable energy coursed through him, his fist clenched tightly, blood-red patterns weaving across his skin as he unleashed a devastating punch towards the oncoming 9 lightning dragons. To dare meet my martial technique head-on is a death wish. Chun Ran scoffed coldly. However, in the next moment, A tremendous explosion erupted as the 9 dragons disintegrated, scattering countless bolts of lightning energy throughout the air. What? Chen Ran's eyes widened in disbelief. He glanced at Qin Guan's fist, noting the blood trickling from it, yet the injury appeared minor. How could his physical body be so robust? His tone dripped with incredulity. Even Yizong's Menghuang battle body would have sustained serious damage from such a blow, yet Qin Guan merely bore light wounds, indicating his physical strength surpassed Yizong's by a significant margin. At that moment, Chen Ran began to comprehend why Qin Guan dared to confront them all. Their attacks could not inflict any serious harm. However, surrender was utterly unacceptable to Tian Anfu, as it would be more disgraceful than defeat itself. Just then, Qin Guan charged towards him once more. Why is he fixated on me? There are still 7 others. Chen Ran felt exasperated, but with Qin Guan closing in, he had no choice but to employ his martial techniques and flee from his original position. Qin Guan practiced movement techniques, and they too had honed their skills. Yet this time, he could not evade, for Qin Guan's eyes revealed the manifestation of the heavy eyes, capturing his figure with clarity. In the instant Chen Ran attempted to escape, Qin Guan followed closely, landing a punch directly on his chest. With a sickening sound, his fist pierced through Chen Ran's torso, golden blood spewing forth and staining Qin Guan's pristine white robe. The peak master of the Wujia Holy Land was astonished. He had not anticipated that Chen Ran, wielding the 9 heavens thunder body, would fall so swiftly. At this moment, the peak masters focused intently on Qin Guan's dual pupils, having researched the chaos heavy eyes before their arrival. They could now confirm that his eyes were indeed the legendary chaos heavy eyes. It is real, Ing Ziqian exclaimed in awe. He had not believed this legendary constitution could manifest within the Lingxiao Holy Land until witnessing it firsthand. Sister, it seems you have taken on an extraordinary disciple. Would he be interested in becoming a peak master in our Piamiao Holy Land? Lin Daochen inquired with a smile. To be frank, our Jidao Holy Land possesses a powerful divine ability that perfectly aligns with the chaos heavy eyes. If young friend Qin Guan wishes to join, we shall offer it without charge. The peak master of Jidao Holy Land hastily proclaimed. You cannot convince me. It requires Qin Guan's consent. Sure Yifei's gaze remained fixed on Qin Guan, her astonishment at his strength evident. Before the confrontation, she had worried for him, fearing he would struggle against these opponents. But now such concerns seemed utterly unwarranted. The combination of the heavy eyes and the chaos ascending dragon body was truly terrifying. At that moment, as Chen Ran collapsed, the other 7 figures continued their relentless pursuit. At the outset, Qin Guan adeptly evaded their coordinated onslaught, leaving them no choice but to trail behind him until Chen Ran was vanquished. Observing the crowd, Qin Guan's eyes radiated with a chaotic divine light, and a smile graced his visage. He then unleashed a mighty fist, charging into the throng and engaging in a fierce battle. With a resounding clash, Qin Guan executed the martial technique Yin Yang Bagua Palm, colliding with one of his adversary's skills, unleashing a tempest of formidable energy that ravaged the square. The onlookers were profoundly astonished, as Ing Ziqian exclaimed in awe, "Is this the terror of the chaotic double pupil?" Even when at a lower cultivation realm, it remains unabated in its prowess against spiritual martial techniques, rivaling other prodigies. As for physical strength, it utterly overwhelms the rest. If they were of the same realm, these individuals would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike from him. Today, I have truly experienced the dreadfulness of the chaotic double pupil. Chapter 62 Invitation from the 3 Sacred Lands. Rewards from the Holy Master. The several peak masters nodded in agreement. The battle prowess displayed was indeed terrifying beyond imagination. Prior to their arrival, they had speculated that even if the opponent possessed the Chaos Heavy Eye, he could not possibly rival their disciples. They had inquired about Qin Guan's cultivation level and knew he was merely at the Xianxiao realm. A significant gap in spiritual power quality between the Xianxiao and Minghai realms that was difficult to bridge. Due to the influence of his physique, the spiritual power he cultivated was of the chaotic variety, formidable and capable of suppressing other types of spiritual energy. Lin Daochen remarked. With their exceptional cultivation and insight, they naturally discerned the underlying reasons. Just then, Qin Guan let out a thunderous roar. You are all prodigies of the sacred lands. Is this truly the extent of your strength? Did you not boast so fiercely before? Show your true capabilities. He stood amidst the crowd, blood streaming from his wounds, a chaos sacred dragon coiling behind him, and his eyes gleaming with the brilliance of the chaos heavy eye. He fixed his gaze upon the assembly, aiming to provoke them with words, hoping to elicit a surge of greater battle power. Qin Guan sought to harness their strength to unlock his own potential and comprehend the treasure technique of the Chaos Heavy Eye. This is sheer arrogance. Indeed, the crowd erupted in fury, their faces darkening. Some let out howls of rage, beginning to burn their spiritual energy in exchange for enhanced martial prowess. In an instant, the 8 combatants clashed once more. Yet perhaps due to the absence of pressure or self-imposed restraint, they failed to unleash their full strength. Regardless of how intense the battle became, Qin Guan sensed no change in the Chaos Heavy Eye. Observing the lack of movement, he grew weary of prolonging the confrontation and unleashed his fists like a dragon, pushing through with sheer physicality. Awakening a physique treasure technique relies on chance. When the opportunity arises, even a sip of water may yield insight, but when it does not, no amount of effort will bear fruit. Qin Guan swung his fists, executing the shadow instant prison kill, weaving through the throng, each punch landing with a silhouette spilling blood, sent flying like a ferocious beast. Although he too bore numerous wounds from their spiritual attacks, his garments soaked in blood, they paled in comparison to the oppressive sensation he had experienced against ancient monstrosities within the extreme Tao divine steel, especially the first opponent he faced, the Dragon Phoenix. These individuals were far inferior to them. Before long, 7 figures lay defeated upon the ground. Gazing at the bloodied figure standing tall, Yi Xiang and the others felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. They were all undeniably prodigies of the sacred lands, with few defeats among their peers, yet today, 9 of them had been bested by someone a whole major realm beneath them. Despite his possession of the Chaos Heavy Eye, it was still difficult for them to accept. Shi Fei approached, her long sleeves sweeping gracefully, showering the group with a cascade of white spiritual light that healed their wounds. "How do you feel?" Shi Fei inquired, looking at Qin Guan. He had hoped to seize this opportunity to comprehend the treasure technique of the Heavy Eye, but lamented the lack of fortune. "I see," Shi Fei smiled. "No wonder you did not defeat them with overwhelming force. You were seeking to gain enlightenment under pressure. However, one need not only grasp physique treasure techniques through combat. When the opportunity arises, understanding will come naturally, and it cannot be forced." Qin Guan nodded in agreement. The others were further disheartened. Was this not a display of overwhelming force? Yet, it seemed Qin Guan had indeed refrained from exerting his full strength. This thought deepened their despondency. "Now you understand the terror of the Chaos Heavy Eye, do you?" Lin Daochen observed his disciples. Chun Ran and the others, who could not help but lower their heads in shame, especially recalling the words they had spoken prior to the battle. In hindsight, Qin Guan's decision to refrain from challenging them with a 1 versus 9 was a significant concession, and they had foolishly offered themselves as targets. "Young friend Qin Guan, to be candid, my extreme Tao sacred land possesses an exceptionally rare eye technique that is quite suitable for your Heavy Eye. If you were to visit my sacred land, we would gladly present this technique to you." The peak master of the extreme Tao sacred land wore an earnest smile. Qin Guan chuckled softly, skeptical of the notion that such opportunities would simply fall from the sky. To suggest visiting the sacred land seemed more like a trap from which one might never return. Noticing the other peak masters preparing to speak, Qin Guan interjected, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I shall not leave the Lingxiao sacred land, so you need not waste your breath inviting me." His words left the peak masters momentarily speechless. This young friend may take his time to consider. There is no rush. When you have the opportunity, you are welcome to visit our sacred land and experience its atmosphere. I believe you will find it to your liking, and there is no harm in making a decision later. Moreover, should you choose to come to our sacred land, you may select from our beautiful maidens, including our esteemed holy maiden, and you may freely take any techniques, martial arts, or treasures. Unlike the Lingxiao sacred land, where everything requires personal exchange, wasting a considerable amount of cultivation time, my sacred land will fully assist you in reaching the pinnacle of the universe. Lin Daochen presented enticing offers that stirred the hearts of all cultivators. Yet Qin Guan still shook his head. Although disciples of the Lingxiao sacred land had indeed wasted much time in acquiring sect contribution points, was this not a form of tempering? "The treatment my sacred land offers you is by no means inferior." Ing Ziqian and the peak master of the Wajidian sacred land spoke in unison. "I have stated that I shall not go to any other sacred land. You may return and inform your respective sacred lands not to expend effort on me." Qin Guan's tone was resolute. "Very well, but my sacred land will always welcome you as a guest, Lin Daochen affirmed, with the other two peak masters echoing the sentiment, though what they truly thought remained known only to themselves. Ultimately, the three peak masters departed the Lingxiao sacred land with their disciples. While the Holy Master fulfilled his promise by allowing Qin Guan to freely select a martial technique from the Shintong Tower on Tongtian Peak. Master, are you certain the Holy Master allows me to choose freely? Am I permitted to ascend to the very top of the Shintong Tower? Qin Guan inquired in astonishment. After the three peak masters and their disciples had left, Shi Yifei informed Qin Guan of the rewards previously mentioned by the Holy Master. Naturally, can the Holy Master's words be false? Shi Yifei nodded. Qin Guan was immediately filled with excitement. His current offensive techniques were indeed somewhat limited, consisting only of Jianji, Yinyang Bagua Zhang, Sha Quan, and Aning Shunyusha. Among these, the only noteworthy skill was the 6th-tier martial art, Yinyang Bagua Zhang, while the others were of considerably lower grade. It was high time for him to seek out a more suitable martial technique. Given such an opportunity, Qin Guan naturally aimed for a higher-level divine ability. Although his current cultivation level prevented him from fully harnessing the power of advanced divine abilities, such an opportunity was rare. After careful consideration, he resolved to select a physical divine ability, as his strongest asset remained his physical prowess. As for Taoist divine abilities, possessing the Yinyang Bagua Zhang would suffice for the time being. With the decree of the Holy Master, Qin Guan smoothly entered the divine ability tower and ascended to the highest level. Chapter 63. The divine ability of extermination and path breaking the pinnacle of the tower was distinct from the third level he had previously visited. Although it was also a vast expanse of starry skies, the martial techniques on the third level resembled countless twinkling stars, while the divine abilities here were sparse, akin to a radiant sun suspended in the firmament, exuding overwhelming divine majesty. Please help me select the most formidable physical divine ability. Qin Guan addressed the spirit of the divine ability tower. Martial techniques below the 8th rank were merely skills, yet those above the 8th rank transcended into divine abilities, wielding unfathomable power, worthy of the title divine ability. As Qin Guan's words echoed, 5 suns radiating brilliant golden light appeared before him, each one hosting an ancient tome. These were some of the most powerful physical divine abilities from the Lingxiao Holy Land. Qin Guan's gaze swept across, grasping the basic capabilities of each divine ability, ultimately settling on one named extermination and path breaking. This divine ability had 9 tiers. With each ascension, its power would amplify. At the first tier, it already matched other divine abilities, and upon reaching perfection, it could unleash unimaginably astounding might. However, the strength of this divine ability necessitated an exceptionally robust physical form to cultivate. Otherwise, even if one attempted to practice it, the corresponding power would remain unattainable. After considerable comparison, Qin Guan decided to choose extermination and path breaking, as his formidable physique was perfectly suited for its cultivation. Divine abilities cannot be taken from the divine ability tower. Disciples may only comprehend them here. Just as Qin Guan made his selection, the spirit's voice resonated through the space. Qin Guan was momentarily taken aback, but soon felt at ease. Given that the divine abilities stored here were the most potent in the Holy Land, it was only natural they could not be removed. He then sat cross-legged in this space, beginning to contemplate the content of the divine ability. As one of the most powerful divine abilities of the Lingxiao Holy Land, its complexity was self-evident. It was not something that could be comprehended in an instant. Meanwhile, on the peak of Lingxiao Peak, Yuguan Tian observed Qin Guan within the divine ability tower. Astonished that this young man had chosen such a divine ability. The divine abilities stored at the pinnacle of the tower were amongst the most elite in the vast universe. And the one Qin Guan selected, extermination and path breaking, had an extraordinary origin, emerging from the realm of death, with its quality unknown. Since its inception, countless cultivators had attempted to practice it, only to ultimately abandon it. This was due to the immense burden it placed on the body. At the first tier, the advantages of this divine ability were not apparent compared to others. However, from the second tier onward, its terrifying power began to manifest. Yet, it was also from this tier that even cultivators with special physiques found it difficult to bear the overwhelming strain imposed by this divine ability. Using it felt akin to shouldering an ancient divine mountain, rendering one's movement sluggish, ultimately making it seem rather impractical. Yet, if one could fully unleash the complete power of this divine ability, Yuguan Tian could scarcely imagine its strength. Furthermore, the existence of a cultivation method suggests that someone could indeed master it, and Yuguan Tian eagerly anticipated whether Qin Guan could realize its full potential. While Qin Guan engaged in his contemplation, Lin Daochen and other peak masters returned to their respective holy lands, bringing back news regarding the Chongtong. Should the Chongtong successfully develop, the Lingxiao Holy Land would gain an immensely formidable force. Even without merging with the Tao of heaven and earth, its strength would likely rival that of a monarch. If it were to merge, the implications would be even more terrifying. The Miao Miao Holy Master could not help but exclaim. In the world, the Tao fruit divine position exists, represented by 1 emperor, 7 monarchs, and 12 kings. These 20 powerful beings embody the heavenly Tao of their realms, possessing incredible strength, nearly the pinnacle of the universe. Yet, there are those who, despite not merging with the Tao, can match the 12 kings in combat prowess, such as those with legendary physiques. Such legendary physiques have been exceedingly rare throughout history, yet they have now manifested in the Lingxiao Holy Land. The critical question remains whether the fabled path to immortality will open in this era, mere coincidence or destiny. On another front, Song Yingxia, who was said to be in seclusion, found herself utterly devoid of the mood to cultivate. Whenever she closed her eyes, her mind replayed her master's words, and she worried that the individual in question was indeed her ex-husband, Qin Guan. If that were true, she would truly become a laughingstock. Despite repeatedly assuring herself that it was impossible for him to be the one, she could not dispel her inner anxiety. Therefore, upon hearing that Lin Daochen had returned from the Lingxiao Holy Land, she immediately sought news, only to find herself frozen in place. Qingguan Peak, Qingguan. These words thundered in Song Yingxia's mind, causing her complexion to pale instantly. While she had previously considered the possibility of a namesake, there was only one Qin Guan on Qingguan Peak. The Chaos Chongtong belonged to my ex-husband. I have divorced a peerless prodigy possessing a legendary physique, and he has managed to achieve perfection in the immortal aperture realm in such a short time, defeating other Holy Land prodigies in the 9th stage of the Minghai realm. Song Yingxia's eyes glazed over, her lips murmuring incoherently. Each detail struck her mind like a heavy hammer, causing her spirit to tremble. A few months ago, when they had last met, he was merely an unremarkable mortal, someone she had looked down upon and divorced, proclaiming her own aspirations of ascending to the heavens while he remained a commoner. Yet, how little time had passed, and he had transformed into an existence beyond her reach, with not only a physique that surpassed hers, but also a cultivation level that far exceeded her own. Despite having ample resources, she had barely opened fewer than 100 immortal apertures, while he had achieved perfection in the immortal aperture realm. Song Yingxia was utterly unable to fathom how he had managed to cultivate at such an astonishing rate. Even consuming pills like candy could not account for such rapid advancement. Was this the terrifying power of the Chaos Chongtong? Standing atop the peak, her gaze vacantly fixed upon the sky, she felt a profound impact within her heart. Had she known he possessed such an extraordinary talent, there was no way she would have divorced him. After all, having a powerful partner on the path of cultivation is an invaluable blessing. She wondered if he would agree to remarry. Surely he would, considering how much he once loved her. She bit her lip, engulfed in inner turmoil. Her pride warned her that such actions might lead to scorn. Yet she was reluctant to let the extraordinary talent of Qin Guan slip away. She understood all too well that once his gifts were unveiled, countless beauties would undoubtedly flock to him. Thus, Song Yingxia resolved to find an opportunity to visit Lingxiao Xingdi soon. The profound technique of Miexien Padao was exceedingly intricate. Qin Guan devoted 2 full months to its comprehension and practice, barely managing to scratch the surface. What level of technique could possibly be so enigmatic and difficult to grasp? Qin Guan found himself astounded. 3 years prior, while deciphering the Da Yuzhao Hua Jing bestowed by his master, he had required only about half a month, and even his master had remarked on his exceptional insight. Yet now, grappling with Miexien Padao had taken him 2 months, yielding only a rudimentary understanding. Could it be that Miexien Padao surpassed the Yuzhao Hua Jing in sophistication? That seemed implausible. After all, the Yuzhao Hua Jing was a technique of the highest order, revered throughout the boundless star domains. How could anything surpass it? However, having achieved a preliminary understanding, Qin Guan felt no need to linger further. The scriptures of the technique were now etched in his memory, allowing him to continue his study and cultivation in the future. Consequently, He departed from the Tower of Techniques and returned to Qingguan Peak. Upon entering his courtyard, he noticed a letter resting on the stone table. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from his mother, urging him to return home. Indeed, it had been quite some time since his last visit. Yet, before he set off, there was still one matter he needed to attend to. Chapter 64. Premature Duel. Ming High Realm Qingguan ascended to the summit of Bumye Peak, declaring war upon Xiong Although the agreed 6 months had not yet elapsed, he felt that his upcoming departure might prevent him from keeping to the schedule. Thus he resolved to confront Xiong ahead of time. Xiong expression darkened. He felt belittled by a mere Xianqiao realm cultivator. Do not underestimate him. This individual possesses formidable strength. Merely 2 months prior, he vanquished the most powerful talents of the 3 sacred grounds in the Ming High realm. His prowess should not be taken lightly, Zhao Zhuo cautioned. He recalled their encounter outside the Shintong Tower at Tongtian Peak, where he had shared news of Xiong breakthrough to the Kaiyuan realm, and despite his admiration for Qingguan, he could not help but worry for his junior brother. After all, Qingguan's strength was indeed astonishing. What of it? My Kaiyuan realm is not to be compared with the Ming High realm, Xiong retorted with a huff. The Ming High realm merely represented an enhancement in the quality of spiritual energy on the foundation of the Xianqiao realm. Its spiritual attacks were indeed more potent, but the Kaiyuan realm simultaneously cultivates both the physical body and spiritual energy, allowing it to exert overwhelming superiority over the Ming High realm. Furthermore, he possessed the great strength diamond body, which, while not the pinnacle of physique, was certainly formidable. Xiong could not fathom how he could be defeated by Qingguan under such advantageous circumstances. Zhao Zhuo sighed inwardly. Although Xiong spoke with confidence, he sensed a flicker of concern in his eyes, revealing his apprehension towards Qingguan's capabilities. The news of Qingguan's premature challenge spread like wildfire among the disciples, leaving many puzzled. Why would Qingguan choose to advance the battle? His cultivation was far inferior to Xiong Logically, delaying would be to his advantage. Many disciples were bewildered, believing that if he could prolong the time, Qingguan would bridge the gap in their realms. After all, the higher the cultivation, the more arduous the path to breakthrough, and with Qingguan's relatively lower cultivation, he would find it easier to advance. How long could he delay? There was little time left before the 6-month agreement. Perhaps Qingguan believed he had acquired the strength to defeat Xiong This was implausible. Qingguan was merely at the Xianqiao realm. How could he possibly defeat Xiong of the Kaiyuan realm? At best, he could contend with Ming High realm cultivators, but victory over a Kaiyuan realm expert was inconceivable. There is nothing impossible. Do not forget that Qingguan possesses the Chaos Heavy Eyes. His strength cannot be measured simply by his realm. Yet, surely there must be limits. It was unreasonable to expect someone to battle across 2 major realms. Moreover, Xiong possessed the great strength diamond body. Personally, I do not believe Qingguan can truly defeat Xiong of the Kaiyuan realm. The news circulated among the disciples, and the majority remained skeptical of Qingguan's ability to overcome Xiong given the evident disparity in their realms. However, a portion of them speculated that Qingguan's Chaos Heavy Eyes might indeed create a miracle. The following day, on an island suspended in midair, the Sacred Grounds martial arts arena buzzed with excitement. Disciples gathered in anticipation, eager to witness the duel of the Heavy Eyes. In the center of the arena, Xiong sat cross-legged, calmly cultivating amidst the surrounding clamor. Observing his assured demeanor, many believed that victory was virtually guaranteed for him. As Xiong awaited his opponent in the arena, Qingguan, seated on a fulling bed, leisurely opened his eyes. Ming High realm. Qingguan introspected upon the location of his dantian in the abdomen, where a vast space, several times larger than that of the Xianqiao realm, resided. Within this space, dense chaos spiritual energy transformed into a dark, chaotic sea, representing the Ming High of a cultivator. After a night of dual cultivation with Fulling and absorbing the energy from the page concerning her in the Chronicle of All Divine Maidens, Qingguan successfully broke through to the Ming High realm, integrating 10 Xianqiao at once. The fusion of Xianqiao not only merged the internal spaces, but significantly enhanced the quality of the spiritual energy, compressing it into spiritual liquid, thereby amplifying the potency of his divine methods. Additionally, another transformation occurred. A phantom resembling Qingguan materialized above the Ming High, accompanied by a chaos sacred dragon, its imposing figure towering 12 zhong, radiating chaos divine light. exuding an aura of majesty akin to an immortal king. This manifestation, born from the fusion of Xian Xiao and his life essence, would solidify further with the advancement of his Ming high cultivation. Ultimately, as the life essence ascended to the heavens and entered the sea of consciousness, it would transform into the primordial spirit, ensuring that as long as the primordial spirit remained intact, the cultivator would not perish. Sensing the heightened strength of the spiritual energy within the Ming Hai, Qin Guan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was significantly more powerful than the Xian Xiao realm. No wonder many Ming Hai realm cultivators looked down upon those of the Xian Xiao realm, for they truly possessed the confidence to do so. He donned his attire and, glancing at the still sleeping Fuling, gently brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair on her exquisite face, kissing her cheek before departing for the martial arts arena. The crowd at the arena grew increasingly impatient, speculating whether Qin Guan might be having second thoughts. Even Xiong Yuma opened his eyes, displaying visible irritation. What is taking him so long? Is he toying with me? Xiong Yuma pondered. Just then, a deep, resonant sound akin to a dragon echoed, and a colossal silver dragon appeared, with Qin Guan standing atop its head, emerging over the martial arts arena. It is Qin Guan, someone exclaimed excitedly. In the entirety of Ling Xiao's sacred ground, only Qin Guan possessed such a dragon. Its appearance signified his arrival. Witnessing the majestic dragon, Yu Qijuan's expression soured, and he clenched his fists. It was this very dragon that had led to his humiliation at the hands of Qin Guan, resulting in many disciples of Xing Luo Peak being beaten and his subsequent reprimanding by the Peak's master. This only deepened his resentment towards Qin Guan, and he secretly vowed to make him pay if the opportunity arose. Gazing at the seemingly interminable wait endured by Xiong Yuma, Qin Guan chuckled. Xiong Shitty, have you been waiting long? Humph, are you aware of the time I have spent waiting? I thought you lacked the courage to show up. Xiong Yuma retorted with a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied. I promised I would come. Would I then go back on my word? Qin Guan gracefully descended from the skies above Yun Yao, landing directly before Xiong Yuma. Since you have dared to advance our duel, I assume you are thoroughly prepared. Therefore, let us dispense with idle chatter and commence. I am pressed for time. Xiong Yuma declared in a solemn tone. Indeed, I share your sense of urgency. Xiong Shitty, it would be wise to exert your utmost strength. Otherwise, you may find yourself bereft of a second opportunity to strike. Qin Guan replied calmly. You are exceedingly arrogant. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted ferociously from Xiong Yuma. Chapter 65 The One-Punch Conclusion of the Battle. How audacious it is for a mere Xianxiao realm cultivator to claim that he has no opportunity for a second strike. Can the opponent truly eliminate him in a single blow? Such hubris is simply preposterous. Thus, Xiong Yuma was enraged. At this moment, he resembled a frenzied beast, his flowing black hair dancing wildly, exuding an aura of imminent danger. Qin Guan, I shall make you pay an unimaginable price. He bellowed, muscles rippling as the spiritual energy within him surged forth, releasing the formidable essence of the Kaiyuan realm. The surrounding disciples watched in astonishment, fully aware of the formidable strength of a Kaiyuan realm cultivator, yet perplexed as to why Qin Guan would provoke Xiong Yuma in such a manner. Was it to ensure a more decisive defeat? Anyone can make threats. Let the battle commence. Qin Guan beckoned with a finger, and a chaotic saint dragon materialized behind him. This gesture utterly infuriated Xiong Yuma, who roared and lunged at Qin Guan like a predatory beast. Simultaneously, his yellow spiritual energy erupted, coalescing into a colossal palm imprint as he unleashed the martial technique, Great Strength King Kong Palm. The enormous imprint descended upon Qin Guan with terrifying might. Xiong Yuma's speed was astounding, creating a thunderous roar as he struck the air, appearing before Qin Guan in an instant. The immense palm imprint crashed down, an awe-inspiring display of power. Yet, at the very moment of Xiong Yuma's assault, Qin Guan moved with serene composure, his right fist swinging forward. A golden fist imprint, interwoven with profound runes, erupted from his fist, hurtling toward Xiong Yuma's palm. This fist imprint was the manifestation of Qin Guan's technique, Nieshuan Poda. Though he had only grasped the rudiments, he could wield it effectively. The collision of their attacks reverberated through the square with a thunderous roar, unleashing a tempestuous explosion of spiritual energy that radiated blinding light, causing many to shield their eyes. However, some highly skilled disciples squinted to discern the scene at the epicenter of the explosion, and their hearts trembled in shock as they witnessed Xiong Yuma's entire arm obliterated by Qin Guan's punch. In the next moment, Xiong Yuma was sent flying by the explosive force. Crashing to the ground, golden blood spilling forth, a striking sight indeed. When the crowd beheld Xiong Yuma's condition, a collective gasp echoed through the air. His right arm had vanished from the shoulder down, his body marred by the ravages of the explosive spiritual tempest. Yet, what astounded them most was that Qin Guan had reduced him to such a state with but a single punch. What immense power was this? Among the onlookers, Zhao Zhuo of the Immortal Peak stood in stunned silence. He was aware of Qin Guan's strength, yet he had not anticipated it to be so formidable. How could this be? Lying on the ground, Xiong Yuma muttered in disbelief, his eyes trembling violently. He could not accept that he had been defeated in one strike. Yet, the pain coursing through his body forced him to confront the harsh reality. How could this be? I claimed that I would defeat you with one strike, and you would never have a second chance. Qin Guan towered over Xiong Yuma, looking down upon him with a gaze reminiscent of the disdainful contempt Xiong Yuma once held when he had triumphed over Qin Guan. I refuse to believe it. This cannot be real. Xiong Yuma's eyes blazed red with fury as he stood trembling, glaring at Qin Guan. He had an inkling of Qin Guan's abilities, but he had anticipated a mutual downfall at worst. Now, being so easily vanquished was a bitter pill to swallow. It must be you. You must have employed some underhanded means. Otherwise, how could you possibly have defeated me? Xiong Yuma roared, his disbelief palpable. I demand a rematch. Yes, a rematch. Otherwise it will prove you utilized those insidious tactics. Xiong Yuma's face contorted with rage. He could not fathom that Qin Guan had triumphed solely through his own merit. Surely, his master, Shi Yifei, had bestowed some secret technique upon him. Otherwise, such an outcome was inconceivable. Are you certain? Know that next time, I shall show no mercy. Qin Guan's eyes narrowed. Show no mercy? Spare me your bravado. Are you afraid that the methods your master left you will be exposed? That is why you dare not strike again. Xiong Yuma howled. Enough. At that moment, Zhao Zhuo stepped forward, his expression grave as he addressed Xiong Yuma. Face the reality of your defeat. Qin Guan has reached the Minghai realm. He was able to defeat a Kaiyuan realm cultivator even while he was still in the Xianxiao realm, let alone now. There are no underhanded tactics at play. But, elder brother, defeat is defeat. Do you wish to bring shame upon the Immortal Peak before all? Zhao Zhuo rebuked, causing Xiong Yuma to fall silent. He wished to argue further, yet the weight of Zhao Zhuo's stern gaze rendered him mute. Suddenly, he looked at Qin Guan in astonishment. Had he truly broken through to the Minghai realm? How could this be possible? The opening of a Xianxiao is an incredibly time-consuming endeavor. The stronger the physique, the more arduous the process. Even with ample resources, such rapid advancement was inconceivable. The other disciples shared his shock. During the previous sequence battle, Qin Guan had only possessed 3 Xianxiao. It had not been long since then. How had he achieved such a breakthrough to the Minghai realm? Even with abundant resources and rapid Xianxiao expansion, he would still require significant time to refine the essence of heaven and earth to expand his Xianxiao. He must have entered the Time Tower. Someone conjectured. Only a mystical place like the Time Tower could facilitate such rapid advancement. While he had indeed earned a considerable number of contribution points during the previous sequence battle, they would not sustain an extended stay within the Time Tower. Given his physique, those points would merely allow him to open a few dozen Xianxiao. Thus, the Time Tower could not be the primary factor. Within the crowd, a young man pondered aloud, his silver crescent moon and golden sun hovering behind him, exuding profound energy. He was Chu Ming, a Xianxiao realm sequence disciple. As a genius endowed with the yin-yang divine body, he understood the difficulties of opening Xianxiao all too well, especially for someone like Qin Guan, who possessed the chaotic heavy pupil. Might it be that the Holy Land, recognizing his dual pupils, offers him some assistance free of charge? They would indeed provide support, yet to prevent their disciples from becoming overly complacent, the aid would be limited. The more gifted one is, the greater the need for rigorous training. This principle has been steadfastly upheld by the Holy Land. At this moment, the gathered crowd found themselves utterly perplexed. If not for the assistance from the Suiwa Tower, how could Qin Guan's cultivation speed be so astonishing? Junior brother Qin Guan truly surprises me, Zhao Zhuo remarked with a smile. When he initially informed the other party about Xiong Yuma's breakthrough into the open origin realm, he never imagined that Qin Guan could possibly defeat Xiong Yuma. Yet, the outcome was not only a victory, but one achieved with remarkable ease. Senior brother Zhao Zhuo, You have indeed come to cheer for me. Qin Guan replied with a grin. I had intended to comfort you after your defeat, but this result has truly taken me by surprise. Zhao Zhuo responded with a touch of resignation, realizing that it was now his junior brother, Xiong Yuma, who needed consolation. Qin Guan chuckled, turning to Xiong Yuma. Initially, when you trampled on me and insulted me, I ought to have retaliated. However, considering that my senior brothers and sisters had previously intervened on my behalf, causing you to languish in bed for several months, I shall only sever one of your arms today to impart a lesson. Do not look down upon others in the future. Furthermore, do you know why we at Qinghuan Peak have chosen not to accept you? It is because of your unsightly appearance. Xiong Yuma stood in stunned silence, his face contorting with displeasure. Was this an attempt at psychological warfare? As Qin Guan departed, the spectators also vacated the training grounds, yet discussions regarding this astonishing battle continued unabated. Before the fight, nearly all of them believed that Qin Guan's chances of victory were negligible, almost impossible. Yet the confrontation concluded with a single punch. Qin Guan, possessing an inherently formidable physique, had showcased a martial technique that appeared exceptionally fearsome. What sort of technique was it that had never been witnessed before among others? One disciple pondered aloud. The golden fist imprint that Qin Guan had unleashed bore intricate arcane symbols intertwined within it, a display not typical of ordinary martial arts. Chapter 66. Zhongguan City, the chariot of the young master of Ming Luo sect. Upon careful reflection, everyone indeed realized that they had yet to witness a martial art infused with mysterious runes. It must be an exceedingly formidable technique. The combination of a robust physique and powerful martial arts naturally culminates in unmatched offensive prowess. On Yunxia Peak, Gu Yan, who possesses the Jiuyang sacred body, found himself utterly dumbfounded upon hearing that Qin Guan, with his realm at the Sea of Life, had defeated the Kaiyuan realm expert Xiong Yuma. The last time they met, Xiong's cultivation was still beneath his own, yet now, he had far surpassed him. Gu Yan recalled that he had once looked down upon Xiong for challenging Qin Guan, even deriding him, which had led to a duel between them. Now, Xiong could hardly withstand a single punch from Qin Guan. Reflecting on his past actions, Gu Yan could only shake his head in resignation, deeming his previous behavior foolish. Even more ludicrous was that after he had boasted of being a genius in front of Qin Guan, the latter humorously dubbed him Genius Brother, a title that had since spread throughout the sect. Now, whenever he walked through the sect, some disciples would recognize him and call out Genius Brother, inciting his anger and leading to confrontations that only served to amplify his reputation further. This had seemingly become an indelible label attached to him. Each time he recalled this, a deep sense of frustration welled within him. After departing from the martial arts arena, Qin Guan made another visit to the Medicine Peak. He had a substantial number of enlightenment pills remaining, which he exchanged for contribution points, ultimately acquiring several premium fusion pills. Uncertain of how long his return home would take, and lacking his master and senior sister for dual cultivation, he could only rely on pills for rapid advancement. After bidding farewell to Fu Ling and his master, Qin Guan set off for home accompanied by Yun Yao. In terms of identity, aside from being the direct disciple of the Sacred Land's peak master, he was also the crown prince of the Xianming dynasty. His father, Qin Fengqing, though frivolous and enamored with the pleasures of life, had relinquished his throne in pursuit of beauty, leaving the current ruler to be Qin Guan's mother, Yi Xianxin. Thus, Qin Guan's title as crown prince was wholly legitimate. Though the Xianming dynasty may not rival the Sacred Land in strength, it remains a formidable force within the wild domains. While there exists a teleportation array between the Xianming dynasty and the Ling Shao Sacred Land, it only allows transit from the borders of the Sacred Land to those of the dynasty. Hence, traveling from the Sacred Land to the dynasty necessitates multiple transfers through these arrays. Upon Qin Guan's reappearance, he found himself within a large city named Zhenguan, situated on the borders of the Xianming dynasty. The feeling of returning home was incomparable. Standing on the bustling streets of the city, Qin Guan gazed skyward and sighed in contemplation. At that moment, a rumbling sound erupted, and the entire street began to tremble violently. Frowning, Qin Guan turned to see a massive, fur-covered beast, a wild elephant, charging toward him from the distance, its colossal limbs causing the ground to quake with each step. The wild elephant moved with astonishing speed, causing pedestrians to scatter in all directions. Some cultivators who failed to evade in time were sent flying, and tragically, a few were even crushed to death beneath the beast's weight. Who is so domineering? Qin Guan furrowed his brow. But before he could fully comprehend the situation, an elderly man beside him grasped his shoulder and pulled him to the side of the street, away from the elephant's path. "Young man, have you lost your mind standing in the middle of the street?" The elder scolded lightly. "Sir, what is happening?" Qin Guan inquired, gazing at the old man. With gray hair and modest attire, the elder appeared to be an ordinary cultivator. "Is this your first visit to Zhenguan City?" the elder asked, puzzled. "Indeed, this is my first time here, so I am unfamiliar with such occurrences," Qin Guan replied. "No wonder you dared to remain in the street despite such a commotion." The elder stroked his beard, explaining, "That is the young master of the Ming Luo sect on his outing." Ming Luo sect? Qin Guan frowned, as he had not previously heard of this faction. "Is it a force within the Xianming dynasty?" "Yes. Are you a cultivator of the Xianming dynasty? How could you not know of the Ming Luo sect?" the elder asked incredulously. "I am indeed a cultivator of the Xianming dynasty, but why must I be aware of the Ming Luo sect?" Qin Guan replied, perplexed. The Ming Luo sect is one of the 7 major forces beneath the dynasty, known far and wide among its cultivators. "I see you possess the cultivation of the Sea of Life, yet you are unaware of this? You must be from some remote place, but your attire does not suggest poverty." The elder scrutinized Qin Guan, noting that while his clothing was simple, it did not appear to belong to someone from a destitute region. "How could you not know of the Ming Luo sect? Perhaps the Ming Luo sect is indeed powerful, but I see no necessity to be aware of it." Qin Guan chuckled. As their conversation unfolded, the massive wild elephant charged forth, its size akin to a house. "Lower your head and do not look directly at it," the elder urgently warned, promptly bowing his head. Qin Guan found himself speechless. This was indeed a tyrant of the earth, demanding that pedestrians not only yield but also avert their gazes. Did he truly consider himself the master of the Xianming dynasty? Instead of bowing, Qin Guan curiously observed the enormous wild elephant, which bore upon its back an opulent golden pavilion adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings. As the elephant passed by Qin Guan, a long, white whip suddenly extended from the pavilion's window, lashing toward him. Startled, Qin Guan had not anticipated an attack from within the pavilion. His expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he seized the whip and yanked forcefully. A scream echoed from within the pavilion, and in the next instant, with a resounding crash, the window shattered, and a woman clad in delicate azure gauze was pulled out and fell to the ground. The commotion drew the attention of all nearby, and as they looked up, they beheld the shattered pavilion and the fallen gauze-clad woman. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Someone had dared to assault the chariot of the young master of the Ming Luo sect. "Have you lost your life?" The woman, rising from the ground, pointed an accusing finger at Qin Guan, her voice sharp and piercing. "Begone!" Qin Guan's eyelids drooped as he emitted a sharp reprimand. "You wish for me to leave? Are you aware of my identity? I am the favored concubine of the young sect master. To dare to cast me down from the pavilion and damage the young sect master's carriage is tantamount to courting death." The young woman's delicate visage twisted in fury as she struck towards Qin Guan's face, her palm emanating a faint azure spiritual energy infused with formidable strength. Qin Guan's eyes narrowed slightly as he delivered a swift kick to her abdomen, sending her flying into the formidable beast, Manxiang, where she succumbed into unconsciousness. He harbored no sympathy for those women who brought about their own demise. As a man of stature, why must you resort to violence against a woman? A deep and icy voice resonated from within the shattered pavilion. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Qin Guan raised his gaze towards the pavilion. Chapter 67. Decisive action. The city lord, Tung Yunfeng, and the protector of Pangyu, stepped out from the loft on the back of a fierce beast. In the center stood a slender man clad in inner garments, flanked by several alluring women dressed provocatively. This man was none other than Pangyu, the young master of the Ming Luo sect, who now regarded Qin Guan with a darkened gaze. As he lifted his hand, a towering figure suddenly appeared before Qin Guan. "You dare provoke my young master? You are courting death." The burly man sneered, striking down towards Qin Guan with a palm that resembled a blade, infused with immense spiritual power, as if intending to cleave him in two. Qin Guan remained silent, his face grim as he retaliated with a powerful punch, instantly severing the man's hand. The latter let out a pained scream, staggering back. At that moment, Qin Guan's right leg whipped around like a long whip, kicking the man in the abdomen and sending him flying several hundred meters. No wonder he dared to damage my transport. It seems he possesses some strength. How amusing, but do not presume that a modicum of power allows you to act with impunity before me. Pang Yu sneered. Yet his expression froze the next instant, for Qin Guan had already appeared before him, gripping his throat. Do you think I cannot act as I please before you? Qin Guan's voice was low and menacing. A mere young master of a small sect, one might mistake him for a lord of heaven and earth. Release our young master. The women beside Pang Yu gasped in horror, their cries echoing in disbelief. Such an incident had never occurred before. One woman, quick to respond, struck towards Qin Guan's head, but he retaliated with a swift slap, leaving her bloodied and battered, tumbling off the beast and crashing onto the street. Simultaneously, a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy surged from him, obliterating the loft and launching the other women away, crashing them into the distance. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together, and it was evident from the start that this group was not composed of virtuous individuals. Observing the young master of the Ming Luo sect being held like a chick, all present were petrified, realizing that this was the son of the sect leader, treated in such a manner. Was Qin Guan truly going to kill him? Just as he prepared to snap Pang Yu's neck, a voice suddenly broke through. Young friend, please show mercy. A robust man clad in black stood suspended in midair, addressing Qin Guan. What? Are you also a cultivator of the Ming Luo sect? Qin Guan inquired, his tone grave. Nay, I am Tung Yunfeng, the city lord of Zhongguan City. The gentleman in your grasp is the esteemed son of the Ming Luo sect's leader. I implore you to show him mercy and spare his life. Tung Yunfeng pleaded. What does his noble status have to do with me? I am not his father. Qin Guan retorted coldly. What I meant to convey is that he is of high status and must not be killed. Tung Yunfeng clarified. So, you imply that I should perish instead? When he sought to kill me, and his beast rampaged, taking so many lives, I did not see you intervene. Now you appear, seeking to assert your presence? Are you a pawn of the Ming Luo sect? Qin Guan's voice was steely. Tung Yunfeng's countenance darkened. It was not that he wished to avoid the matter, but rather that he dared not confront the Ming Luo sect. Despite his backing from the Xian Ming dynasty, avoiding an open conflict was wise. Offending the Ming Luo sect could result in dire consequences. Yet now, being so publicly exposed by Qin Guan left him humiliated. I, as the city lord, wish to negotiate with you, but you choose to feign civility. I hereby command you to release Pang Yu immediately. Yet, in the next instant, a resounding crack echoed as Pang Yu's head was crushed. What did you just say? Command me to kill Pang Yu? Then I shall gladly fulfill your request. Qin Guan laughed. As he beheld the headless corpse of Pang Yu collapse to the ground, Tung Yunfeng stood frozen, aghast that someone would dare to kill Pang Yu. You truly killed him. Tung Yunfeng stammered, his body trembling in shock. The onlookers lining the street could only feel terror. The young master of the Ming Luo sect had perished before their eyes, and they feared the repercussions. He can kill me, yet I cannot retaliate? Qin Guan shrugged indifferently. You possess great audacity. Tung Yunfeng's gaze sharpened. At this juncture, there was no recourse but to capture Qin Guan and surrender him to the Ming Luo sect's leader, lest he bear the consequences for the events unfolding within his domain. With this thought, he acted decisively, launching a palm towards Qin Guan to suppress him. However, in that instant, an elderly man clad in gray appeared in midair, exuding a chilling aura that suffocated everyone present. Tung Yunfeng halted his actions, sensing the gravity of the situation. What has happened to our young master? What has transpired? The elder howled, a protector of Pang Yu. In that fleeting moment, he discovered the shattering of Pang Yu's soul token, signifying calamity. His dark gaze fell upon the ruins of the loft, where he confirmed the gruesome sight of Pang Yu's headless corpse. Young master, the elder exclaimed in despair. How could this happen? Why has this occurred? I was only gone for a moment. His eyes, like those of a venomous snake, bore into Qin Guan. Did you slay my young master? Old Jun, it was this person who killed your sect's young master. Though I sought to intervene and made clear his identity, this individual acted decisively, showing no restraint. Tung Yunfeng quickly stepped forward to explain, fearing the elder's wrath would be directed at him. It was I, Qin Guan affirmed. You possess remarkable boldness to kill the young master of the Ming Luo sect. You are truly seeking death. Elder Jun's voice was low, akin to a beast ready to unleash its fury. As Pang Yu's protector, the elder bore the weight of responsibility for his charge's demise. If he sought to kill Qin Guan, the latter would naturally strike first. I care not for disputes of right and wrong. You must seek forgiveness from our sect leader. Elder Jun commanded. Old Jun decisively struck out, reaching towards Qin Guan with a sweeping motion. Within him erupted a formidable surge of spiritual energy, coalescing into a colossal hand spanning several dozen zhang, enveloping the surroundings and leaving Qin Guan with no possibility of escape. The misfortune that befell the one he sought to protect naturally rendered him culpable. However, should he capture the assailant, perhaps he could mitigate the wrath of the sect leader. An overwhelming pressure radiated forth, causing Qin Guan to feel as though an immense mountain was pressing down upon him, forcing his body to sag, his knees bending perilously as if he might kneel. Yet, in a moment of defiance, he issued a low growl, bracing himself against the weight, though his feet shattered the ground beneath him, sinking deep into the slate pathway. Under such circumstances, not only was escape rendered impossible, but even movement became an arduous task. This was the suppression emanating from a powerful being. In the presence of strength, the weak lacked the capability to retaliate. Old fool, Qin Guan gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with rage as he unleashed the full extent of his power. The spiritual energy within his Ming Hai and Xian Xiao surged, and gradually, he began to straighten up under the terrifying pressure. Humph, old Jun snorted coldly. Since you refuse to kneel, I shall make you do so. He did not rush to suppress him. Rather, he unleashed an even greater torrent of spiritual energy aimed at Qin Guan, intent on shattering the young man's dignity. This was merely the initial price for daring to confront the young master of the Ming Luo sect. With a thunderous crash, an even more daunting force bore down upon Qin Guan, causing the bones throughout his body to emit a cacophony of cracking sounds, while fissures appeared on his skin, reminiscent of fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. Brilliant golden blood flowed from his wounds. Chapter 68. The Dual-Pupil Treasure Art. Slaying Elder Jun with a thunderous explosion, the ground erupted, creating a deep pit. Despite being drenched in blood and suffering from shattered bones, Qin Guan stood resolutely, unwavering, his form erect. His eyes radiated a profound, chaotic light, intertwined with an infinite array of runes, as though they were on the verge of birthing something extraordinary. Witnessing this spectacle, Elder Jun was taken aback. Truly a tough nut to crack. Today, I shall ascertain just how resilient your bones are. He unleashed an even more potent spiritual pressure, a colossal hand of spiritual power hovering in the air, as torrents of energy cascaded down like an avalanche, pressing down upon Qin Guan. Bone in his legs shattered, his spine fractured, and the agonizing pain elicited a roar from his lips, yet his gaze burned even brighter. Beside him, Tung Yunfeng exhaled in relief, believing that with Pang Yu's protector intervening, the Ming Luo sect would not place the blame upon him. At that moment, Qin Guan's eyes suddenly blazed with brilliance, emitting two beams of chaotic divine light. Within the divine light, runes intertwined, conceiving an ancient chaotic universe from all directions. As Qin Guan's gaze shot toward Elder Jun, the fourfold chaotic universe manifested, pressing down toward him. The ancient chaotic universe, imbued with primordial chaotic runes, radiated terrifying power, swirling around Elder Jun and releasing an astonishing might aimed at obliterating him. This was the essence of Qin Guan's dual-pupil treasure art. In the face of unprecedented oppression, he had finally awakened the prowess of his dual-pupil physique. The ancient chaotic universe rotated, annihilating Elder Jun's form, instantly grinding his arms to dust. This sight astonished Tung Yunfeng. A practitioner in the Life Sea realm could inflict harm upon Elder Jun? Ah! Elder Jun screamed. His expression drastically altered as his spiritual energy erupted, striking the chaotic universe and shattering the four chaotic realms. He glared at Qin Guan, utterly astonished that a mere Life Sea realm practitioner could injure him. A smile broke across Qin Guan's face. The power of the dual-pupil treasure art exceeded his expectations, able to wound even this old man. If only his cultivation were slightly higher, the chaotic world he conjured would have been sufficient to obliterate his opponent entirely. Unlike the chaotic sacred dragon physique, which Qin Guan could not fully harness, he could unleash the full might of the dual-pupil treasure art. If his body could withstand the full force of the chaotic sacred dragon physique, it would undoubtedly harm this elder before him. Youngster, your martial skill is formidable. Should you choose to share it with me, I could alleviate some of your suffering. Elder Jun's face shimmered with greed, his gaze burning with intensity. As a Soul Palace realm practitioner above the opening Yuan realm, he was astonished to have been injured by someone in the Life Sea realm. Though his injuries were not fatal, they clearly demonstrated the terrifying nature of Qin Guan's technique. If he could acquire this martial skill, it would be a tremendous opportunity. How presumptuous to think you are worthy of my treasure art. Qin Guan, bloodied and coldly amused, retorted, "Do you know why you are still alive? It is because your attack provided me the opportunity to awaken my treasure art, allowing you to survive until now." Was that attack your treasure art? Elder June's expression darkened. If it were indeed a treasure art, it would be ineffective, as such arts could only be utilized by corresponding physiques. Others could not wield their power. I had hoped to spare you some pain, but since that is the case, it is no longer necessary. With a solemn expression, Elder June's obliterated arms shimmered before regenerating. Once a practitioner reaches the Life Sea realm, they acquire self-healing abilities, gradually mending their wounds, though severe injuries still require medicinal remedies for swift recovery. Regaining his arms, Elder June reached out toward Qin Guan, but in that instant, a colossal silver claw materialized above him, catching him off guard as Yun Yao's dragon claw seized him. "What is happening?" Elder June cried out, gazing upward to see a silver claw gripping him tightly. A wave of excruciating pain consumed him, as if he were about to be crushed. A hidden powerhouse? Tung Yunfeng was startled. He had been present for so long without a hint of awareness. The opponent's strength was undoubtedly beyond his own. A chill ran down his spine. Had Elder June not acted first, he might have found himself in the grasp of this unknown entity. Qin Guan consumed the healing pill gifted to him, his shattered bones and flesh mending at a visible rate, though his blood-stained garments testified to the severity of his prior injuries. At that moment, Yun Yao's immense form emerged from the void, his claw clutching the diminutive Elder June master. "How shall we deal with this individual?" Yun Yao inquired. "Eliminate him," Qin Guan replied indifferently. "You dare? I am an elder of the Ming Luo sect. If you kill me, the sect will pursue you to the ends of the earth." Elder June's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing the threat of death. "I have already slain your sect's young master. Why would I hesitate to end your life?" Qin Guan scoffed. With a resounding crash, Elder June's body was crushed, dissipating into a mist of blood, yet his primordial spirit escaped as a fleeting light. Practitioners of the Soul Palace realm possess their life essence ascending to the sea of consciousness, transforming into a primordial spirit. As long as the spirit survives, they can reincarnate through possession or bodily reconstruction. However, before his primordial spirit could flee, it was once again ensnared by Yun Yao. "Young friend, do you truly wish to be irreconcilable with my Ming Luo sect? Spare my life, and perhaps there remains a glimmer of hope." Elder June pleaded, terror-stricken at the brink of death. He was unaware of the formidable ally beside his opponent. Had he known, he would not have acted so recklessly. "Irreconcilable? How can your Ming Luo sect presume to hold such a status?" Qin Guan coldly laughed, and in the next instant, Elder June's primordial spirit was also crushed to oblivion. "What now? Are you, my lord, preparing to intervene?" Qin Guan turned his gaze towards Tung Yunfeng, who hovered in the air. "Young friend, your path has grown perilously narrow." Tung Yunfeng spoke solemnly. "To eliminate the young master of the Ming Luo sect and their elders, does that signify a narrowing of one's path? I think not," Qin Guan remarked with a calm smile. "A mere Ming Luo sect cannot obstruct my journey. As Jingguan City serves as a vital link between the Xianming dynasty and the outside world, how can you, the city lord, turn a blind eye to the misdeeds of the young master of the Ming Luo sect, and even offer him protection? This is a grave dereliction of duty." Qin Guan expressed his dissatisfaction. "How I conduct myself is not for you to dictate," Tung Yunfeng retorted with a cold snort. "I have no desire to dictate your actions. However, your tenure as city lord is approaching its end." Qin Guan soared into the sky, casting a glance down at Tung Yunfeng. "To enjoy the privileges bestowed upon you by the Xianming dynasty while neglecting your responsibilities. What purpose does such a city lord serve? You wish to leave? If you depart, how shall I explain to the Ming Luo sect?" Tung Yunfeng became anxious, for he did not wish to face the wrath of the Ming Luo sect. "Let them come to the imperial capital to seek me. I remain unchanged. Qin Guan is my name." Chapter 69. The imperial capital. Tung Yunfeng's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart momentarily ceasing to beat. Could this individual be of royal lineage? In the Xianming Empire, the royal family is synonymous with the Qin surname. Moreover, the man had just indicated that the city lord's time was nearly up, prompting Tung Yunfeng to ponder further. However, when he sought to inquire about the man's identity, he found that the figure had vanished without a trace. Surely, such coincidences could not be mere happenstance. Tung Yunfeng furrowed his brow. At this juncture, Qin Guan sat cross-legged atop Yun Yao, delving into the intricacies of his newly awakened dual-eye treasure technique. Unlike the enhancement of his own power conferred by the Chaos Sacred Dragon Physique, this technique represented an ultimate killing power, its formidable might evidenced by its previous ability to injure a Soul Palace realm cultivator. Yet, akin to the Chaos Sacred Dragon technique, it remained in its nascent stage, requiring further time for comprehension and refinement. As Qin Guan sat atop Yun Yao, both contemplating the divine technique and soaring toward the imperial city of the Xianming Empire, he arrived several days later at the magnificent royal city, a colossal edifice that resembled a colossal beast sprawling across the earth. Upon gazing at this familiar city, a smile graced Qin Guan's face. He had traversed back to the womb, spending several years within this city before joining the Lingxiao sacred land. It was, indeed, his home. Upon entering the city, a vast thoroughfare unfolded before him, bustling with cultivators and orderly exotic beasts, flanked by grandiose and meticulously arranged buildings. As the imperial capital of the empire, this city was undoubtedly the largest and most prosperous in the realm, where no cultivator dared to recklessly charge through the streets, treating human life as inconsequential. Within the boundaries of the Xianming Empire, all cities fell under the empire's governance, each presided over by a city lord who enjoyed the benefits of imperial appointments while maintaining the peace and tranquility of their respective cities. In this regard, Tung Yunfeng of Zhongguan City had undeniably failed in his duties as a city lord. Despite his fear of the Mingluo sect, he should have reported the matter to the imperial city, where higher authorities would determine the course of action. As Qin Guan strolled along the bustling streets, he made his way toward the royal palace without delay. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a nearby tavern. "Oh, who is that? Is it not our former brother-in-law?" Qin Guan halted, glancing toward the tavern window to see a dashing young man in splendid purple robes, holding a folding fan, gazing at him in apparent astonishment. Yuan Weifeng? Qin Guan recognized him as the son of an imperial official. Observing the man's unwavering gaze, Qin Guan furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you addressing me?" "Indeed, it is you. I thought I was mistaken." Yuan Weifeng replied with a grin. "What did you just call me?" Qin Guan inquired, scrutinizing him. "Former brother-in-law. Were you not divorced by Song Yingxia? Is there a problem with my addressing you thus?" "I believe it is acceptable." Yuan Weifeng chuckled. Though Qin Guan was the crown prince, due to his inability to cultivate, he was held in low regard in this world where strength reigned supreme. Qin Guan smiled lightly. "Ah, it is entirely acceptable." He bore no anger, for it was indeed the truth, undeniable as it was. Yet the salt rubbed into an open wound still left him feeling quite displeased. "Humph, how disgraceful for a prince to be divorced. You truly bring shame to our royal family." A handsome young man clad in white, exuding an extraordinary air of nobility, scoffed coldly beside Yuan Weifeng. This was Qin Li, the son of the Qi Wang, Qin Guan's second uncle. The two were cousins, yet due to Qin Guan's inability to cultivate, Qin Li had always looked down upon him, especially since Song Yingxia was the woman Qin Li fancied, only to end up marrying Qin Guan, further complicating their relationship. However, Qin Guan refused to relent. "If you find it shameful, you are entirely free to renounce your royal ties. Then it would be of no concern to me, and you would no longer feel embarrassed. Alas, you lack the courage to sever ties with the royal family." Yu Qin Li's anger surged, his breath quickening as he slammed his palm against the window. "I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. If I were to be divorced like you, I would have no face left to live and would have long since hanged myself. What face would I have to return to see you all again? Never encountered? Yet here you stand, seeing it now. What of being divorced? It is merely a touch of life's hardships. Such trivialities should not render you incapable of living. With such a mindset, even if you possess some talent for cultivation, you shall forever remain at a lowly level. I advise you to abandon the path of cultivation, no matter how hard you strive. The moment you encounter the slightest setback, you will falter. Rather than waste time, it would be better to enjoy life and languish in idleness." "Qin Guan," Qin Li bellowed, his forehead veins throbbing, his expression darkening as Qin Guan's words struck a nerve. As cultivators, their ultimate aspiration was to ascend to the legendary pinnacle. Who could tolerate being told they were incapable of reaching such heights? This was a denial of their path. "Your Highness, please temper your anger. Why lower yourself to argue with someone incapable of cultivation? How could he understand the hardships we face on our path?" Yuan Weifeng hastily interjected. "Whether we can reach the peak is uncertain, but at least we have that opportunity, while he possesses none. Even Song Yingxia saw no hope in him, hence the divorce. Thus, it is unnecessary for you to be angered by someone of his ilk. Yuan Weifeng feared that Qin Li, in his fury, might resort to extreme measures. After all, Qin Guan was the crown prince. While unflattering words could be exchanged, harming him was another matter entirely, for the consequences of inciting his mother could be dire. Taking a deep breath, Qin Li stood by the tavern window, gazing down at Qin Guan, and suddenly laughed. "You speak well. At least we have the chance to strive for greatness, while you shall forever remain a pitiful, ordinary person." "Fool!" Qin Guan mocked derisively, as if Qin Li still believed himself to be that once inept cultivator. "Qin Guan, I have tolerated you long enough. Do not think that just because you are a prince, I dare not act against you. As your older cousin, it is entirely within my rights to teach you, my younger cousin, a lesson." Qin Li scolded vehemently. The sight of Qin Guan ignited his fury. Merely a useless being, he not only held the title of the crown prince, but also won the heart of the woman he cherished and entered the sacred grounds. What justified his extraordinary fortune? To lecture me? Do you possess the qualifications for that? Qin Guan let out a light chuckle, his tone laced with disdain. Qin Li's expression contorted into a grimace, his desire to strike rising. But he was dissuaded by Yuan Weifeng. Noticing the lack of intent to engage in conflict from his adversary, Qin Guan lazily turned to depart, uninterested in squandering time with them. If he were not a crown prince, I would ensure he comprehended the true meaning of regret for existing in this world. Qin Li spoke in a low voice. The mere sight of Qin Guan compelled him to unleash a beating upon him. He merely relied on his princely status to act so arrogantly. Rest assured, there will be an opportunity to vent this pent-up anger in the future. Yuan Weifeng remarked. Chapter 70. Yi Xianxin. A conversation between mother and son in the garden of the imperial palace. Qin Guan leisurely savored a bowl of congee. Before him sat a woman clad in resplendent red attire, her figure graceful and elegant. Her skin was as fair as jade, her features exquisitely perfect, and her long black hair was elegantly styled, revealing a slender, snow-white neck that exuded an aura of nobility seldom found in others. This woman was none other than Qin Guan's mother, Yi Xianxin, the current ruler of the Xiaming dynasty. "The blood lotus congee you made is as delicious as ever," Qin Guan remarked cheerfully as he finished the vibrant red porridge and set down his bowl. After being away for so long, he had noticeably slimmed down, yet had become more robust and manly. But more importantly, he appeared even more cheerful than before. Yi Xianxin examined her son closely, smiling. Unlike Qin Fengqin, as a mother, her observations were meticulous, allowing her to perceive even the slightest changes in Qin Guan. "Since embarking on the path of cultivation, your physique has naturally become more solid, and having resolved the mental barriers that once hindered your practice, your mood has certainly improved. Indeed, it seems I am worthy of being your son, possessing two extraordinary constitutions at once," Yi Xianxin exclaimed, her voice filled with astonishment. To possess such rare qualities is truly an unparalleled marvel in any era. "How did you know I possess two extraordinary constitutions?" Qin Guan inquired with curiosity. He had not yet disclosed this information nor exhibited any characteristics related to his constitution, yet his mother discerned it at a glance, leaving him astonished. "Of course, I could tell. I have my keen insights." Yi Xianxin chuckled. "Your discernment is truly remarkable," Qin Guan admired. Even his master had only concluded his constitution after he displayed its characteristics, yet his mother had recognized it instantly. Could her insight surpass that of his master? It seemed implausible. "Absolutely," Yi Xianxin responded with a proud smile. As she gazed at the vast sea of life and the unmerged celestial orifices within Qin Guan, she was filled with awe. Such a magnificent and expansive sea of life, along with those celestial orifices, was indeed unprecedented. "Previously, your father informed me that you had finally embarked on the path of cultivation and that you possess remarkable talent. Out of curiosity, and having not seen you for a long time, I wish to see you again. Upon seeing you now, I am truly astounded," Yi Xianxin said with a smile. "I missed you too, mother. I was just planning to return soon," Qin Guan replied with a grin. His parents had expended considerable effort to help him embark on the path of cultivation. Although their various attempts had ultimately failed, now that he had finally succeeded, he naturally wished to share this joyous news with them. "It seems we truly share a bond of mutual understanding. Yet I am quite curious. How did you awaken your constitution and enter the path of cultivation?" Yi Xianxin inquired. They had employed various methods, but to no avail. And though the sacred land was rich in resources, she could hardly believe that there existed any treasures capable of awakening Qin Guan's extraordinary dual constitution. One day, while my master was expounding the scriptures, I had a sudden epiphany and awakened my constitution, allowing me to cultivate from that moment on. Qin Guan explained. Is that so? Yi Xianxin was taken aback. This was a method she had never considered. She had never known that listening to scriptures could awaken one's constitution. What scriptures did your master speak of? It seems your master is quite competent. I have heard she is the most beautiful woman in the North Dipper, and she must also be your father's Tao companion. Yi Xianxin remarked, her voice laced with intrigue. If it were not for this relationship, it was unlikely that she would show such patience towards Qin Guan. Rest assured, mother. I assure you, that is absolutely not the case. Qin Guan declared firmly. His master belonged solely to him, and she had no connection to his father. Although there may have been some ambiguity in the past, she had clarified their relationship during their last encounter, thereby dissipating any lingering doubts. That is indeed strange. Given your father's nature, how could he remain indifferent in the presence of the most beautiful woman in the North Dipper? Yi Xianxin questioned, puzzled. My master rejected him. Qin Guan replied with a smile. Ah, I see. Perhaps she found your father too fickle? Yi Xianxin speculated. No, it is that my master already has someone she cares for. Qin Guan clarified. Oh, who could capture the heart of the most beautiful woman in the North Dipper? Yi Xianxin exclaimed in surprise. He is a person of exceptional talent and extraordinary gifts. Qin Guan replied earnestly. To be deemed exceptional by you, he must be truly extraordinary. If given the opportunity, I would very much like to meet him. Yi Xianxin expressed. Not a problem. I shall introduce you when the time comes. Qin Guan nodded, secretly thinking that the person in question was sitting right before her. Before your return, I was concerned that you might be affected by the divorce, contemplating how to comfort you. However, it appears you have not been impacted at all, which puts my mind at ease. Yi Xianxin remarked with a smile. During their marriage, they had been exceptionally affectionate, and she had presumed Qin Guan would be deeply affected. Yet, his current demeanor exceeded her expectations. How could I not be affected? Of course, there were impacts, but I have come to terms with it. Qin Guan revealed a slightly bitter smile. He had indeed loved her deeply, but after the divorce, his feelings had dissipated. He was not one to linger in the past. Neither your father nor I anticipated that she would turn out to be such a person. It was your father's influence that allowed her to enter the misty sacred land, yet after joining, she completely severed ties with us, which truly caught us off guard. Yi Xianxin sighed. It matters not, the past is behind us, and it no longer affects me. Qin Guan stated calmly. I am simply curious. If she were to learn of your extraordinary talent, would she regret her earlier decision? Yi Xianxin chuckled. Whether she regrets it or not is irrelevant to me. Now that we are divorced, there is no need for us to disturb each other. When we meet again, we shall be like strangers. Qin Guan asserted resolutely, leaving no room for reconsideration. Yi Xianxin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it ought to be this way. The two then continued their conversation, discussing Qin Guan's experiences while cultivating in the sacred land, including the competition among the disciples and various tasks he had undertaken. As a mother, she was always particularly concerned for her son venturing into the world, and they later spoke of the incident in Zhongguan City where he had slain the young master of the Ming Luo sect. Within the territory of our Xianming dynasty, those who regard human life as mere straw are nothing but scum, and their elimination is justified. Ye Xianxin nonchalantly remarked that the imperial edict clearly forbids any form of combat within the city, primarily to protect the innocent citizens. This alone renders Peng Yu's demise insignificant. Will this cause any trouble for mother? Qin Guan expressed his concerns. A mere Ming Luo zone poses little threat. If they dare make a fuss, we shall eradicate them without hesitation. However, regarding Ting Yunfeng, I had high hopes for him, which is why I entrusted him with the crucial stronghold of Jingguanqing. To my dismay, he concealed vital information even when fully aware of the circumstances. This is truly disappointing. Ye Xianxin declared firmly. She has successfully governed the dynasty in place of Qin Fengqing for many years, proving herself to be no soft-hearted individual. Chapter 71. Led by His Highness the Crown Prince. Doubts arise. What infuriated Yi Xianxin the most was that, in order to protect a criminal who valued human life as mere chaff, the opposing party sought to suppress her son. This was something Yi Xianxin could not forgive. Ultimately, she commanded her attendant to strip Teng Yunfeng of his title as city lord. Although she held Teng Yunfeng in high regard, his actions left her disheartened. Observing that his mother did not regard Ming Luo sect at all, Qin Guan felt reassured. After all, they were also a formidable force within the dynasty. He harbored some concerns that the slaying of Pang Yu might bring complications to his mother's governance of the dynasty. Yi Xinxin turned to Qin Guan and said, "Since you have returned at this opportune moment, you shall lead the expedition for the resources in the Zhou region." "What expedition for resources in Zhou?" Qin Guan inquired, perplexed. "It refers to the area between our Xianming dynasty and the other three major forces. It is an ancient relic, abundant in spiritual energy, where laws converge, the land is fertile, and it yields various rare spiritual herbs. Previously, the four forces often clashed over this territory, resulting in countless casualties. Eventually, the four families convened and signed an agreement to send their younger generation to compete every 300 years. This way, the younger generation would not suffer heavy losses, and the victor would gain control over that region. Now, the time for the tricentennial contest had arrived once more. If victorious, they would secure dominion over that area for the next 300 years, managing all resources born from it. This would yield a substantial income in spiritual herbs. Recalling his mother's words, Qin Guan remembered the matter. Surrounding the Xianming dynasty were three other forces not inferior to the dynasty itself, comprised of two sects and one family, all of which possessed strength comparable to the Xianming dynasty. In the interstitial region of the four great forces lay a fertile land known as Yuxingjiang. According to ancient texts of the dynasty, this territory was an ancient relic that, for unknown reasons, produced rare spiritual herbs in abundance. What sort of individuals comprised the younger generation? Qin Guan asked with curiosity. Those below the Soul Palace realm. Yi Xinxin replied. Then there should be no issue. Qin Guan smiled. The Soul Palace realm signifies a maximum level of merely the Kaiyuan realm. In the face of such practitioners, Qin Guan considered himself adequately capable of handling them alone. Yi Xinxin chuckled. Our four forces are evenly matched. Although we are not as powerful as the sacred grounds, the talents among them should not be underestimated. You are currently at most in the early stages of the Life Sea realm, while the other three families will undoubtedly send their most accomplished talents at the peak of the Kaiyuan realm. Are you truly confident? While acknowledging Qin Guan's formidable physique, the disparity of two major realms between them was difficult to bridge with mere physical prowess. Furthermore, her decision to have Qin Guan lead was primarily to hone his skills. With such a strong physique, it was crucial to fully develop his potential, and combat was the best means to unleash that potential. Rest assured, Mother, I have my methods to deal with them. Qin Guan responded with a smile. Very well, I look forward to it. Yi Xinxin nodded with a smile. The next day, within the main hall of the palace, Yi Xinxin, clad in a black and gold imperial robe, occupied the imperial throne, while Qin Guan sat in the prince's seat beside her. Below them stood thousands of courtiers in the vast and opulent hall. At that moment, the courtiers gazed at the suddenly appeared Qin Guan, perplexed. Wasn't he the crown prince supposed to be in the sacred grounds? How could he be here? Today, I shall announce but one matter. The young generation competing in the Yuxingjiang contest will be led by His Highness the Crown Prince. Yi Xinxin declared from her elevated seat, her voice crisp and resonant throughout the hall. As her words fell, astonishment washed over the crowd. Those who represented the Xianming dynasty in this contest were typically the elite among the younger generation. Having the untrained crown prince appear was not only questionable in terms of affecting the outcome of the contest, it could also lead to ridicule from the other three families, effectively bringing shame upon the Xianming dynasty. Your Majesty, is this truly wise? An elder in a purple civil official's attire stepped forward with cupped hands. I understand your concerns, but I assure you, the Crown Prince has embarked on the path of cultivation and is now a practitioner of the Life Sea realm, thus fully qualified to participate in this contest. Yi Xinxin stated. The crowd gasped and turned to Qin Guan, feeling the aura of a Life Sea realm practitioner emanating from him. This revelation sent a chill through them. Was he not an absolute spirit body destined to remain untrained? How could a mere trip to the sacred grounds result in him becoming a practitioner of the Life Sea realm? Many marveled at the might of the sacred grounds. The dynasty had exerted considerable effort to help him embark on the path of cultivation, yet he had achieved the status of a practitioner in merely 3 years at the sacred grounds. This truly defied fate. However, those with deeper insights keenly sensed that the structure of the dynasty might soon shift. Although Qin Guan had been named crown prince, his inability to cultivate meant he could never ascend as the ruler of the Xianming dynasty. After the current emperor's abdication, The next ruler might likely be a certain prince or one selected from among the young heirs. Yet now, with the crown prince capable of cultivation, all hopes of those who might have aspired to rule were utterly shattered. Once this news spread, many princes and young heirs would likely find themselves unsettled. Many within the court could foresee a storm of bloodshed and turmoil approaching the Xianming dynasty. It is indeed a momentous event for the crown prince to become a practitioner, but your majesty, you should not make this news public. The elder who had previously spoken expressed his concern. There is nothing to worry about. My son does not need to hide away, and besides, he is the direct disciple of the peak master of the sacred grounds. Do you think anyone would dare to act against him? Yi Xianxin replied with a smile, her face betraying no hint of worry. While a direct attack may be easily avoided, subtle threats are far more difficult to guard against. The elder spoke candidly. Fear not, I have my own methods. Yi Xianxin replied calmly with a smile. When Qin Fengqing disregarded the opposition and passed the position of the dynasty's ruler to her, she had faced immense pressure, almost becoming a target for public contempt. Yet she had navigated through it with ease. What more could the present hold? Indeed, it was a joyous occasion for the crown prince to become a practitioner, yet even so, given his level of cultivation, leading the younger generation would still prove to be a formidable challenge, especially since the 10 selected were all at the pinnacle of the Kaiyuan realm. It is indeed a challenge to discipline the youth of today. To aspire to lead them, one must earn their respect and allegiance. Alas, it seems that His Highness possesses a strength that may not easily command their admiration. A middle-aged man of slightly stout build, adorned in the attire of a civil official, stepped forward. This man, known as Yuan Taihong, is the father of Yuan Weifeng. The other court officials nodded in agreement, acknowledging Yuan Taihong's assertion that to win the hearts of these proud young individuals, one must subdue them with undeniable might. Yi Xianxin concurred, stating, "You speak wisely. To gain the loyalty of that group, one must conquer them through absolute strength. If I recall correctly, your child is among those 10, is he not?" The 4 major factions each selected 10 prodigies to vie for control over the meteorite gorge. My son fortuitously made it into the top 10, Yuan Taihong remarked with a hint of pride. Indeed, being ranked among such illustrious talents is a commendable achievement. In that case, let him spar with His Highness. Should the prince emerge victorious, I trust there would be no further objections from your side? Upon hearing this proposition, Yuan Taihong was taken aback. To pit his son against Qin Guan? Was there truly a necessity for such a confrontation? Chapter 72. The duel of Yuan Weifeng. The disparity in cultivation levels between the two combatants was glaringly apparent. One was at the initial stage of Minghai realm, while the other had attained the pinnacle of Kaiyuan realm. It was evident who held the advantage, rendering any attempt at sparring utterly unnecessary. The court officials regarded the notion as preposterous. Although they had witnessed battles that transcended levels, they never expected such a vast chasm to be bridged in combat. Furthermore, Yuan Weifeng was a top prodigy within the Xianming Empire. Could 3 years of training in the sacred grounds truly affect such a transformation? What's this? You are unwilling? If that is the case, it indicates your support for the crown prince leading the team. Yi Xianxin remarked with a smile. Your Majesty, I do not refuse. But I fear that my son may inadvertently harm His Highness, which would be a grave offense. Yuan Taihong responded. While leading the team bore no substantial benefits, it signified that the opponent was a leader among the younger generation, which carried significant weight in their circles. Should Qin Guan sustain injuries, it would merely reflect his inadequacy. He would have no one to blame but himself, Yi Xianxin stated. She also seized this opportunity to gauge her son's strength. If he lacked the ability to protect himself, plans would need to be adjusted, especially since entering the meteorite gorge would entail battling with other prodigies, with the risk of potential downfall. Initially, she had not considered allowing Qin Guan to lead. As Yuan Taihong had pointed out, only those who could surpass their peers could become leaders among the young talents. However, upon witnessing Qin Guan's possession of the dual eyes and the chaotic sacred dragon body, Yi Xianxin's perspective shifted. With such extraordinary traits, rigorous training was essential to unlock his full potential. The more gifted one was, the more they required refinement. Since your Majesty has decreed it, I have no choice but to comply. I shall send word for my son to enter the palace, Yuan Taihong declared, his demeanor composed, though a barely perceptible smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. He was aware that his son, Yuan Weifeng, had long harbored disdain for Qin Guan, having privately expressed his intent to confront him had it not been for the latter's status as crown prince. While there was no personal enmity between them, Yuan Weifeng's close association with the son of the Qi king, who was at odds with Qin Guan, bred animosity. Now, an opportunity for a legitimate confrontation had arisen. Before long, Yuan Weifeng, holding a folding fan and exuding an air of confidence, entered the grand hall. Upon learning that he was to spar with Qin Guan, his eyes widened in disbelief. What? Me spar with a mere mortal? Yuan Weifeng exclaimed incredulously, casting a glance at his father. A mere mortal? His Highness has already reached the Ming High realm. Yuan Taihong reminded him. What? He is a cultivator now? Yuan Weifeng gazed at Qin Guan, astonished. Apologies for disappointing you. I am no longer the mere mortal you once thought. Qin Guan replied with a smile. Well, this truly surprises me. But even so, why would His Highness wish to spar with me? Yuan Weifeng questioned, perplexed. Because I aspire to become the leader of the 10 in the Meteorite Gorge competition. Qin Guan asserted. Huh? Become our leader? Forgive my bluntness. But you? Yuan Weifeng scoffed, his disdain for Qin Guan palpable. What does being at the Ming High realm signify? Can it challenge me? Unruly child, do not be disrespectful before the crown prince. Yuan Taihong admonished sternly. I seek your forgiveness, your highness. My son is impetuous and lacks decorum. Upon returning, I will ensure he is properly disciplined. Not a problem. Qin Guan approached Yuan Weifeng. You may underestimate me, but I hope you retain your arrogance after our duel. Yuan Weifeng furrowed his brow, contemplating Qin Guan's intentions. What trickery lay beneath his facade? Was he attempting to provoke him into inflicting harm, thereby framing him for an offense? He glanced at his father, seeking counsel. His Majesty has decreed that if the crown prince can defeat you, he shall lead your team of 10. Therefore, you may engage with His Highness with confidence. Yuan Taihong affirmed. I see. I shall comply with the Emperor's decree. Yuan Weifeng laughed, relishing the opportunity to openly thrash Qin Guan, a long-held aspiration. The court officials withdrew, clearing a space within the grand hall for the duel, yet none held any hope for Qin Guan. The young man's pride was palpable, and once the fight commenced, Yuan Weifeng would not show mercy simply because of his royal status. Your Highness, should I offend, I hope for your understanding. Yuan Weifeng declared, his face adorned with a radiant smile and unwavering confidence. Let us dispense with pleasantries, strike. Qin Guan gestured invitingly. Yuan Weifeng hesitated, taken aback by Qin Guan's invitation to strike first. His countenance darkened. Very well, your highness, I must apologize in advance. With a sharp exclamation, Yuan Weifeng unleashed his martial prowess, his form resembling a phantom as he swiftly closed the distance to Qin Guan, his fist radiating yellow spiritual energy. Delivering a powerful blow aimed at Qin Guan's chest. Opportunities to openly attack Qin Guan were rare. He intended to subdue him thoroughly, especially since this was sanctioned by the emperor in the presence of the court officials. This was a mutual agreement. Thus, he refrained from using his full strength, choosing instead to savor the pleasure of dominating his opponent. As Yuan Weifeng's fist hurtled toward him, Qin Guan did not flinch. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged forth, and he met the oncoming strike with his palm. As their fists collided, the resulting shockwave reverberated throughout the hall, causing a tremor. In an instant, Yuan Weifeng's overwhelming force shattered the black spiritual energy emanating from Qin Guan's palm, sending him stumbling backward. The spectators shook their heads. This outcome was anticipated, a battle devoid of suspense or excitement. Yuan Taihong nodded with a smile, casting a glance at the empress seated upon the throne. He had stated that a contest was unnecessary. The two were not on the same level, and the empress had overestimated her son, insisting on this confrontation. However, Yi Xianxin remained unperturbed, recognizing that Qin Guan was employing only the spiritual energy from his dantian, not the more potent Ming high spiritual energy. The disparity between the two was monumental. Ha ha ha, your highness. Do you now comprehend the gulf that lies between us? If you acknowledge your defeat before the empress and the esteemed officials, we may end this here. Surrendering is not a disgrace. Otherwise, you may suffer further injuries. Yuan Weifeng laughed heartily. Qin Guan steadied his stance and smiled. You might as well unleash your full power. Otherwise, I shan't feel even the slightest interest. Yuan Weifeng's expression darkened. Since His Highness the Crown Prince has spoken thus, I shall not hold back any longer. With a low shout, he swung his hand as if wielding a blade, and in an instant, a formidable surge of spiritual energy erupted, coalescing into a phantom of a colossal 40-meter-long sword above his palm. He struck down with tremendous force, directing the immense blade of light towards Qin Guan's head. This was the fourth-rank martial technique, Lingyun Blade Slash. Many in the crowd recognized the martial skill employed by Yuan Weifeng. The cultivation of the fourth realm, Kaiyuan realm, combined with a fourth-rank martial technique, wielded power beyond what a mere Minghai realm practitioner could withstand. A shudder ran through the onlookers as they glanced at Her Majesty the Empress, only to find her seated with unwavering calm, showing no inclination to intervene. Yuan Taihong felt a surge of alarm, preparing to act. He could not allow His Highness the Crown Prince to perish at the hands of his own son. Yet, just as he was poised to intervene, Qin Guan made his move. Chapter 73. The Mysterious Spirit Battle Body. Astonishment among the crowd. The sea of fate roiled, spiritual energy surged, and powerful chaotic spiritual force coalesced into a yin-yang bagua diagram in the palm of Qin Guan's hand. With a single thrust of his palm, the yin-yang bagua diagram soared through the air, clashing against the 40-meter blade of light. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a dazzling explosion of light, as an overwhelming spiritual force detonated, transforming into a terrifying energy storm that rampaged through the center of the Great Hall. The energy shockwave sent both Qin Guan and Yuan Weifeng reeling backward. This scene left the assembled ministers in utter shock. The Crown Prince had actually blocked Yuan Weifeng's attack? How could this be possible? Yuan Taihong's expression morphed into one of disbelief. He had thought that under his son's strike, Qin Guan would either perish or be gravely injured. Yet the outcome was that the latter had withstood Yuan Weifeng's assault head-on. He turned to the Empress, only to find her smiling, nodding slightly as she observed the two retreating figures, clearly aware that this was a demonstration of Qin Guan's true capabilities. At that moment, Yuan Taihong began to scrutinize Qin Guan closely. The Empress would not allow Qin Guan to battle my son without reason. Surely, she does not seek humiliation. Could it be that he truly possesses the strength to rival Yuan Weifeng? Impossible, absolutely impossible. My son is two major realms above Qin Guan. How could he withstand my son's might? Yuan Taihong pondered silently. Meanwhile, Yuan Weifeng gazed at the unscathed Qin Guan with astonishment. You are uninjured? How could this be? Do you possess some defensive artifact? Perhaps you should inquire with your father, Qin Guan replied with a smile. The Crown Prince relied solely on his own strength, without the aid of any artifacts. His prowess should not be underestimated. One must not be careless. Yuan Taihong intoned gravely. Yuan Weifeng narrowed his eyes, studying Qin Guan. You indeed surprise me. It appears I must unleash my full strength against you. He had initially believed he could easily subdue his opponent, yet Qin Guan's strength exceeded his expectations entirely. Like the others, Yuan Weifeng assumed that his previous strike would have severely injured Qin Guan, yet the latter remained unharmed. With a low growl, Yuan Weifeng erupted with boundless yellow spiritual energy, which coalesced into a yellow crystal armor that enveloped him, exuding an aura of immense power and indomitable strength. It is the Xianling battle body. Someone murmured. This is a formidable and unique physique that manifests the Xianling battle armor when activated, doubling its strength and offering unparalleled defense, making one nearly invincible in close combat. I admit your strength astonishes me, but that is all it amounts to, Yuan Weifeng proclaimed, charging once more towards Qin Guan, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. The Xianling battle body requires close-quarters combat to unleash its full potential. Qin Guan refrained from employing the heavy eye treasure technique, for should he do so, his opponent would surely be defeated. Instead, he aimed to vanquish him in the very realm where Yuan Weifeng excelled, ensuring he would never dare to act arrogantly before him again. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Qin Guan remained vigilant, activating the Chaos Sacred Dragon Body technique. A Chaos Sacred Dragon materialized behind him, and his strength surged to double. He swung his fists, engaging in direct combat. Their fists moved like shadows through the void, colliding with a thunderous roar. Yet, in a mere exchange, Qin Guan was sent flying, despite the double strength he commanded. After all, his opponent was two major realms above him and wielded the Xianling battle body, rendering him extraordinarily formidable. Witnessing Qin Guan being flung back, Yuan Weifeng laughed with excitement and pursued him. The others nodded in agreement. This was the expected outcome. Yi Xinxin furrowed her brows slightly. It appears that the gap in realms is simply too vast. Possessing two unparalleled physiques indeed grants Qin Guan astonishing combat power, yet against absolute strength, even such physique cannot bridge the gap. Just as Qin Guan's figure was flying backward, it suddenly halted midair. He looked at Yuan Weifeng, exhilarated, and declared, "Let us see whose physique is stronger." His body trembled violently as two chaos sacred dragons manifested behind him. Within him surged a fourfold increase in power, and with the emergence of the second dragon, his flesh and bones began to ache profoundly. The burden of this quadrupled strength was nearly unbearable. Yet, as long as victory was within reach, what fear was there in a mere physical ache? With a swift motion, Qin Guan executed the shadow instant prison kill, his figure abruptly appearing before Yuan Weifeng, his fists hammering down. "Dare to engage me in close combat? Ha! Allow me to showcase the terror of my Xianling battle body." Yuan Weifeng laughed heartily, standing firm in the air as his fists descended like two celestial bodies. At this moment, neither combatant utilized techniques or spells. It was purely a contest of physical strength. The great hall trembled with a resounding crash, the sound echoing from their fists colliding. This time, however, Qin Guan stood his ground firmly, not being knocked back. Yuan Weifeng's pupils contracted sharply, struck by shock yet again. What method has he employed to withstand my assault? It should be noted that he is now even more formidable than during the use of the Lingyun blade technique. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Yuan Weifeng howled, his face contorting. He was 2 major realms above his opponent. How could he not defeat him? In that instant, his fists rained down incessantly, yet all were met by Qin Guan's firm defense. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the Xianling battle armor enveloping his fists. This sound sent a jolt of alarm through Yuan Weifeng's heart. His battle armor was on the verge of shattering under the opponent's offensive. "Destruction Fist," he shouted, unleashing his strongest physical technique, his final trump card. In an instant, an astonishing force erupted from his fists, seemingly capable of annihilating everything in its path. Annihilate the profound and shatter the Tao. Qin Guan, too, felt the strain, and as he unleashed his quadrupled strength, he endured immense agony. As though he were being torn apart. Without hesitation, he executed his own physical technique, launching a fist imbued with mysterious runes, a magnificent golden fist radiating with power, aimed straight at Yuan Weifeng. As this fist imprint manifested, Yi Xianxin, seated upon the imperial throne, suddenly rose, her bright eyes filled with astonishment as she beheld the radiant golden light. At that moment, the imprint of the fist appeared to slow in her eyes. She gazed at the mysterious and esoteric runes interwoven within the fist's mark, and a tempest of emotions surged within her heart. How could Qin Guan possess such extraordinary abilities? As the fist imprint collided with Yuan Weifeng's own fist, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the yellow crystal armor that adorned him. His arm was violently obliterated, transforming into a gruesome scatter of blood and bone. Yuan Weifeng let out a startled cry as his body was hurled backward, crashing into the palace wall before collapsing to the ground. A stream of golden blood erupted from his mouth, splattering across the palace floor, a stark and vivid contrast. In that moment, the grand hall fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Chapter 74. The leader of the Ming Luo sect, Pang Yuanshan the official, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the unconscious Yuan Weifeng sprawled on the ground, unable to comprehend the shocking turn of events. The outcome was utterly unexpected and left them in disbelief. Yuan Taihong hurried over to examine his son, relieved to find that Yuan Weifeng was merely unconscious and not gravely injured. The crown prince possessed exceptional strength and innate talent, garnering the admiration of his subjects. He clasped his hands towards Qin Guan, all resonating in his voice, acknowledging that the latter, despite being at the initial stage of the high realm, had defeated someone at the pinnacle of the Kaiyuan realm. Had they been of equal rank, his son would likely have been unable to withstand even a single strike from Qin Guan. This display of power truly left him in profound respect. "You flatter me." Yuan Weifeng's prowess should not be underestimated, Qin Guan replied. Although he did not rival the prodigies listed on the Sacred Lands ranking, he was certainly formidable. After all, he had been compelled to employ his most potent techniques, the Chaos Sacred Dragon Body and the Extermination of the Profound Path, both of which were his trump cards. It is important to note that these 2 techniques were physical arts, and their synergistic effect doubled their might. Furthermore, he was now in considerable pain, his body aching as if it were being torn apart, a side effect of overexerting the Chaos Sacred Dragon Body technique. Yi Xianxin rose, raising her hand to cast a golden light upon the fallen Yuan Weifeng, healing his injuries. In an instant, Yuan Weifeng regained consciousness. Do you still object to the crown prince leading you? Yi Xianxin inquired. I have no objections, Yuan Weifeng replied, his head bowed in shame. The person he had always looked down upon had now bested him in a field where he excelled. What could he possibly say? Do any of you have objections? Yi Xianxin turned her gaze to the court officials. We have no objections. The officials responded in unison. The crown prince had demonstrated undeniable strength, and any further dissent would be tantamount to openly defying the emperor, a path to ruin. Then it is settled, Yi Xianxin declared with a smile. Just as they prepared to adjourn the court, a guard suddenly reported, Your Majesty, the leader of the Ming Luo sect, Pang Yuanshan, requests an audience. Quite prompt, Yi Xianxin remarked with a huff. Announce him. Before long, a robust man clad in a gray robe and draped in a cloak entered the grand hall. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. The imposing figure bowed respectfully. Leader Pang, your arrival is unexpected. I apologize for not extending a proper welcome, Yi Xianxin responded solemnly. I dare not. I have come to bear my sins. Pang Yuanshan explained with trepidation. What sins could you possibly have committed? Yi Xianxin asked nonchalantly. My son, the wayward child, has insulted the crown prince in Zhengguan City and even attempted to strike him, thus offending the divine authority. This is a grave act of disrespect. Although he has been executed by the crown prince on the spot, the sin is undeniable, and I am here to accept punishment. Pang Yuanshan's words startled the officials. The crown prince had killed his son? This was no trivial matter, as the Ming Luo sect was among the most powerful forces in the Xian Ming dynasty. Mishandling this situation could easily incite resentment. You are indeed guilty, but not merely for your son's transgressions against divine authority. It is also due to his actions in Zhengguan City, where he recklessly rode through the streets, trampling many cultivators underfoot. As a father, you have failed to discipline your son. As a sect leader, you have allowed your disciples to slaughter innocents. Your sins are manifold. Yi Xianxin's voice was icy, leaving Pang Yuanshan momentarily speechless. Though he had come to accept punishment, he was actually there to seek justice. As his son had been killed by the crown prince. Despite the circumstances, who could overlook the fact that the crown prince had taken the life of his son? He had not anticipated that the emperor would confront him with such accusations, presenting not one but two charges, while entirely omitting any mention of the crown prince's actions. This ignited a simmering anger within Pang Yuanshan. However, he dared not express his fury. The Ming Luo sect, while powerful, could not act recklessly before the imperial authority. Thus, he clasped his hands and responded, Your Majesty speaks truth. It is indeed my fault for not properly guiding my son. He disobeyed the laws of the land and dared to offend the divine presence. His death was well deserved. The crown prince's actions were in accordance with heavenly justice, and I am grateful for his removal of this scourge. It was evident to all that such words were insincere. Yet Pang Yuanshan's attitude in accepting blame left no room for criticism. You should indeed thank me. Had you not encountered me, who knows what troubles your son would have caused for the Ming Luo sect in the future. I merely glanced at him from atop my mount, and he sought to end my life. Truly tyrannical behavior. Even during the emperor's outings, such an entourage is not seen. Had I not considered your sect to be part of my Xian Ming dynasty, and had you dared to act so arrogantly before me, the Ming Luo sect would have been reduced to ashes. In the future, discipline your disciples better and refrain from such arrogance. There are countless forces far stronger than the Ming Luo sect. Do not be like a frog in a well. If you provoke the wrong person, you may not even know how you perish. Qin once spoke coldly. Yes, I shall heed the crown prince's admonitions, Pang Yuanshan replied respectfully, though inwardly he was filled with resentment. His son had been slain, yet he was expected to express gratitude for such a fate. Had he known of the crown prince's eloquence, he would have been more prepared. Considering your indirect responsibility, I shall refrain from punishment this time. However, you must ensure proper discipline among your disciples and address the compensation owed to the cultivators who perished at your son's hands in Zhengguan City. I will be monitoring this matter closely, Yi Xianxin stated. Yes, thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty. Pang Yuanshan bowed deeply. After the court session adjourned, Qin Guan departed alongside his mother. Mother, I fear Pang Yuanshan will not let this matter rest. Oh, what makes you think so? Yi Xianxin inquired with a smile. Any father whose son has been killed would harbor resentment. His willingness to come and accept blame indicates a level of restraint that suggests he is not an ordinary man, Qin Guan replied. Indeed, the ability to comprehend such matters indicates that my son has truly matured. However, there is no need for concern. The mere Min Luo zone cannot stir significant turbulence. On the contrary, I hope they instigate some incident, providing me with a legitimate reason to eliminate them entirely. Yi Xian smiled serenely. Could it be that they have committed other heinous acts? Qin Guan was astonished. For his mother to entertain the notion of their eradication, the Min Luo zone must have transgressed against her deeply held principles. Yet, it is not a grave matter. They have merely conspired with certain individuals in secret, aiming to usurp the throne. Nevertheless, you need not worry. Everything is well within your mother's control. How foolish these individuals are, to expend such effort over a mere throne. Had it not been for your father's plea for my assistance in managing the dynasty, I would have been disinterested in assuming the role of sovereign. Chapter 75. The Sovereign's Unique Path to Immortality for Yi Xianxin. Managing the dynasty was a time-consuming and laborious task that hindered her cultivation, while a faction secretly plotted to usurp the position of the emperor. Qin Guan smiled knowingly. He was aware that his mother had never wished to assume the role of emperor, yet could not resist his father's pleas. The reason was that she excelled in management, having meticulously organized the dynasty over the years. However, in Qin Guan's eyes, this was merely an excuse. His father sought to use the dynasty and himself as leverage to keep his mother tethered here. If she were to accompany someone else, how could he maintain his carefree existence? Moreover, if he truly wished to abdicate the throne, he could easily appoint another member of the Qin clan, rendering his mother's position unnecessary. It all seemed to revolve around his father's desire for personal indulgence. His father had previously expressed interest in Yu Kongzi. Qin Guan pondered whether his father had succeeded in that pursuit. If so, would Yu Kongzi not become his stepmother? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. By the way, where did you acquire that extraordinary divine ability you demonstrated earlier? Yi Xianxin inquired. What divine ability? He replied, puzzled. The one entwined with mysterious runes in your fist. That was acquired from the pinnacle of the Sacred Land's Divine Ability Tower, Qin Guan explained, introducing the function of the sect's Divine Ability Tower to his mother. I had no idea such divine abilities existed within your sacred land. It is truly remarkable. Yi Xianxin exclaimed. This should not be an ability of this world. What is it about this ability that makes it so special? Qin Guan asked, intrigued. Nothing much, only that it is incredibly powerful. You should contemplate it deeply. You may gain unexpected insights, she advised. Qin Guan nodded, acknowledging that the divine ability was indeed profound. Despite having contemplated it for a long time, he had only just scratched the surface. That is to be expected. Such divine abilities are not easily comprehended. Coincidentally, I possess a similar divine ability that I had initially intended not to pass on to you. However, since you already possess a similar skill, it no longer matters. Yi Xianxin remarked. With a gentle gesture, she pointed her finger to Qin Guan's forehead. A golden stream of light, imbued with endless runes, flowed from her fingertip into his mind. To acquire such a divine ability is a fortuitous twist of fate, yet practicing it ties one to the creator of the ability, necessitating repayment in the future. Yi Xianxin hesitated to impart this divine ability to Qin Guan, wanting to spare him from any karmic ties to its creator. However, since Qin Guan had already forged such ties, she reasoned that adding another would make little difference. Strengthening his foundation would better prepare him for any future obligations. After a while, Qin Guan, upon grasping the divine ability bestowed upon him by his mother, revealed his astonishment. The unique path of the sovereign. How remarkable! It is on par with the divine ability you previously demonstrated. The character sovereign embodies myriad paths, emerging to suppress all. It is a path of unparalleled supremacy. Yi Xianxin beamed. While comprehending this divine ability may not be overly difficult, its cultivation poses a challenge. It requires mastery of myriad powers. You may harness your own chaotic power to wield this ability, but its potency will not rival that of the myriad paths. This is a matter of personal choice. Cultivating myriad powers is time-consuming, with countless paths to explore. The more paths you integrate, the greater the power of this divine ability. I, too, am traversing a path of integrating many great avenues. Yet Qin Guan lamented, Mother possesses such a formidable divine ability? Is the dynasty's foundation truly that terrifying? It rivals even the sacred land. The depth of my foundation is beyond your imagination. Yi Xianxin replied with a smile. Is it truly that profound? Qin Guan inquired, astonished. It is profound beyond your wildest dreams. Does Mother have any powerful body refinement techniques? Indeed, Yi Xianxin affirmed. Please impart one to me. My chaos sacred dragon body requires a robust physical form to unleash its full potential. After battling Yuan Wei Feng, I experienced excruciating pain, as if my body were on the verge of collapse. Qin Guan stated candidly, feeling no need for pretense before his mother. Let me think. I've got it. This will do, Yi Xinxin decided, imparting another legacy to Qin Guan. The everlasting body. Yes, the everlasting body. When cultivated to its peak, the physical form can attain immortality. While it may not match the quality of the divine ability I just imparted, it is nonetheless a powerful technique. If you can cultivate it to perfection, the results will surely exceed your expectations. She smiled. Possessing numerous body refinement techniques, Yi Xinxin chose only the finest for Qin Guan, receiving two formidable legacies at once. Qin Guan eagerly began his seclusion to comprehend them. With the chaotic heavy pupil and the chaos sacred dragon body, even in the world of my birth, such prodigious talents had never emerged. Now, though he was merely at the sea of life stage, he possessed two unparalleled divine abilities. If he were to return to that place, it would undoubtedly astonish the ancient figures. Yi Xinxin chuckled. Meanwhile, while Qin Guan was in seclusion, events in the court unfolded like a tempest. You were defeated by Qin Guan? Is that true? Yuan Jia's residence. The heir Qin Li stared intently at Yuan Wei Feng, his voice solemn. Though I am loath to admit it, it is indeed true. Yuan Wei Feng replied, shaking his head in resignation as he looked at Qin Li and several other prodigies preparing for the impending battle in the meteorite gorge. How is that even possible? How could he possess the cultivation of the Sea of Life and be so powerful? Qin Li found it hard to believe. In his eyes, Qin Guan had always been a worthless commoner, an insignificant insect. Though he harbored resentment towards him, he had never regarded him as a threat. Yet now, this former nobody had transformed into a remarkably gifted genius. It was difficult for him to accept. Who knows? Initially, I did not regard him highly either. But he defeated me in my area of expertise. I was left speechless. Perhaps he stumbled upon some life-altering opportunity in the sacred land. After all, its foundation and means are beyond our comprehension. Yuan Wei Feng sighed. He harbored a profound sense of despair, believing that following this defeat, he might never have the opportunity to triumph over Qin Guan. Qin Li clenched his fists, veins protruding on his forehead, trembling with rage and bitterness. The adversary had taken away the woman he cherished the most, and now it seemed even his talents had surpassed his own. Why? Why had it come to this? He let out a cry of frustration. Since childhood, he had compared himself to Qin Guan, recognizing that aside from a slightly more favorable background and a more handsome appearance, he excelled in every other regard, particularly in the realm of cultivation. Yet, in an instant, it felt as though he had fallen short in every aspect compared to his rival, an unbearable notion for him. Your Highness, the truth is evident. Anger serves no purpose. All we can do is accept reality, Yuan Wei Feng cautioned. Accept reality? Humph. Qin Li scoffed, a fleeting glint of murderous intent in his eyes. If this was the reality, then let it perish. He could tolerate others surpassing him, but that individual could never be Qin Guan. Chapter 76 News spreads. Reactions from all sides, however. Some individuals displayed expressions of surprise. It was astonishing to see that after only a brief absence, the prowess of the Crown Prince's cousin had grown so formidable. A young girl, possessing an exquisitely delicate oval face and adorned in a pink long gown, exhibited a smile. Her name was Chai Qiaoyu, a princess who frequently visited the imperial palace and was well acquainted with Qin Guan. Yuan Wei Feng. You wouldn't have gone easy on him just because he's the crown prince, would you? A talented youth inquired with a frown. Defeating a consummate practitioner of the Kai Yuan realm while merely in the initial stages of the Ming Hai realm was indeed an outrageous claim. Do I seem like the kind of person who would let things slide? Especially when it's someone I've always found displeasing, like the crown prince. Yuan Wei Feng retorted with a cold snort. I still don't believe it. The talented youth shook his head. If you don't believe it, why not challenge him yourself and see? Yuan Wei Feng rolled his eyes. Soon after, the crowd that had gathered at the Yuan family estate departed. Once they were all gone, Yuan Taihong turned to Yuan Wei Feng and said, in the future, do not get too close to Qin Li. What? Why? Yuan Wei Feng asked, puzzled. He has chosen the path to death. Yuan Taihong replied solemnly. What do you mean? During your conversation just now, I detected a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes. It is needless to say whom he wishes to kill, yet he ought to consider his own identity. Setting aside the crown prince, The status of a direct disciple of the sacred peak is not something a mere heir can challenge. Moreover, given the long-standing enmity between him and the crown prince, he is highly likely to take reckless actions. The current emperor has but one son. How could he allow others to harm him? Even if Qin Li is an heir, should he commit an act of treason, the emperor may not spare him. If you become too closely associated with him, it is highly probable that our Yuan family will be embroiled in this turmoil. The fate of our family can be easily imagined, and you certainly do not wish to cultivate such a formidable enemy as the crown prince, do you? Therefore, while you are still not too deeply involved, it is most prudent to distance yourself and remain uninvolved. Yuan Taihong, having long navigated the corridors of power, deftly analyzed the situation's pros and cons. Yuan Wei Feng furrowed his brow. While young people are often loyal to their friends, he could not ignore the implications for his family's survival. Father, rest assured, I will maintain my distance from him. Father, you must have heard the news. Upon returning to the royal residence, Qin Li eagerly sought out his father, Qin Yifeng, to inquire about the matter. At that moment, Qin Yifeng was seated by a pond, enjoying tea with Peng Yuanshan, the leader of the Ming Luo sect. Such impulsiveness over a trivial matter is unbecoming. Qin Yifeng reprimanded sternly. Dressed in a luxurious purple brocade robe embroidered with python patterns, he exuded an air of authority. His features were sharp, with sword-like brows and a resolute, cold demeanor. Indeed, one must not act rashly. My son lost his life due to his impulsiveness at the hands of the crown prince. Peng Yuanshan remarked with a forced smile. The crown prince has gone too far, and so has the emperor. Qin Yifeng said gravely. Although he believed that Qin Guan's act of killing Peng Yu was justified, the emperor not only failed to console Peng Yuanshan, but also held him accountable. Was this not sowing discord? No, father. What I meant was Qin Guan's entry into the path of cultivation and his victory over Yuan Wei Feng. Qin Li quickly clarified. And so what? He is ultimately just a small practitioner in the Ming Hai realm, easily extinguished, and can he really turn the tides? I am lamenting for sect leader Peng. His son is dead, and he must face the emperor's wrath. Where's the justice? Where's the natural order? Qin Yifeng sighed. Your Highness, let us speak plainly. There is no need to provoke me with this matter. In any case, I accept your previous invitation to join. Peng Yuanshan declared resolutely. Qin Yifeng's eyes brightened. Really? A gentleman's word is his bond. Excellent. This is precisely what I have been waiting to hear from sect leader Peng. It reinforces my confidence. Qin Yifeng responded with a smile. When do you plan to take action? There is no rush. This is not a trivial matter. It must be meticulously planned to ensure absolute success. Qin Yifeng replied with a smile. That is only fitting, as I am entrusting the fate of the Ming Luo sect to your hands. Peng Yuanshan said earnestly. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, sect leader Peng, the benefits after our success will exceed your imagination. Qin Yifeng laughed heartily. Although Qin Li was somewhat confused by the conversation, he sensed that his father might be preparing for action, which thrilled him greatly. Father, when the time comes, please allow me to deal with Qin Guan. Very well, I agree to this request. Meanwhile, news spread with remarkable speed to another city, where the Song family, home to Song Yingxia, was located. At that moment, within the grand hall of the Song family, the upper echelons were listening to reports from the imperial capital. At the head of the hall, a slightly plump middle-aged man sat upright, his brow furrowed. This man was Song Tianyang, the head of the Song family and father of Song Yingxia. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This news must be false. Upon hearing of Qin Guan's achievements, a tall and handsome young man could not help but leap up, exclaiming vehemently. This was Song Yingxia's elder brother, Song Yingxing. His sister had deemed Qin Guan a worthless individual, believing he was beneath her and would eventually hold her back, which was why she divorced him. But now, how could this be? A worthless person turned into an unparalleled genius? It should be noted that the divorce between Song Yingxia and Qin Guan had cost their family dearly, as it had been a split from the crown prince, resulting in significant damage to the royal family's reputation. Had it not been for the counsel of the officials, the Song family might have faced annihilation. Consequently, they were expelled from the imperial capital, and no member of the Song family could ever enter the capital again. Otherwise, they would face execution without mercy. In the past, many members of the Song family held important positions within the dynasty, but now they had all been dismissed by the emperor, leaving the Song family almost entirely isolated within the Xian Ming dynasty. Initially, with Song Yingxia's potential joining of the Misty Sacred Land, The rise of the Song family seemed imminent. However, Qin Guan's sudden ascendance now filled them with despair. Based on his victory over Yuan Wei Feng, it appeared that Qin Guan might surpass Song Yingxia in talent. Could the Song family still hope to rise? This should have been a towering tree, embracing Qin Guan, for the Song family was once an entity in the Xianming Huangqiao that no one dared to provoke. Yet now, not only have they lost this magnificent tree, but they have also utterly offended such an extraordinary prodigy. Many within the Song family could already envision their tragic fate. If this situation were to persist, it would not be long before the Song family vanished entirely from the Xianming Huangqiao. It was precisely because they could not accept this reality that Song Yingxing displayed such a lack of composure, unable to believe that Qin Guan could truly evolve into a genius surpassing Song Yingxia. What an outrageous act that wretched individual had committed! Song Tianyang, filled with fury, felt the veins on his forehead throb as he crushed the teacup in his hand, and immediately sent a message to that rebellious daughter, demanding clarification on this matter. Yes, clan leader. Father, I am prepared to verify the truth personally. Song Yingxing maintained a serious demeanor. Have you forgotten that our Song family has been expelled from the imperial capital? Then I shall declare war on him outside the city. I refuse to believe he is truly as formidable as the rumors suggest. To prove that her sister's choice was not in vain, Song Yingxing resolved to challenge Qin Guan herself, to ascertain whether he was indeed as powerful as the reports claimed. Chapter 77 The Challenge from Song Yingxing. A few days later, Qin Guan emerged from seclusion. Initially, he intended to comprehend the two legacies bestowed upon him by his mother, yet both were exceedingly profound and would require at least several months of contemplation to master. With the impending battle for the Meteorite Gorge, Qin Guan opted not to squander time on these legacies, instead choosing to elevate his own realm. Thus, upon his exit from seclusion, he had successfully integrated 15 celestial orifices into his life sea. Although aided by exquisite fusion orbs, his progress lagged significantly compared to the speed of dual cultivation. Qin Guan reminisced about his master and missed his senior sister, Fu Ling. He turned his internal gaze to the life sea within his dantian, and after merging 5 more celestial orifices, the life sea expanded immensely, with the ocean of spiritual energy becoming even more vast. While the primordial essence above the chaotic spiritual sea became more solidified, just as he had emerged, a maid approached to report, "Your Highness, His Majesty has instructed you to visit the East City Gate upon your emergence." "What purpose does this serve?" Qin Guan inquired, puzzled. "There is someone there challenging you," replied the maid. "Challenging me? Why must I go to the East City Gate? They could simply enter the city to challenge me. Such audacity." Qin Guan sneered. "Your Highness may not be aware, but the challenger is Song Yingxing of the Song family, who has been expelled from the city by His Majesty and is forbidden from entering the imperial capital for life. Should he do so, he will face death without mercy. Hence, he dares only to challenge you outside the imperial city," the maid explained. "Ah, I see." Qin Guan understood, wasting no time as he soared toward the East City Gate. Arriving shortly thereafter, at that moment, a crowd of cultivators had gathered, eager to witness the spectacle. The challenge posed by Song Yingxing to the crown prince was a matter of great interest throughout the Xianming dynasty. Amongst the onlookers were Yuan Weifeng and Qin Li, though they stood at a considerable distance from one another, unlike before, as Yuan Weifeng had kept his distance since being reminded by his father. In addition to the two, the other 9 outstanding youths of the dynasty were present, for they maintained doubts regarding Qin Guan's abilities until they witnessed his prowess firsthand. "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." A resounding voice echoed across the city walls, prompting the crowd to bow and greet the figure appearing atop the walls. "There's no need for excessive formality," Qin Guan remarked, his gaze fixed upon Song Yingxing, who stood at the center of the crowd. "So, you are the one who seeks to challenge me?" Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from Qin Guan, Song Yingxing's heart trembled. It was evident that his opponent had indeed embarked upon the path of cultivation, yet the gaze directed at him felt unfamiliar, as if they had never known one another. Once, he had been Qin Guan's brother-in-law, yet he now found himself treated with such cold indifference. "How could you be so heartless?" Song Yingxing scoffed. "Oh, you possess such awareness? If you truly did, then even with Song Yingxia's divorce from me, you should not have publicized it. Now, the entire Xianming dynasty knows that the peerless daughter of the Song family has divorced this so-called waste of a crown prince. Your family may be formidable, with your illustrious daughter accepted as a direct disciple by the sacred ground, but as a mere crown prince of a small dynasty, I hardly dare to associate with you." Furthermore, when we divorced, Song Yingxia made it abundantly clear that we would be strangers upon our next encounter. And so we are, strangers indeed. Standing atop the city wall, Qin Guan's icy gaze surveyed the figure of Song Yingxing below, his words resolute and unapologetic regarding the reality of their divorce. This elicited gasps of admiration from the crowd. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been too embarrassed to show their face after such an experience. Yet this crown prince remained unfazed, embodying a level of composure beyond the ordinary. Song Yingxing found himself at a loss for words. At the time of Song Yingxia's acceptance by the Peak Master as a direct disciple, the Song family had believed they had a powerful ally in the sacred ground, leading them to become arrogant and disregard the Xianming dynasty, thus failing to conceal the divorce, which ultimately became public knowledge. The matter concerning the crown prince was no trivial affair. The news of the divorce spread like wildfire, igniting public discussion. Yet at that moment, they had paid it no heed, never imagining such a significant turn of events would occur merely months later. This was our mistake. Song Yingxing lamented, resigned. I am not here to debate right or wrong. What has transpired has transpired. I merely wish to convey that from the moment I divorced Song Yingxia, we have been severed from any relationship. To meet again is to encounter a stranger. Since you have chosen to challenge me today, allow me to fulfill your wish. If you can withstand a single strike from me today, I shall concede on the spot. Qin Guan proclaimed from the city wall. His declaration sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. Although Song Yingxing was not the most formidable youth of his generation, being a practitioner at the 10th level of the Kaiyuan realm, his prowess was undeniable. To hear such words from Qin Guan was shocking. Did he truly believe he could defeat Song Yingxing with a single strike? Your Highness, I have heard of your accomplishments, and by those accounts, you are indeed formidable. However, to claim you could defeat me with one strike is a grave insult. Song Yingxing's expression darkened. While he lacked any extraordinary constitution, the 10th level of the Kaiyuan realm was a hard-earned achievement, and for someone at the Life C level to boast about defeating him with a single strike was utterly absurd. Enough of your idle talk. Prepare to receive my strike. Qin Guan commanded with a deep voice. Then I shall receive your instruction, your highness. Song Yingxing replied, his voice filled with determination. With that, Qin Guan clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes shimmering with intricate runes as he manifested his dual pupils. Two beams of chaotic divine light shot forth towards Song Yingxing. In an instant, the beams of chaotic light reached Song Yingxing, and in the next moment, divine light erupted, revealing 4 ancient chaotic universes beside him, radiating with immense power as they began to engulf his form. In reality, as Qin Guan's gaze unleashed its brilliance, Song Yingxing attempted to evade with remarkable speed. However, once ensnared by Qin Guan's gaze, no matter how swift he was, he could not escape the assault of the dual-pupil technique. In the blink of an eye, a scream escaped Song Yingxing's lips as one of his arms was reduced to powder beneath the relentless obliteration of the chaotic realm. He roared, and in that moment, he sensed the breath of death. What kind of martial skill was this, possessing such terrifying power? The onlookers were equally astonished, gazing at Song Yingxing, who had been gravely injured in an instant, in disbelief. Everyone understood that no matter how formidable a martial technique might be, it requires a corresponding level of cultivation to manifest its true potential. Yet, how could a technique executed by Qin Guan, a practitioner at the Minghai realm, wield such might? What could possibly explain this phenomenon? As his arm was obliterated, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from Song Yingxing's body. With his remaining hand, he swiftly formed hand seals, and the overwhelming spiritual power coalesced around him, manifesting 9 glowing orbs of crimson light, within which floated 9 fire beasts of varying sizes. This was the Song clan's ancestral martial technique, the Yin Hui Jiu Shou Ju, renowned for its 6th-tier quality. Chapter 78. The dual-pupil treasure technique defeats Song Yingxing and heads to the meteorite gorge. As Song Yingxing unleashed his martial technique, several onlookers immediately recognized the name of the skill he was employing. A 6th-grade martial technique is considered remarkably high within the Xianming dynasty. Once this technique is activated, it is bound to turn the tide. Someone murmured. When the Yin Hui Jiu Shou Ju was executed, a scorching and terrifying aura suddenly spread, causing many nearby to feel a chill of fear, exclaiming how formidable it was, indeed, as expected of the Song family's clan-defending martial art. It is my turn to counterattack. Shatter for me. Song Yingxing roared, filled with confidence. The 9 fire beasts howled and charged into the 4 chaotic realms. Just as everyone believed the 9 fire beasts could break through Qin Guan's divine abilities, in an instant of contact between the two powers, the 9 fire beasts were utterly extinguished. This scene left all present utterly astounded. How could this be? Song Yingxing and the crowd exclaimed in disbelief, their faces painted with incredulity. This was a 6th grade martial technique. How could it be extinguished in a mere encounter? At that moment, a roar escaped Song Yingxing's lips as another arm was obliterated. His body began to suffer the relentless tearing of an unfathomable force, feeling as though it might shatter at any moment. Gazing into Qin Guan's cold, emotionless eyes, he realized that if he did not concede, he might truly perish at the hands of his opponent. I concede, I concede, Song Yingxing shouted urgently. With a single wave of Qin Guan's hand, the 4 chaotic realms that were relentlessly destroying his form immediately dissipated. Nevertheless, Song Yingxing was already grievously injured, his body torn apart by the chaotic realm's power, collapsing to the ground in unbearable agony. Yet, the greater torment lay within his heart, for he had failed to withstand even a single move from his opponent. This was an unparalleled prodigy. Achieving this level was undoubtedly not solely due to martial prowess. The most significant factor was likely his incredibly formidable, heaven-defying constitution. His talent was undoubtedly far superior to that of his sister. He could not fathom why Song Yingxia had gone mad and chosen to divorce such an extraordinary genius. You should be grateful you are at the 10th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Had you been of equal cultivation to me, you would not have even had the chance to beg for mercy, Qin Guan remarked coldly before turning away with grace. The dual-pupil treasure technique could indeed harm those in the Soul Palace realm. How could someone of the Kaiyuan realm possibly withstand it? Song Yingxing did not retort, for he understood that his opponent was not exaggerating. Had they been of the same realm, he would truly have had no opportunity to plead for mercy. It seemed that during their previous sparring session, Qin Guan had shown him mercy. Otherwise, he would have likely struggled to withstand that formidable strike. Among the crowd, Yuan Weifeng was shaken. He had previously thought that Qin Guan had exerted his full strength during their spar, but now it appeared that his opponent had indeed held back, at least refraining from deploying this particular technique. The expressions of the other talented individuals grew solemn. Qin Guan's strength left them awestruck. If they had harbored doubts about Qin Guan's victory over Yuan Weifeng previously, those doubts were now completely dispelled. The crowd dispersed, yet the repercussions of this battle reverberated throughout. As for the Song family, the atmosphere had become unbearably oppressive. Their daughter had indeed divorced such an extraordinary prodigy. They had once considered it an honor to part ways with Qin Guan, but now they felt as though they had become a laughingstock. As the news spread, the Song family had evidently become the subject of ridicule. The following day, a luxurious golden yellow airship set forth from the imperial city, heading toward the meteorite gorge. On board, Qin Guan and 10 other selected prodigies gathered to discuss the celestial talents of the other 3 factions. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. It was said that these 3 factions had recalled their geniuses from the Holy Land, indicating that this upcoming contest would not be easily won. Yuan Weifeng frowned. The Xianming dynasty had its own talents who had entered the Holy Land, and so did the other 3 factions. Moreover, those who could enter the Holy Land possessed extraordinary qualifications. They were not concerned about anything else but the disciples returning from the Holy Land. Among their group from the Xianming dynasty, only Qin Guan hailed from the Holy Land. The others were not disciples from there. Would Qin Guan be a match for them when they encountered the Holy Land disciples? This caused considerable anxiety among the group. There is nothing to fear. Do not be intimidated by the title of Holy Land disciples. In truth, some of them are not particularly strong. You can certainly defeat them in battles of equal cultivation. The advantages of the Holy Land disciples lie primarily in their training resources and environment. When it comes to talent, you may not be inferior to them, Qin Guan asserted. Indeed, the prodigious disciples of the Holy Land outnumbered those of the dynasty. But that was ultimately just a small fraction. The vast majority of disciples shared a similar level of talent with Yuan Weifeng and the others. Their fear stemmed merely from the prestigious title of Holy Land disciples, mistakenly believing that all disciples emerging from the Holy Land possessed talents akin to Qin Guan's. However, that was not the case. Qin Guan's talent was truly unique. Is that so? Aren't they as terrifying as you? Chai Qiaoyue inquired with curiosity. Qin Guan chuckled. Many disciples in the Holy Land who surpass me by an entire major realm cannot withstand even a single punch from me. How strong do you think they could possibly be? Now I understand. That puts my mind at ease. Chai Chiaowei responded with a smile. Qin Guan nodded. When you strike, do so with all your might. There is no need to worry about injuring them and facing retaliation. With me around, such occurrences will not happen. Everyone nodded in agreement. Prior to this, they indeed harbored such concerns, as the opponents were Holy Land disciples of noble status. The airship traveled swiftly, requiring only a few days to reach the meteorite gorge. On either side of the deck stood soldiers of the Xianming dynasty clad in silver armor, their bodies straight as an immortal spear. General Chen Qingji, with a stern expression and dressed in black-scaled armor, sat cross-legged on the deck, vigilantly observing his surroundings. His duty was to escort this group of young talents safely to their destination, for these young individuals represented the future of the dynasty, and no mishaps could be allowed. Who would have thought our escort would be you? Qin Guan remarked as he approached the deck and gazed at Chen Qingji's silhouette. I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. It is my honor to escort you. Chen Qingji rose and bowed to Qin Guan. I recall that during my childhood, your physical constitution seemed to have been stripped away from you. Yet, unexpectedly, you have managed to rise anew, achieving a higher level of cultivation. Chen Qingji nodded, stating that he was destined to die without a doubt, but it was His Highness's father who healed his injuries, allowing him to survive by a stroke of luck. Later, he was fortunate enough to be favored by the Emperor, who bestowed upon him a mysterious technique, enabling him to rise anew. Not only did it restore his lost essence, but it also awakened a more formidable constitution, allowing his cultivation to ascend to greater heights. Is this connected to my parents in some way? Qin Guan inquired in astonishment. Without your Highness's parents, I might have perished due to the deprivation of my essence, let alone advancing my cultivation. Chen Qingji explained. Qin Guan stroked his chin, pondering that, to his knowledge, his parents' cultivation seemed rather ordinary. How could they possess such remarkable abilities? Especially his mother, who was shrouded in mystery. This could be discerned from the divine powers of the imperial Tao he had inherited, as well as the eternal immortal body, which were not gifts bestowed upon just anyone. Just as Qin Guan was deep in thought, Chen Qingji suddenly raised his head. Gazing toward the front of the ship, where several powerful figures had abruptly materialized, exuding formidable auras. Chapter 79 Chen Qingji, the gates of hell. Who dares to obstruct the royal ship? Step aside at once. Chen Qingji uttered a low command. However, the individuals ahead remained unmoved, steadfast as mountains. Chen Qingji gazed upon them, observing that they were clad in black robes, their faces concealed by crimson masks adorned with various monstrous and demonic designs. These are the members of the Du Men. Chen Qingji's eyes darkened. They are reputed to be the foremost assassin organization in the Manghuang region. Qin Guan frowned. Indeed, it is them. Chen Qingji nodded. At that moment, a chilling, raspy voice, akin to that of a malevolent spirit from the underworld, emanated from beneath the mask of one of the figures. Since you are aware of our identity, you should comprehend our terror. We only seek the head of Qin Guan. All others should vacate immediately or face merciless slaughter. Qin Guan narrowed his eyes. Their target is surprisingly me? Who wishes to eliminate me? If one desires to slay the crown prince, they must first step over my corpse. Chen Qingji unsheathed his long sword, standing poised above the ship, his gaze icy as he regarded the 5 assassins from the Du Men. If that is the case, then I shall grant you your wish. The diminutive leader among the 5 assassins waved his hand, and the other 4 transformed into streaks of black light, hurtling towards the ship, clearly indicating that he was the leader. Chen Qingji's expression remained frosty. He took a step forward and, in an instant, appeared in front of the 4 assassins. With a sweeping motion of his sword, a brilliant silver light flashed, and with a single sound, the 4 assassins were severed in half by his blade. Golden blood rained down from the sky as their bodies plummeted. The diminutive leader was evidently taken aback, completely unprepared for this turn of events. You concealed your strength? He spoke in a low tone, eyeing Chen Qingji. As assassins of the Du Men, they adhere to specific rules and protocols when executing their missions, carefully assessing the strength of their targets and surrounding individuals. They were well aware of Chen Qingji's capabilities, yet the power he displayed now was entirely inconsistent with their findings. According to his original plan, the previous 4 should have sufficed to handle Chen Qingji, yet he had dispatched them all with a single sword strike. It is not concealment of strength, It is that no one has ever compelled me to reveal my true power. Chen Qingji replied in a deep voice. In the next moment, he leapt into the void, charging towards that figure. Let me see your true weight, the leader of the assassins shouted, brandishing a pitch-black long knife that emanated a chilling aura, resembling a specter as he lunged at Chen Qingji. In an instant, the two clashed, their weapons colliding with a resounding clang, a powerful wave of spiritual energy radiating outward like a tidal wave. At the moment of impact, Chen Qingji suddenly felt an extremely sinister force encroaching upon his body, sending chills down his spine. Do you feel it? This is the power of hell from the Du Men. Today, you shall experience what true hell is. The leader of the assassins sneered. An overwhelming ghostly energy erupted from his being, manifesting a realm of ominous shadows, ensnaring Chen Qingji within. This was their ultimate technique, the purgatory of the underworld. Ordinary assassins were not qualified to cultivate it. Only seasoned killers who had successfully completed numerous missions could train in it. In that moment, Chen Qingji felt his yang energy rapidly dissipating, consumed by the frigid, ghostly aura exuding from his opponent. A truly peculiar method. He maintained a calm demeanor, suddenly erupting with power as a low, rumbling dragon's roar resonated from within him. An ancient and majestic golden dragon's phantom materialized beside Chen Qingji, instantly dispelling the encroaching ghostly energy. What manner of technique is this? The leader of the assassins gasped in astonishment. Chen Qingji's gaze turned frigid as he slashed down with his sword, unleashing a blade of dragon-infused energy that cleaved through the encircling purgatory of the underworld, splitting it in twain. The vast, rainbow-like sword light surged forth, leaving the leader of the assassins no time to evade, as one of his arms was instantly severed. Damn it, just how much power have you concealed? The leader of the assassins was filled with dread. His ultimate technique had failed to vanquish his foe. On the ship, Qin Guan observed the shimmering dragon's phantom beside Chen Qingji and murmured, "This must be the dragon god battle body." He had encountered such a physique in the tomes of the sacred lands. It was an exceptionally formidable constitution, rivaling that of the Six Paths reincarnation body of Yukongzi. Is this the foundation of his rebirth? Chen Qingji spoke no further. Having torn through the purgatory of the underworld, he strode forth, suddenly appearing before the leader of the assassins, his countenance resolute, his sword descending mercilessly. But at that moment, the leader of the assassins extended his right hand, revealing 9 black flags that emerged from his palm, encircling and beginning to rotate slowly. "Go!" he shouted, hurling the 9 black flags towards Chen Qingji. The flags expanded in the wind, transforming into 9 colossal banners resembling pillars of the heavens, enveloping Chen Qingji within their grasp. The banners hovered in midair, rustling ominously, shrouded in ghostly energy, each flag teeming with ghastly visages that darted about, some resembling humans, others beasts, emitting piercing cries and exuding a chilling aura. As the 9 banners enveloped Chen Qingji, the area within became thick with ghostly mist, as if entering a realm of the underworld, with terrifying ghostly energy surging forth, momentarily stalling Chen Qingji's movements. In that fleeting moment, swish, 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 each banner unleashed a chain of ghostly energy that ensnared Chen Qingji. Instantly, countless ghostly figures erupted from the banners, lunging towards Chen Qingji, while numerous specters scurried along the chains toward him, creating a scene that was utterly horrifying. Enjoy the agony of being devoured by 10,000 ghosts. As for Qin Guan's life, I shall claim it. He. The leader of the assassins cackled, his hands forming seals to maintain the operation of the formation. Yet, as his words faded, 3 more figures in black robes and masks emerged from the distance, circumventing the battlefield where the leader stood and charging straight towards Qin Guan. Fortunately, this leader had kept a backup plan. Otherwise, this mission would surely have failed. The leader of the assassins chuckled quietly. Upon witnessing the emergence of another assassin, Chen Qingji's countenance shifted dramatically, and an immense power surged forth within him without hesitation. Although he was acutely aware of Qin Guan's formidable combat prowess, the 3 individuals who had appeared this time were assassins who had transcended the Kaiyuan realm, their cultivation levels perilously close to the Soul Palace realm. Furthermore, being assassins, they possessed extensive combat experience and an advantage in numbers. It was unequivocally impossible for Qin Guan to match their strength. With a series of thunderous crashes, chains forged from ghostly energy were shattered by him, yet the phantoms, akin to a relentless tide, obstructed his path. "Begone!" he bellowed, a dragon's roar emanating from within, as he wielded his sword to unleash a resplendent dragon shadow, dispersing the multitude of phantoms before him into nothingness. However, at that very moment, the leader of the assassins altered his hand seal, and 9 additional chains of ghostly energy erupted from the banner, ensnaring Chen Qingji. His sole objective was to delay Chen Qingji, thus providing the others with the precious time required to eliminate Qin Guan. Assassinating Qin Guan was their mission. The fates of the others were of no concern to them. Yet for the Hell Gate, the successful completion of this task was imperative, for failure would mar their careers as assassins. In that fleeting moment of obstruction, the 3 assassins had already arrived alongside the boat. Chapter 80. Do you think you are worthy to kill me? Did I allow you to leave? The soldiers aboard the ship were already on high alert. The moment the 3 assassins launched their attack, they positioned themselves to protect Qin Guan. Unfortunately, the 3 assassins unleashed a terrifying surge of spiritual energy, crashing towards them like an unstoppable tide, scattering the soldiers in disarray. Hearing the commotion, Yuan Weifeng and others appeared on the deck. Upon witnessing the 3 assassins attacking Qin Guan, they rushed forward to engage in battle with them. Qin Guan was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Yuan Weifeng and the others would intervene. The assassin leader trembled with rage upon seeing this scene. Although he had prepared backup with half-step soul palace cultivation, those individuals were all at the peak of Kaiyuan realm and were among the most talented geniuses of the Xianming dynasty. 3 against 1. His subordinates stood no chance whatsoever. Damn it, at such a critical moment, these insignificant ants dare to thwart my grand scheme. The assassin leader bellowed. In his original plan, these people posed no threat to him. Yet, due to unforeseen circumstances, these ants he deemed inconsequential became the greatest obstacle to his plans. Indeed, he soon observed his 3 subordinates falling into a disadvantage under the onslaught from the opposing side. Use the Night Shadow Cloak, target Qin Guan, and spare no effort to eliminate him. The assassin leader commanded in a low voice. In the next moment, the black robes of the 3 assassins radiated a ghostly light, and then their figures vanished from sight. Chai Qiaoyue struck towards the figure before her, only to find her attack landing on empty air. Where did they go? Their black cloaks must be some kind of treasure that conceals their forms. The genius Chun Karen remarked. He was a young man with a resolute countenance, dressed in a gray long robe. Coming from humble beginnings without any powerful background, he had gained recognition from the dynasty due to his immense talent. Just then, a sound pierced the air, drawing the attention of several nearby. They turned abruptly to see golden blood erupting forth, and the sight before them caused their pupils to constrict in shock. One of the assassins was suspended in midair, with Qin Guan's fist having pierced through his chest, golden blood cascading down his torso. Can the crown prince actually see them? Chun Karen exclaimed in astonishment. Such precise attacks could only be attributed to the ability to perceive the opponent's figure. They gazed into Qin Guan's eyes and beheld his extraordinary pupils, yet their limited experience prevented them from recognizing the Zhongzhou. Kill me? Are you worthy? Qin Guan coldly regarded the assassin he had impaled, then suddenly shook his arm, causing the assassin's body to disintegrate into pieces. In the next instant, he executed a swift movement technique, his body suddenly shifting sideways, followed by a flash of blade light that struck where he had just stood. Just as he had moved, another assassin appeared beside him with incredible speed, wielding a curved blade aimed at his neck, launching a fierce attack that offered no respite. Qin Guan activated his Zhongzhong and effortlessly perceived the attack directed at him. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Zhongzhong's treasure technique. The chaotic universe suspended around him, suppressing the adversary, and in an instant, half of the opponent's body was obliterated, exterminating the profound, breaking the path. Qin Guan once again invoked his divine power, striking at another assassin with a fist imbued with mysterious runes, a magnificent and imposing golden fist imprint soaring forth to annihilate the foe. However, that assassin's movement was peculiar and swift, his figure flickering as he instantaneously appeared hundreds of meters away, evading Qin Guan's assault. Boom! The fist imprint struck a distant mountain peak, shattering it into fragments that scattered in all directions. The exterminating profound, breaking the path technique was formidable, yet unlike the Zhongzhong's treasure technique, once locked on, there was no escape. One would either be hit or break through the treasure's attack. While the speed of fleeing was impressive. Did you not come to kill me? Why retreat? Qin Guan bellowed. At this moment, the chaotic universe that had obliterated another assassin also collapsed. Although the assassin within had not perished, he was gravely injured. Qin Guan raised his hand, executing a sword gesture, and a chaotic sword energy erupted from his fingertips, piercing through the assassin's brow, ultimately slaying him there. Thus, only one assassin remained. The assassin leader, witnessing this spectacle, felt his eyelids twitch beneath the mask. These were half-step Soul Palace assassins, yet they had all been defeated. Could it be that this person's strength truly knows no bounds? Withdraw. Observing the situation, the assassin leader immediately issued the command. Remaining here would only result in further casualties. Withdraw? Did I permit you to leave? Qin Guan sneered. I admit you are strong, but I can leave whenever I wish. The assassin's voice was low, confident that his speed rendered Qin Guan helpless. Perhaps not. Qin Guan retorted with a cold laugh, extending his palm as 12 long swords hovered above it, a treasure of the sword formation he had not wielded in a long time. Go. As his voice fell, the sword formation instantly vanished from Qin Guan's palm, reappearing around the assassin in the next moment. With the enhancement of his cultivation, he had grown increasingly adept at utilizing this sword formation treasure. The 12 long swords surrounded the assassin, emanating sword energies of various attributes, the massive array imposing like a celestial dome above him. Do you truly believe this trivial sword formation can restrain me? The assassin scoffed, immediately attempting to dart through the gaps of the sword formation. However, he was unaware that this formation possessed the ability to seal space due to the presence of the ethereal sword. Just as he touched the barrier of the sword formation, an explosion of boundless sword energy erupted from it, sweeping towards him like a vast ocean. In an instant, he was struck by countless strands of sword energy, leaving his body riddled with wounds and in tatters. He stared incredulously at the sword formation before him, unable to comprehend how such a seemingly simple array could wield such power. Ultimately, his body could only collapse helplessly to the ground. What level are you at to look down upon my treasure? Qin Guan scoffed. This was a treasure bestowed upon him by his master, far from an ordinary artifact. With a wave of his hand, Qin Guan directed his gaze toward the leader of the assassins, declaring, "If you have any final tactics, feel free to employ them. If not, you may prepare for your demise." The assassin leader chuckled derisively. "Me die? Do you possess the capability to achieve that? Or do you believe that your sword formation alone can vanquish me? Your imagination is exceedingly fanciful. No matter how formidable a magical artifact may be, it requires a capable wielder, and the disparity in our cultivation levels is insurmountable. Even with a powerful artifact, you cannot hope to contend with me." With a cold smirk, the leader of the assassins thought to himself that the only potential threat to him was Chen Qingji. Yet Chen Qingji was currently ensnared within the confines of the formation and unable to escape. Who else could possibly challenge him? Then it seems your fate is sealed. Qin Guan snapped his fingers, and in the next instant, the immense form of Yun Yao materialized from the void. Upon witnessing the colossal dragon suddenly appear, the assassin leader stood frozen in disbelief. Chapter 81 Arrival at the destination. The leader of the assassins cursed furiously. "Damn it, you actually have hidden means?" He thought he was the only one with a trump card, only to discover that his opponent had one as well. Despite his youth, he exhibited such treachery. Feeling the astonishing aura emanating from the dragon-like creature, he was filled with dread. Abandoning his formation, he immediately fled into the distance. However, in the next moment, a colossal claw gleaming with silver suddenly materialized from thin air before him, seizing him with ease. "Slow down, let's talk. Don't you want to know who hired us to kill you?" The assassin leader hastily pleaded. "I have no interest," Qin Guan replied, shaking his head. With a resounding crash, the assassin leader's body was reduced to a mist of blood beneath the claw of the dragon. "Your Highness, why did you not inquire about the mastermind behind this?" Chun Karen asked in confusion. Qin Guan shook his head. "You do not understand the organization known as Hell's Gate. Even in death, they would not divulge their employer's information, nor do they possess any knowledge of it. Your Highness speaks true. He was merely seeking a glimmer of hope for himself. Without anyone to maintain the formation, Chen Qingji also managed to escape. I have failed in my duty, allowing your Highness to fall into danger. Please, punish me," Chen Qingji said, clasping his fists. When the three assassins had first appeared, he genuinely believed that the crown prince would perish there, for the assassins' methods were exceedingly strange and elusive. In the realm of assassination, Hell's Gate was indeed the pinnacle of existence. Yet, he had not anticipated that the crown prince's abilities surpassed theirs. What danger? They were merely unworthy opponents lacking any challenge. Qin Guan chuckled. Although they possessed cultivation at the half-step Soul Palace realm, they were ultimately not true Soul Palace experts. In Qingguan's eyes, they were no different from those at the perfected Kaiyuan realm. Moreover, they were merely ordinary assassins, not exceptional talents, and thus held no significance in his regard. However, true Soul Palace cultivators would pose a considerable threat, as they could unleash soul power, which his current means could not defend against. Cousin, do you possess a special physique that allows you to see those invisible assassins? Chai Chiaohui inquired. Qingguan nodded. Indeed, this is my unique physique, enabling me to see through all illusions and deceptions. Though they concealed their forms, they appeared no different to me than in their normal state, which is how I was able to catch the first assassin off guard. Although the others did not ask about the specifics of this physique, they surmised that it must be extraordinarily formidable. Your Highness, what about that dragon? Chen Qingji asked, sensing a chilling aura from it. This dragon's power was terrifying, yet it seemed that such a creature had never existed within the Xianming dynasty. It likely was not sent by the emperor. This dragon is a mount bestowed upon me by my senior brothers and sisters from the sacred land, serving also as a guardian. Qingguan replied with a smile. Chen Qingji's heart trembled. Was this the might of the sacred land? An incredibly powerful beast used as a mount. Such a creature would be revered even by the royal family of the Xianming dynasty. After a minor disturbance, the ship continued its journey. Cousin, who do you think wishes to kill you? Chai Chiaohui asked with curiosity aboard the ship. That is difficult to say. I have made numerous enemies. It could be other sacred lands, or even certain individuals within our dynasty. Qingguan responded. Huh. Why would other sacred lands want to kill you? Chai Chiaohui asked in confusion. Because I declined their invitations. I don't understand. Chai Chiaohui shook her head. Due to my unique physique, I have received invitations from various sacred lands to join them, all of which I declined. This may have stirred discontent among certain factions, Qingguan explained. However, he believed that the likelihood of it being someone from the dynasty was greater. If a sacred land were to act, they would strike with lethal precision and would never employ a group of inconsequential assassins from Hell's Gate. Within the dynasty, he thought the most probable candidate was the leader of the Mingluo sect, especially since he had killed the leader's son. Is your physique truly that formidable, cousin? Chai Chiaohui exclaimed in astonishment. It must be fearsome, otherwise I would not possess such combat prowess. Chen Karen added. Days passed as the ship sailed, and they finally arrived at the entrance of the meteorite gorge. It was a vast chasm from which vibrant light erupted, resembling a river of stars in the night sky, dazzling and resplendent. At this moment, the other three factions had also arrived. Xianming dynasty, you are late. An elder with a white braided beard from the Lingdao sect said with a smile. Tomorrow is the agreed-upon date. Our arrival today is hardly late. Chen Qingji replied with a grin. I thought you would forfeit. Elder Luo Xingwei of the Qixue sect remarked, appearing quite shrewd with his goat-like beard. Even if you Qixue sect forfeited, our Xianming dynasty would not. Chen Qingji declared. Elder Luo Xingwei shook his head helplessly. In truth, whether we forfeit or not is inconsequential. The three of us are destined to lose to the Zhang family. Oh, how so? Chen Qingji queried in surprise, astonished that a dignified elder from the Qixue sect would speak so discouragingly. A peerless genius has emerged from the Zhang family. Elder from the Lingdao sect also shook his head in resignation. What kind of genius could make both of you feel such despair? Chen Qingji asked, astonished, as this was uncharacteristic of their demeanor. He cast a surprised glance at the Zhang family members and spotted a young man in purple brocade, surrounded as if by a constellation of stars. At the moment Chen Qingji noticed him, Qingguan also directed his attention towards the individual. It was evident that those participating in this contest were undoubtedly the strongest prodigies from each faction. Yet even so, for two sect elders to feel such despair indicated that this genius from the Zhang family was truly overwhelming. The young man in purple was tall and handsome, his cultivation merely at the early Kaiyuan realm. But what stood out was the purple lightning mark on his forehead. The mark pulsated slowly, resembling a flickering bolt of lightning, shifting in form and emanating a devastating aura. This is a Dao mark. Qingguan's heart tightened. Prince cousin, what exactly is a Daoyin? Chai Chiaohui inquired with a hint of perplexity. It is an imprint formed by the convergence of the Taoist power of the universe and the heavens. Historical records indicate that there are only 12 Daoyins throughout the vast cosmos, each one a supreme treasure. Once fused, they possess an unimaginable potency, capable of invoking the cosmic Taoist power with a mere wave of the hand. Although not a physical constitution, the power they can unleash far exceeds that of any physical form. The one this individual has fused with is the Lei Dao Dao Yin, allowing mastery over the world's thunder. Akin to the sovereign of lightning, commanding all the thunder upon the earth. The moment Qin Guan beheld the Dao Yin, he comprehended why Ling Dao Zong and Qi Shui Zong felt such despair. They must have recognized the Dao Yin as well, which explains their utterances. Chapter 82. The bearer of the Dao Seal enters the meteoric abyss upon hearing Qin Guan's explanation. Chai Qiao Yu and the others finally grasped the nature of the Dao Seal and began to comprehend why Qin Guan's demeanor had shifted to one of solemnity at the moment he beheld it. Such an expression had never manifested even when he faced a fully realized practitioner of the Kaiyuan realm. It was astonishing that the Zhang family had produced such a prodigy. Qin Ji furrowed his brow, sensing the unusual gravity of the situation. It appeared that the ultimate victor in this contest for the meteoric abyss would likely be the Zhang family. However, in the next instant, an expression of exhilaration broke forth on Qin Guan's face. A bearer of the Dao Seal, indeed a rare occurrence. To engage in combat with such an entity would make my return worthwhile. At this moment, Elder Zhang Fong of the Zhang family approached with a radiant smile. Friends from the Xianming dynasty have arrived. It seems the contest can commence. His gaze swept past Qin Ji and the others behind him, suddenly filled with suspicion. Oh? There is even a practitioner of the Minghai realm among you? What is this? Has the younger generation of the Xianming dynasty diminished to such an extent that you resort to sending a Minghai realm participant into battle? Humph. Do you not also have members of the initial Kaiyuan realm participating? Qin Ji retorted coldly. Is it the same? Zhang He is a peerless prodigy returned from the Haotian sacred land, though only at the initial Kaiyuan realm. His ability to slay fully realized practitioners of the Kaiyuan realm is akin to slaughtering chickens or dogs. How could he be compared to an ordinary practitioner? Zhang Fong praised Zhang He without reserve while casting a disdainful glance at Qin Guan. Yet, Qin Guan was commendable in his own right, for he was an existence fused with the Dao Seal, a prodigy unmatched among peers even in the sacred lands. Humph, strength can only be discerned through battle. Do not speak so confidently, lest you find yourselves embarrassed in defeat. Qin Ji countered with a frosty expression. Will we lose? Ha ha. Zhang Fong laughed heartily. In the past, they would not have dared to express such confidence. But this time, the prospect of defeat was utterly non-existent. He had witnessed Zhang He's prowess firsthand, which was nothing short of monstrous. General Chun, I regret to inform you that this time we will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Zhang Fong declared with a booming laugh. Victory or defeat is not determined by words, but by strength. Qin Ji retorted with a cold snort. Very well, let us commence. However, I must caution you, General Chun, that the contest may lead to casualties. Should all the young talents you brought perish within, do not blame me for not warning you. Zhang Fong's face bore a hint of cold malice. Although the four great powers had not engaged in large-scale warfare for a long time, minor frictions had never ceased, and they could hardly be deemed harmonious. Each contest would often witness the fall of prodigies, and this was hardly an uncommon occurrence. Then you need not trouble yourself. Qin Ji responded in a deep voice. At that moment, Zhang He stepped forward, looking at Qin Guan. A mere Minghai realm participant dares to join the contest? What? Does your Xianming dynasty look down upon us? Whom we send is our affair. What concern is it of yours? If you are displeased, you may concede and withdraw. No one will speak ill of you. Qin Guan replied, irked. Your cultivation may be low, but your tongue is certainly sharp. I hope you can still speak so boldly later. Zhang He sneered. Then let us await the outcome. Qin Guan responded calmly. I initially believed you unworthy of my effort, but now I have changed my mind. I shall tear your mouth apart and crush your skull. You are too verbose. Zhang He's expression darkened suddenly, his fists clenched. Even in the sacred lands, few dared to treat him with such disrespect. Good, very good. You are indeed remarkable. Zhang He's icy gaze swept over Qin Guan and his companions. This time, I shall ensure that all of you are buried within the meteoric abyss. Still full of needless words. Qin Guan chuckled coldly. Zhang He, infuriated, felt the veins in his forehead throb dangerously, and purple lightning began to manifest around him, exuding a terrifying aura. Yet, Qin Guan merely scoffed, finding it laughable that a few sharp words could provoke such a reaction. This temperament is truly wanting. Any grievances can be resolved within the meteoric abyss. There shall be no one to impede us. Zhang Fong spoke gravely. He turned to the elders of Lingdao sect and Qishua sect. Since everyone is gathered, let us allow them to enter. Half a month's time. The sooner they enter and exit, the better, to avoid wasting everyone's time. Both sect elders nodded in agreement, having already abandoned any hope for this contest. Chen Qingji looked sternly at Qin Guan and the others. Be cautious once inside. If the situation becomes untenable, do not pursue the star crystal stones. There are other opportunities within that may be of use to you. He was deeply concerned about the prodigy of the Zhang family bearing the Dao seal. If all the individuals he brought were to perish at the hands of the opponent, it would indeed be a significant loss for the Xianming dynasty, especially with the crown prince among them. How then would they explain this to His Majesty? Qin Guan nodded. We shall. The other two sect elders also warned their respective young talents to avoid conflict with the prodigy of the Zhang family. After the admonitions, the prodigies of the four great powers entered the vast chasm, awash in radiant starlight. The rules of the contest were simple. Within the meteoric abyss, 10 star crystal stones had been placed by the previous custodian, Lingdao sect. Over the course of half a month, the four great powers would vie for these 10 stones, with the one acquiring the most emerging as the custodian of this iteration of the meteoric abyss. Traversing through the dazzling light, Qin Guan and the others found themselves in an ancient and crumbling land, imbued with the aura of antiquity, rich in spiritual energy and dense with the essence of the Tao. Such an environment was exceptionally conducive to meditative practice, undoubtedly a sacred ground for cultivation. It was no wonder that for countless ages, the four great powers had sought to claim this place as their own. Beyond its potential to yield numerous rare spiritual herbs, the environment was also highly suitable for the cultivation of practitioners, ensuring the emergence of more formidable individuals. Looking up in awe, the group was struck by the sight of countless shattered stars suspended in the sky, enormous fragments of celestial bodies drifting chaotically in the air. Where are the others? Chai Qiaoyu asked in confusion, surveying the surroundings. This place contained only the members of the Xianming dynasty, with no trace of the prodigies from the other three powers. They must have been transported elsewhere, Qin Guan speculated. The expanse within Yunqingjian is remarkably vast, filled with countless shattered stars, and who can predict where they might manifest? Are we now to seek the star crystal? Chai Qiaoyu inquired. There is no urgency regarding the star crystal. Others are already searching for it on our behalf. I have heard that within this Yunqingjian, there exist various rare spiritual herbs and remnants of stars, particularly the latter, which may harbor unimaginable fortunes. It would be worthwhile for us to test our luck, Qin Guan remarked. However, are not those star remnants notoriously elusive and difficult to locate? Is it not somewhat precarious to rely on mere chance? Yuan Wei Feng furrowed his brow. Much of what we refer to as fortune is indeed a matter of serendipity. Otherwise, how would so many opportunities present themselves? Moreover, do you know why there is a competition for these treasures only once every 300 years? It is precisely because those concealed remnants of stars manifest at this specific juncture. Thus our presence here at this time is, in itself, a fortuitous opportunity, not solely for the purpose of vying for control over the remnants. Chapter 83. The creation of the Destiny Essence Liquid and the Celestial Beast. With Qin Guan's directive, the group ceased their deliberate search for the Xingqian Jingshi. Qin Guan's intentions were clear. They would seize it directly from the hands of other factions when the opportunity arose. Furthermore, the radiant glow emitted by the Xingqian Jingshi could be perceived from a considerable distance, so encountering it would be inevitable. Subsequently, the group, under Qin Guan's guidance, began to search for spiritual herbs in the surrounding area. Although this place had been under the control of the Lingdao sect for the past 3 centuries, many spiritual herbs had fallen into their possession, yet they would not harvest those that had not reached maturity. This region was peculiar, as new spiritual herbs would emerge after certain intervals. Before long, Chen Karen discovered a fully matured spiritual herb of commendable quality, which, if taken outside, could be exchanged for a substantial amount of cultivation resources. Most importantly, Qin Guan had instructed them to keep these resources for themselves. This gesture instantly ignited excitement among many, prompting them to search more diligently. Among the 10 prodigies accompanying Qin Guan, apart from Chai Qiaoyu and Yuan Weifeng, who had some background, the others lacked significant connections. For them, these spiritual herbs were undoubtedly rare treasures, thus fueling their motivation to seek them out. Qin Guan was also on the lookout for spiritual herbs. As a Dan master, he held a particular fondness for various precious herbs. This outing was an opportunity to bring back some gifts for Fu Ling, and ordinary gifts seemed rather mundane. Presenting her with rare spiritual herbs would surely delight her. With his dual pupils activated, he surveyed his surroundings, taking note of all treasures within sight, though he disregarded common herbs, choosing not to gather them even upon discovery. At that moment, Qin Guan realized they were situated on a fragmented celestial body. Regrettably, after scanning the area, he found no desirable spiritual herbs. While the others continued their search, he settled onto a stone to focus on his cultivation. Although time had been limited aboard the ship, he had not squandered it and had diligently practiced, having already integrated 18 immortal orifices within his Minghai. With the superior Rongxiao Dan now in his stomach, Qin Guan activated the Da Yuzeo Hua Jing, attempting to draw the 19th immortal orifice into his Minghai. The process of opening immortal orifices in the immortal orifice realm is arduous, and merging them poses similar challenges. However, the greater the difficulty, the more substantial the progress achieved with each successful integration. Seems like the Xianming dynasty has enjoyed some good fortune, avoiding an encounter with our Zhang family, Zhang Fong remarked, observing the scene within the abyssal rift of the Yuxing Gorge with a smile. Perhaps your Zhang family is simply fortunate, having not faced our dynasty's prodigies. Otherwise, they might already be out of the competition, Chun Qingji retorted with a cold smirk. Humph, let us wait and see who gets eliminated first, Zhang Fong scoffed. Elders from the Lingdao sect and the Qixue sect exchanged puzzled glances at Chun Qingji. Knowing that the Zhang family had such formidable talents participating in this contest, why was he still so arrogant? Was it merely bravado? 2 days later, the fruitful Chai Chiaowei approached Qin Guan and inquired, Cousin Taizi, why do you not search for spiritual herbs? I have found none that pique my interest, Qin Guan replied candidly. Is this the discerning eye of a disciple from the sacred land? You overlook such excellent herbs. I have found a 6th-grade spiritual herb, Chai Chiaowei exclaimed with a smile. Congratulations to you. Just as the two were conversing, Qin Guan's gaze was suddenly drawn to a massive fragment of a celestial body suspended in the sky, resembling a colossal mountain. He promptly soared into the air towards the celestial fragment. Cousin Taizi, what are you doing? Chai Chiaowei questioned, puzzled. The fragment was not far from their location, and Qin Guan's speed was remarkable. He reached it in an instant. After placing his palm upon the celestial fragment, he unleashed his spiritual power, causing a tremendous shockwave. The massive fragment suddenly fractured, revealing countless fissures, and then, with a thunderous explosion, it shattered. As the outer debris dispersed, a radiant, silver liquid emerged, exuding a similar aura to the superior Rongxiao Dan, but felt more harmonious, as if it were one with the heavens and earth. Through his dual pupils, Qin Guan observed mysterious Dao runes intertwining within the silver liquid, encapsulating the power necessary for merging immortal orifices. Is this the creation destiny essence liquid birthed by the heavens and earth? He exclaimed in astonishment. Such a rare treasure of celestial origin is a serendipitous encounter. Even within the sacred land, it is not stored. After his breakthrough into the Minghai realm, he had actively sought this substance, but found nothing. The creation destiny essence liquid shares the same function as the Rongxiao Dan, yet its effects far surpass those of the superior variant due to its natural genesis over eons. Qin Guan's face lit up with joy. This substance would prove immensely beneficial for him. However, just as he prepared to collect the creation destiny essence liquid, a beam of pure white starlight shot from afar, hurtling toward Qin Guan. With a cold snort, Qin Guan thought, is someone attempting to seize my prize? He swiftly struck out with his palm, channeling his spiritual energy, causing the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams to materialize in his palm, transforming into a celestial map that pressed towards the white light. In the next moment, the two attacks collided, and amidst a deafening roar, a violent explosion erupted in the air, unleashing a tremendous energy storm that swept outwards like a hurricane, reducing numerous celestial fragments to dust in its wake. Qin Guan swiftly stored the creation destiny essence liquid and turned to face the entity that had attacked him, only to discover it was a colossal beast, radiating pure white starlight and resembling a fierce tiger. Is this the celestial beast unique to the Yuxing Gorge? Qin Guan's eyes narrowed. The celestial beast, formed from the power of the stars, was a special existence. Just as he had contemplated finding a celestial beast, one had now delivered itself to him. A smile crept across Qin Guan's lips. Slaying the celestial beast would yield a rich infusion of star power, which possesses the ability to refine the physical body. In the next instant, The celestial beast let out a roar and charged at Qin Guan. Its sole focus was the creation destiny essence liquid. Since its appearance, its gaze had been fixed on this extraordinary substance. Celestial beasts are unique life forms. Ordinary treasures hold no value for them. Only such heavenly creations can facilitate their rapid growth. Upon witnessing Qin Guan secure the liquid, the celestial beast immediately launched an attack. The colossal paw of the celestial beast descended upon Qin Guan, casting an infinite shadow that enveloped him, rendering his figure seemingly diminutive beneath its immense weight. Yet, undeterred by the overwhelming presence, Qin Guan resolutely swung his fist forward to meet the impending strike. The collision of his small fist with the gigantic paw erupted in a thunderous roar, compressing the air at the point of impact into a pure white shockwave that radiated outward. In the next instant, however, Qin Guan's form was sent hurtling backward, shattering several massive fragments of the celestial body behind him. Watching this scene unfold from the shattered remnants of the celestial star, Chai Qiaoyu and the others were taken aback. The might of Qin Guan was indeed formidable, yet he had been struck down by the celestial beast with a single blow. The celestial beast, a creature formed from the absorption of an endless amount of stellar energy, contained within it a tremendous power of the stars. Its spiritual and physical prowess were unparalleled within the same realm, rivaling those of the most exceptional beings with the strongest constitutions. Had it not been for the beast's lack of intelligence and its singular instinct to grow stronger, the more powerful factions would have long since sought to claim it for their own, remarked Yuan Weifeng. Furthermore, this celestial beast was not weak, possessing a perfected cultivation of the Kaiyuan realm. It seemed that Qin Guan had underestimated his opponent, failing to exert his full strength, making his defeat somewhat expected. Chapter 84. Fierce battle with the star beast. After consecutively shattering several drifting fragments of stars, Qin Guan finally stabilized his stance, yet a trickle of golden blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, rendering him somewhat disheveled. What a terrifying star beast! Qin Guan wiped the blood from his lips and began to take the situation seriously. Just then, the star beast charged towards him once more, smashing every floating star fragment in its path into dust. Without hesitation, Qin Guan summoned the power of his innate technique, and two chaotic divine dragons manifested behind him, unleashing a terrifying strength from within. With a swift motion, Qin Guan executed his martial technique, appearing before the star beast in an instant, and with a mighty fist, he struck at its claw. A thunderous boom echoed through the space, shaking the heavens and earth, resonating like a clap of thunder that sent chills down one's spine. Though it was merely a collision between their physical forms, the shockwave generated reduced the surrounding star fragments to mere powder. In the next moment, Qin Guan was sent flying back once more. He steadied himself, narrowing his eyes, and marveled at the star beast's formidable physique, which could rival that of the most extraordinary prodigies. Despite employing the chaotic divine dragon technique, which granted him quadrupled strength, he was still knocked back by the beast, whose physical power exceeded that of Yuan Weifeng, who possessed the Xianling battle body. In the next instant, he charged at the star beast again, this time unleashing the killing fist martial technique. Blood-red patterns intertwined on his fists, emitting an aura of terror. The star beast, refusing to relent without the life origin liquid, clenched its claws into fists and struck back. The two forces collided once more, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that turned everything around them into dust. However, this time, Qin Guan did not find himself being flung away. They were evenly matched in strength. The primary reason for this was that he was employing martial techniques, while the star beast was not. It lacked the intelligence to practice such skills. As they soared through the air, their forms twisting and turning, fists and claws clashed repeatedly, producing a resonating hum that echoed all around. Yuan Weifeng and the others watched this battle with bated breath. The star beast, a being comparable to the strongest physique, was unable to completely suppress Qin Guan despite being nearly 2 major realms above him. I feel as though His Highness's strength knows no bounds, Yuan Weifeng remarked solemnly. Perhaps this is the true capability possessed by a genuine prodigy. Chen Karen sighed. He considered himself talented, yet felt insignificant in comparison to Qin Guan. Such evenly matched battles were rare for Qin Guan, yet he fought with increasing fervor. His fists moved relentlessly as he roared, his fighting spirit soaring, and subtly, he began to gain the upper hand against the star beast. With a powerful punch, he sent the enormous creature flying, then followed up with a kick to its head, unleashing astonishing power that propelled the star beast further away. Compared to the beginning, Qingguan had now shifted the tide of the battle. Your Highness, please resolve this swiftly. If the star beast enters a state of frenzy, it could spell trouble, Yuan Weifeng cautioned. Just as he finished speaking, the star beast let out a thunderous roar, radiating brilliant starlight, as if it were a luminous star suspended in the sky. In the next moment, the dazzling light spread outward from the star beast, causing all stars around to burst forth in resplendent brilliance, whether whole or fragmented, as if responding to the beast's call. This is bad. This is a sign of the star beast's impending frenzy, Yuan Weifeng warned gravely. For once the star beast became frenzied, its combat prowess would become even more fearsome. However, at that moment, Qingguan, filled with fighting spirit, did not attempt to halt the beast, but allowed it to enter its frenzied state. Soon, the star beast turned semi-transparent, its surface seemingly composed of gathered stars, within which a vast expanse of colorful starlight intertwined. With a deafening roar, the star beast unleashed a pure white beam of light from its mouth, striking towards Qingguan like a celestial rainbow. Qingguan, not daring to be careless, summoned the chaotic spiritual energy from his life sea, opened his double pupils, and invoked the power of the heavy pupils, manifesting the chaotic universe that spiraled towards the beast. As their powers collided, a blinding flash illuminated the space, and a terrifying energy erupted like a storm sweeping across the heavens. Sensing the powerful energy wave approaching, Qingguan immediately executed his movement technique, retreating several thousand meters to evade the energy's impact. Otherwise, being struck directly would undoubtedly result in severe injuries. However, the simple-minded star beast was not so fortunate. It was propelled by the explosive energy, crashing into the distant starry void, its massive form marred by numerous fine cracks. Yet, born in the meteorite gorge, the star beast had a unique advantage here. The starlight emanating from the surrounding shattered stars flowed into its body, healing the previously formed cracks. The star beast roared, its massive claws swinging fiercely, unleashing 5 slashing strikes imbued with a fierce aura, akin to unparalleled sword lights, targeting Qingguan. With a low growl, Qingguan unleashed his blood-patterned fists against the slashes. The 5 blade-like strikes were shattered by his fists, yet his hands bore several gruesome wounds, golden blood splattering forth. Previously, he could dominate the star beast, but now he found himself injured by the frenzied creature. Nevertheless, the vitality of a life sea cultivator was immense. Minor injuries could heal swiftly, and the wounds on his hands began to close rapidly. Ha, come on. Let me see just how strong the frenzied star beast can be. Qingguan laughed heartily, his face alight with excitement, and charged forward. The star beast roared in response, unleashing terrifying power as its claws gripped tightly, starlight bursting forth like a meteor shower descending upon Qingguan. The overwhelming force instantly suppressed him beneath its fists, rendering him unable to resist. With a series of thunderous impacts, the star beast struck down upon Qingguan, subjecting his body to unimaginable terror. After just a few strikes, his form was covered in wounds, suffering grievous injuries. What should we do? Should we intervene? Chun Karen gazed anxiously at Qingguan, who had been gravely injured by the star beast. After all, he was their esteemed prince. His safety was paramount. How can we intervene? Approaching now would surely spell our demise. Even if the star beast were not in a frenzied state, we would still be no match for it, let alone in this moment. Moreover, let us not forget that His Highness hails from the sacred land and is, in fact, a prodigy of that realm. He must possess life-preserving means bestowed by the sacred land. Thus he should be in no immediate danger, Yuan Weifeng remarked. While slaying the star beast and acquiring the power of starlight would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to them. Such a treasure is not easily obtained. Chapter 85. Slaying the Star Beast. Starshine body refinement. The star beasts, devoid of intelligence, are nonetheless comparable to unparalleled monstrosities. While Yuan Weifeng and his companions are indeed prodigies, there remains a considerable gap between them and such legendary creatures. In the absence of the star beast's fury, they would not stand a chance. Now, in the same realm, their chances are even slimmer. Despite their concerns, Yuan Weifeng's assertions hold merit. Furthermore, the fact that Qingguan had yet to employ any magical artifacts suggests he possesses hidden trump cards. Qingguan's form lay upon a fragment of a star, yet the star beast's relentless assault continued. Its colossal claws, radiating starlight, fell like rain, intent on extinguishing his life to claim the coveted life origin liquid. With a thunderous crash, the entire fragment of the star was pierced by the star beast's terrifying power, causing Qin Guan to plummet. Your esteemed prodigy, no, your monstrous talent, is about to perish, Zhang Feng remarked, observing Qin Guan being battered by the star beast. It was commendable that he could contend with the star beast at the nascent stage of the Sea of Life realm to such an extent, but it was unfortunate that he failed to conclude the battle swiftly, allowing the star beast to enter a frenzied state, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. Chen Qingji furrowed his brows, lamenting Qin Guan's misfortune. The star beasts in the meteorite gorge were scarce and elusive. How had he encountered one? It seemed he had stumbled upon an opportunity that the star beast coveted but was reluctant to relinquish, inciting its wrath. Elder Luo Shengwei of the Qishua sect commented, What does it matter? No matter how precious the opportunity, if one lacks the means to seize it, what use is it? General Chun, your earlier display of indifference towards our Zhan family's monstrosity must surely be attributed to this individual, no? Zhang Feng chuckled. I concede he is indeed remarkable, but when compared to our family's prodigy, Zhan he still falls woefully short. Without Zhan He's involvement, the meteorite gorge would likely fall under the dominion of the Xianming dynasty for the next 300 years. Alas, with Zhan He in play, others stood no chance. Luo Shengwei and the elder of the Lingdao sect nodded in agreement, recognizing Qin Guan's formidable strength, yet acknowledging he could not possibly rival a Dao seal bearer. As Qin Guan lay severely wounded, Chen Qingji contemplated whether to intervene and rescue him, aware that such an act would forfeit their claim to contend for control of the meteorite gorge. Yet, the life of the crown prince was undeniably of greater significance. At that moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. With a fierce roar, Qin Guan's voice resonated with the echoes of a dragon's roar. Suddenly, chaotic dragon horns sprouted from his forehead. His arms transformed into claws adorned with chaotic dragon scales, each scale inscribed with intertwining runes. The immense claws burst forth from his sleeves, exuding an aura of wildness and ferocity. Clenching his dragon claws into fists, the chaotic runes shimmered brightly as he unleashed a punch that collided with the star beast's massive paw. In an instant, the beast's claw exploded, scattering starlight across the sky. Kill! Qin Guan intoned with a deep voice, employing his martial techniques to close the distance, his dragon claws striking the star beast with blinding speed, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. Under the relentless assault of his fists, the star beast's form began to disintegrate, transforming into pure white starlight that drifted around him. Yet, the surrounding stars continuously radiated their luminescent power, healing the beast's wounds, rendering it incapable of succumbing entirely. Die! Qin Guan shouted, invoking the Mie-Xian Padao, a golden fist imprint, interwoven with mysterious runes, descended with overwhelming might, embodying the essence of all martial arts, imbued with unimaginable power. Wherever the fist imprint traversed, the star beast was utterly obliterated, dissolving into starlight. He stood aloft in midair. Though drenched in blood, his form remained upright, the remnants of shattered stars floating around him, casting him as a celestial warrior. Chai Qiaoyue gazed at his silhouette, entranced, her eyes shimmering with fascination. If only you possessed wisdom and grasped martial techniques, perhaps you could have compelled my chaotic sacred dragon form. Qin Guan murmured, contemplating the ethereal starlight before him. The star beast's prowess was indeed formidable, yet it lacked intelligence, relying solely on primal instinct. Producing the healing elixir gifted by his senior sister, Qin Guan felt his injuries mend rapidly. He then settled within the sphere of pure white starlight, relishing the fruits of his victory. As he inhaled and exhaled, the starlight flowed into his body, a delightful tingling sensation enveloping him, reminiscent of his master's silken hair brushing against his skin, exquisitely pleasant. Simultaneously, he consumed a sip of life origin liquid and commenced his cultivation. What did I tell you? The Crown Prince is the direct disciple of the peak master of the sacred land. His capabilities are beyond our imagination, Yuan Weifeng remarked, gazing at the figure seated amidst the vibrant starlight. How could the Crown Prince's arms transform into beastly claws? It exudes such wildness. Chai Qiaoyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. It must be some technique that augments his combat strength. Yuan Weifeng speculated, not considering the possibility of a change in physique, especially since Qin Guan already possessed an extraordinarily powerful constitution. The Crown Prince's strength indeed surpasses all expectations. Chun Karen exclaimed, now thoroughly convinced. Outside the meteorite gorge, Zhang Feng's expression soured. He had just proclaimed that Qin Guan would perish at the hands of the star beast, only for him to swiftly vanquish it and commence refining his body with starlight, undoubtedly further enhancing his prowess. It appeared events were not unfolding as Elder Zhang Feng had anticipated. Humph! What does it matter? He will still face defeat at the hands of my Zhang family's prodigy. Zhang Feng scoffed. Meanwhile, while Qin Guan utilized the starlight to refine his body, the Zhang family, under Zhang He's leadership, scoured the area for star crystals. Some members suggested searching for medicinal herbs and celestial relics along the way, but Zhang He dismissed the idea, disdainful of such trivial pursuits. He sought only to complete their tasks swiftly and return to the sacred land for cultivation, as the training environment of the Zhang family paled in comparison to that of the sacred land. Thus, they had been tirelessly scouring for star crystals from the outset. Qin Guan was engaged in cultivation, while others from the Xianming Huangqiao centered around him, spreading outwards in search of opportunities. Before long, a prodigy unexpectedly stumbled upon a star crystal. This crystal, resembling the size of a fist, radiated a mesmerizing array of colors, captivating all who beheld it. 3 days later, Qin Guan awakened from his cultivation. He clenched his fists, feeling the enhanced power coursing through him, nodding in satisfaction. The tempering of starlight had further fortified his physical form. Likewise, his cultivation had progressed, although the effects of the Zhao Hua Ming Yuan Yi were not as rapid in elevating one's cultivation as dual cultivation. Its efficacy was nonetheless astonishing. In just 3 days, Qin Guan successfully merged 30 celestial apertures using the Zhao Hua Ming Yuan Yi, and now his Ming Hai had integrated nearly 50 celestial apertures. At this moment, the vastness of his Ming Hai rivaled that of many perfected celestial realm cultivators. Although possessing a dual constitution made cultivation arduous, the rewards reaped upon each breakthrough were significantly greater than those of others. Chapter 86. The starry ruins and the heritage steal. The remnants of starlight from the fallen Xing beasts still lingered, yet they no longer served any purpose for Qin Guan. Reluctant to let this precious resource go to waste, he called upon Chai Xiao Yu and the others to refine their bodies with it, as the starlight held significant benefits for them as well. This prospect filled everyone with excitement, although it was the residue left by Qin Guan. For them, it represented an unimaginable fortune. After all, slaying a Xing beast of the Kai Yuan realm was nearly an impossible feat for them. Why are there only 9 of you? Where is Su Yang? Qin Guan inquired, surveying the gathered group. We do not know. As soon as we received your message, we rushed here. Yuan Wei Feng replied. Qin Guan took out the communication token to summon Su Yang, but there was no response. Could something have happened? Chun Kuran furrowed his brow. There were hidden dangers within the meteorite gorge, and other members of rival factions lurked about. An encounter with them could potentially lead to